Question 55, of the Impediment of Affinity, 11 articles. We must consider next the impediment of affinity. Under this head there are 11 points of inquiry. 1. Whether affinity results from matrimony. 2. Whether it remains after the death of husband or wife. 3. Whether it is caused through unlawful intercourse. 4. Whether it arises from a betrothal. 5. Whether affinity is caused through affinity. 6. Whether affinity is an impediment to marriage. 7. Whether affinity in itself admits of degrees. 8. Whether its degrees extend as far as the degrees of consanguinity. 9. Whether marriages of persons related to one another by consanguinity or affinity should always be dissolved by divorce. 10. Whether the process for the dissolution of like marriages should always be by way of accusation. 11. Whether witnesses should be called in such a case. Whether a person contracts affinity through the marriage of a blood relation. Objection 1. It would seem that a person does not contract affinity through the marriage of a blood relation. For, the cause of a thing being so is yet more so. Now the wife is not connected with her husband's kindred except by reason of the husband. Since then she does not contract affinity with her husband, neither does she contract it with her husband's kindred. Objection 2. Further, if certain things be separate from one another and something be connected with one of them, it does not follow that it is connected with the other. Now a person's blood relations are separate from one another. Therefore it does not follow, if a certain woman be married to a certain man, that she is therefore connected with all his kindred. Objection 3. Further, relations result from certain things being united together. Now the kindred of the husband do not become united together by the fact of his taking a wife. Therefore they do not acquire any relationship of affinity. On the contrary, husband and wife are made one flesh. Therefore if the husband is related in the flesh to all his kindred, for the same reason his wife will be related to them all. Further, this is proved by the authorities quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 41. I answer that, a certain natural friendship is founded on natural fellowship. Now natural fellowship, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8:12, arises in two ways: first, from carnal procreation. Secondly, from connection with orderly carnal procreation, wherefore he says, Ethic. 8:12, that the friendship of a husband towards his wife is natural. Consequently even as a person through being connected with another by carnal procreation is bound to him by a tie of natural friendship, so does one person become connected with another through carnal intercourse. But there is a difference in this, that one who is connected with another through carnal procreation, as a son with his father, shares in the same common stock and blood. So that a son is connected with his father's kindred by the same kind of tie as the father was, the tie, namely of consanguinity. Albeit in a different degree on account of his being more distant from the stock, whereas one who is connected with another through carnal intercourse does not share in the same stock, but is as it were an extraneous addition thereto, whence arises another kind of tie known by the name of affinity. This is expressed in the verse. Marriage makes a new kind of connection, while birth makes a new degree. Because, to wit, the person begotten is in the same kind of relationship, but in a different degree. Whereas through carnal intercourse he enters into a new kind of relationship. Reply to objection 1, although a cause is more potent than its effect, it does not always follow that the same name is applicable to the cause as to the effect, because sometimes that which is in the effect is found in the cause not in the same but in a higher way. Wherefore it is not applicable to both cause and effect under the same name or under the same aspect, as is the case with all equivocal effective causes. Thus, then, the union of husband and wife is stronger than the union of the wife with her husband's kindred, and yet it ought not to be named affinity, but matrimony, which is a kind of unity. Even as a man is identical with himself, but not with his kinsman. Reply to objection 2, blood relations are in a way separate, and in a way connected, and it happens in respect of their connection that a person who is connected with one of them is in some way connected with all of them. But on account of their separation and distance from one another, it happens that a person who is connected with one of them in one way is connected with another in another way, either as to the kind of connection or as to the degree. Reply to objection 3. Further, a relation results sometimes from a movement in each extreme, for instance fatherhood and sonship, and a relation of this kind is really in both extremes. Sometimes it results from the movement of one only, and this happens in two ways. In one way, when a relation results from the movement of one extreme without any movement previous or concomitant of the other extreme. As in the creator and the creature, the sensible and the sense, knowledge and the knowable object, and then the relation is in one extreme really and in the other logically only. In another way, when the relation results from the movement of one extreme without any concomitant movement, but not without a previous movement of the other. Thus there results equality between two men by the increase of one, without the other either increasing or decreasing then, although previously he reached his actual quantity by some movement or change. So that this relation is founded really in both extremes. It is the same with consanguinity and affinity, because the relation of brotherhood which results in a grown child on the birth of a boy, is caused without any movement of the formers at the time, but by virtue of that previous movement of his wherein he was begotten. Wherefore at the time it happens that there results in him the aforesaid relation through the movement of another. Likewise, because this man descends through his own birth from the same stock as the husband, there results in him affinity with the latter's wife, without any new change in him. Whether affinity remains after the death of husband or wife? Objection 1. It would seem that affinity does not remain after the death of husband or wife, between the blood relations of husband and wife or vice versa. Because if the cause cease the effect ceases. Now the cause of affinity was the marriage, which ceases after the husband's death, since then, the woman, is loosed from the law of the husband, Romans 7 verse 2. Therefore the aforesaid affinity ceases also. Objection 2. Further, consanguinity is the cause of affinity. Now the consanguinity of the husband with his blood relation ceases at his death. Therefore, the wife's affinity with them ceases also. On the contrary, affinity is caused by consanguinity. Now consanguinity binds persons together for all time as long as they live. Therefore affinity does so also, and consequently affinity, between two persons, is not dissolved through the dissolution of the marriage by the death of a third person. I answer that, a relation ceases in two ways, in one way through the corruption of its subject, in another way by the removal of its cause. Thus likeness ceases when one of the like subjects dies, or when the quality that caused the likeness is removed. Now there are certain relations which have for their cause an action, or a passion or movement, metaph. v. 20 and some of these are caused by movement, through something being moved actually. Such is the relation between mover and moved, some of them are caused through something being adapted to movement, for instance the relations between the motive power and the movable, or between master and servant. And some of them result from something, having been moved previously, such as the relation between father and son, for the relation between them is caused not by, the con, being begotten now, but by his having been begotten. Now aptitude for movement and for being moved is transitory, whereas the fact of having been moved is everlasting, since what has been never ceases having been. Consequently fatherhood and sonship are never dissolved through the removal of the cause, but only through the corruption of the subject, that is of one of the subjects. The same applies to affinity, for this is caused by certain persons having been joined together not by their being actually joined. Wherefore it is not done away, as long as the persons between whom affinity has been contracted survive, although the person die through whom it was contracted. Reply to objection 1, the marriage tie causes affinity not only by reason of actual union, but also by reason of the union having been effected in the past. Reply to objection 2, consanguinity is not the chief cause of affinity, but union with a blood relation, not only because that union is now, but because it has been. Hence the argument does not prove whether unlawful intercourse causes affinity. Objection 1, it would seem that unlawful intercourse does not cause affinity. For affinity is an honorable thing. Now honorable things do not result from that which is dishonorable. Therefore affinity cannot be caused by a dishonorable intercourse. Objection 2, further, where there is consanguinity there cannot be affinity, since affinity is a relationship between persons that results from carnal intercourse and is altogether void of blood relationship. Now if unlawful intercourse were a cause of affinity, it would sometimes happen that a man would contract affinity with his blood relations and with himself, for instance when a man is guilty of incest with a blood relation. Therefore affinity is not caused by unlawful intercourse. Objection 3, further, unlawful intercourse is according to nature or against nature. Now affinity is not caused by unnatural unlawful intercourse as decided by law, can. Extraordinaria, 35, Qu 2, 3. Therefore it is not caused only by unlawful intercourse according to nature. On the contrary, he who is joined to a harlot is made one body, 1 Corinthians 6 verse 16. Now this is the reason why marriage caused affinity. Therefore unlawful intercourse does so for the same reason. Further, carnal intercourse is the cause of affinity, as shown by the definition of affinity. Which definition is as follows: affinity is the relationship of persons which results from carnal intercourse and is altogether void of blood relationship. But there is carnal copulation even in unlawful intercourse. Therefore unlawful intercourse causes affinity. I answer that, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8:12, the union of husband and wife is said to be natural chiefly on account of the procreation of offspring, and secondly on account of the community of works, the former of which belongs to marriage by reason of carnal copulation. And the latter, in so far as marriage is a partnership directed to a common life. Now the former is to be found in every carnal union where there is a mingling of seeds, since such a union may be productive of offspring, but the latter may be wanting. Consequently, since marriage caused affinity, in so far as it was a carnal mingling, it follows that also an unlawful intercourse causes affinity in so far as it has something of natural copulation. Reply to Objection 1. In an unlawful intercourse there is something natural which is common to fornication and marriage, and in this respect it causes affinity. There is also something which is inordinate whereby it differs from marriage, and in this respect it does not cause affinity. Hence affinity remains honorable, although its cause is in a way dishonorable. Reply to Objection 2. There is no reason why diverse relations should not be in the same subject by reason of different things. Consequently there can be affinity and consanguinity between two persons. Not only on account of unlawful but also on account of lawful intercourse, for instance if a blood relation of mine on my father's side marries a blood relation of mine on my mother's side. Hence in the above definition the words, which is altogether void of blood relationship, apply to affinity as such. Nor does it follow that a man by having intercourse with his blood relation contracts affinity with himself, since affinity, like consanguinity, requires diversity of subjects, as likeness does. Reply to Objection 3. In unnatural copulation there is no mingling of seeds that makes generation possible, wherefore a like intercourse does not cause affinity. Whether affinity is caused by betrothal? Objection 1. It would seem that affinity cannot be caused by betrothal. For affinity is a lasting tie, whereas a betrothal is sometimes broken off. Therefore it cannot cause affinity. Objection 2. Further, if the hymen be penetrated without the deed being consummated, affinity is not contracted. Yet this is much more akin to carnal intercourse than a betrothal. Therefore betrothal does not cause affinity. Objection 3. Further, betrothal is nothing but a promise of future marriage. Now sometimes there is a promise of future marriage without affinity being contracted, for instance if it take place before the age of 7 years. Or if a man having a perpetual impediment of impotence promise a woman future marriage, or if a like promise be made between persons to whom marriage is rendered unlawful by a vow, or in any other way whatever. Therefore betrothal cannot cause affinity. On the contrary, Pope Alexander, cap. Ad audiendum, despons. Itimatrim, forbade a certain woman to marry a certain man, because she had been betrothed to his brother. Now this would not be the case unless affinity were contracted by betrothal. Therefore, etc. I answer that, just as a betrothal has not the conditions of a perfect marriage, but is a preparation for marriage, so betrothal causes not affinity as marriage does, but something like affinity. This is called the justice of public honesty, which is an impediment to marriage even as affinity and consanguinity are, and according to the same degrees. And is defined thus: the justice of public honesty is a relationship arising out of betrothal, and derives its force from ecclesiastical institution by reason of its honesty. This indicates the reason of its name as well as its cause, namely that this relationship was instituted by the Church on account of its honesty. Reply to objection 1, betrothal, by reason not of itself but of the end to which it is directed, causes this kind of affinity known as the justice of public honesty, wherefore just as marriage is a lasting tie, so is the aforesaid kind of affinity. Reply to objection 2, in carnal intercourse man and woman become one flesh by the mingling of seeds. Wherefore it is not every invasion or penetration of the hymen that causes affinity to be contracted, but only such as is followed by a mingling of seeds. But marriage causes affinity not only on account of carnal intercourse, but also by reason of the conjugal fellowship, in respect of which also marriage is according to nature. Consequently affinity results from the marriage contract itself expressed in words of the present and before its consummation, and in like manner there results from betrothal, which is a promise of conjugal fellowship, something akin to affinity. Namely the justice of public honesty. Reply to objection 3, all those impediments which void a betrothal prevent affinity being contracted through a promise of marriage. Hence whether he who actually promises marriage be lacking in age, or be under a solemn vow of continence or any like impediment, no affinity or anything akin to it results because the betrothal is void. If however, a minor, laboring under insensibility or malefice, having a perpetual impediment, is betrothed before the age of puberty and after the age of 7 years, with a woman who is of age. From such a contract there results the impediment called justice of public honesty, because at the time the impediment was not actual, since at that age the boy who is insensible is equally impotent in respect of the act in question. Whether affinity is a cause of affinity? Objection 1, it would seem that affinity also is a cause of affinity. For Pope Julius I says, cap. Contradicimus 35, Chew. 3. No man may marry his wife's surviving blood relation, and it is said in the next chapter, cap. Poro duo rum, that the wives of 2 cousins are forbidden to marry, one after the other, the same husband. But this is only on account of affinity being contracted through union with a person related by affinity. Therefore affinity is a cause of affinity. Objection 2, further, carnal intercourse makes persons akin even as carnal procreation, since the degrees of affinity and consanguinity are reckoned equally. But consanguinity causes affinity. Therefore affinity does also. Objection 3, further, things that are the same with one and the same are the same with one another. But the wife contracts the same relations with all her husband's kindred. Therefore all her husband's kindred are made one with all who are related by affinity to the wife, and thus affinity is the cause of affinity. Objection 4, on the contrary, if affinity is caused by affinity a man who has connection with 2 women can marry neither of them, because then the one would be related to the other by affinity. But this is false. Therefore affinity does not cause affinity. Objection 5, further, if affinity arose out of affinity a man by marrying another man's widow would contract affinity with all her first husband's kindred, since she is related to them by affinity. But this cannot be the case because he would become especially related by affinity to her deceased husband. Therefore, etc. Objection 6, further, consanguinity is a stronger tie than affinity. But the blood relations of the wife do not become blood relations of the husband. Much less, therefore, does affinity to the wife cause affinity to her blood relations, and thus the same conclusion follows. I answer that, there are 2 ways in which one thing proceeds from another. In one way a thing proceeds from another in likeness of species, as a man is begotten of a man, in another way one thing proceeds from another, not in likeness of species. And this process is always towards a lower species, as instanced in all equivocal agents. The first kind of procession, however often it be repeated, the same species always remains. Thus if one man be begotten of another by an act of the generative power, of this man also another man will be begotten, and so on. But the second kind of procession, just as in the first instance it produces another species, so it makes another species as often as it is repeated. Thus by movement from a point there proceeds a line and not a point, because a point by being moved makes a line. And from a line moved lineally, there proceeds not a line but a surface, and from a surface a body, and in this way the procession can go no further. Now in the procession of kinship we find two kinds whereby this tie is caused. One is by carnal procreation, and this always produces the same species of relationship. The other is by the marriage union, and this produces a different kind of relationship from the beginning. Thus it is clear that a married woman is related to her husband's blood relations not by blood but by affinity. Wherefore if this kind of process be repeated, the result will be not affinity but another kind of relationship. And consequently a married party contracts with the affines of the other party a relation not of affinity but of some other kind which is called affinity of the second kind. And again if a person through marriage contracts relationship with an affine of the second kind, it will not be affinity of the second kind, but of a third kind, as indicated in the verse quoted above, A1. Formerly these two kinds were included in the prohibition, under the head of the justice of public honesty rather than under the head of affinity, because they fall short of true affinity. In the same way as the relationship arising out of betrothal. Now however they have ceased to be included in the prohibition, which now refers only to the first kind of affinity in which true affinity consists. Reply to objection 1, a husband contracts affinity of the first kind with his wife's male blood relation. An affinity of the second kind with the latter's wife, wherefore if the latter man dies the former cannot marry his widow on account of the second kind of affinity. Again if a man A marry a widow B, C, a relation of her former husband being connected with B by the first kind of affinity, contracts affinity of the second kind with her husband A. And D, the wife of this relation C being connected, by affinity of the second kind, with B, this man's wife contracts affinity of the third kind with her husband A. And since the third kind of affinity was included in the prohibition on account of a certain honesty more than by reason of affinity, the canon, cap. Poro duorum 35, Chew. 3, says, the justice of public honesty forbids the wives of two cousins to be married to the same man, the one after the other. But this prohibition is done away with. Reply to objection 2, although carnal intercourse is a cause of people being connected with one another, it is not the same kind of connection. Reply to objection 3, the wife contracts the same connection with her husband's relatives as to the degree but not as to the kind of connection. Since however the arguments in the contrary sense would seem to show that no tie is caused by affinity, we must reply to them lest the time-honored prohibition of the Church seem unreasonable. Reply to objection 4, as stated above, a woman does not contract affinity of the first kind with the man to whom she is united in the flesh, wherefore she does not contract affinity of the second kind with a woman known by the same man. And consequently if a man marry one of these women, the other does not contract affinity of the third kind with him. And so the laws of bygone times did not forbid the same man to marry successively two women known by one man. Reply to objection 5, as a man is not connected with his wife by affinity of the first kind, so he does not contract affinity of the second kind with the second husband of the same wife. Wherefore the argument does not prove. Reply to objection 6, one person is not connected with me through another, except they be connected together. Hence through a woman who is affine to me, no person becomes connected with me, except such as is connected with her. Now this cannot be except through carnal procreation from her, or through connection with her by marriage, and according to the olden legislation. I contracted some kind of connection through her in both ways, because her son even by another husband becomes affine to me in the same kind and in a different degree of affinity. As appears from the rule given above, and again her second husband becomes affine to me in the second kind of affinity. But her other blood relations are not connected with him, but she is connected with them either as with father or mother, inasmuch as she descends from them, or, as with her brothers, as proceeding from the same principle. Wherefore the brother or father of my affine does not become affine to me in any kind of affinity. Whether affinity is an impediment to marriage? Objection 1. It would seem that affinity is not an impediment to marriage. For nothing is an impediment to marriage except what is contrary thereto. But affinity is not contrary to marriage since it is caused by it. Therefore it is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 2. Further, by marriage the wife becomes a possession of the husband. Now the husband's kindred inherit his possessions after his death. Therefore they can succeed to his wife, although she is affine to them, as shown above, a. 5. Therefore affinity is not an impediment to marriage. On the contrary, it is written, Leviticus 18 verse 8, Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's wife. Now she is only affine. Therefore affinity is an impediment to marriage. I answer that, affinity that precedes marriage hinders marriage being contracted and voids the contract, for the same reason as consanguinity. For just as there is a certain need for blood relations to live together, so is there for those who are connected by affinity, and just as there is a tie of friendship between blood relations, so is there between those who are affine to one another. If, however, affinity supervene to matrimony, it cannot void the marriage, as stated above, Q. 50, a. 7. Reply to objection 1, affinity is not contrary to the marriage which causes it, but to a marriage being contracted with an affine, in so far as the latter would hinder the extension of friendship and the curbing of concupiscence, which are sought in marriage. Reply to objection 2, the husband's possessions do not become one with him as the wife is made one flesh with him. Wherefore just as consanguinity is an impediment to marriage or union with the husband according to the flesh, so is one forbidden to marry the husband's wife. Whether affinity in itself admits of degrees? Objection 1, it would seem that affinity in itself admits of degrees. For any kind of propinquity can itself be the subject of degrees. Now affinity is a kind of propinquity. Therefore it has degrees in itself apart from the degrees of consanguinity by which it is caused. Objection 2, further, it is stated in the text, Sent. 4, d. 41, that the child of a second marriage could not take a consort from within the degrees of affinity of the first husband. But this would not be the case unless the son of an affine were also affine. Therefore affinity like consanguinity admits itself of degrees. On the contrary, affinity is caused by consanguinity. Therefore all the degrees of affinity are caused by the degrees of consanguinity, and so it has no degrees of itself. I answer that, a thing does not of itself admit of being divided except in reference to something belonging to it by reason of its genus, thus animal is divided into rational and irrational and not into white and black. Now carnal procreation has a direct relation to consanguinity, because the tie of consanguinity is immediately contracted through it, whereas it has no relation to affinity except through consanguinity which is the latter's cause. Wherefore since the degrees of relationship are distinguished in reference to carnal procreation, the distinction of degrees is directly and immediately referable to consanguinity, and to affinity through consanguinity. Hence the general rule in seeking the degrees of affinity is that in whatever degree of consanguinity I am related to the husband, in that same degree of affinity I am related to the wife. Reply to objection 1, the degrees in propinquity of relationship can only be taken in reference to ascent and descent of propagation, to which affinity is compared only through consanguinity. Wherefore affinity has no direct degrees, but derives them according to the degrees of consanguinity. Reply to objection 2, formerly it used to be said that the son of my affine by a second marriage was affine to me. Not directly but accidentally as it were, wherefore he was forbidden to marry on account of the justice of public honesty rather than affinity. And for this reason this prohibition is now revoked. Whether the degrees of affinity extend in the same way as the degrees of consanguinity? Objection 1, it would seem that the degrees of affinity do not extend in the same way as the degrees of consanguinity. For the tie of affinity is less strong than the tie of consanguinity, since affinity arises from consanguinity in diversity of species, as from an equivocal cause. Now the stronger the tie the longer it lasts. Therefore the tie of affinity does not last to the same number of degrees as consanguinity. Objection 2, further, human law should imitate divine law. Now according to the divine law certain degrees of consanguinity were forbidden, in which degrees affinity was not an impediment to marriage, as instanced in a brother's wife whom a man could marry although he could not marry her sister. Therefore now too the prohibition of affinity and consanguinity should not extend to the same degrees. On the contrary, a woman is connected with me by affinity from the very fact that she is married to a blood relation of mine. Therefore in whatever degree her husband is related to me by blood she is related to me in that same degree by affinity, and so the degrees of affinity should be reckoned in the same number as the degrees of consanguinity. I answer that, since the degrees of affinity are reckoned according to the degrees of consanguinity, the degrees of affinity must needs be the same in number as those of consanguinity. Nevertheless, affinity being a lesser tie than consanguinity, both formerly and now, a dispensation is more easily granted in the more remote degrees of affinity than in the remote degrees of consanguinity. Reply to Objection 1. The fact that the tie of affinity is less than the tie of consanguinity causes a difference in the kind of relationship but not in the degrees. Hence this argument is not to the point. Reply to Objection 2. A man could not take his deceased brother's wife except, in the case when the latter died without issue, in order to raise up seed to his brother. This was requisite at a time when religious worship was propagated by means of the propagation of the flesh, which is not the case now. Hence it is clear that he did not marry her in his own person as it were, but as supplying the place of his brother. Whether a marriage contracted by persons with the degrees of affinity or consanguinity should always be annulled? Objection 1. It would seem that a marriage contracted by persons within the degrees of affinity or consanguinity ought not always to be annulled by divorce. For, what God hath joined together let no man put asunder, Matt. 19:6. Since then it is understood that what the Church does God does, and since the Church sometimes through ignorance joins such persons together, it would seem that if subsequently this came to knowledge they ought not to be separated. Objection 2. Further, the tie of marriage is less onerous than the tie of ownership. Now after a long time a man may acquire by prescription the ownership of a thing of which he was not the owner. Therefore by length of time a marriage becomes good in law, although it was not so before. Objection 3. Further, of like things we judge alike. Now if a marriage ought to be annulled on account of consanguinity, in the case when two brothers marry two sisters, if one be separated on account of consanguinity, the other ought to be separated for the same reason. And yet this is not seemly. Therefore a marriage ought not to be annulled on account of affinity or consanguinity. On the contrary, consanguinity and affinity forbid the contracting of a marriage and void the contract. Therefore if affinity or consanguinity be proved, the parties should be separated even though they have actually contracted marriage. I answer that, since all copulation apart from lawful marriage is a mortal sin, which the Church uses all her endeavors to prevent, it belongs to her to separate those between whom there cannot be valid marriage. Especially those related by blood or by affinity, who cannot without incest be united in the flesh. Reply to Objection 1. Although the Church is upheld by God's gift and authority, yet in so far as she is an assembly of men there results in her acts something of human frailty which is not divine. Therefore a union effected in the presence of the Church who is ignorant of an impediment is not indissoluble by divine authority, but is brought about contrary to divine authority through man's error, which being an error of fact excuses from sin, as long as it remains. Hence when the impediment comes to the knowledge of the Church, she ought to sever the aforesaid union. Reply to Objection 2, that which cannot be done without sin is not ratified by any prescription, for as Innocent III says, Conc. later. 4, Can. 50, Cap. Non debent, de consang. Edi affinit. Length of time does not diminish sin but increases it, nor can it in any way legitimize a marriage which could not take place between unlawful persons. Reply to objection 3. In contentious suits between two persons the verdict does not prejudice a third party, wherefore although the one brother's marriage with the one sister is annulled on account of consanguinity, the Church does not therefore annul the other marriage against which no action is taken. Yet in the tribunal of the conscience the other brother ought not on this account always to be bound to put away his wife, because such accusations frequently proceed from ill will, and are proved by false witnesses. Hence he is not bound to form his conscience on what has been done about the other marriage, but seemingly one ought to draw a distinction, because either he has certain knowledge of the impediment of his marriage, or he has an opinion about it. Or he has neither. In the first case, he can neither seek nor pay the debt, in the second, he must pay, but not ask, in the third he can both pay and ask. Whether it is necessary to proceed by way of accusation for the annulment of a marriage contracted by persons related to each other by affinity or consanguinity? Objection 1. It would seem that one ought not to proceed by way of accusation in order to sever a marriage contracted between persons related by affinity or consanguinity. Because accusation is preceded by inscription whereby a man binds himself to suffer the punishment of retaliation, if he fail to prove his accusation. The accuser was bound by Roman law to endorse, se inscribere, the writ of accusation, cf. SS, Q, 33, A, 7. But this is not required when a matrimonial separation is at issue. Therefore accusation has no place then. Objection 2. Further, in a matrimonial lawsuit only the relatives are heard, as stated in the text, Cent. 4, D, 41. But in accusations even strangers are heard. Therefore in a suit for matrimonial separation the process is not by way of accusation. Objection 3. Further, if a marriage ought to be denounced this should be done especially where it is least difficult to sever the tie. Now this is when only the betrothal has been contracted, and then it is not the marriage that is denounced. Therefore accusation should never take place at any other time. Objection 4. Further, a man is not prevented from accusing by the fact that he does not accuse at once. But this happens in marriage, for if he was silent at first when the marriage was being contracted, he cannot denounce the marriage afterwards without laying himself open to suspicion. Therefore, etc. On the contrary, whatever is unlawful can be denounced. But the marriage of relatives by affinity and consanguinity is unlawful. Therefore it can be denounced. I answer that, accusation is instituted lest the guilty be tolerated as though they were innocent. Now just as it happens through ignorance of fact that a guilty man is reputed innocent, so it happens through ignorance of a circumstance that a certain fact is deemed lawful whereas it is unlawful. Wherefore just as a man is sometimes accused, so is a fact sometimes an object of accusation. It is in this way that a marriage is denounced, when through ignorance of an impediment it is deemed lawful, whereas it is unlawful. Reply to objection 1. The punishment of retaliation takes place when a person is accused of a crime, because then action is taken that he may be punished. But when it is a deed that is accused, action is taken not for the punishment of the doer, but in order to prevent what is unlawful. Hence in a matrimonial suit the accuser does not bind himself to a punishment. Moreover, the accusation may be made either in words or in writing, provided the person who denounces the marriage denounced, and the impediment for which it is denounced, be expressed. Reply to objection 2. Strangers cannot know of the consanguinity except from the relatives, since these know with greater probability. Hence when these are silent, a stranger is liable to be suspected of acting from ill will unless he wish the relatives to prove his assertion. Wherefore a stranger is debarred from accusing when there are relatives who are silent, and by whom he cannot prove his accusation. On the other hand the relatives, however nearly related they be, are not debarred from accusing, when the marriage is denounced on account of a perpetual impediment, which prevents the contracting of the marriage and voids the contract. When, however, the accusation is based on a denial of the contract having taken place, the parents should be debarred from witnessing as being liable to suspicion, except those of the party that is inferior in rank and wealth, for they, one is inclined to think, would be willing for the marriage to stand. Reply to objection 3. if the marriage is not yet contracted and there is only a betrothal, there can be no accusation, for what is not, cannot be accused. But the impediment can be denounced lest the marriage be contracted. Reply to objection 4, he who is silent at first is sometimes heard afterwards if he wish to denounce the marriage, and sometimes he is repulsed. This is made clear by the decretal, cap. Cum in tua, de his comatrim. Accuse. Possent. Which runs as follows: if an accuser present himself after the marriage has been contracted, since he did not declare himself when according to custom, the bans were published in church. We may rightly ask whether he should be allowed to voice his accusation. In this matter we deem that a distinction should be made, so that if he who lodges information against persons already married was absent from the diocese at the time of the aforesaid publication, or if for some other reason this could not come to his knowledge, for instance if through exceeding stress of weakness and fever he was not in possession of his faculties, or was of so tender years as to be too young to understand such matters, or if he were hindered by some other lawful cause, his accusation should be heard. Otherwise without doubt he should be repulsed as open to suspicion, unless he swear that the information lodged by him came to his knowledge subsequently and that he is not moved by ill will to make his accusation. Whether in a suit of this kind one should proceed by hearing witnesses in the same way as in other suits. Objection 1. It would seem that in such a suit one ought not to proceed by hearing witnesses, in the same way as in other suits where any witnesses may be called provided they be unexceptionable. But here strangers are not admitted, although they be unexceptionable. Therefore, etc. Objection 2. Further, witnesses who are suspected of private hatred or love are debarred from giving evidence. Now relatives are especially open to suspicion of love for one party, and hatred for the other. Therefore their evidence should not be taken. Objection 3. Further, marriage is a more favorable suit than those others in which purely corporeal questions are at stake. Now in these the same person cannot be both accuser and witness. Neither therefore can this be in a matrimonial suit. And so it would appear that it is not right to proceed by hearing witnesses in a suit of this kind. On the contrary, witnesses are called in a suit in order to give the judge evidence concerning matters of doubt. Now evidence should be afforded the judge in this suit as in other suits, since he must not pronounce a hasty judgment on what is not proven. Therefore here as in other lawsuits witnesses should be called. I answer that, in this kind of lawsuit as in others, truth must be unveiled by witnesses, yet, as the lawyers say, there are many things peculiar to this suit, namely that, the same person can be accuser and witness. That evidence is not taken on oath of calumny, since it is a quasi-spiritual lawsuit, that relatives are allowed as witnesses. That the juridical order is not perfectly observed, since if the denunciation has been made, and the suit is uncontested, the defendant may be excommunicated if contumacious, that hearsay evidence is admitted. And that witnesses may be called after the publication of the names of the witnesses. All this is in order to prevent the sin that may occur in such a union, cap. Quoties alica, cap. Super eo, de test. Etia test, cap. Literas, de jurum. Calum. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Question 56, of the impediment of spiritual relationship, 5 articles. We must now consider the impediment of spiritual relationship, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. 1. Whether spiritual relationship is an impediment to marriage. 2. From what cause is it contracted? 3. Between whom? 4. Whether it passes from husband to wife. 5. Whether it passes to the father's carnal children. Whether spiritual relationship is an impediment to marriage. Objection 1. It would seem that spiritual relationship is not an impediment to marriage. For nothing is an impediment to marriage save what is contrary to a marriage good. Now spiritual relationship is not contrary to a marriage good. Therefore it is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 2. Further, a perpetual impediment to marriage cannot stand together with marriage. But spiritual relationship sometimes stands together with marriage, as stated in the text, Cent. 4d. 42, as when a man in a case of necessity baptizes his own child, for then he contracts a spiritual relationship with his wife, and yet the marriage is not dissolved. Therefore spiritual relationship is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 3, further, union of the spirit does not pass to the flesh. But marriage is a union of the flesh. Therefore since spiritual relationship is a union of the spirit, it cannot become an impediment to marriage. Objection 4, further, contraries have not the same effects. Now spiritual relationship is apparently contrary to disparity of worship, since spiritual relationship is a kinship resulting from the giving of a sacrament or the intention of so doing, see next article. Add 3, whereas disparity of worship consists in the lack of a sacrament, as stated above, Q. 50, a. 1. Since then disparity of worship is an impediment to matrimony, it would seem that spiritual relationship has not this effect. On the contrary, the holier the bond, the more is it to be safeguarded. Now a spiritual bond is holier than a bodily tie, and since the tie of bodily kinship is an impediment to marriage, it follows that spiritual relationship should also be an impediment. Further, in marriage the union of souls ranks higher than union of bodies, for it precedes it. Therefore with much more reason can a spiritual relationship hinder marriage than bodily relationship does. I answer that, just as by carnal procreation man receives natural being, so by the sacraments he receives the spiritual being of grace. Wherefore just as the tie that is contracted by carnal procreation is natural to man, inasmuch as he is a natural being, so the tie that is contracted from the reception of the sacraments is after a fashion natural to man, inasmuch as he is a member of the Church. Therefore as carnal relationship hinders marriage, even so does spiritual relationship by command of the Church. We must however draw a distinction in reference to spiritual relationship, since either it precedes or follows marriage. If it precedes, it hinders the contracting of marriage and voids the contract. If it follows, it does not dissolve the marriage bond, but we must draw a further distinction in reference to the marriage act. For either the spiritual relationship is contracted in a case of necessity, as when a father baptizes his child who is at the point of death, and then it is not an obstacle to the marriage act on either side, or it is contracted without any necessity and through ignorance. In which case if the person whose action has occasioned the relationship acted with due caution, it is the same with him as in the former case, or it is contracted purposely and without any necessity. And then the person whose action has occasioned the relationship, loses the right to ask for the debt, but is bound to pay if asked, because the fault of the one party should not be prejudicial to the other. Reply to Objection 1, although spiritual relationship does not hinder any of the chief marriage goods, it hinders one of the secondary goods, namely the extension of friendship. Because spiritual relationship is by itself a sufficient reason for friendship, wherefore intimacy and friendship with other persons need to be sought by means of marriage. Reply to Objection 2, marriage is a lasting bond, wherefore no supervening impediment can sever it. Hence it happens sometimes that marriage and an impediment to marriage stand together, but not if the impediment precedes. Reply to Objection 3, in marriage there is not only a bodily but also a spiritual union, and consequently kinship of spirit proves an impediment thereto, without spiritual kinship having to pass into a bodily relationship. Reply to Objection 4, there is nothing unreasonable in two things that are contrary to one another being contrary to the same thing, as great and small are contrary to equal. Thus disparity of worship and spiritual relationship are opposed to marriage, because in one the distance is greater, and in the other less, than required by marriage. Hence there is an impediment to marriage in either case. Whether spiritual relationship is contracted by baptism only? Objection 1. It would seem that spiritual relationship is contracted by baptism only. For as bodily kinship is to bodily birth, so is spiritual kinship to spiritual birth. Now baptism alone is called spiritual birth. Therefore spiritual kinship is contracted by baptism only, even as only by carnal birth is carnal kinship contracted. Objection 2, further, a character is imprinted in order as in confirmation. But spiritual relationship does not result from receiving orders. Therefore it does not result from confirmation but only from baptism. Objection 3, further, sacraments are more excellent than sacramentals. Now spiritual relationship does not result from certain sacraments, for instance from extreme unction. Much less therefore does it result from catechizing, as some maintain. Objection 4, further, many other sacramentals are attached to baptism besides catechizing. Therefore spiritual relationship is not contracted from catechism any more than from the others. Objection 5, further, prayer is no less efficacious than instruction of catechism for advancement in good. But spiritual relationship does not result from prayer. Therefore it does not result from catechism. Objection 6, further, the instruction given to the baptized by preaching to them avails no less than preaching to those who are not yet baptized. But no spiritual relationship results from preaching. Neither therefore does it result from catechism. Objection 7, on the other hand, it is written, 1 Corinthians 4 verse 15, in Christ Jesus by the gospel I have begotten you. Now spiritual birth causes spiritual relationship. Therefore spiritual relationship results from the preaching of the gospel and instruction, and not only from baptism. Objection 8, further, as original sin is taken away by baptism, so is actual sin taken away by penance. Therefore just as baptism causes spiritual relationship, so also does penance. Objection 9, further, father denotes relationship. Now a man is called another's spiritual father in respect of penance, teaching, pastoral care and many other like things. Therefore spiritual relationship is contracted from many other sources besides baptism and confirmation. I answer that, there are 3 opinions on this question. Some say that as spiritual regeneration is bestowed by the sevenfold grace of the Holy Ghost, it is caused by means of 7 things. Beginning with the first taste of blessed salt and ending with confirmation given by the bishop, and they say that spiritual relationship is contracted by each of these 7 things. But this does not seem reasonable, for carnal relationship is not contracted except by a perfect act of generation. Wherefore affinity is not contracted except there be mingling of seeds, from which it is possible for carnal generation to follow. Now spiritual generation is not perfected except by a sacrament, wherefore it does not seem fitting for spiritual relationship to be contracted otherwise than through a sacrament. Hence others say that spiritual relationship is only contracted through 3 sacraments, namely catechism, baptism and confirmation, but these do not apparently know the meaning of what they say. Since catechism is not a sacrament but a sacramental. Wherefore others say that it is contracted through 2 sacraments only, namely confirmation and baptism, and this is the more common opinion. Some however of these say that catechism is a weak impediment, since it hinders the contracting of marriage but does not void the contract. Reply to objection 1, carnal birth is twofold. The first is in the womb, wherein that which is born is a weakling and cannot come forth without danger, and to this birth regeneration by baptism is likened. Wherein a man is regenerated as though yet needing to be fostered in the womb of the church. The second is birth from out of the womb, when that which was born in the womb is so far strengthened that it can without danger face the outer world which has a natural corruptive tendency. To this is likened confirmation, whereby man being strengthened goes forth abroad to confess the name of Christ. Hence spiritual relationship is fittingly contracted through both these sacraments. Reply to objection 2, the effect of the sacrament of order is not regeneration but the bestowal of power, for which reason it is not conferred on women, and consequently no impediment to marriage can arise therefrom. Hence this kind of relationship does not count. Reply to objection 3, in catechism one makes a profession of future baptism, just as in betrothal one enters an engagement of future marriage. Wherefore just as in betrothal a certain kind of propinquity is contracted, so is there in catechism, whereby marriage is rendered at least unlawful, as some say, but not in the other sacraments. Reply to objection 4, there is not made a profession of faith in the other sacramentals of baptism, as in catechism, wherefore the comparison fails. The same answer applies to the fifth and sixth objections. Reply to objection 7. The apostle had instructed them in the faith by a kind of catechism, and consequently his instruction was directed to their spiritual birth. Reply to objection 8. Properly speaking, a spiritual relationship is not contracted through the sacrament of penance. Wherefore a priest's son can marry a woman whose confession the priest has heard, else in the whole parish he could not find a woman whom he could marry. Nor does it matter that by penance actual sin is taken away, for this is not a kind of birth, but a kind of healing. Nevertheless, penance occasions a kind of bond between the woman penitent and the priest, that has a resemblance to spiritual relationship, so that if he have carnal intercourse with her, he sins as grievously as if she were his spiritual daughter. The reason of this is that the relations between priest and penitent are most intimate, and consequently in order to remove the occasion of sin this prohibition, can omnes quos, and sequentia, caus. XXX, was made. Reply to objection 9, a spiritual father is so called from his likeness to a carnal father. Now as the philosopher says, Ethic. 8:2, a carnal father gives his child three things, being nourishment and instruction, and consequently a person's spiritual father is so called from one of these three things. Nevertheless he has not, through being his spiritual father, a spiritual relationship with him, unless he is like a carnal father as to generation, which is the way to being. This solution may also be applied to the foregoing eighth objection. Whether spiritual relationship is contracted between the person baptized and the person who raises him from the sacred font. Objection 1. It would seem that spiritual relationship is not contracted between the person baptized and the person who raises him from the sacred font. For in carnal generation carnal relationship is contracted only on the part of the person of whose seed the child is born, and not on the part of the person who receives the child after birth. Therefore neither is spiritual relationship contracted between the receiver and the received at the sacred font. Objection 2. Further, he who raises a person from the sacred font is called by Dionysius, ekle, here. 2. And it is part of his office to instruct the child. But instruction is not a sufficient cause of spiritual relationship, as stated above, a.2. Therefore no relationship is contracted between him and the person whom he raises from the sacred font. Objection 3. Further, it may happen that someone raises a person from the sacred font before he himself is baptized. Now spiritual relationship is not contracted in such a case, since one who is not baptized is not capable of spirituality. Therefore raising a person from the sacred font is not sufficient to contract a spiritual relationship. On the contrary, there is the definition of spiritual relationship quoted above, a.1, as also the authorities mentioned in the text, Cent. 4, d. 42. I answer that, just as in carnal generation a person is born of a father and mother, so in spiritual generation a person is born again a son of God as father, and of the church as mother. Now while he who confers the sacrament stands in the place of God, whose instrument and minister he is, he who raises a baptized person from the sacred font, or holds the candidate for confirmation, stands in the place of the church. Therefore spiritual relationship is contracted with both. Reply to objection 1, not only the father, of whose seed the child is born, is related carnally to the child, but also the mother who provides the matter, and in whose womb the child is begotten. So too the godparent who in place of the church offers and raises the candidate for baptism and holds the candidate for confirmation contracts spiritual relationship. Reply to objection 2, he contracts spiritual relationship not by reason of the instruction it is his duty to give, but on account of the spiritual birth in which he cooperates. Reply to objection 3, a person who is not baptized cannot raise anyone from the sacred font, since he is not a member of the church whom the godparent in baptism represents, although he can baptize. Because he is a creature of God whom the baptizer represents. And yet he cannot contract a spiritual relationship, since he is void of spiritual life to which man is first born by receiving baptism. Whether spiritual relationship passes from husband to wife. Objection 1, it would seem that spiritual relationship does not pass from husband to wife. For spiritual and bodily union are disparate and differ generically. Therefore carnal union which is between husband and wife cannot be the means of contracting a spiritual relationship. Objection 2, further, the godfather and godmother have more in common in the spiritual birth that is the cause of spiritual relationship, than a husband, who is godfather, has with his wife. Now godfather and godmother do not hereby contract spiritual relationship. Therefore neither does a wife contract a spiritual relationship through her husband being godfather to someone. Objection 3, further, it may happen that the husband is baptized, and his wife not, for instance when he is converted from unbelief without his wife being converted. Now spiritual relationship cannot be contracted by one who is not baptized. Therefore it does not always pass from husband to wife. Objection 4, further, husband and wife together can raise a person from the sacred font, since no law forbids it. If therefore spiritual relationship passed from husband to wife, it would follow that each of them is twice godfather or godmother of the same individual, which is absurd. On the contrary, spiritual goods are more communicable than bodily goods. But the bodily consanguinity of the husband passes to his wife by affinity. Much more therefore does spiritual relationship. I answer that, A may become co-parent with B in two ways. First, by the act of another, B, who baptizes A's child, or raises him in baptism. In this way spiritual relationship does not pass from husband to wife, unless perchance it be his wife's child, for then she contracts spiritual relationship directly, even as her husband. Secondly, by his own act, for instance when he raises B's child from the sacred font, and thus spiritual relationship passes to the wife if he has already had carnal knowledge of her, but not if the marriage be not yet consummated. Since they are not as yet made one flesh, and this is by way of a kind of affinity. Wherefore it would seem on the same grounds to pass to a woman of whom he has carnal knowledge, though she be not his wife. Hence the verse, I may not marry my own child's godmother, nor the mother of my godchild, but I may marry the godmother of my wife's child. Reply to objection 1, from the fact that corporal and spiritual union differ generically we may conclude that the one is not the other, but not that the one cannot cause the other. Since things of different genera sometimes cause one another either directly or indirectly. Reply to objection 2, the godfather and godmother of the same person are not united in that person's spiritual birth save accidentally, since one of them would be self-sufficient for the purpose. Hence it does not follow from this that any spiritual relationship results between them whereby they are hindered from marrying one another. Hence the verse. Of two co-parents one is always spiritual, the other carnal, this rule is infallible. On the other hand, marriage by itself makes husband and wife one flesh, wherefore the comparison fails. Reply to objection 3, if the wife be not baptized, the spiritual relationship will not reach her, because she is not a fit subject, and not because spiritual relationship cannot pass from husband to wife through marriage. Reply to objection 4, since no spiritual relationship results between godfather and godmother, nothing prevents husband and wife from raising together someone from the sacred font. Nor is it absurd that the wife become twice godmother of the same person from different causes, just as it is possible for her to be connected in carnal relationship both by affinity and consanguinity to the same person. Whether spiritual relationship passes to the godfather's carnal children? Objection 1, it would seem that spiritual relationship does not pass to the godfather's carnal children. For no degrees are assigned to spiritual relationship. Yet there would be degrees if it passed from father to son, since the person begotten involves a change of degree, as stated above, Q. 55, a. 5. Therefore it does not pass to the godfather's carnal sons. Objection 2, further, father and son are related in the same degree as brother and brother. If therefore spiritual relationship passes from father to son, it will equally pass from brother to brother, and this is false. On the contrary, this is proved by authority quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 42. I answer that, a son is something of his father and not conversely, Ethic. 8:12 Wherefore spiritual relationship passes from father to his carnal son and not conversely. Thus it is clear that there are three spiritual relationships, one called spiritual fatherhood between Godfather and Godchild. Another called copaternity between the godparent and carnal parent of the same person, and the third is called spiritual brotherhood, between Godchild and the carnal children of the same parent. Each of these hinders the contracting of marriage and voids the contract. Reply to Objection 1. The addition of a person by carnal generation entails a degree with regard to a person connected by the same kind of relationship, but not with regard to one connected by another kind of relationship. Thus a son is connected with his father's wife in the same degree as his father, but by another kind of relationship. Now spiritual relationship differs in kind from carnal. Wherefore a godson is not related to his godfather's carnal son in the same degree as the latter's father is related to him, through whom the spiritual relationship is contracted. Consequently it does not follow that spiritual relationship admits of degrees. Reply to Objection 2, a man is not part of his brother as a son is of his father. But a wife is part of her husband, since she is made one with him in body. Consequently the relationship does not pass from brother to brother, whether the brother be born before or after spiritual brotherhood. Question 57, of legal relationship, which is by adoption, 3 articles. We must now consider legal relationship which is by adoption. Under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. What is adoption? 2. Whether one contracts through it a tie that is an impediment to marriage. 3. Between which persons is this tie contracted? Whether adoption is rightly defined. Objection 1. It would seem that adoption is not rightly defined. Adoption is the act by which a person lawfully takes for his child or grandchild and so on one who does not belong to him. For the child should be subject to its father. Now, sometimes the person adopted does not come under the power of the adopter. Therefore adoption is not always the taking of someone as a child. Objection 2. Further, parents should lay up for their children, 2 Corinthians 12 verse 14. But the adoptive father does not always necessarily lay up for his adopted child, since sometimes the adopted does not inherit the goods of the adopter. Therefore adoption is not the taking of someone as a child. Objection 3. Further, adoption, whereby someone is taken as a child, is likened to natural procreation whereby a child is begotten naturally. Therefore whoever is competent to beget a child naturally is competent to adopt. But this is untrue, since neither one who is not his own master, nor one who is not 25 years of age, nor a woman can adopt, and yet they can beget a child naturally. Therefore, properly speaking, adoption is not the taking of someone as a child. Objection 4. Further, to take as one's child one who is not one's own seems necessary in order to supply the lack of children begotten naturally. Now one who is unable to beget, through being a eunuch or impotent, suffers especially from the absence of children of his own begetting. Therefore he is especially competent to adopt someone as his child. But he is not competent to adopt. Therefore adoption is not the taking of someone as one's child. Objection 5. Further, in spiritual relationship, where someone is taken as a child without carnal procreation, it is of no consequence whether an older person become the father of a younger, or vice versa. Since a youth can baptize an old man and vice versa. Therefore, if by adoption a person is taken as a child without being carnally begotten, it would make no difference whether an older person adopted a younger, or a younger an older person, which is not true. Therefore the same conclusion follows. Objection 6. Further, there is no difference of degree between adopted and adopter. Therefore whoever is adopted as a child, and consequently it is not right to say that one may be adopted as a grandchild. Objection 7. Further, adoption is a result of love, wherefore God is said to have adopted us as children through charity. Now we should have greater charity towards those who are connected with us than towards strangers. Therefore adoption should be not of a stranger but of someone connected with us. I answer that, art imitates nature and supplies the defect of nature where nature is deficient. Hence just as a man begets by natural procreation, so by positive law, which is the art of what is good and just, one person can take to himself another as a child in likeness to one that is his child by nature. In order to take the place of the children he has lost, this being the chief reason why adoption was introduced. And since taking implies a term wherefrom, for which reason the taker is not the thing taken, it follows that the person taken as a child must be a stranger. Accordingly, just as natural procreation has a term whereto, namely the form which is the end of generation, and a term wherefrom, namely the contrary form, so legal generation has a term whereto, namely a child or grandchild. And a term wherefrom, namely, a stranger. Consequently the above definition includes the genus of adoption, for it is described as a lawful taking, and the term wherefrom, since it is said to be the taking of a stranger, and the term whereto, because it says, as a child or grandchild. Reply to Objection 1, the sonship of adoption is an imitation of natural sonship. Wherefore there are two species of adoption, one which imitates natural sonship perfectly, and this is called irregulatio, whereby the person adopted is placed under the power of the adopter. And one who is thus adopted inherits from his adopted father if the latter die intestate, nor can his father legally deprive him of a fourth part of his inheritance. But no one can adopt in this way except one who is his own master, one namely who has no father or, if he has, is of age. There can be no adoption of this kind without the authority of the sovereign. The other kind of adoption imitates natural sonship imperfectly, and is called simple adoption, and by this the adopted does not come under the power of the adopter, so that it is a disposition to perfect adoption, rather than perfect adoption itself. In this way even one who is not his own master can adopt, without the consent of the sovereign and with the authority of a magistrate, and one who is thus adopted does not inherit the estate of the adopter. Nor is the latter bound to bequeath to him any of his goods in his will, unless he will. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Objection 3, natural procreation is directed to the production of the species, wherefore anyone in whom the specific nature is not hindered is competent to be able to beget naturally. But adoption is directed to hereditary succession, wherefore those alone are competent to adopt who have the power to dispose of their estate. Consequently one who is not his own master, or who is less than 25 years of age, or a woman, cannot adopt anyone, except by special permission of the sovereign. Reply to Objection 4, an inheritance cannot pass to posterity through one who has a perpetual impediment from begetting, hence for this very reason it ought to pass to those who ought to succeed to him by right of relationship. And consequently he cannot adopt, as neither can he beget. Moreover greater is sorrow for children lost than for children one has never had. Wherefore those who are impeded from begetting need no solace for their lack of children as those who have had and have lost them, or could have had them but have them not by reason of some accidental impediment. Reply to Objection 5, spiritual relationship is contracted through a sacrament whereby the faithful are born again in Christ, in whom there is no difference between male and female, bondman and free, youth and old age, Galatians 3 verse 28, Colossians 3 verse 11. Wherefore anyone can indifferently become another's godfather. But adoption aims at hereditary succession and a certain subjection of the adopted to the adopter, and it is not fitting that older persons should be subjected to younger in the care of the household. Consequently a younger person cannot adopt an older, but according to law the adopted person must be so much younger than the adopter, that he might have been the child of his natural begetting. Reply to Objection 6, one may lose one's grandchildren and so forth even as one may lose one's children. Wherefore since adoption was introduced as a solace for children lost, just as someone may be adopted in place of a child, so may someone be adopted in place of a grandchild and so on. Reply to Objection 7, a relative ought to succeed by right of relationship, and therefore such a person is not competent to be chosen to succeed by adoption. And if a relative, who is not competent to inherit the estate, be adopted, he is adopted not as a relative, but as a stranger lacking the right of succeeding to the adopter's goods. Whether a tie that is an impediment to marriage is contracted through adoption? Objection 1, it would seem that there is not contracted through adoption a tie that is an impediment to marriage. For spiritual care is more excellent than corporeal care. But no tie of relationship is contracted through one's being subjected to another's spiritual care, else all those who dwell in the parish would be related to the parish priest and would be unable to marry his son. Neither therefore can this result from adoption, which places the adopted under the care of the adopter. Objection 2. Further, no tie of relationship results from persons conferring a benefit on another. But adoption is nothing but the conferring of a benefit. Therefore no tie of relationship results from adoption. Objection 3. Further, a natural father provides for his child chiefly in three things, as the philosopher states, Ethic. 8, 11, 12, namely by giving him being, nourishment and education, and hereditary succession is subsequent to these. Now no tie of relationship is contracted by one's providing for a person's nourishment and education, else a person would be related to his nourishers, tutors and masters, which is false. Therefore neither is any relationship contracted through adoption by which one inherits another's estate. Objection 4. Further, the sacraments of the Church are not subject to human laws. Now marriage is a sacrament of the Church. Since then adoption was introduced by human law, it would seem that a tie contracted from adoption cannot be an impediment to marriage. On the contrary, relationship is an impediment to marriage. Now a kind of relationship results from adoption, namely legal relationship, as evidenced by its definition, for legal relationship is a connection arising out of adoption. Therefore adoption results in a tie which is an impediment to marriage. Further, the same is proved by the authorities quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 42. I answer that, the divine law especially forbids marriage between those persons who have to live together lest, as Rabbi Moses observes, document perp. 3, 49, if it were lawful for them to have carnal intercourse, there should be more room for concupiscence to the repression of which marriage is directed. And since the adopted child dwells in the house of his adopted father like one that is begotten naturally, human laws forbid the contracting of marriage between the like, and this prohibition is approved by the Church. Hence it is that legal adoption is an impediment to marriage. This suffices for the replies to the first three objections, because none of those things entails such a cohabitation as might be an incentive to concupiscence. Therefore they do not cause a relationship that is an impediment to marriage. Reply to objection 4, the prohibition of a human law would not suffice to make an impediment to marriage, unless the authority of the Church intervenes by issuing the same prohibition. Whether legal relationship is contracted only between the adopting father and the adopted child. Objection 1, it would seem that a relationship of this kind is contracted only between the adopting father and the adopted child. For it would seem that it ought above all to be contracted between the adopting father and the natural mother of the adopted, as happens in spiritual relationship. Yet there is no legal relationship between them. Therefore it is not contracted between any other persons besides the adopter and adopted. Objection 2, further, the relationship that impedes marriage is a perpetual impediment. But there is not a perpetual impediment between the adopted son and the naturally begotten daughter of the adopted, because when the adoption terminates at the death of the adopter, or when the adopted comes of age, the latter can marry her. Therefore he was not related to her in such a way as to prevent him from marrying her. Objection 3, further, spiritual relationship passes to no person incapable of being a godparent, wherefore it does not pass to one who is not baptized. Now a woman cannot adopt, as stated above, a. 1, ad 2. Therefore legal relationship does not pass from husband to wife. Objection 4, further, spiritual relationship is stronger than legal. But spiritual relationship does not pass to a grandchild. Neither, therefore, does legal relationship. On the contrary, legal relationship is more in agreement with carnal union or procreation than spiritual relationship is. But spiritual relationship passes to another person. Therefore legal relationship does so also. Further, the same is proved by the authorities quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 42. I answer that, legal relationship is of three kinds. The first is in the descending order as it were, and is contracted between the adoptive father and the adopted child, the latter's child-grandchild and so on. The second is between the adopted child and the naturally begotten child. The third is like a kind of affinity, and is between the adoptive father and the wife of the adopted son, or contrariwise between the adopted son and the wife of the adoptive father. Accordingly the first and third relationships are perpetual impediments to marriage, but the second is not, but only so long as the adopted person remains under the power of the adoptive father. Wherefore when the father dies or when the child comes of age, they can be married. Reply to objection 1. By spiritual generation the son is not withdrawn from the father's power, as in the case of adoption, so that the godson remains the son of both at the same time, whereas the adopted son does not. Hence no relationship is contracted between the adoptive father and the natural mother or father, as was the case in spiritual relationship. Reply to objection 2. Legal relationship is an impediment to marriage on account of the parties dwelling together, hence when the need for dwelling together ceases, it is not unreasonable that the aforesaid tie cease. For instance when he ceases to be under the power of the same father. But the adoptive father and his wife always retain a certain authority over their adopted son and his wife, wherefore the tie between them remains. Reply to objection 3. Even a woman can adopt by permission of the sovereign, wherefore legal relationship passes also to her. Moreover the reason why spiritual relationship does not pass to a non-baptized person is not because such a person cannot be a godparent but because he is not a fit subject of spirituality. Reply to objection 4. By spiritual relationship the son is not placed under the power and care of the godfather, as in legal relationship, because it is necessary that whatever is in the son's power pass under the power of the adoptive father. Wherefore if a father be adopted the children and grandchildren who are in the power of the person adopted are adopted also. Question 58. Of the impediments of impotence, spell, frenzy or madness, incest and defective age, 5 articles. We must now consider 5 impediments to marriage, namely the impediments of impotence, spell, frenzy or madness, incest, and defective age. Under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. 1. Whether impotence is an impediment to marriage. 2. Whether a spell is. 3. Whether frenzy or madness is. 4. Whether incest is. 5. Whether defective age is. Whether impotence is an impediment to marriage. Objection 1. It would seem that impotence is not an impediment to marriage. For carnal copulation is not essential to marriage, since marriage is more perfect when both parties observe continency by vow. But impotence deprives marriage of nothing save carnal copulation. Therefore it is not a diriment impediment to the marriage contract. Objection 2. Further, just as impotence prevents carnal copulation so does frigidity. But frigidity is not reckoned an impediment to marriage. Therefore neither should impotence be reckoned as such. Objection 3. Further, all old people are frigid. Yet old people can marry. Therefore, etc. Objection 4. Further, if the woman knows the man to be frigid when she marries him, the marriage is valid. Therefore frigidity, considered in itself, is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 5. Further, callidity may prove a sufficient incentive to carnal copulation with one who is not a virgin, but not with one who is, because it happens to be so weak as to pass away quickly. And is therefore insufficient for the deflowering of a virgin. Or again it may move a man sufficiently in regard to a beautiful woman, but insufficiently in regard to an uncomely one. Therefore it would seem that frigidity, although it be an impediment in regard to one, is not an impediment absolutely. Objection 6. Further, generally speaking woman is more frigid than man. But women are not debarred from marriage. Neither therefore should men be debarred on account of frigidity. On the contrary, it is stated, extra, de frigidis et malefic, cap. Quod sedum, just as a boy who is incapable of marital intercourse is unfit to marry, so also those who are impotent are deemed most unfit for the marriage contract. Now persons affected with frigidity are the like. Therefore, etc. Further, no one can bind himself to the impossible. Now in marriage man binds himself to carnal copulation, because it is for this purpose that he gives the other party power over his body. Therefore a frigid person, being incapable of carnal copulation, cannot marry. I answer that, in marriage there is a contract whereby one is bound to pay the other the marital debt, wherefore just as in other contracts, the bond is unfitting if a person bind himself to what he cannot give or do. So the marriage contract is unfitting, if it be made by one who cannot pay the marital debt. This impediment is called by the general name of impotence as regards coition, and can arise either from an intrinsic and natural cause, or from an extrinsic and accidental cause, for instance spell, of which we shall speak later, a. 2. If it be due to a natural cause, this may happen in two ways. For either it is temporary, and can be remedied by medicine, or by the course of time, and then it does not void a marriage, or it is perpetual and then it voids marriage. So that the party who labors under this impediment remains forever without hope of marriage, while the other may marry to whom she will. In the Lord, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 39. In order to ascertain whether the impediment be perpetual or not, the Church has appointed a fixed time, namely 3 years, for putting the matter to a practical proof, and if after 3 years, during which both parties have honestly endeavored to fulfill their marital intercourse, the marriage remain unconsummated, the Church adjudges the marriage to be dissolved. And yet the Church is sometimes mistaken in this, because 3 years are sometimes insufficient to prove impotence to be perpetual. Wherefore if the Church find that she has been mistaken, seeing that the subject of the impediment has completed carnal copulation with another or with the same person, she reinstates the former marriage and dissolves the subsequent one, although the latter has been contracted with her permission. Nowadays it is seldom necessary to examine too closely into this matter, as all cases arising from it are treated as far as possible under the form of dispensations of non-consummated marriages. Cf. Catholic Encyclopedia, Article Canonical Impediments. Reply to Objection 1. Although the act of carnal copulation is not essential to marriage, ability to fulfill the act is essential, because marriage gives each of the married parties power over the other's body in relation to marital intercourse. Reply to Objection 2. Excessive callidity can scarcely be a perpetual impediment. If, however, it were to prove an impediment to marital intercourse for 3 years it would be adjudged to be perpetual. Nevertheless, since frigidity is a greater and more frequent impediment, for it not only hinders the mingling of seeds but also weakens the members which cooperate in the union of bodies, it is accounted an impediment rather than callidity. Since all natural defects are reduced to frigidity. Reply to Objection 3. Although old people have not sufficient callidity to procreate, they have sufficient to copulate. Wherefore they are allowed to marry, in so far as marriage is intended as a remedy, although it does not befit them as fulfilling an office of nature. Reply to Objection 4. In all contracts it is agreed on all hands that anyone who is unable to satisfy an obligation is unfit to make a contract which requires the fulfilling of that obligation. Now this inability is of two kinds. First, because a person is unable to fulfill the obligation de jure, and such inability renders the contract altogether void, whether the party with whom he contracts knows of this or not. Secondly, because he is unable to fulfill de facto. And then if the party with whom he contracts knows of this and, notwithstanding, enters the contract, this shows that the latter seeks some other end from the contract, and the contract stands. But if he does not know of it the contract is void. Consequently frigidity which causes such an impotence that a man cannot, de facto, pay the marriage debt, as also the condition of slavery, whereby a man cannot, de facto, give his service freely, are impediments to marriage. When the one married party does not know that the other is unable to pay the marriage debt. But an impediment whereby a person cannot pay the marriage debt, de jure, for instance consanguinity, voids the marriage contract, whether the other party knows of it or not. For this reason the Master holds, Cent. 4, d. 34, that these two impediments, frigidity and slavery, make it not altogether unlawful for their subjects to marry. Reply to objection 5. A man cannot have a perpetual natural impediment in regard to one person and not in regard to another. But if he cannot fulfill the carnal act with a virgin, while he can with one who is not a virgin, the hymeneal membrane may be broken by a medical instrument, and thus he may have connection with her. Nor would this be contrary to nature, for it would be done not for pleasure but for a remedy. Dislike for a woman is not a natural cause, but an accidental extrinsic cause, and therefore we must form the same judgment in its regard as about spells, of which we shall speak further on, a2. Reply to objection 6. The male is the agent in procreation, and the female is the patient, wherefore greater calidity is required in the male than in the female for the act of procreation. Hence the frigidity which renders the man impotent would not disable the woman. Yet there may be a natural impediment from another cause, namely stricture, and then we must judge of stricture in the woman in the same way as of frigidity in the man. Whether a spell can be an impediment to marriage? Objection 1. It would seem that a spell cannot be an impediment to marriage. For the spells in question are caused by the operation of demons. But the demons have no more power to prevent the marriage act than other bodily actions, and these they cannot prevent, for thus they would upset the whole world if they hindered eating and walking and the like. Therefore they cannot hinder marriage by spells. Objection 2. Further, God's work is stronger than the devil's. But a spell is the work of the devil. Therefore it cannot hinder marriage which is the work of God. Objection 3. Further, no impediment, unless it be perpetual, voids the marriage contract. But a spell cannot be a perpetual impediment, for since the devil has no power over others than sinners, the spell will be removed if the sin be cast out, or by another spell, or by the exorcisms of the Church which are employed for the repression of the demon's power. Therefore a spell cannot be an impediment to marriage. Objection 4. Further, carnal copulation cannot be hindered, unless there be an impediment to the generative power which is its principle. But the generative power of one man is equally related to all women. Therefore a spell cannot be an impediment in respect of one woman without being so also in respect of all. On the contrary, it is stated in the Decretals, 33, Q1, cap. For, if by sorcerers or witches, and further on, if they be incurable, they must be separated. Further, the demon's power is greater than man's. There is no power upon earth that can be compared with him who was made to fear no one, Job 41 verse 24. Now through the action of man, a person may be rendered incapable of carnal copulation by some power or by castration, and this is an impediment to marriage. Therefore much more can this be done by the power of a demon. I answer that, some have asserted that witchcraft is nothing in the world but an imagining of men who ascribe to spells those natural effects the causes of which are hidden. But this is contrary to the authority of holy men who state that the demons have power over men's bodies and imaginations, when God allows them, wherefore by their means wizards can work certain signs. Now this opinion grows from the root of unbelief or incredulity, because they do not believe that demons exist save only in the imagination of the common people, who ascribe to the demon the terrors which a man conjures from his thoughts. And because, owing to a vivid imagination, certain shapes such as he has in his thoughts become apparent to the senses, and then he believes that he sees the demons. But such assertions are rejected by the true faith whereby we believe that angels fell from heaven, and that the demons exist, and that by reason of their subtle nature they are able to do many things which we cannot. And those who induce them to do such things are called wizards. Wherefore others have maintained that witchcraft can set up an impediment to carnal copulation, but that no such impediment is perpetual, hence it does not void the marriage contract, and they say that the laws asserting this have been revoked. But this is contrary to actual facts and to the new legislation which agrees with the old. We must therefore draw a distinction, for the inability to copulate caused by witchcraft is either perpetual and then it voids marriage, or it is not perpetual and then it does not void marriage. And in order to put this to practical proof the Church has fixed the space of 3 years in the same way as we have stated with regard to frigidity, a1. There is, however, this difference between a spell and frigidity, that a person who is impotent through frigidity is equally impotent in relation to one as to another, and consequently when the marriage is dissolved, he is not permitted to marry another woman. Whereas through witchcraft a man may be rendered impotent in relation to one woman and not to another, and consequently when the Church adjudges the marriage to be dissolved, each party is permitted to seek another partner in marriage. Reply to Objection 1. The first corruption of sin whereby man became the slave of the devil was transmitted to us by the act of the generative power. And for this reason God allows the devil to exercise his power of witchcraft in this act more than in others. Even so the power of witchcraft is made manifest in serpents more than in other animals according to Gn 3, since the devil tempted the woman through a serpent. Reply to Objection 2. God's work may be hindered by the devil's work with God's permission, not that the devil is stronger than God so as to destroy his works by violence. Reply to Objection 3. Some spells are so perpetual that they can have no human remedy, although God might afford a remedy by coercing the demon, or the demon by desisting. For, as wizards themselves admit, it does not always follow that what was done by one kind of witchcraft can be destroyed by another kind, and even though it were possible to use witchcraft as a remedy, it would nevertheless be reckoned to be perpetual, since nowise ought one to invoke the demon's help by witchcraft. Again, if the devil has been given power over a person on account of sin, it does not follow that his power ceases with the sin, because the punishment sometimes continues after the fault has been removed. And again, the exorcisms of the Church do not always avail to repress the demons in all their molestations of the body, if God will it so, but they always avail against those assaults of the demons against which they are chiefly instituted. Reply to Objection 4. Witchcraft sometimes causes an impediment in relation to all, sometimes in relation to one only, because the devil is a voluntary cause not acting from natural necessity. Moreover, the impediment resulting from witchcraft may result from an impression made by the demon on a man's imagination, whereby he is deprived of the concupiscence that moves him in regard to a particular woman and not to another. Whether madness is an impediment to marriage? Objection 1. It would seem that madness is not an impediment to marriage. For spiritual marriage which is contracted in baptism is more excellent than carnal marriage. But mad persons can be baptized. Therefore they can also marry. Objection 2. Further, frigidity is an impediment to marriage because it impedes carnal copulation, which is not impeded by madness. Therefore neither is marriage impeded thereby. Objection 3. Further, marriage is not voided save by a perpetual impediment. But one cannot tell whether madness is a perpetual impediment. Therefore it does not void marriage. Objection 4. Further, the impediments that hinder marriage are sufficiently contained in the verses given above, Q. 50. But they contain no mention of madness. Therefore, etc. On the contrary, madness removes the use of reason more than error does. But error is an impediment to marriage. Therefore madness is also. Further, mad persons are not fit for making contracts. But marriage is a contract. Therefore, etc. I answer that, the madness is either previous or subsequent to marriage. If subsequent, it nowise voids the marriage, but if it be previous, then the mad person either has lucid intervals, or not. If he has, then although it is not safe for him to marry during that interval, since he would not know how to educate his children, yet if he marries, the marriage is valid. But if he has no lucid intervals, or marries outside a lucid interval, then, since there can be no consent without use of reason, the marriage will be invalid. Reply to Objection 1. The use of reason is not necessary for baptism as its cause, in which way it is necessary for matrimony. Hence the comparison fails. We have, however, spoken of the baptism of mad persons, TP, Q. 68, A. 12. Reply to Objection 2. Madness impedes marriage on the part of the latter's cause which is the consent, although not on the part of the act as frigidity does. Yet the Master treats of it together with frigidity, because both are defects of nature, sent. 4, D. 34. Reply to Objection 3. a passing impediment which hinders the cause of marriage, namely the consent, voids marriage altogether. But an impediment that hinders the act must needs be perpetual in order to void the marriage. Reply to objection 4, this impediment is reducible to error, since in either case there is lack of consent on the part of the reason. Whether marriage is annulled by the husband committing incest with his wife's sister. Objection 1, it would seem that marriage is not annulled by the husband committing incest with his wife's sister. For the wife should not be punished for her husband's sin. Yet she would be punished if the marriage were annulled. Therefore, etc. Objection 2, further, it is a greater sin to know one's own relative, than to know the relative of one's wife. But the former sin is not an impediment to marriage. Therefore neither is the second. Objection 3, further, if this is inflicted as a punishment of the sin, it would seem, if the incestuous husband marry even after his wife's death, that they ought to be separated, which is not true. Objection 4, further, this impediment is not mentioned among those enumerated above, Q. 50. Therefore it does not void the marriage contract. On the contrary, by knowing his wife's sister he contracts affinity, with his wife. But affinity voids the marriage contract. Therefore the aforesaid incest does also. Further, by whatsoever a man sinneth, by the same also is he punished. Now such a man sins against marriage. Therefore he ought to be punished by being deprived of marriage. I answer that, if a man has connection with the sister or other relative of his wife before contracting marriage, even after his betrothal, the marriage should be broken off on account of the resultant affinity. If, however, the connection take place after the marriage has been contracted and consummated, the marriage must not be altogether dissolved, but the husband loses his right to marital intercourse, nor can he demand it without sin. And yet he must grant it if asked, because the wife should not be punished for her husband's sin. But after the death of his wife he ought to remain without any hope of marriage, unless he receive a dispensation on account of his frailty, through fear of unlawful intercourse. If, however, he marry without a dispensation, he sins by contravening the law of the Church, but his marriage is not for this reason to be annulled. This suffices for the replies to the objections, for incest is accounted an impediment to marriage not so much for its being a sin as on account of the affinity which it causes. For this reason it is not mentioned with the other impediments, but is included in the impediment of affinity. Whether defective age is an impediment to marriage? Objection 1, it would seem that deficient age is not an impediment to marriage. For according to the laws children are under the care of a guardian until their 25th year. Therefore it would seem that before that age their reason is not sufficiently mature to give consent, and consequently that ought seemingly to be the age fixed for marrying. Yet marriage can be contracted before that age. Therefore lack of the appointed age is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 2, further, just as the tie of religion is perpetual so is the marriage tie. Now according to the new legislation, cap. Non-solemn, irregular. Et transient. No one can be professed before the 14th year of age. Therefore neither could a person marry if defective age were an impediment. Objection 3, further, just as consent is necessary for marriage on the part of the man, so is it on the part of the woman. Now a woman can marry before the age of 14. Therefore a man can also. Objection 4, further, inability to copulate, unless it be perpetual and not known, is not an impediment to marriage. But lack of age is neither perpetual nor unknown. Therefore it is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 5, further, it is not included under any of the aforesaid impediments, Q. 50, and consequently would seem not to be an impediment to marriage. On the contrary, a decretal, cap. Quod sedum, de frigid et malefic. Says that a boy who is incapable of marriage intercourse is unfit to marry. But in the majority of cases he cannot pay the marriage debt before the age of 14, de animal. 7, therefore, etc. Further, there is a fixed limit of size and growth for all things in nature, according to the philosopher, de anima 2, 4, and consequently it would seem that, since marriage is natural, it must have a fixed age by defect of which it is impeded. I answer that, since marriage is effected by way of a contract, it comes under the ordinance of positive law like other contracts. Consequently, according to law, cap. Tua, desponsal. Impub. It is determined that marriage may not be contracted before the age of discretion when each party is capable of sufficient deliberation about marriage and of mutual fulfillment of the marriage debt, and that marriages otherwise contracted are void. Now for the most part this age is the 14th year in males and the 12th year in women, but since the ordinances of positive law are consequent upon what happens in the majority of cases. If anyone reach the required perfection before the aforesaid age, so that nature and reason are sufficiently developed to supply the lack of age, the marriage is not annulled. Wherefore if the parties who marry before the age of puberty have marital intercourse before the aforesaid age, their marriage is none the less perpetually indissoluble. Reply to Objection 1. In matters to which nature inclines there is not required such a development of reason in order to deliberate, as in other matters, and therefore it is possible after deliberation to consent to marriage before one is able to manage one's own affairs in other matters without a guardian. Reply to Objection 2. The same answer applies, since the religious vow is about matters outside the inclination of nature, and which offer greater difficulty than marriage. Reply to Objection 3. It is said that woman comes to the age of puberty sooner than man does, de animal. 9. Hence there is no parallel between the two. Reply to Objection 4. In this case there is an impediment not only as to inability to copulate, but also on account of the defect of the reason, which is not yet qualified to give rightly that consent which is to endure in perpetuity. Reply to Objection 5. The impediment arising from defective age, like that which arises from madness, is reducible to the impediment of error, because a man has not yet the full use of his free will. Question 59. Of disparity of worship as an impediment to marriage, 6 articles. We must now consider disparity of worship as an impediment to marriage. Under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. 1. Whether a believer can marry an unbeliever. 2. Whether there is marriage between unbelievers. 3. Whether a husband being converted to the faith can remain with his wife if she be unwilling to be converted. 4. Whether he may leave his unbelieving wife. 5. Whether after putting her away he may take another wife. 6. Whether a husband may put aside his wife on account of other sins as he may for unbelief. Whether a believer can marry an unbeliever. Objection 1. It would seem that a believer can marry an unbeliever. For Joseph married an Egyptian woman, and Esther married Ahasuerus, and in both marriages there was disparity of worship, since one was an unbeliever and the other a believer. Therefore disparity of worship previous to marriage is not an impediment thereto. Objection 2. Further, the old law teaches the same faith as the new. But according to the old law there could be marriage between a believer and an unbeliever, as evidenced by DT 21:10 Sequentia, if thou go out to the fight. And sayest in the number of the captives a beautiful woman and lovest her, and wilt have her to wife, thou shalt go in unto her, and shalt sleep with her, and she shall be thy wife. Therefore it is lawful also under the new law. Objection 3. Further, betrothal is directed to marriage. Now there can be a betrothal between a believer and an unbeliever in the case where a condition is made of the latter's future conversion. Therefore under the same condition there can be marriage between them. Objection 4. Further, every impediment to marriage is in some way contrary to marriage. But unbelief is not contrary to marriage, since marriage fulfills an office of nature whose dictate faith surpasses. Therefore disparity of worship is not an impediment to marriage. Objection 5. Further, there is sometime disparity of worship even between two persons who are baptized, for instance when, after baptism, a person falls into heresy. Yet if such a person marry a believer, it is nevertheless a valid marriage. Therefore disparity of worship is not an impediment to marriage. On the contrary, it is written, 2 Corinthians 6 verse 14, what concord hath light with darkness? Vulgar, what fellowship hath light with darkness? And what concord hath Christ with Belial? Now there is the greatest concord between husband and wife. Therefore one who is in the light of faith cannot marry one who is in the darkness of unbelief. Further, it is written, Malachi 2 verse 11, Judah hath profaned the holiness of the Lord, which he loved, and hath married the daughter of a strange god. But such had not been the case if they could have married validly. Therefore disparity of worship is an impediment to marriage. I answer that, the chief good of marriage is the offspring to be brought up to the worship of God. Now since education is the work of father and mother in common, each of them intends to bring up the child to the worship of God according to their own faith. Consequently, if they be of different faith, the intention of the one will be contrary to the intention of the other, and therefore there cannot be a fitting marriage between them. For this reason disparity of faith previous to marriage is an impediment to the marriage contract. Reply to objection 1. In the old law it was allowable to marry with certain unbelievers, and forbidden with others. It was however especially forbidden with regard to inhabitants of the land of Canaan, both because the Lord had commanded them to be slain on account of their obstinacy, and because it was fraught with a greater danger. Lest to wit they should pervert to idolatry those whom they married or their children, since the Israelites were more liable to adopt their rites and customs through dwelling among them. But it was permitted in regard to other unbelievers, especially when there could be no fear of their being drawn into idolatry. And thus Joseph, Moses, and Esther married unbelievers. But under the new law which is spread throughout the whole world the prohibition extends with equal reason to all unbelievers. Hence disparity of worship previous to marriage is an impediment to its being contracted and voids the contract. Reply to objection 2. This law either refers to other nations with whom they could lawfully marry, or to the case when the captive woman was willing to be converted to the faith and worship of God. Reply to objection 3. Present is related to present in the same way as future to future. Wherefore just as when marriage is contracted in the present, unity of worship is required in both contracting parties, so in the case of a betrothal, which is a promise of future marriage, it suffices to add the condition of future unity of worship. Reply to objection 4. It has been made clear that disparity of worship is contrary to marriage in respect of its chief good, which is the good of the offspring. Reply to objection 5. Matrimony is a sacrament, and therefore so far as the sacramental essentials are concerned, it requires purity with regard to the sacrament of faith, namely baptism, rather than with regard to interior faith. For which reason also this impediment is not called disparity of faith, but disparity of worship which concerns outward service, as stated above, Cent. 3, D, 9, Q, 1, A, 1, QU 1. Consequently if a believer marry a baptized heretic, the marriage is valid, although he sins by marrying her if he knows her to be a heretic, even so he would sin were he to marry an excommunicate woman. And yet the marriage would not be void, whereas on the other hand if a catechumen having right faith but not having been baptized were to marry a baptized believer, the marriage would not be valid. Whether there can be marriage between unbelievers? Objection 1. It would seem that there can be no marriage between unbelievers. For matrimony is a sacrament of the Church. Now baptism is the door of the sacraments. Therefore unbelievers, since they are not baptized, cannot marry any more than they can receive other sacraments. Objection 2. Further, two evils are a greater impediment to good than one. But the unbelief of only one party is an impediment to marriage. Much more, therefore, is the unbelief of both, and consequently there can be no marriage between unbelievers. Objection 3. Further, just as there is disparity of worship between believer and unbeliever, so can there be between two unbelievers, for instance if one be a heathen and the other a Jew. Now disparity of worship is an impediment to marriage, as stated above, A. 1. Therefore there can be no valid marriage at least between unbelievers of different worship. Objection 4. Further, in marriage there is real chastity. But according to Augustine, the adult. Conjug. I. 18, there is no real chastity between an unbeliever and his wife, and these words are quoted in the Decretals, 18i, Qui, can. Sic enim. Neither therefore is there a true marriage. Objection 5. Further, true marriage excuses carnal intercourse from sin. But marriage contracted between unbelievers cannot do this, since the whole life of unbelievers is a sin, as a gloss observes on Rom. 14:23, all that is not of faith is sin. Therefore there is no true marriage between unbelievers. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 7:12, if any brother hath a wife that believeth not, and she consent to dwell with him, let him not put her away. But she is not called his wife except by reason of marriage. Therefore marriage between unbelievers is a true marriage. Further, the removal of what comes after does not imply the removal of what comes first. Now marriage belongs to an office of nature, which precedes the state of grace, the principle of which is faith. Therefore unbelief does not prevent the existence of marriage between unbelievers. I answer that, marriage was instituted chiefly for the good of the offspring, not only as to its begetting, since this can be effected even without marriage, but also as to its advancement to a perfect state. Because everything intends naturally to bring its effect to perfection. Now a twofold perfection is to be considered in the offspring. One is the perfection of nature, not only as regards the body but also as regards the soul, by those means which are of the natural law. The other is the perfection of grace, and the former perfection is material and imperfect in relation to the latter. Consequently, since those things which are for the sake of the end are proportionate to the end, the marriage that tends to the first perfection is imperfect and material in comparison with that which tends to the second perfection. And since the first perfection can be common to unbelievers and believers, while the second belongs only to believers, it follows that between unbelievers there is marriage indeed, but not perfected by its ultimate perfection as there is between believers. Reply to Objection 1, marriage was instituted not only as a sacrament, but also as an office of nature. And therefore, although marriage is not competent to unbelievers, as a sacrament dependent on the dispensation of the Church's ministers, it is nevertheless competent to them as fulfilling an office of nature. And yet even a marriage of this kind is a sacrament after the manner of a habit, although it is not actually, since they do not marry actually in the faith of the Church. Reply to Objection 2, disparity of worship is an impediment to marriage, not by reason of unbelief, but on account of the difference of faith. For disparity of worship hinders not only the second perfection of the offspring, but also the first, since the parents endeavor to draw their children in different directions, which is not the case when both are unbelievers. Reply to Objection 3, as already stated, ad 1, there is marriage between unbelievers, in so far as marriage fulfills an office of nature. Now those things that pertain to the natural law are determinable by positive law, and therefore if any law among unbelievers forbid the contracting of marriage with unbelievers of a different rite, the disparity of worship will be an impediment to their intermarrying. They are not, however, forbidden by divine law, because before God, however much one may stray from the faith, this makes no difference to one's being removed from grace, nor is it forbidden by any law of the Church who has not to judge of those who are without. Reply to Objection 4, the chastity and other virtues of unbelievers are said not to be real, because they cannot attain the end of real virtue, which is real happiness. Thus we say it is not a real wine if it has not the effect of wine. Reply to Objection 5, an unbeliever does not sin in having intercourse with his wife, if he pays her the marriage debt, for the good of the offspring, or for the troth whereby he is bound to her, since this is an act of justice and of temperance which observes the due circumstance in pleasure of touch. Even as neither does he sin in performing acts of other civic virtues. Again, the reason why the whole life of unbelievers is said to be a sin is not that they sin in every act, but because they cannot be delivered from the bondage of sin by that which they do. Whether the husband, being converted to the faith, may remain with his wife if she be unwilling to be converted? Objection 1, it would seem that when a husband is converted to the faith he cannot remain with his wife who is an unbeliever and is unwilling to be converted, and whom he had married while he was yet an unbeliever. For where the danger is the same, one should take the same precautions. Now a believer is forbidden to marry an unbeliever for fear of being turned away from the faith. Since then if the believer remain with the unbeliever whom he had married previously, the danger is the same, in fact greater, for neophytes are more easily perverted than those who have been brought up in the faith. It would seem that a believer, after being converted, cannot remain with an unbeliever. Objection 2. Further, an unbeliever cannot remain united to her who has been received into the Christian faith, decretals, Atenei, Qu1, can. Judei. Therefore a believer is bound to put away a wife who does not believe. Objection 3. Further, a marriage contracted between believers is more perfect than one contracted between unbelievers. Now, if believers marry within the degrees forbidden by the Church, their marriage is void. Therefore the same applies to unbelievers, and thus a believing husband cannot remain with an unbelieving wife, at any rate, if as an unbeliever he married her within the forbidden degrees. Objection 4. Further, sometimes an unbeliever has several wives recognized by his law. If, then, he can remain with those whom he married while yet an unbeliever, it would seem that even after his conversion he can retain several wives. Objection 5. Further, it may happen that after divorcing his first wife he has married a second, and that he is converted during this latter marriage. It would seem therefore that at least in this case he cannot remain with this second wife. On the contrary, the Apostle counsels him to remain, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 12. Further, no impediment that supervenes upon a true marriage dissolves it. Now it was a true marriage when they were both unbelievers. Therefore when one of them is converted, the marriage is not annulled on that account, and thus it would seem that they may lawfully remain together. I answer that, the faith of a married person does not dissolve but perfects the marriage. Wherefore, since there is true marriage between unbelievers, as stated above, a. 2, ad 1, the marriage tie is not broken by the fact that one of them is converted to the faith, but sometimes while the marriage tie remains. The marriage is dissolved as to cohabitation and marital intercourse, wherein unbelief and adultery are on a par, since both are against the good of the offspring. Consequently, the husband has the same power to put away an unbelieving wife or to remain with her, as he has to put away an adulterous wife or to remain with her. For an innocent husband is free to remain with an adulterous wife in the hope of her amendment, but not if she be obstinate in her sin of adultery, lest he seem to approve of her disgrace. Although even if there be hope of her amendment he is free to put her away. In like manner the believer after his conversion may remain with the unbeliever in the hope of her conversion, if he see that she is not obstinate in her unbelief, and he does well in remaining with her. Though not bound to do so, and this is what the Apostle counsels, 1 Cor. 7:12. Reply to Objection 1, it is easier to prevent a thing being done than to undo what is rightly done. Hence there are many things that impede the contracting of marriage if they precede it, which nevertheless cannot dissolve it if they follow it. Such is the case with affinity, Q. 55, a. 6, and it is the same with disparity of worship. Reply to Objection 2, in the early church at the time of the apostles, both Jews and Gentiles were everywhere converted to the faith, and consequently the believing husband could then have a reasonable hope for his wife's conversion, even though she did not promise to be converted. Afterwards, however, as time went on the Jews became more obstinate than the Gentiles, because the Gentiles still continued to come to the faith, for instance, at the time of the martyrs, and at the time of Constantine and thereabouts. Wherefore it was not safe then for a believer to cohabit with an unbelieving Jewish wife, nor was there hope for her conversion as for that of a Gentile wife. Consequently, then, the believer could, after his conversion, cohabit with his wife if she were a Gentile, but not if she were a Jewess, unless she promised to be converted. This is the sense of that decree. Now, however, they are on a par, namely Gentiles and Jews, because both are obstinate, and therefore unless the unbelieving wife be willing to be converted, he is not allowed to cohabit with her, be she Gentile or Jew. Reply to Objection 3, non-baptized unbelievers are not bound by the laws of the Church, but they are bound by the ordinances of the divine law. Hence unbelievers who have married within the degrees forbidden by the divine law, whether both or one of them be converted to the faith, cannot continue in a like marriage. But if they have married within the degrees forbidden by a commandment of the Church, they can remain together if both be converted, or if one be converted and there be hope of the other's conversion. Reply to objection 4. To have several wives is contrary to the natural law by which even unbelievers are bound. Wherefore an unbeliever is not truly married save to her whom he married first. Consequently, if he be converted with all his wives, he may remain with the first, and must put the others away. If, however, the first refuse to be converted, and one of the others be converted, he has the same right to marry her again as he would have to marry another. We shall treat of this matter further on, a. 5. Reply to objection 5. To divorce a wife is contrary to the law of nature, wherefore it is not lawful for an unbeliever to divorce his wife. Hence if he be converted after divorcing one and marrying another, the same judgment is to be pronounced in this case as in the case of a man who had several wives. Because if he wished to be converted he is bound to take the first whom he had divorced and to put the other away. Whether a believer can, after his conversion, put away his unbelieving wife if she be willing to cohabit with him without insult to the Creator? Objection 1. It would seem that a believer, after his conversion, cannot put away his unbelieving wife if she be willing to cohabit with him without insult to the Creator. For the husband is more bound to his wife than a slave to his master. But a converted slave is not freed from the bond of slavery, as appears from 1 Corinthians 7 verse 21, 1 Timothy 6 verse 1. Therefore neither can a believing husband put away his unbelieving wife. Objection 2. Further, no one may act to another's prejudice without the latter's consent. Now the unbelieving wife had a right in the body of her unbelieving husband. If, then, her husband's conversion to the faith could be prejudicial to the wife, so that he would be free to put her away, the husband could not be converted to the faith without his wife's consent. Even as he cannot receive orders or vow continence without her consent. Objection 3. Further, if a man, whether slave or free, knowingly marry a bondwoman, he cannot put her away on account of her different condition. Since, then, the husband, when he married an unbeliever, knew that she was an unbeliever, it would seem that in like manner he cannot put her away on account of her unbelief. Objection 4. Further, a father is in duty bound to work for the salvation of his children. But if he were to leave his unbelieving wife, the children of their union would remain with the mother, because the offspring follows the womb, and thus their salvation would be imperiled. Therefore he cannot lawfully put away his unbelieving wife. Objection 5. Further, an adulterous husband cannot put away an adulterous wife, even after he has done penance for his adultery. Therefore if an adulteress and an unbelieving husband are to be judged alike, neither can the believer put aside the unbeliever, even after his conversion to the faith. On the contrary, are the words of the Apostle, 1 Corinthians 7 verses 15 and 16. Further, spiritual adultery is more grievous than carnal. But a man can put his wife away, as to cohabitation, on account of carnal adultery. Much more, therefore, can he do so on account of unbelief, which is spiritual adultery. I answer that, different things are competent and expedient to man according as his life is of one kind or of another. Wherefore he who dies to his former life is not bound to those things to which he was bound in his former life. Hence it is that he who vowed certain things while living in the world is not bound to fulfill them when he dies to the world by adopting the religious life. Now he who is baptized is regenerated in Christ and dies to his former life, since the generation of one thing is the corruption of another, and consequently he is freed from the obligation whereby he was bound to pay his wife the marriage debt. And is not bound to cohabit with her when she is unwilling to be converted, although in a certain case he is free to do so, as stated above, a. 3, just as a religious is free to fulfill the vows he took in the world. If they be not contrary to his religious profession, although he is not bound to do so. Reply to objection 1, bondage is not inconsistent with the perfection of the Christian religion, which makes a very special profession of humility. But the obligation to a wife, or the conjugal bond, is somewhat derogatory to the perfection of Christian life, the highest state of which is in the possession of the continent, hence the comparison fails. Moreover, one married party is not bound to the other as the latter's possession, as a slave to his master, but by way of a kind of partnership, which is unfitting between unbeliever and believer, as appears from 2 Corinthians 6 verse 15. Hence there is no comparison between a slave and a married person. Reply to objection 2, the wife had a right in the body of her husband only as long as he remained in the life wherein he had married, since also when the husband dies the wife is delivered from the law of her husband, Romans 7 verse 3. Wherefore if the husband leave her after he has changed his life by dying to his former life, this is nowise prejudicial to her. Now he who goes over to the religious life dies but a spiritual death and not a bodily death. Wherefore if the marriage be consummated, the husband cannot enter religion without his wife's consent, whereas he can before carnal connection when there is only a spiritual connection. On the other hand, he who is baptized is even corporeally buried together with Christ unto death, and therefore he is freed from paying the marriage debt even after the marriage has been consummated. We may also reply that it is through her own fault in refusing to be converted that the wife suffers prejudice. Reply to objection 3, disparity of worship makes a person simply unfit for lawful marriage, whereas the condition of bondage does not, but only where it is unknown. Hence there is no comparison between an unbeliever and a bondswoman. Reply to objection 4, either the child has reached a perfect age, and then it is free to follow either the believing father or the unbelieving mother, or else it is under age. And then it should be given to the believer notwithstanding that it needs the mother's care for its education. Reply to objection 5, by doing penance the adulterer does not enter another life as an unbeliever by being baptized. Hence the comparison fails. Whether the believer who leaves his unbelieving wife can take another wife? Objection 1, it would seem that the believer who leaves his unbelieving wife cannot take another wife. For indissolubility is of the nature of marriage, since it is contrary to the natural law to divorce one's wife. Now there was true marriage between them as unbelievers. Therefore their marriage can nowise be dissolved. But as long as a man is bound by marriage to one woman he cannot marry another. Therefore a believer who leaves his unbelieving wife cannot take another wife. Objection 2, further, a crime subsequent to marriage does not dissolve the marriage. Now, if the wife be willing to cohabit without insult to the Creator, the marriage tie is not dissolved, since the husband cannot marry another. Therefore the sin of the wife who refuses to cohabit without insult to the Creator does not dissolve the marriage so that her husband be free to take another wife. Objection 3, further, husband and wife are equal in the marriage tie. Since, then, it is unlawful for the unbelieving wife to marry again while her husband lives, it would seem that neither can the believing husband do so. Objection 4, further, the vow of continence is more favorable than the marriage contract. Now seemingly it is not lawful for the believing husband to take a vow of continence without the consent of his unbelieving wife, since then the latter would be deprived of marriage if she were afterwards converted. Much less therefore is it lawful for him to take another wife. Objection 5, further, the son who persists in unbelief after his father's conversion loses the right to inherit from his father, and yet if he be afterwards converted, the inheritance is restored to him even though another should have entered into possession thereof. Therefore it would seem that in like manner, if the unbelieving wife be converted, her husband ought to be restored to her even though he should have married another wife, yet this would be impossible if the second marriage were valid. Therefore he cannot take another wife. On the contrary, matrimony is not ratified without the sacrament of baptism. Now what is not ratified can be annulled. Therefore marriage contracted in unbelief can be annulled, and consequently, the marriage tie being dissolved, it is lawful for the husband to take another wife. Further, a husband ought not to cohabit with an unbelieving wife who refuses to cohabit without insult to the Creator. If therefore it were unlawful for him to take another wife he would be forced to remain continent, which would seem unreasonable, since then he would be at a disadvantage through his conversion. I answer that, when either husband or wife is converted to the faith the other remaining in unbelief, a distinction must be made. For if the unbeliever be willing to cohabit without insult to the Creator, that is, without drawing the other to unbelief, the believer is free to part from the other, but by parting is not permitted to marry again. But if the unbeliever refuse to cohabit without insult to the Creator, by making use of blasphemous words and refusing to hear Christ's name, then if she strive to draw him to unbelief, the believing husband after parting from her may be united to another in marriage. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above, a. 2, the marriage of unbelievers is imperfect, whereas the marriage of believers is perfect and consequently binds more firmly. Now the firmer tie always looses the weaker if it is contrary to it, and therefore the subsequent marriage contracted in the faith of Christ dissolves the marriage previously contracted in unbelief. Therefore the marriage of unbelievers is not altogether firm and ratified, but is ratified afterwards by Christ's faith. Reply to Objection 2. The sin of the wife who refuses to cohabit without insult to the Creator frees the husband from the tie whereby he was bound to his wife so as to be unable to marry again during her lifetime. It does not however dissolve the marriage at once, since if she were converted from her blasphemy before he married again, her husband would be restored to her. But the marriage is dissolved by the second marriage which the believing husband would be unable to accomplish unless he were freed from his obligation to his wife by her own fault. Reply to Objection 3. After the believer has married, the marriage tie is dissolved on either side, because the marriage is not imperfect as to the bond, although it is sometimes imperfect as to its effect. Hence it is in punishment of the unbelieving wife rather than by virtue of the previous marriage that she is forbidden to marry again. If however she be afterwards converted, she may be allowed by dispensation to take another husband, should her husband have taken another wife. Reply to Objection 4. The husband ought not to take a vow of continence nor enter into a second marriage, if after his conversion there be a reasonable hope of the conversion of his wife. Because the wife's conversion would be more difficult if she knew she was deprived of her husband. If however there be no hope of her conversion, he can take holy orders or enter religion, having first besought his wife to be converted. And then if the wife be converted after her husband has received holy orders, her husband must not be restored to her, but she must take it as a punishment of her tardy conversion that she is deprived of her husband. Reply to Objection 5. The bond of fatherhood is not dissolved by disparity of worship, as the marriage bond is, wherefore there is no comparison between an inheritance and a wife. Whether other sins dissolve marriage? Objection 1. It would seem that other sins besides unbelief dissolve marriage. For adultery is seemingly more directly opposed to marriage than unbelief is. But unbelief dissolves marriage in a certain case so that it is lawful to marry again. Therefore adultery has the same effect. Objection 2. Further, just as unbelief is spiritual fornication, so is any kind of sin. If, then unbelief dissolves marriage because it is spiritual fornication, for the same reason any kind of sin will dissolve marriage. Objection 3. Further, it is said, Matt. 5:30, if thy right hand scandalize thee, pluck it off and cast it from thee, and a gloss of Jerome says that, by the hand and the right eye we may understand our brother, wife, relatives and children. Now these become obstacles to us by any kind of sin. Therefore marriage can be dissolved on account of any kind of sin. Objection 4. Further, covetousness is idolatry according to Ephesians 5 verse 5. Now a wife may be put away on account of idolatry. Therefore in like manner she can be put away on account of covetousness, as also on account of other sins graver than covetousness. Objection 5. Further, the Master says this expressly, Cent. 4, d. 30. On the contrary, it is said, Matt. 5:32, whosoever shall put away his wife, excepting for the cause of fornication, mocketh her to commit adultery. Further, if this were true, divorces would be made all day long, since it is rare to find a marriage wherein one of the parties does not fall into sin. I answer that, bodily fornication and unbelief have a special contrariety to the goods of marriage, as stated above, a. 3. Hence they are specially effective in dissolving marriages. Nevertheless it must be observed that marriage is dissolved in two ways. In one way as to the marriage tie, and thus marriage cannot be dissolved after it is ratified, neither by unbelief nor by adultery. But if it be not ratified, the tie is dissolved, if the one party remain in unbelief, and the other being converted to the faith has married again. On the other hand, the aforesaid tie is not dissolved by adultery, else the unbeliever would be free to give a bill of divorce to his adulterous wife, and having put her away, could take another wife, which is false. In another way marriage is dissolved as to the act, and thus it can be dissolved on account of either unbelief or fornication. But marriage cannot be dissolved even as to the act on account of other sins, unless perchance the husband wished to cease from intercourse with his wife in order to punish her by depriving her of the comfort of his presence. Reply to Objection 1. Although adultery is opposed to marriage as fulfilling an office of nature, more directly than unbelief, it is the other way about if we consider marriage as a sacrament of the Church. From which source it derives perfect stability, inasmuch as it signifies the indissoluble union of Christ with the Church. Wherefore the marriage that is not ratified can be dissolved as to the marriage tie on account of unbelief rather than on account of adultery. Reply to Objection 2. The primal union of the soul to God is by faith, and consequently the soul is thereby espoused to God as it were, according to Os 2:20, I will espouse thee to me in faith. Hence in Holy Writ idolatry and unbelief are specially designated by the name of fornication, whereas other sins are called spiritual fornications by a more remote signification. Reply to Objection 3. This applies to the case when the wife proves a notable occasion of sin to her husband, so that he has reason to fear his being in danger, for then the husband can withdraw from living with her, as stated above, a. 5. Reply to Objection 4. Covetousness is said to be idolatry on account of a certain likeness of bondage, because both the covetous and the idolater serve the creature rather than the Creator. But not on account of likeness of unbelief, since unbelief corrupts the intellect whereas covetousness corrupts the affections. Reply to Objection 5. The words of the Master refer to betrothal, because a betrothal can be rescinded on account of a subsequent crime. Or, if he is speaking of marriage, they must be referred to the severing of mutual companionship for a time, as stated above, or to the case when the wife is unwilling to cohabit except on the condition of sinning, for instance. If she were to say, I will not remain your wife unless you amass wealth for me by theft, for then he ought to leave her rather than thieve. Question 60. Of wife murder, 2 articles. We must now consider wife murder, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether in a certain case it is lawful to kill one's wife. 2. Whether wife murder is an impediment to marriage. Whether it is lawful for a man to kill his wife if she be discovered in the act of adultery. Objection 1. It would seem lawful for a man to kill his wife if she be discovered in the act of adultery. For the divine law commanded adulterous wives to be stoned. Now it is not a sin to fulfill the divine law. Neither therefore is it a sin to kill one's own wife if she be an adulteress. Objection 2. Further, that which the law can rightly do, can be rightly done by one whom the law has commissioned to do it. But the law can rightly kill an adulterous wife or any other person deserving of death. Since then the law has commissioned the husband to kill his wife if she be discovered in the act of adultery, it would seem that he can rightly do so. Objection 3. Further, the husband has greater power over his adulterous wife than over the man who committed adultery with her. Now if the husband strike a cleric whom he found with his wife he is not excommunicated. Therefore it would seem lawful for him even to kill his own wife if she be discovered in adultery. Objection 4. Further, the husband is bound to correct his wife. But correction is given by inflicting a just punishment. Since then the just punishment of adultery is death, because it is a capital sin, it would seem lawful for a husband to kill his adulterous wife. On the contrary, it is stated in the text, Sent. 4d. 37, that the Church of God is never bound by the laws of this world, for she has none but a spiritual sword. Therefore it would seem that he who wishes to belong to the Church cannot rightly take advantage of the law which permits a man to kill his wife. Further, husband and wife are judged on a par. But it is not lawful for a wife to kill her husband if he be discovered in adultery. Neither therefore may a husband kill his wife. I answer that, it happens in two ways that a husband kills his wife. First, by a civil judgment. And thus there is no doubt that a husband, moved by zeal for justice and not by vindictive anger or hatred can, without sin, bring a criminal accusation of adultery upon his wife before a secular court, and demand that she receive capital punishment as appointed by the law. Just as it is lawful to accuse a person of murder or any other crime. Such an accusation however cannot be made in an ecclesiastical court, because, as stated in the text, Cent. 4d. 37, the Church does not wield a material sword. Secondly, a husband can kill his wife himself without her being convicted in court, and thus to kill her outside of the act of adultery is not lawful, neither according to civil law nor according to the law of conscience. Whatever evidence he may have of her adultery. The civil law however considers it, as though it were lawful, that he should kill her in the very act, not by commanding him to do so, but by not inflicting on him the punishment for murder. On account of the very great provocation which the husband receives by such a deed to kill his wife. But the Church is not bound in this matter by human laws, neither does she acquit him of the debt of eternal punishment. Nor of such punishment as may be awarded him by an ecclesiastical tribunal for the reason that he is quit of any punishment to be inflicted by a secular court. Therefore in no case is it lawful for a husband to kill his wife on his own authority. Reply to Objection 1, the law has committed the infliction of this punishment not to private individuals, but to public persons, who are deputed to this by their office. Now the husband is not his wife's judge, wherefore he may not kill her, but may accuse her in the judge's presence. Reply to Objection 2, the civil law has not commissioned the husband to kill his wife by commanding him to do so, for thus he would not sin. Just as the judge's deputy does not sin by killing the thief condemned to death, but it has permitted this by not punishing it. For which reason it has raised certain obstacles to prevent the husband from killing his wife. Reply to Objection 3, this does not prove that it is lawful simply, but that it is lawful as regards immunity from a particular kind of punishment, since excommunication is also a kind of punishment. Reply to Objection 4, there are two kinds of community, the household, such as a family, and the civil community, such as a city or kingdom. Accordingly, he who presides over the latter kind of community, a king for instance, can punish an individual both by correcting and by exterminating him, for the betterment of the community with whose care he is charged. But he who presides over a community of the first kind, can inflict only corrective punishment, which does not extend beyond the limits of amendment, and these are exceeded by the punishment of death. Wherefore the husband who exercises this kind of control over his wife may not kill her, but he may accuse or chastise her in some other way. Whether wife murder is an impediment to marriage? Objection 1, it would seem that wife murder is not an impediment to marriage. For adultery is more directly opposed to marriage than murder is. Now adultery is not an impediment to marriage. Neither therefore is wife murder. Objection 2, further, it is a more grievous sin to kill one's mother than one's wife, for it is never lawful to strike one's mother, whereas it is sometimes lawful to strike one's wife. But matricide is not an impediment to marriage. Neither therefore is wife murder. Objection 3, further, it is a greater sin for a man to kill another man's wife on account of adultery than to kill his own wife, inasmuch as he has less motive and is less concerned with her correction. But he who kills another man's wife is not hindered from marrying. Neither therefore is he who kills his own wife. Objection 4, further, if the cause be removed, the effect is removed. But the sin of murder can be removed by repentance. Therefore the consequent impediment to marriage can be removed also, and consequently it would seem that after he has done penance he is not forbidden to marry. On the contrary, a canon, Caus. 33, Qu2, can. Interfectors, says, the slayers of their own wives must be brought back to penance, and they are absolutely forbidden to marry. Further, in whatsoever a man sins, in that same must he be punished. But he who kills his wife sins against marriage. Therefore he must be punished by being deprived of marriage. I answer that, by the Church's decree wife murder is an impediment to marriage. Sometimes however it forbids the contracting of marriage without voiding the contract, when to wit the husband kills his wife on account of adultery or even through hatred. Nevertheless if there be fear lest he should prove incontinent, he may be dispensed by the Church so as to marry lawfully. Sometimes it also voids the contract, as when a man kills his wife in order to marry her with whom he has committed adultery, for then the law declares him simply unfit to marry her, so that if he actually marry her his marriage is void. He is not however hereby rendered simply unfit by law in relation to other women, wherefore if he should have married another, although he sinned by disobeying the Church's ordinance, the marriage is nevertheless not voided for this reason. Reply to Objection 1. Murder and adultery in certain cases forbid the contracting of marriage and void the contract, as we say here in regard to wife murder, and shall say further on, Sent. 4. Q. 62, a. 2, in regard to adultery. We may also reply that wife murder is contrary to the substance of wedlock, whereas adultery is contrary to the good of fidelity due to marriage. Hence adultery is not more opposed to marriage than wife murder, and the argument is based on a false premise. Reply to Objection 2, simply speaking it is a more grievous sin to kill one's mother than one's wife, as also more opposed to nature, since a man reveres his mother naturally. Consequently he is less inclined to matricide and more prone to wife murder, and it is to repress this proneness that the Church has forbidden marriage to the man who has murdered his wife. Reply to Objection 3, such a man does not sin against marriage as he does who kills his own wife, wherefore the comparison fails. Reply to Objection 4, it does not follow that because guilt has been remitted therefore the entire punishment is remitted, as evidenced by irregularity. For repentance does not restore a man to his former dignity, although it can restore him to his former state of grace, as stated above, Q. 38, a. 1, ad 3. Question 61, of the impediment to marriage, arising from a solemn vow, 3 articles. We must next consider the impediments which supervene to marriage. We shall consider, 1, the impediment which affects an unconsummated marriage, namely a solemn vow, 2, the impediment which affects a consummated marriage, namely fornication. Under the first head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether either party after the marriage has been consummated can enter religion without the other's consent. 2. Whether they can enter religion before the consummation of the marriage. 3. Whether the wife can take another husband if her former husband has entered religion before the consummation of the marriage. Whether one party after the marriage has been consummated can enter religion without the other's consent. Objection 1. It would seem that even after the marriage has been consummated one consort can enter religion without the other's consent. For the divine law ought to be more favorable to spiritual things than human law. Now human law has allowed this. Therefore much more should the divine law permit it. Objection 2, further, the lesser good does not hinder the greater. But the married state is a lesser good than the religious state, according to 1 Corinthians 7 verse 38. Therefore marriage ought not to hinder a man from being able to enter religion. Objection 3, further, in every form of religious life there is a kind of spiritual marriage. Now it is lawful to pass from a less strict religious order to one that is stricter. Therefore it is also allowable to pass from a less strict namely a carnal marriage to a stricter marriage, namely that of the religious life, even without the wife's consent. On the contrary, married persons are forbidden, 1 Cor. 7:5, to abstain from the use of marriage even for a time without one another's consent, in order to have time for prayer. Further, no one can lawfully do that which is prejudicial to another without the latter's consent. Now the religious vow taken by one consort is prejudicial to the other, since the one has power over the other's body. Therefore one of them cannot take a religious vow without the other's consent. I answer that, no one can make an offering to God of what belongs to another. Wherefore since by a consummated marriage the husband's body already belongs to his wife, he cannot by a vow of continence offer it to God without her consent. Reply to Objection 1. Human law considers marriage merely as fulfilling an office of nature, whereas the divine law considers it as a sacrament, by reason of which it is altogether indissoluble. Hence the comparison fails. Reply to Objection 2. It is not unreasonable that a greater good be hindered by a lesser which is contrary to it, just as good is hindered by evil. Reply to Objection 3. In every form of religious life marriage is contracted with one person, namely Christ, to whom, however, a person contracts more obligations in one religious order than in another. But in carnal marriage and religious marriage the contract is not with the same person, wherefore that comparison fails. Whether before the marriage has been consummated one consort can enter religion without the other's consent? Objection 1. It would seem that even before the marriage has been consummated one consort cannot enter religion without the other's consent. For the indissolubility of marriage belongs to the sacrament of matrimony, inasmuch, namely, as it signifies the union of Christ with the Church. Now marriage is a true sacrament before its consummation, and after consent has been expressed in words of the present. Therefore it cannot be dissolved by one of them entering religion. Objection 2. Further, by virtue of the consent expressed in words of the present, the one consort has given power over his body to the other. Therefore the one can forthwith ask for the marriage debt, and the other is bound to pay, and so the one cannot enter religion without the other's consent. Objection 3. Further, it is said, Matt. 19:6, What God hath joined together let no man put asunder. But the union which precedes marital intercourse was made by God. Therefore it cannot be dissolved by the will of man. On the contrary, according to Jerome, Prologue. In Joan. Our Lord called John from his wedding. I answer that, before marital intercourse there is only a spiritual bond between husband and wife, but afterwards there is a carnal bond between them. Wherefore, just as after marital intercourse marriage is dissolved by carnal death, so by entering religion the bond which exists before the consummation of the marriage is dissolved, because religious life is a kind of spiritual death, whereby a man dies to the world and lives to God. Reply to Objection 1. Before consummation marriage signifies the union of Christ with the soul by grace, which is dissolved by a contrary spiritual disposition, namely mortal sin. But after consummation it signifies the union of Christ with the Church, as regards the assumption of human nature into the unity of person, which union is altogether indissoluble. Reply to Objection 2. Before consummation the body of one consort is not absolutely delivered into the power of the other, but conditionally, provided neither consort meanwhile seek the fruit of a better life. But by marital intercourse the aforesaid delivery is completed, because then each of them enters into bodily possession of the power transferred to him. Wherefore also before consummation they are not bound to pay the marriage debt forthwith after contracting marriage by words of the present, but a space of 2 months is allowed them for 3 reasons. First, that they may deliberate meanwhile about entering religion; secondly, to prepare what is necessary for the solemnization of the wedding. Thirdly, lest the husband think little of a gift he has not long to possess. Cap. Institutum, Caus. 26, Qu2. Reply to Objection 3. The marriage union, before consummation, is indeed perfect as to its primary being, but is not finally perfect as to its second act, which is operation. It is like bodily possession and consequently is not altogether indissoluble. Whether the wife may take another husband if her husband has entered religion before the consummation of the marriage? Objection 1. It would seem that the wife may not take another husband, if her husband has entered religion before the consummation of the marriage. For that which is consistent with marriage does not dissolve the marriage tie. Now the marriage tie still remains between those who equally take religious vows. Therefore by the fact that one enters religion, the other is not freed from the marriage tie. But as long as she remains tied to one by marriage, she cannot marry another. Therefore, etc. Objection 2. Further, after entering religion and before making his profession the husband can return to the world. If then the wife can marry again when her husband enters religion, he also can marry again when he returns to the world, which is absurd. Objection 3. Further, by a new decree, cap. Non-solemn, irregular. Et transient. A profession, if made before the expiry of a year, is accounted void. Therefore if he return to his wife after making such a profession, she is bound to receive him. Therefore neither by her husband's entry into religion, nor by his taking a vow, does the wife receive the power to marry again. On the contrary, no one can bind another to those things which belong to perfection. Now continence is of those things that belong to perfection. Therefore a wife is not bound to continence on account of her husband entering religion, and consequently she can marry. I answer that, just as bodily death of the husband dissolves the marriage tie in such a way that the wife may marry whom she will, according to the statement of the Apostle, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 39. So too after the husband's spiritual death by entering religion, she can marry whom she will. Reply to objection 1, when both consorts take a like vow of continence, neither renounces the marriage tie, wherefore it still remains, but when only one takes the vow, then for his own part he renounces the marriage tie. Wherefore the other is freed therefrom. Reply to objection 2, a person is not accounted dead to the world by entering religion until he makes his profession, and consequently his wife is bound to wait for him until that time. Reply to objection 3, we must judge of a profession thus made before the time fixed by law, as of a simple vow. Wherefore just as when the husband has taken a simple vow his wife is not bound to pay him the marriage debt, and yet has not the power to marry again, so is it in this case. Question 62, of the impediment that supervenes to marriage after its consummation, namely fornication, 6 articles. We must now consider the impediment that supervenes upon marriage after its consummation, namely fornication. Which is an impediment to a previous marriage as regards the act, although the marriage tie remains. Under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it is lawful for a husband to put his wife away on account of fornication. 2. Whether he is bound to do so. 3. Whether he may put her away at his own judgment. 4. Whether in this matter husband and wife are of equal condition. 5. Whether, after being divorced, they must remain unmarried. 6. Whether they can be reconciled after being divorced. Whether it is lawful for a husband to put away his wife on account of fornication. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful for a husband to put away his wife on account of fornication. For we must not return evil for evil. But the husband, by putting away his wife on account of fornication, seemingly returns evil for evil. Therefore this is not lawful. Objection 2, further, the sin is greater if both commit fornication, than if one only commits it. But if both commit fornication, they cannot be divorced on that account. Neither therefore can they be, if only one commits fornication. Objection 3, further, spiritual fornication and certain other sins are more grievous than carnal fornication. But separation from bed cannot be motived by those sins. Neither therefore can it be done on account of fornication. Objection 4, further, the unnatural vice is further removed from the marriage goods than fornication is, the manner of which is natural. Therefore it ought to have been a cause of separation rather than fornication. On the contrary, are the words of Matt. 5:32. Further, one is not bound to keep faith with one who breaks his faith. But a spouse by fornication breaks the faith due to the other spouse. Therefore one can put the other away on account of fornication. I answer that, our Lord permitted a man to put away his wife on account of fornication, in punishment of the unfaithful party and in favor of the faithful party, so that the latter is not bound to marital intercourse with the unfaithful one. There are however 7 cases to be accepted in which it is not lawful to put away a wife who has committed fornication, when either the wife is not to be blamed, or both parties are equally blameworthy. The first is if the husband also has committed fornication, the second is if he has prostituted his wife, the third is if the wife, believing her husband dead on account of his long absence, has married again. The fourth is if another man has fraudulently impersonated her husband in the marriage bed, the fifth is if she be overcome by force. The sixth is if he has been reconciled to her by having carnal intercourse with her after she has committed adultery. The seventh is if both having been married in the state of unbelief, the husband has given his wife a bill of divorce and she has married again, for then if both be converted the husband is bound to receive her back again. Reply to objection 1. A husband sins if through vindictive anger he puts away his wife who has committed fornication, but he does not sin if he does so in order to avoid losing his good name, lest he seem to share in her guilt. Or in order to correct his wife's sin, or in order to avoid the uncertainty of her offspring. Reply to objection 2. Divorce on account of fornication is effected by the one accusing the other. And since no one can accuse who is guilty of the same crime, a divorce cannot be pronounced when both have committed fornication, although marriage is more sinned against when both are guilty of fornication than when only one is. Reply to objection 3. Fornication is directly opposed to the good of marriage, since by it the certainty of offspring is destroyed, faith is broken. And marriage ceases to have its signification when the body of one spouse is given to several others. Wherefore other sins, though perhaps they be more grievous than fornication, are not motives for a divorce. Since, however, unbelief which is called spiritual fornication, is also opposed to the good of marriage consisting in the rearing of the offspring to the worship of God, it is also a motive for divorce, yet not in the same way as bodily fornication. Because one may take steps for procuring a divorce on account of one act of carnal fornication, not, however, on account of one act of unbelief, but on account of inveterate unbelief which is a proof of obstinacy wherein unbelief is perfected. Reply to objection 4. Steps may be taken to procure a divorce on account also of the unnatural vice, but this is not mentioned in the same way, both because it is an unmentionable passion, and because it does not so affect the certainty of offspring. Whether the husband is bound by precept to put away his wife when she is guilty of fornication. Objection 1. It would seem that the husband is bound by precept to put away his wife who is guilty of fornication. For since the husband is the head of his wife, he is bound to correct his wife. Now separation from bed is prescribed as a correction of the wife who is guilty of fornication. Therefore he is bound to separate from her. Objection 2. Further, he who consents with one who sins mortally, is also guilty of mortal sin. Now the husband who retains a wife guilty of fornication would seem to consent with her, as stated in the text, Sent. 4, d. 35. Therefore he sins unless he puts her away. Objection 3. Further, it is written, 1 Corinthians 6 verse 16, he who is joined to a harlot is made one body. Now a man cannot at once be a member of a harlot and a member of Christ, 1 Corinthians 6 verse 15. Therefore the husband who is joined to a wife guilty of fornication ceases to be a member of Christ, and therefore sins mortally. Objection 4. Further, just as relationship voids the marriage tie, so does fornication dissolve the marriage bed. Now after the husband becomes cognizant of his consanguinity with his wife, he sins mortally if he has carnal intercourse with her. Therefore he also sins mortally if he does so after knowing her to be guilty of fornication. Objection 5. On the contrary, a gloss on 1 Corinthians 7 verse 11, let not the husband put away his wife, says that, our Lord permitted a wife to be put away on account of fornication. Therefore it is not a matter of precept. Objection 6. Further, one can always pardon the sin that another has committed against oneself. Now the wife, by committing fornication, sinned against her husband. Therefore the husband may spare her by not putting her away. I answer that, the putting away of a wife guilty of fornication was prescribed in order that the wife might be corrected by means of that punishment. Now a corrective punishment is not required when amendment has already taken place. Wherefore, if the wife repent of her sin, her husband is not bound to put her away, whereas if she repent not, he is bound to do so, lest he seem to consent to her sin, by not having recourse to her due correction. Reply to objection 1, the wife can be corrected for her sin of fornication not only by this punishment but also by words and blows. Wherefore if she be ready to be corrected otherwise, her husband is not bound to have recourse to the aforesaid punishment in order to correct her. Reply to objection 2, the husband seems to consent with her when he retains her, notwithstanding that she persists in her past sin. If, however, she has mended her ways, he does not consent with her. Reply to objection 3, she can no longer be called a harlot since she has repented of her sin. Wherefore her husband, by being joined to her, does not become a member of a harlot. We might also reply that he is joined to her not as a harlot but as his wife. Reply to objection 4, there is no parallel, because the effect of consanguinity is that there is no marriage tie between them, so that carnal intercourse between them becomes unlawful. Whereas fornication does not remove the said tie, so that the act remains, in itself, lawful, unless it become accidentally unlawful, in so far as the husband seems to consent to his wife's lewdness. Reply to objection 5, this permission is to be understood as an absence of prohibition, and thus it is not in contradistinction with a precept, for that which is a matter of precept is also not forbidden. Reply to objection 6, the wife sins not only against her husband, but also against herself and against God, wherefore her husband cannot entirely remit the punishment, unless amendment has followed. Whether the husband can on his own judgment put away his wife on account of fornication? Objection 1, it would seem that the husband can on his own judgment put away his wife on account of fornication. For when sentence has been pronounced by the judge, it is lawful to carry it out without any further judgment. But God, the just judge, has pronounced this judgment, that a husband may put his wife away on account of fornication. Therefore no further judgment is required for this. Objection 2, further, it is stated, Matt. 1:19, that Joseph, being a just man, was minded to put Mary away privately. Therefore it would seem that a husband may privately pronounce a divorce without the judgment of the church. Objection 3, further, if after becoming cognizant of his wife's fornication a husband has marital intercourse with his wife, he forfeits the action which he had against the adulteress. Therefore the refusal of the marriage debt, which pertains to a divorce, ought to precede the judgment of the church. Objection 4, further, that which cannot be proved ought not to be submitted to the judgment of the church. Now the crime of fornication cannot be proved, since, the eye of the adulterer observeth darkness, Job 24 verse 15. Therefore the divorce in question ought not to be made on the judgment of the church. Objection 5, further, accusation should be preceded by inscription, CFSS, Q, 33, A, 7, whereby a person binds himself under the pain of retaliation, if he fails to bring proof. But this is impossible in this matter, because then, in every event the husband would obtain his end, whether he put his wife away, or his wife put him away. Therefore she ought not to be summoned by accusation to receive the judgment of the church. Objection 6, further, a man is more bound to his wife than to a stranger. Now a man ought not to refer to the church the crime of another, even though he be a stranger, without previously admonishing him privately, Matt. 18:15. Much less therefore may the husband bring his wife's crime before the church, unless he has previously rebuked her in private. On the contrary, no one should avenge himself. But if a husband were by his own judgment to put away his wife on account of fornication, he would avenge himself. Therefore this should not be done. Further, no man is prosecutor and judge in the same cause. But the husband is the prosecutor by suing his wife for the offense she has committed against him. Therefore he cannot be the judge, and consequently he cannot put her away on his own judgment. I answer that, a husband can put away his wife in two ways. First as to bed only, and thus he may put her away on his own judgment, as soon as he has evidence of her fornication, nor is he bound to pay her the marriage debt at her demand, unless he be compelled by the church. And by paying it thus he nowise prejudices his own case. Secondly, as to bed and board, and in this way she cannot be put away except at the judgment of the church, and if she has been put away otherwise, he must be compelled to cohabit with her unless the husband can at once prove the wife's fornication. Now this putting away is called a divorce, and consequently it must be admitted that a divorce cannot be pronounced except at the judgment of the church. Reply to objection 1, the sentence is an application of the general law to a particular fact. Wherefore God gave out the law according to which the sentence of the court has to be pronounced. Reply to Objection 2, Joseph was minded to put away the Blessed Virgin not as suspected of fornication, but because in reverence for her sanctity, he feared to cohabit with her. Moreover there is no parallel, because then the sentence at law was not only divorce but also stoning, but not now when the case is brought to the church for judgment. The reply to the third objection is clear from what has been said. Reply to Objection 4, sometimes when the husband suspects his wife of adultery he watches her secretly that together with witnesses he may discover her in the sin of fornication, and so proceed to accusation. Moreover, if he has no evidence of the fact, there may be strong suspicions of fornication, which suspicions being proved the fornication seems to be proved, for instance if they be found together alone. At a time and place which are open to suspicion, or nudas cum nuda. Reply to Objection 5, a husband may accuse his wife of adultery in two ways. First, he may seek a separation from bed before a spiritual judge, and then there is no need for an inscription to be made under the pain of retaliation, since thus the husband would gain his end, as the objection proves. Secondly, he may seek for the crime to be punished in a secular court, and then it is necessary for inscription to precede, whereby he binds himself under pain of retaliation if he fail to prove his case. Reply to Objection 6, according to a decretal, extra, de Simonia, cap. Licet, there are three modes of procedure in criminal cases. First, by inquisition, which should be preceded by notoriety. Secondly, by accusation, which should be preceded by inscription, CFSS, Q, 33, A, 7. Thirdly, by denunciation, which should be preceded by fraternal correction. Accordingly the saying of our Lord refers to the case where the process is by way of denunciation, and not by accusation, because then the end in view is not only the correction of the guilty party, but also his punishment. For the safeguarding of the common good, which would be destroyed if justice were lacking. Whether in a case of divorce husband and wife should be judged on a par with each other. Objection 1. It would seem that, in a case of divorce, husband and wife ought not to be judged on a par with each other. For divorce under the new law takes the place of the divorce, repudium, recognized by the old law, Matt. 5:31-32. Now in the repudium husband and wife were not judged on a par with each other, since the husband could put away his wife, but not vice versa. Therefore neither in divorce ought they to be judged on a par with each other. Objection 2, further, it is more opposed to the natural law that a wife have several husbands than that a husband have several wives, wherefore the latter has been sometimes lawful, but the former never. Therefore the wife sins more grievously in adultery than the husband, and consequently they ought not to be judged on a par with each other. Objection 3, further, where there is greater injury to one's neighbor, there is a greater sin. Now the adulterous wife does a greater injury to her husband, than does the adulterous husband to his wife, since a wife's adultery involves uncertainty of the offspring, whereas the husband's adultery does not. Therefore the wife's sin is the greater, and so they ought not to be judged on a par with each other. Objection 4, further, divorce is prescribed in order to punish the crime of adultery. Now it belongs to the husband who is the head of the wife, 1 Corinthians 11 verse 3, to correct his wife, rather than vice versa. Therefore they should not be judged on a par with each other for the purpose of divorce, but the husband ought to have the preference. Objection 5, on the contrary, it would seem in this matter the wife ought to have the preference. For the more frail the sinner the more is his sin deserving of pardon. Now there is greater frailty in women than in men, for which reason Chrysostom, Hom. XL in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, says that lust is a passion proper to women, and the philosopher says, Ethic. 7:7, that, properly speaking women are not said to be continent on account of their being easily inclined to concupiscence, for neither can dumb animals be continent, because they have nothing to stand in the way of their desires. Therefore women are rather to be spared in the punishment of divorce. Objection 6, further, the husband is placed as the head of the woman in order to correct her. Therefore his sin is greater than the woman's, and so he should be punished the more. I answer that, in a case of divorce, husband and wife are judged on a par with each other. In the sense that the same things are lawful or unlawful to the one as to the other, but they are not judged on a par with each other in reference to those things, since the reason for divorce is greater in one spouse than in the other. Although there is sufficient reason for divorce in both. For divorce is a punishment of adultery, in so far as it is opposed to the marriage goods. Now as regards the good of fidelity to which husband and wife are equally bound towards each other, the adultery of one is as great a sin against marriage as the adultery of the other, and this is in either of them a sufficient reason for divorce. But as regards the good of the offspring, the wife's adultery is a greater sin against marriage than the husband's, wherefore it is a greater reason for divorce in the wife than in the husband, and thus they are under an equal obligation. But not for equal reasons. Nor is this unjust, for on either hand there is sufficient reason for the punishment in question, just as there is in two persons condemned to the punishment of death, although one of them may have sinned more grievously than the other. Reply to Objection 1. The only reason why divorce was permitted, was to avoid murder. And since there was more danger of this in men than in women, the husband was allowed to put away his wife by a bill of divorce, but not vice versa. Reply Obj 2 and 3. These arguments are based on the fact that in comparison with the good of the offspring there is more reason for divorce in an adulterous wife than in an adulterous husband. It does not follow, however, that they are not judged on a par with each other. Reply to Objection 4. Although the husband is the head of the wife, he is her pilot as it were, and is no more her judge than she is his. Consequently, in matters that have to be submitted to a judge, the husband has no more power over his wife than she over him. Reply to Objection 5. In adultery there is the same sinful character as in simple fornication, and something more which aggravates it, namely the lesion to marriage. Accordingly, if we consider that which is common to adultery and fornication, the sin of the husband and that of the wife are compared the one to the other as that which exceeds to that which is exceeded, for in women the humors are more abundant. Wherefore they are more inclined to be led by their concupiscences, whereas in man there is abundance of heat which excites concupiscence. Simply speaking, however, other things being equal, a man sins more grievously in simple fornication than a woman, because he has more of the good of reason, which prevails over all movements of bodily passions. But as regards the lesion to marriage which adultery adds to fornication, and for which reason it is an occasion for divorce, the woman sins more grievously than the man, as appears from what we have said above. And since it is more grievous than simple fornication, it follows that, simply speaking, the adulterous wife sins more grievously than the adulterous husband, other things being equal. Reply to Objection 6. Although the control which the husband receives over his wife is an aggravating circumstance, nevertheless the sin is yet more aggravated by this circumstance which draws the sin to another species. Namely by the lesion to marriage, which lesion becomes a kind of injustice, through the fraudulent substitution of another's child. Whether a husband can marry again after having a divorce? Objection 1. It would seem that a husband can marry again after having a divorce. For no one is bound to perpetual continence. Now in some cases the husband is bound to put away his wife forever on account of fornication, as stated above, a. 2. Therefore seemingly at least in this case he can marry again. Objection 2. Further, a sinner should not be given a greater occasion of sin. But if she who is put away on account of the sin of fornication is not allowed to seek another marriage, she is given a greater occasion of sin, for it is improbable that one who was not continent during marriage will be able to be continent afterwards. Therefore it would seem lawful for her to marry again. Objection 3. Further, the wife is not bound to the husband save as regards the payment of the marriage debt and cohabitation. But she is freed from both obligations by divorce. Therefore, she is loosed from the law of her husband, Romans 7 verse 2. Therefore she can marry again, and the same applies to her husband. Objection 4. Further, it is said, Matt. 19:9, Whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another committeth adultery. Therefore seemingly he does not commit adultery if he marry again after putting away his wife on account of fornication, and consequently this will be a true marriage. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 7:10, 11, Not I, but the Lord, commandeth that the wife depart not from her husband. And, if she depart, that she remain unmarried. Further, no one should gain advantage from sin. But the adulteress would if she were allowed to contract another and more desired marriage, and an occasion of adultery would be afforded those who wish to marry again. Therefore it is unlawful both to the wife and to the husband to contract a second marriage. I answer that, nothing supervenient to marriage can dissolve it, wherefore adultery does not make a marriage cease to be valid. For, according to Augustine, de nup. Edi con cup. 10, as long as they live they are bound by the marriage tie, which neither divorce nor union with another can destroy. Therefore it is unlawful for one, while the other lives, to marry again. Reply to objection 1, although no one is absolutely bound to continence, he may be bound accidentally, for instance, if his wife contract an incurable disease that is incompatible with carnal intercourse. And it is the same if she labor under a spiritual disease, namely fornication, so as to be incorrigible. Reply to objection 2, the very shame of having been divorced ought to keep her from sin, and if it cannot keep her from sin, it is a lesser evil that she alone sin than that her husband take part in her sin. Reply to objection 3, although after divorce the wife is not bound to her husband as regards paying him the marriage debt and cohabiting with him, the marriage tie, whereby she was bound to this, remains. And consequently she cannot marry again during her husband's lifetime. She can, however, take a vow of continence, against her husband's will, unless it seem that the Church has been deceived by false witnesses in pronouncing the divorce. For in that case, even if she has made her vow of profession she ought to be restored to her husband, and would be bound to pay the marriage debt, but it would be unlawful for her to demand it. Reply to objection 4, the exception expressed in our Lord's words refers to the putting away of the wife. Hence the objection is based on a false interpretation. Whether husband and wife may be reconciled after being divorced. Objection 1, it would seem that husband and wife may not be reconciled after being divorced. For the law contains the rule, quinquat bene semel, caus. 6. Qu4, that which has been once well decided must not be subsequently withdrawn. Now it has been decided by the judgment of the Church that they ought to be separated. Therefore they cannot subsequently be reconciled. Objection 2, further, if it were allowable for them to be reconciled, the husband would seem bound to receive his wife, especially after she has repented. But he is not bound, for the wife, in defending herself before the judge, cannot allege her repentance against her husband's accusation of fornication. Therefore in no way is reconciliation allowable. Objection 3, further, if reconciliation were allowable, it would seem that the adulterous wife is bound to return to her husband if her husband asks her. But she is not bound, since they are separated by the Church. Therefore, etc. Objection 4, further, if it were lawful to be reconciled to an adulterous wife, this would especially be the case when the husband is found to have committed adultery after the divorce. But in this case the wife cannot compel him to be reconciled, since the divorce has been justly pronounced. Therefore she may nowise be reconciled. Objection 5, further, if a husband whose adultery is unknown put away his wife, who is convicted of adultery by the sentence of the Church, the divorce would seem to have been pronounced unjustly. And yet the husband is not bound to be reconciled to his wife, because she is unable to prove his adultery in court. Much less, therefore, is reconciliation allowable when the divorce has been granted justly. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 7:11, and if she depart, that she remain unmarried, or be reconciled to her husband. Further, it is allowable for the husband not to put her away after fornication. Therefore, for the same reason, he can be reconciled to her after divorce. I answer that, if the wife has mended her ways by repenting of her sin after the divorce, her husband may become reconciled to her. But if she remain incorrigible in her sin, he must not take her back, for the same reason which forbade him to retain her while she refused to desist from sin. Reply to Objection 1. The sentence of the Church in pronouncing the divorce did not bind them to separate, but allowed them to do so. Therefore reconciliation may be effected or ensue without any withdrawal of the previous sentence. Reply to Objection 2. The wife's repentance should induce the husband not to accuse or put away the wife who is guilty of fornication. He cannot, however, be compelled to this course of action, nor can his wife oppose her repentance to his accusation, because although she is no longer guilty, neither in act nor in the stain of sin, there still remains something of the debt of punishment, and though this has been taken away in the sight of God, there still remains the debt of punishment to be inflicted by the judgment of man, because man sees not the heart as God does. Reply to Objection 3. That which is done in a person's favor does him no prejudice. Wherefore, since the divorce has been granted in favor of the husband, it does not deprive him of the right of asking for the marriage debt, or of asking his wife to return to him. Hence his wife is bound to pay the debt, and to return to him, if he ask her, unless with his consent she has taken a vow of continence. Reply to Objection 4. According to strict law, a husband who was previously innocent should not be compelled to receive an adulterous wife on account of his having committed adultery after the divorce. But according to equity, the judge is bound by virtue of his office first of all to admonish him to beware of imperiling his own soul and of scandalizing others, although the wife may not herself seek reconciliation. Question 63, of second marriages, 2 articles. In the next place we must consider second marriage. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it is lawful. 2. Whether it is a sacrament. Whether a second marriage is lawful. Objection 1. It would seem that a second marriage is unlawful, because we should judge of things according to truth. Now Chrysostom, Hom. 32 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, says that, to take a second husband is in truth fornication, which is unlawful. Therefore neither is a second marriage lawful. Objection 2. Further, whatever is not good is unlawful. Now Ambrose, on 1 Cor. 740 individuus, says that a second marriage is not good. Therefore it is unlawful. Objection 3. Further, no one should be debarred from being present at such things as are becoming and lawful. Yet priests are debarred from being present at second marriages, as stated in the text, Cent. 4, d. 42. Therefore they are unlawful. Objection 4. Further, no one incurs a penalty save for sin. Now a person incurs the penalty of irregularity on account of being married twice. Therefore a second marriage is unlawful. On the contrary, we read of Abraham having contracted a second marriage, Genesis 25 verse 1. Further, the Apostle says, 1 Tim. 5:14, I will, that the younger, namely widows, should marry, bear children. Therefore second marriages are lawful. I answer that, the marriage tie lasts only until death, Rom. 7:2, wherefore at the death of either spouse the marriage tie ceases, and consequently when one dies the other is not hindered from marrying a second time on account of the previous marriage. Therefore not only second marriages are lawful, but even third and so on. Reply to Objection 1. Chrysostom is speaking in reference to the cause which is wont at times to incite a person to a second marriage, namely concupiscence, which incites also to fornication. Reply to Objection 2. A second marriage is stated not to be good, not that it is unlawful, but because it lacks the honor of the signification which is in a first marriage, where one husband has one wife, as in the case of Christ and the Church. Reply to Objection 3. Men who are consecrated to divine things are debarred not only from unlawful things, but even from things which have any appearance of turpitude. And consequently they are debarred from second marriages, which lack the decorum which was in a first marriage. Reply to Objection 4. Irregularity is not always incurred on account of a sin, and may be incurred through a defect in a sacrament, defectus sacramenti, i.e. defect of signification, CFA, 2, OBJ, 3. Hence the argument is not to the point. Whether a second marriage is a sacrament. Objection 1. It would seem that a second marriage is not a sacrament. For he who repeats a sacrament injures the sacrament. But no sacrament should be done in injury. Therefore if a second marriage were a sacrament, marriage ought nowise to be repeated. Objection 2. Further, in every sacrament some kind of blessing is given. But no blessing is given in a second marriage, as stated in the text, Cent. 4, d. 42. Therefore no sacrament is conferred therein. Objection 3. Further, signification is essential to a sacrament. But the signification of marriage is not preserved in a second marriage, because there is not a union of only one woman with only one man, as in the case of Christ and the Church. Therefore it is not a sacrament. Objection 4. Further, one sacrament is not an impediment to receiving another. But a second marriage is an impediment to receiving orders. Therefore it is not a sacrament. On the contrary, marital intercourse is excused from sin in a second marriage even as in a first marriage. Now marital intercourse is excused, cfq, 69, a. 1, by the marriage goods which are fidelity, offspring, and sacrament. Therefore a second marriage is a sacrament. Further, irregularity is not contracted through a second and non-sacramental union, such as fornication. Yet irregularity is contracted through a second marriage. Therefore it is a sacramental union. I answer that, wherever we find the essentials of a sacrament, there is a true sacrament. Wherefore, since in a second marriage we find all the essentials of the sacrament of marriage, namely the due matter which results from the parties having the conditions prescribed by law and the due form, which is the expression of the inward consent by words of the present, it is clear that a second marriage is a sacrament even as a first. Reply to objection 1, this is true of a sacrament which causes an everlasting effect, for then, if the sacrament be repeated, it is implied that the first was not effective, and thus an injury is done to the first. As is clear in all those sacraments which imprint a character. But those sacraments which have not an everlasting effect can be repeated without injury to the sacrament, as in the case of penance. And, since the marriage tie ceases with death, no injury is done to the sacrament if a woman marry again after her husband's death. Reply to objection 2, although the second marriage, considered in itself, is a perfect sacrament, yet if we consider it in relation to the first marriage, it is somewhat a defective sacrament, because it has not its full signification. Since there is not a union of only one woman with only one man as in the marriage of Christ with the Church. And on account of this defect the blessing is omitted in a second marriage. This, however, refers to the case when it is a second marriage on the part of both man and woman, or on the part of the woman only. For if a virgin marry a man who has had another wife, the marriage is blessed nevertheless. Because the signification is preserved to a certain extent even in relation to the former marriage, since though Christ has but one church for his spouse, there are many persons espoused to him in the one church. But the soul cannot be espoused to another besides Christ, else it commits fornication with the devil. Nor is there a spiritual marriage. For this reason when a woman marries a second time the marriage is not blessed on account of the defect in the sacrament. Reply to objection 3, the perfect signification is found in a second marriage considered in itself, not however if it be considered in relation to the previous marriage, and it is thus that it is a defective sacrament. Reply to objection 4, a second marriage in so far as there is a defect in the sacrament, but not as a sacrament, is an impediment to the sacrament of order. Question 64, of the things annexed to marriage, and first of the payment of the marriage debt, 10 articles. In the next place we must consider those things which are annexed to marriage, 1. The payment of the marriage debt. 2. Plurality of wives, 3. Bigamy, 4. The bill of divorce, 5. Illegitimate children. Under the first head there are 10 points of inquiry. 1. Whether one spouse is bound to pay the marriage debt to the other. 2. Whether one is sometimes bound to pay without being asked. 3. Whether a wife may demand the debt during the menses. 4. Whether she is bound to pay it at that time. 5. whether husband and wife are equal in this matter. 6. Whether the one without the other's consent may take a vow that prohibits the payment of the debt. 7. Whether it is forbidden to ask for the debt at any particular time. 8. Whether it is a mortal sin to ask for it at a holy time. 9. Whether it is an obligation to pay it at the time of a festival. 10. Whether weddings should be forbidden at certain times. Whether husband and wife are mutually bound to the payment of the marriage debt. Objection 1. It would seem that husband and wife are not mutually bound, under the obligation of a precept, to the payment of the marriage debt. For no one is forbidden to receive the Eucharist on account of fulfilling a precept. Yet he who has had intercourse with his wife cannot partake of the flesh of the Lamb according to Jerome, Serm. De Asu Agni 8, quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 32. Therefore the payment of the debt does not come under the obligation of a precept. Objection 2. Further, it is lawful to everyone to abstain from what is hurtful to his person. But it is sometimes harmful to a person to pay the debt when asked, whether on account of sickness, or because they have already paid it. Therefore it would seem allowable to refuse the one who asks. Objection 3. Further, it is a sin to render oneself unfit to fulfill an obligation of precept. If, therefore, the payment of the debt comes under the obligation of a precept, it would seem sinful to render oneself unfit for paying the debt, by fasting or otherwise weakening the body, but apparently this is untrue. Objection 4. Further, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8:12, marriage is directed to the begetting and rearing of children, as well as to the community of life. Now leprosy is opposed to both these ends of marriage, for since it is a contagious disease, the wife is not bound to cohabit with a leprous husband, and besides this disease is often transmitted to the offspring. Therefore it would seem that a wife is not bound to pay the debt to a leprous husband. On the contrary, as the slave is in the power of his master, so is one spouse in the power of the other, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 4. But a slave is bound by an obligation of precept to pay his master the debt of his service according to Romans 13 verse 7, render, to all men their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, etc. Therefore husband and wife are mutually bound to the payment of the marriage debt. Further, marriage is directed to the avoiding of fornication, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 2. But this could not be the effect of marriage, if the one were not bound to pay the debt to the other when the latter is troubled with concupiscence. Therefore the payment of the debt is an obligation of precept. I answer that, marriage was instituted especially as fulfilling an office of nature. Wherefore in its act the movement of nature must be observed according to which the nutritive power administers to the generative power that alone which is in excess of what is required for the preservation of the individual, for the natural order requires that a thing should be first perfected in itself, and that afterwards it should communicate of its perfection to others, and this is also the order of charity which perfects nature. And therefore, since the wife has power over her husband only in relation to the generative power and not in relation to things directed to the preservation of the individual, the husband is bound to pay the debt to his wife. In matters pertaining to the begetting of children, with due regard however to his own welfare. Reply to Objection 1, it is possible through fulfilling a precept to render oneself unfit for the exercise of a sacred duty, thus a judge becomes irregular by sentencing a man to death. In like manner he who pays the marriage debt, in fulfillment of the precept, becomes unfit for the exercise of divine offices, not because the act in question is sinful, but on account of its carnal nature. And so, according to the Master, Cent. 4, d. 32, Jerome is speaking only of the ministers of the Church, and not of others who should be left to use their own discretion, because without sin they may either abstain out of reverence or receive Christ's body out of devotion. Reply to Objection 2, the wife has no power over her husband's body, except as is consistent with the welfare of his person, as stated above. Wherefore if she go beyond this in her demands, it is not a request for the debt, but an unjust exaction. And for this reason the husband is not bound to satisfy her. Reply to Objection 3, if the husband be rendered incapable of paying the debt through a cause consequent upon marriage, for instance through having already paid the debt and being unable to pay it, the wife has no right to ask again. And in doing so she behaves as a harlot rather than as a wife. But if he be rendered incapable through some other cause, then if this be a lawful cause, he is not bound, and she cannot ask, but if it be an unlawful cause, then he sins, and his wife's sin, should she fall into fornication on this account, is somewhat imputable to him. Hence he should endeavor to do his best that his wife may remain continent. Reply to objection 4, leprosy voids a betrothal but not a marriage. Wherefore a wife is bound to pay the debt even to a leprous husband. But she is not bound to cohabit with him, because she is not so liable to infection from marital intercourse as from continual cohabitation. And though the child begotten of them be diseased, it is better to be thus than not at all. Whether a husband is bound to pay the debt if his wife does not ask for it. Objection 1, it would seem that the husband is not bound to pay the marriage debt if his wife does not ask for it. For an affirmative precept is binding only at a certain time. But the time fixed for the payment of the debt can only be when it is asked for. Therefore he is not bound to payment otherwise. Objection 2, further, we ought to presume the better things of everyone. Now even for married people it is better to be continent than to make use of marriage. Therefore unless she ask expressly for the debt, the husband should presume that it pleases her to be continent, and so he is not bound to pay her the debt. Objection 3, further, as the wife has power over her husband, so has a master over his slave. Now a slave is not bound to serve his master save when the latter commands him. Therefore neither is a husband bound to pay the debt to his wife except when she demands it. Objection 4, further, the husband can sometimes request his wife not to exact the debt when she asks for it. Much more therefore may he not pay it when he is not asked. On the contrary, by the payment of the debt a remedy is afforded against the wife's concupiscence. Now a physician who has the care of a sick person is bound to remedy the disease without being asked. Therefore the husband is bound to pay the debt to his wife although she ask not for it. Further, a superior is bound to apply a remedy for the sins of his subjects even though they rebel against it. But the payment of the debt on the husband's part is directed against the sins of his wife. Therefore sometimes the husband is bound to pay the debt to his wife even though she ask it not of him. I answer that, the debt may be demanded in two ways. First, explicitly, as when they ask one another by words. Secondly, implicitly, when namely the husband knows by certain signs that the wife would wish him to pay the debt, but is silent through shame. And so even though she does not ask for the debt explicitly in words, the husband is bound to pay it, whenever his wife shows signs of wishing him to do so. Reply to objection 1. The appointed time is not only when it is demanded but also when on account of certain signs there is fear of danger, to avoid which is the purpose of the payment of the debt, unless it be paid then. Reply to objection 2, the husband may presume this of his wife when he perceives in her no signs of the contrary, but it would be foolish of him to admit this presumption if he does see such signs. Reply to objection 3, the master is not ashamed to demand of his slave the duty of his service, as a wife is to ask the marriage debt of her husband. Yet if the master were not to demand it, either through ignorance or some other cause, the slave would nevertheless be bound to fulfill his duty, if some danger were threatening. For this is what is meant by not serving to the eye, Ephesians 6 verse 6, Colonel 3:22, which is the Apostle's command to servants. Reply to objection 4, a husband should not dissuade his wife from asking for the debt, except for a reasonable cause. And even then he should not be too insistent, on account of the besetting danger. Whether it is allowable for a menstruous wife to ask for the marriage debt. This and the fourth article are omitted in the Leonine edition. Objection 1, it would seem lawful for a menstruous wife to ask for the marriage debt. For in the law a man who had an issue of seed was unclean, even as a menstruous woman. Yet a man who has an issue of seed may ask for the debt. Therefore a menstruous wife may also. Objection 2, further, leprosy is a worse complaint than suffering from monthly periods, and would seem to cause a greater corruption in the offspring. Yet a leper can ask for the debt. Therefore, etc. Objection 3. Further, if a menstruous wife is not allowed to ask for the debt, this can only be because it is feared this may be detrimental to the offspring. Yet if the wife be unfruitful there is no such fear. Therefore, seemingly, at least an unfruitful wife may ask for the debt during her menses. On the contrary, thou shalt not approach to a woman having her flowers, Lev. 18:19, where Augustine observes, although he has already sufficiently forbidden this he repeats the prohibition here lest he seem to have spoken figuratively. Further, all our justices are become as the rag of a menstruous woman, is. 64:6, where Jerome observes, men ought then to keep away from their wives because thus is a deformed blind lame leprous offspring conceived, so that those parents who are not ashamed to come together in sexual intercourse have their sin made obvious to all, and thus the same conclusion follows. I answer that it was forbidden in the law to approach to a menstruous woman, for two reasons, both on account of her uncleanness, and on account of the harm that frequently resulted to the offspring from such intercourse. With regard to the first reason, it was a ceremonial precept, but with regard to the second it was a moral precept. For since marriage is chiefly directed to the good of the offspring, all use of marriage which is intended for the good of the offspring is in order. Consequently this precept is binding even in the new law on account of the second reason, although not on account of the first. Now, the menstrual issue may be natural or unnatural. The natural issue is that to which women are subject at stated periods when they are in good health, and it is unnatural when they suffer from an issue of blood through some disorder resulting from sickness. Accordingly, if the menstrual flow be unnatural, it is not forbidden in the new law to approach to a menstruous woman both on account of her infirmity, since a woman in that state cannot conceive, and because an issue of this kind is lasting and continuous, so that the husband would have to abstain for always. When however the woman is subject to a natural issue of the menstruum, she can conceive. Moreover, the said issue lasts only a short time, wherefore it is forbidden to approach to her. In like manner a woman is forbidden to ask for the debt during the period of that issue. Reply to Objection 1, the issue of seed in a man is the result of infirmity, nor is the seed in this case apt for generation. Moreover, a complaint of this kind is continual or lasting like leprosy, wherefore the comparison falls. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Objection 3, as long as a woman is subject to the menses it cannot be certain that she is sterile. For some are sterile in youth, and in course of time become fruitful, and vice versa, as the philosopher observes, De Gener. Anim. 16. Whether a menstruous woman should or may lawfully pay the marriage debt to her husband if he ask for it. This and the previous article are omitted in the Leonine edition. Objection 1. It would seem that a menstruous wife may not pay the marriage debt to her husband at his asking. For it is written, Leviticus 20 verse 18, that if any man approach to a menstruous woman both shall be put to death. Therefore it would seem that both he who asks and she who grants are guilty of mortal sin. Objection 2, further, not only they that do them but they also that consent to them are worthy of death, Romans 1 verse 32. Now he who knowingly asks for the debt from a menstruous woman sins mortally. Therefore she also sins mortally by consenting to pay the debt. Objection 3, further, a madman must not be given back his sword lest he kill himself or another. Therefore in like manner neither should a wife give her body to her husband during her menses, lest he be guilty of spiritual murder. On the contrary, the wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 4. Therefore at his asking his wife must pay the debt even during her menses. Further, the menstruous wife should not be an occasion of sin to her husband. But she would give her husband an occasion of sin, if she paid him not the debt at his asking, since he might commit fornication. Therefore, etc. I answer that, in this regard some have asserted that a menstruous woman may not pay the debt even as she may not ask for it. For just as she would not be bound to pay it if she had some personal ailment so as to make it dangerous for herself, so is she not bound to pay for fear of danger to the offspring. But this opinion would seem to derogate from marriage, by which the husband is given entire power of his wife's body with regard to the marriage act. Nor is there any parallel between bodily affliction of the offspring and the danger to her own body, since, if the wife be ailing, it is quite certain that she would be endangered by the carnal act. Whereas this is by no means so certain with regard to the offspring, which perhaps would not be forthcoming. Wherefore others say that a menstruous woman is never allowed to ask for the debt, and that if her husband ask, he does so either knowingly or in ignorance. If knowingly, she ought to dissuade him by her prayers and admonitions. Yet not so insistently as possibly to afford him an occasion of falling into other, and those sinful, practices, if he be deemed that way inclined. If however, he ask in ignorance, the wife may put forward some motive, or allege sickness as a reason for not paying the debt, unless there be fear of danger to her husband. If, however, the husband ultimately persists in his request, she must yield to his demand. But it would not be safe for her to make known, indicare, as in the commentary on the sentences, the Leonine edition reads, judicare, her disaffection, lest this make her husband entertain a repulsion towards her, unless his prudence may be taken for granted. Reply to objection 1, this refers to the case when both willingly consent, but not when the woman pays the debt by force as it were. Reply to objection 2, since there is no consent without the concurrence of the will, the woman is not deemed to consent in her husband's sin unless she pay the debt willingly. For when she is unwilling she is passive rather than consenting. Reply to objection 3, a madman should be given back his sword if a greater danger were feared from its not being returned to him, and thus it is in the case in point. Whether husband and wife are equal in the marriage act? Objection 1, it would seem that husband and wife are not equal in the marriage act. For according to Augustine, Gen. Ad lit. 12, the agent is more noble than the patient. But in the marriage act the husband is as agent and the wife as patient. Therefore they are not equal in that act. Objection 2, further, the wife is not bound to pay her husband the debt without being asked, whereas he is so bound, as stated above, AA 1, 2. Therefore they are not equal in the marriage act. Objection 3, further, the woman was made on the man's account in reference to marriage according to Genesis 2 verse 18, let us make him a help like unto himself. But that on account of which another thing is always the principle. Therefore, etc. Objection 4, further, marriage is chiefly directed to the marriage act. But in marriage, the husband is the head of the wife, Ephesians 5 verse 23. Therefore they are not equal in the aforesaid act. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 7:4, the husband hath not power of his own body, and the same is said of the wife. Therefore they are equal in the marriage act. Further, marriage is a relation of equiparence, since it is a kind of union, as stated above, Q. 44, AA 1, 3. Therefore husband and wife are equal in the marriage act. I answer that, equality is twofold, of quantity and of proportion. Equality of quantity is that which is observed between two quantities of the same measure, for instance a thing 2 cubits long and another 2 cubits in length. But equality of proportion is that which is observed between two proportions of the same kind as double to double. Accordingly, speaking of the first equality, husband and wife are not equal in marriage. Neither as regards the marriage act, wherein the more noble part is due to the husband, nor as regards the household management, wherein the wife is ruled and the husband rules. But with reference to the second kind of equality, they are equal in both matters, because just as in both the marriage act and in the management of the household the husband is bound to the wife in all things pertaining to the husband, so is the wife bound to the husband in all things pertaining to the wife. It is in this sense that it is stated in the text, Cent. 4, d. 32, that they are equal in paying and demanding the debt. Reply to objection 1, although it is more noble to be active than passive, there is the same proportion between patient and passivity as between agent and activity, and accordingly there is equality of proportion between them. Reply to objection 2, this is accidental. For the husband having the more noble part in the marriage act, it is natural that he should be less ashamed than the wife to ask for the debt. Hence it is that the wife is not bound to pay the debt to her husband without being asked, whereas the husband is bound to pay it to the wife. Reply to objection 3, this proves that they are not equal absolutely, but not that they are not equal in proportion. Reply to objection 4, although the head is the principal member, yet just as the members are bound to the head in their own respective capacities, so is the head in its own capacity bound to the members, and thus there is equality of proportion between them. Whether husband and wife can take a vow contrary to the marriage debt without their mutual consent? Objection 1, it would seem that husband and wife may take a vow contrary to the marriage debt without their mutual consent. For husband and wife are equally bound to pay the debt, as stated above, a. 5. Now it is lawful for the husband, even if his wife be unwilling, to take the cross in defense of the Holy Land, and consequently this is also lawful to the wife. Therefore, since this prevents the payment of the debt, either husband or wife may without the other's consent take the aforesaid vow. Objection 2, further, in taking a vow one should not await the consent of another who cannot dissent without sin. Now the husband or wife cannot, without sin, refuse their consent to the others taking a vow of continence whether absolutely or for a time, because to prevent a person's spiritual progress is a sin against the Holy Ghost. Therefore the one can take a vow of continence either absolutely or for a time, without the other's consent. Objection 3, further, in the marriage act, the debt has to be demanded just as it has to be paid. Now the one can, without the other's consent, vow not to demand the debt, since in this he is within his own rights. Therefore he can equally take a vow not to pay the debt. Objection 4, further, no one can be bound by the command of a superior to do what he cannot lawfully vow or do simply, since one must not obey in what is unlawful. Now the superior authority might command the husband not to pay the debt to his wife for a time, by occupying him in some service. Therefore he might, of his own accord, do or vow that which would hinder him from paying the debt. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 5, defraud not one another, except, by consent, for a time, that you may give yourselves to prayer. Further, no one can vow that which belongs to another. Now, the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 4. Therefore, without her consent, the husband cannot take a vow of continence whether absolutely or for a time. I answer that, a vow is a voluntary act, as its very name implies, and consequently a vow can only be about those goods which are subject to our will, and those in which one person is bound to another do not come under this head. Therefore in matters of this kind one person cannot take a vow without the consent of the one to whom he is bound. Consequently, since husband and wife are mutually bound as regards the payment of the debt which is an obstacle to continence, the one cannot vow continence without the other's consent. And if he take the vow he sins, and must not keep the vow, but must do penance for an ill-taken vow, cf. Q. 53, AA, 1, 4, Q. 61, A, 1. Reply to objection 1, it is sufficiently probable that the wife ought to be willing to remain continent for a time, in order to succor the need of the universal church. Hence in favor of the business for which the cross is given to him, it is laid down that the husband may take the cross without his wife's consent, even as he might go fighting without the consent of his landlord whose land he has leased. And yet the wife is not entirely deprived of her right, since she can follow him. Nor is there a parallel between wife and husband, because, since the husband has to rule the wife and not vice versa, the wife is bound to follow her husband rather than the husband the wife. Moreover there would be more danger to the wife's chastity as a result of wandering from country to country, than to the husband's, and less profit to the church. Wherefore the wife cannot take this vow without her husband's consent. Reply to objection 2, the one spouse, by refusing to consent to the other's vow of continence, does not sin, because the object of his dissent is to hinder not the other's good, but the harm to himself. Reply to objection 3, there are two opinions on this point. For some say that one can without the other's consent vow not to demand the debt, not however not to pay it, because in the former case they are both within their own rights, but not in the second. Seeing, however, that if one were never to ask for the debt, marriage would become too burdensome to the other who would always have to undergo the shame of asking for the debt. Others assert with greater probability that neither vow can be lawfully taken by one spouse without the other's consent. Reply to Objection 4, just as the wife receives power over her husband's body, without prejudice to the husband's duty to his own body, so also is it without prejudice to his duty to his master. Hence just as a wife cannot ask her husband for the debt to the detriment of his bodily health, so neither can she do this so as to hinder him in his duty to his master. And yet the master cannot for this reason prevent her from paying the debt. Whether it is forbidden to demand the debt on holy days? Objection 1. It would seem that a person ought not to be forbidden to ask for the debt on holy days. For the remedy should be applied when the disease gains strength. Now concupiscence may possibly gain strength on a feast day. Therefore the remedy should be applied then by asking for the debt. Objection 2. Further, the only reason why the debt should not be demanded on feast days is because they are devoted to prayer. Yet on those days certain hours are appointed for prayer. Therefore one may ask for the debt at some other time. On the contrary, just as certain places are holy because they are devoted to holy things, so are certain times holy for the same reason. But it is not lawful to demand the debt in a holy place. Therefore neither is it lawful at a holy time. I answer that, although the marriage act is void of sin, nevertheless since it oppresses the reason on account of the carnal pleasure, it renders man unfit for spiritual things. Therefore, on those days when one ought especially to give one's time to spiritual things, it is not lawful to ask for the debt. Reply to Objection 1, at such a time other means may be employed for the repression of concupiscence. For instance, prayer and many similar things, to which even those who observe perpetual continence have recourse. Reply to Objection 2, although one is not bound to pray at all hours, one is bound throughout the day to keep oneself fit for prayer. Whether it is a mortal sin to ask for the debt at a holy time? Objection 1, it would seem that it is a mortal sin to ask for the debt at a holy time. For Gregory says, Dial. that the devil took possession of a woman who had intercourse with her husband at night and came in the morning to the procession. But this would not have happened had she not sinned mortally. Therefore, etc. Objection 2, further, whoever disobeys a divine command commits a mortal sin. Now the Lord commanded, Exodus 19 verse 15, Come not near your wives, when namely they were about to receive the law. Much more therefore do husbands sin mortally if they have intercourse with their wives at a time when they should be intent on the sacred observances of the new law. On the contrary, no circumstance aggravates infinitely. But undue time is a circumstance. Therefore it does not aggravate a sin infinitely, so as to make mortal what was otherwise venial. I answer that, to ask for the debt on a feast day is not a circumstance drawing a sin into another species. Wherefore it cannot aggravate infinitely. Consequently a wife or husband does not sin mortally by asking for the debt on a feast day. It is however a more grievous sin to ask for the sake of mere pleasure, than through fear of the weakness of the flesh. Reply to Objection 1, this woman was punished not because she paid the debt, but because afterward she rashly intruded into the divine service against her conscience. Reply to Objection 2, the authority quoted shows not that it is a mortal sin but that it is unbecoming. For under the old law which was given to a carnal people many things were required under an obligation of precept, for the sake of bodily cleanness, which are not required in the new law which is the law of the Spirit. Whether one spouse is bound to pay the debt to the other at a festal time? Objection 1, it would seem that neither are they bound to pay the debt at a festal time. For those who commit a sin as well as those who consent thereto are equally punished, Romans 1 verse 32. But the one who pays the debt consents with the one that asks, who sins. Therefore he sins also. Objection 2, further, it is an affirmative precept that binds us to pray, and therefore we are bound to do so at a fixed time. Therefore one ought not to pay the debt at a time when one is bound to pray, as neither ought one at a time when one is bound to fulfill a special duty towards a temporal master. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 7:5, defraud not one another, except by consent, for a time, etc. Therefore when one spouse asks the other must pay. I answer that, since the wife has power of her husband's body, and vice versa, with regard to the act of procreation, the one is bound to pay the debt to the other, at any season or hour, with due regard to the decorum required in such matters. For this must not be done at once openly. Reply to objection 1, as far as he is concerned he does not consent, but grants unwillingly and with grief that which is exacted of him, and consequently he does not sin. For it is ordained by God, on account of the weakness of the flesh, that the debt must always be paid to the one who asks lest he be afforded an occasion of sin. Reply to objection 2, no hour is fixed for praying, but that compensation can be made at some other hour, wherefore the argument is not cogent. Whether weddings should be forbidden at certain times? This article is omitted in the Leonine edition. Objection 1, it would seem that weddings ought not to be forbidden at certain times. For marriage is a sacrament, and the celebration of the other sacraments is not forbidden at those times. Therefore neither should the celebration of marriage be forbidden then. Objection 2, further, asking for the marriage debt is more unbecoming on feast days than the celebration of marriage. Yet the debt may be asked for on those days. Therefore also marriages may be solemnized. Objection 3, further, marriages that are contracted in despite of the law of the Church ought to be dissolved. Yet marriages are not dissolved if they be contracted at those times. Therefore it should not be forbidden by a commandment of the Church. On the contrary, it is written, Ecclesiastes 3 verse 5, a time to embrace, and a time to be far from embraces. I answer that, when the newly married spouse is given to her husband, the minds of husband and wife are taken up with carnal preoccupations by reason of the very newness of things. Wherefore weddings are wont to be signalized by much unrestrained rejoicing. On this account it is forbidden to celebrate marriages at those times when men ought especially to arise to spiritual things. Those times are from Advent until the Epiphany because of the communion which, according to the ancient canons, is wont to be made at Christmas, as was observed in its proper place, tp. Q. 30, from Septuagesima until the octave day of Easter. On account of the Easter communion, and from the 3 days before the Ascension until the octave day of Pentecost, on account of the preparation for communion to be received at that time. Reply to objection 1, the celebration of marriage has a certain worldly and carnal rejoicing connected with it, which does not apply to the other sacraments. Hence the comparison fails. Reply to objection 2, there is not such a distraction of minds caused by the payment of a request for the debt as by the celebration of a marriage, and consequently the comparison fails. Reply to objection 3, since time is not essential to a marriage contracted within the forbidden seasons, the marriage is nevertheless a true sacrament. Nor is the marriage dissolved absolutely, but for a time, that they may do penance for having disobeyed the commandment of the Church. It is thus that we are to understand the statement of the Master, Cent. 4, d. 33, namely that should a marriage have been contracted or a wedding celebrated at the aforesaid times, those who have done so, ought to be separated. Nor does he say this on his own authority, but in reference to some canonical ordinance, such as that of the Council of Lerida, which decision is quoted by the Decretals. Question 65, of plurality of wives, 5 articles. We must now consider the plurality of wives. Under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it is against the natural law to have several wives. 2. Whether this was ever lawful. 3. Whether it is against the natural law to have a concubine. 4. Whether it is a mortal sin to have intercourse with a concubine. 5. Whether it was ever lawful to have a concubine. Whether it is against the natural law to have several wives. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not against the natural law to have several wives. For custom does not prejudice the law of nature. But, it was not a sin, to have several wives, when this was the custom, according to Augustine, de bono conjug. 15, as quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 33. Therefore it is not contrary to the natural law to have several wives. Objection 2, further, whoever acts in opposition to the natural law, disobeys a commandment, for the law of nature has its commandments even as the written law has. Now Augustine says, de bono conjug. 15, de civ. Day 15, 38, that, it was not contrary to a commandment, to have several wives, because by no law was it forbidden. Therefore it is not against the natural law to have several wives. Objection 3, further, marriage is chiefly directed to the begetting of offspring. But one man may get children of several women, by causing them to be pregnant. Therefore it is not against the natural law to have several wives. Objection 4, further, natural right is that which nature has taught all animals, as stated at the beginning of the digests, 1, ff de just. Et jure. Now nature has not taught all animals that one male should be united to but one female, since with many animals the one male is united to several females. Therefore it is not against the natural law to have several wives. Objection 5, further, according to the philosopher, de Jenner. Animal. 20, in the begetting of offspring the male is to the female as agent to patient, and as the craftsman is to his material. But it is not against the order of nature for one agent to act on several patients, or for one craftsman to work in several materials. Therefore neither is it contrary to the law of nature for one husband to have many wives. Objection 6, on the contrary, that which was instilled into man at the formation of human nature would seem especially to belong to the natural law. Now it was instilled into him at the very formation of human nature that one man should have one wife, according to Genesis 2 verse 24, they shall be two in one flesh. Therefore it is of natural law. Objection 7, further, it is contrary to the law of nature that man should bind himself to the impossible, and that what is given to one should be given to another. Now when a man contracts with a wife, he gives her the power of his body, so that he is bound to pay her the debt when she asks. Therefore it is against the law of nature that he should afterwards give the power of his body to another, because it would be impossible for him to pay both were both to ask at the same time. Objection 8, further, do not to another what thou wouldst not were done to thyself, cf. Tob. For 16, is a precept of the natural law. But a husband would by no means be willing for his wife to have another husband. Therefore he would be acting against the law of nature, were he to have another wife in addition. Objection 9, further, whatever is against the natural desire is contrary to the natural law. Now a husband's jealousy of his wife and the wife's jealousy of her husband are natural, for they are found in all. Therefore, since jealousy is love impatient of sharing the beloved, it would seem to be contrary to the natural law that several wives should share one husband. I answer that, all natural things are imbued with certain principles whereby they are enabled not only to exercise their proper actions, but also to render those actions proportionate to their end. Whether such actions belong to a thing by virtue of its generic nature, or by virtue of its specific nature, thus it belongs to a magnet to be borne downwards by virtue of its generic nature, and to attract iron by virtue of its specific nature. Now just as in those things which act from natural necessity the principle of action is the form itself, whence their proper actions proceed proportionately to their end. So in things which are endowed with knowledge the principles of action are knowledge and appetite. Hence in the cognitive power there needs to be a natural concept, and in the appetitive power a natural inclination, whereby the action befitting the genus or species is rendered proportionate to the end. Now since man, of all animals, knows the aspect of the end, and the proportion of the action to the end, it follows that he is imbued with a natural concept, whereby he is directed to act in a befitting manner. And this is called the natural law or the natural right, but in other animals, the natural instinct. For brutes are rather impelled by the force of nature to do befitting actions, than guided to act on their own judgment. Therefore the natural law is nothing else than a concept naturally instilled into man, whereby he is guided to act in a befitting manner in his proper actions, whether they are competent to him by virtue of his generic nature, as, for instance, to beget, to eat, and so on, or belong to him by virtue of his specific nature, as, for instance, to reason and so forth. Now whatever renders an action improportionate to the end which nature intends to obtain by a certain work is said to be contrary to the natural law. But an action may be improportionate either to the principal or to the secondary end, and in either case this happens in two ways. First, on account of something which wholly hinders the end. For instance, a very great excess or a very great deficiency in eating hinders both the health of the body, which is the principal end of food, and aptitude for conducting business, which is its secondary end. Secondly, on account of something that renders the attainment of the principal or secondary end difficult, or less satisfactory, for instance eating inordinately in respect of undue time. Accordingly, if an action be improportionate to the end, through altogether hindering the principal end directly, it is forbidden by the first precepts of the natural law, which hold the same place in practical matters as the general concepts of the mind in speculative matters. If, however, it be in any way improportionate to the secondary end, or again to the principal end, as rendering its attainment difficult or less satisfactory, it is forbidden, not indeed by the first precepts of the natural law, but by the second, which are derived from the first, even as conclusions in speculative matters receive our assent by virtue of self-known principles, and thus the act in question is said to be against the law of nature. Now marriage has for its principal end the begetting and rearing of children, and this end is competent to man according to his generic nature, wherefore it is common to other animals. Ethic 8:12. And thus it is that the offspring is assigned as a marriage good. But for its secondary end, as the philosopher says, Ethic 8:12, it has, among men alone, the community of works that are a necessity of life, as stated above, Q. 41, a. 1. And in reference to this they owe one another fidelity, which is one of the goods of marriage. Furthermore it has another end, as regards marriage between believers, namely the signification of Christ and the Church, and thus the sacrament is said to be a marriage good. Wherefore the first end corresponds to the marriage of man inasmuch as he is an animal, the second, inasmuch as he is a man, the third, inasmuch as he is a believer. Accordingly plurality of wives neither wholly destroys nor in any way hinders the first end of marriage, since one man is sufficient to get children of several wives, and to rear the children born of them. But though it does not wholly destroy the second end, it hinders it considerably, for there cannot easily be peace in a family where several wives are joined to one husband. Since one husband cannot suffice to satisfy the requisitions of several wives, and again because the sharing of several in one occupation is a cause of strife, thus, potters quarrel with one another, Aristotle, Ret. 2, 4, and in like manner the several wives of one husband. The third end, it removes altogether, because as Christ is one, so also is the Church one. It is therefore evident from what has been said that plurality of wives is in a way against the law of nature, and in a way not against it. Reply to objection 1, custom does not prejudice the law of nature as regards the first precepts of the latter, which are like the general concepts of the mind in speculative matters. But those which are drawn like conclusions from these custom enforces, as Tully declares, the INV, Ret. 2, or weakens. Such is the precept of nature in the matter of having one wife. Reply to objection 2, as Tully says, de INV, Ret. 2, fear of the law and religion have sanctioned those things that come from nature and are approved by custom. Wherefore it is evident that those dictates of the natural law, which are derived from the first principles as it were of the natural law, have not the binding force of an absolute commandment, except when they have been sanctioned by divine or human law. This is what Augustine means by saying that, they did not disobey the commandments of the law, since it was not forbidden by any law. The reply to the third objection follows from what has been said. Reply to objection 4, natural right has several significations. First, a right is said to be natural by its principle, because it is instilled by nature, and thus Tully defines it, de inv, ret. 2. When he says, natural right is not the result of opinion but the product of an innate force. And since even in natural things certain movements are called natural, not that they be from an intrinsic principle, but because they are from a higher moving principle, thus the movements that are caused in the elements by the impress of heavenly bodies are said to be natural, as the commentator states, De Scylla et Mundo 3:28. Therefore those things that are of divine right are said to be of natural right, because they are caused by the impress and influence of a higher principle, namely God. Isidore takes it in this sense, when he says, Edem v, that the natural right is that which is contained in the law and the gospel. Thirdly, right is said to be natural not only from its principle but also from its matter, because it is about natural things. And since nature is contradistinguished with reason, whereby man is a man, it follows that if we take natural right in its strictest sense, those things which are dictated by natural reason and pertain to man alone are not said to be of natural right, but only those which are dictated by natural reason and are common to man and other animals. Thus we have the aforesaid definition, namely, natural right is what nature has taught all animals. Accordingly, plurality of wives, though not contrary to natural right taken in the third sense, is nevertheless against natural right taken in the second sense, because it is forbidden by the divine law. It is also against natural right taken in the first sense, as appears from what has been said, for such is nature's dictate to every animal according to the mode befitting its nature. Wherefore also certain animals, the rearing of whose offspring demands the care of both, namely the male and female, by natural instinct cling to the union of one with one, for instance the turtle-dove, the dove, and so forth. The reply to the fifth objection is clear from what has been said. Since, however, the arguments adduced, on the contrary side, would seem to show that plurality of wives is against the first principles of the natural law, we must reply to them. Accordingly we reply to the sixth objection that human nature was founded without any defect, and consequently it is endowed not only with those things without which the principal end of marriage is impossible of attainment, but also with those without which the secondary end of marriage could not be obtained without difficulty, and in this way it sufficed man when he was first formed to have one wife, as stated above. Reply to objection 7, in marriage the husband gives his wife power of his body, not in all respects, but only in those things that are required by marriage. Now marriage does not require the husband to pay the debt every time his wife asks for it, if we consider the principal end for which marriage was instituted, namely the good of the offspring, but only as far as is necessary for impregnation. But in so far as it is instituted as a remedy, which is its secondary end, marriage does require the debt to be paid at all times on being asked for. Hence it is evident that by taking several wives a man does not bind himself to the impossible, considering the principal end of marriage, and therefore plurality of wives is not against the first principles of the natural law. Reply to objection 8, this precept of the natural law, do not to another what thou wouldst not were done to thyself, should be understood with the proviso that there be equal proportion. For if a superior is unwilling to be withstood by his subject, he is not therefore bound not to withstand his subject. Hence it does not follow in virtue of this precept that as a husband is unwilling for his wife to have another husband, he must not have another wife, because for one man to have several wives is not contrary to the first principles of the natural law. As stated above, whereas for one wife to have several husbands is contrary to the first principles of the natural law, since thereby the good of the offspring which is the principal end of marriage is, in one respect, entirely destroyed, and in another respect hindered. For the good of the offspring means not only begetting, but also rearing. Now the begetting of offspring, though not wholly voided, since a woman may be impregnated a second time after impregnation has already taken place, as stated in De Gener. Animal 7:4, is nevertheless considerably hindered, because this can scarcely happen without injury either to both fetus or to one of them. But the rearing of the offspring is altogether done away, because as a result of one woman having several husbands there follows uncertainty of the offspring in relation to its father, whose care is necessary for its education. Wherefore the marriage of one wife with several husbands has not been sanctioned by any law or custom, whereas the converse has been. Reply to objection 9. The natural inclination in the appetitive power follows the natural concept in the cognitive power. And since it is not so much opposed to the natural concept for a man to have several wives as for a wife to have several husbands, it follows that a wife's love is not so averse to another sharing the same husband with her, as a husband's love is to another sharing the same wife with him. Consequently, both in man and in other animals the male is more jealous of the female than vice versa. Whether it was ever lawful to have several wives? Objection 1. It would seem that it can never have been lawful to have several wives. For, according to the philosopher, Ethic. v. 7, the natural law has the same power at all times and places. Now plurality of wives is forbidden by the natural law, as stated above, a. 1. Therefore, as it is unlawful now, it was unlawful at all times. Objection 2. Further, if it was ever lawful, this could only be because it was lawful either in itself, or by dispensation. If the former, it would also be lawful now. If the latter, this is impossible, for according to Augustine, Contra Faust. 26, 3, as God is the founder of nature, he does nothing contrary to the principles which he has planted in nature. Since then God has planted in our nature the principle that one man should be united to one wife, it would seem that he has never dispensed man from this. Objection 3. Further, if a thing be lawful by dispensation, it is only lawful for those who receive the dispensation. Now we do not read in the law of a general dispensation having been granted to all. Since then in the Old Testament all who wished to do so, without any distinction, took to themselves several wives, nor were reproached on that account, either by the law or by the prophets, it would seem that it was not made lawful by dispensation. Objection 4. Further, where there is the same reason for dispensation, the same dispensation should be given. Now we cannot assign any other reason for dispensation than the multiplying of the offspring for the worship of God, and this is necessary also now. Therefore this dispensation would be still in force, especially as we read nowhere of its having been recalled. Objection 5. Further, in granting a dispensation the greater good should not be overlooked for the sake of a lesser good. Now fidelity and the sacrament, which it would seem impossible to safeguard in a marriage where one man is joined to several wives, are greater goods than the multiplication of the offspring. Therefore this dispensation ought not to have been granted with a view to this multiplication. On the contrary, it is stated, Galatians 3 verse 19, that the law was set because of transgressors, vulgar, transgressions, namely in order to prohibit them. Now the old law mentions plurality of wives without any prohibition thereof, as appears from DT 21:15, if a man have 2 wives, etc. Therefore they were not transgressors through having 2 wives, and so it was lawful. Further, this is confirmed by the example of the holy patriarchs, who are stated to have had several wives, and yet were most pleasing to God, for instance Jacob, David, and several others. Therefore at one time it was lawful. I answer that, as stated above, a. 1, ad 7:8, plurality of wives is said to be against the natural law, not as regards its first precepts, but as regards the secondary precepts, which like conclusions are drawn from its first precepts. Since, however, human acts must needs vary according to the various conditions of persons, times, and other circumstances, the aforesaid conclusions do not proceed from the first precepts of the natural law, so as to be binding in all cases, but only in the majority. For such is the entire matter of ethics according to the philosopher, Ethic. I. 3:7. Hence, when they cease to be binding, it is lawful to disregard them. But because it is not easy to determine the above variations, it belongs exclusively to him from whose authority he derives its binding force to permit the non-observance of the law in those cases to which the force of the law ought not to extend. And this permission is called a dispensation. Now the law prescribing the one wife was framed not by man but by God, nor was it ever given by word or in writing, but was imprinted on the heart, like other things belonging in any way to the natural law. Consequently a dispensation in this matter could be granted by God alone through an inward inspiration, vouchsafed originally to the holy patriarchs, and by their example continued to others. At a time when it behooved the aforesaid precept not to be observed, in order to ensure the multiplication of the offspring to be brought up in the worship of God. For the principal end is ever to be borne in mind before the secondary end. Wherefore, since the good of the offspring is the principal end of marriage, it behooved to disregard for a time the impediment that might arise to the secondary ends, when it was necessary for the offspring to be multiplied. Because it was for the removal of this impediment that the precept forbidding a plurality of wives was framed, as stated above, a. 1. Reply to objection 1, the natural law, considered in itself, has the same force at all times and places. But accidentally on account of some impediment it may vary at certain times and places, as the philosopher, Ethic. I. 3:7, instances in the case of other natural things. For at all times and places the right hand is better than the left according to nature, but it may happen accidentally that a person is ambidextrous, because our nature is variable. And the same applies to the natural, just as the philosopher states, Ethic. I. 3:7. Reply to objection 2, in a decretal, de divortiis, cap. Gaudimus, it is asserted that it was never lawful to have several wives without having a dispensation received through divine inspiration. Nor is the dispensation thus granted a contradiction to the principles which God has implanted in nature, but an exception to them, because those principles are not intended to apply to all cases but to the majority, as stated. Even so it is not contrary to nature when certain occurrences take place in natural things miraculously, by way of exception to more frequent occurrences. Reply to objection 3, dispensation from a law should follow the quality of the law. Wherefore, since the law of nature is imprinted on the heart, it was not necessary for a dispensation from things pertaining to the natural law to be given under the form of a written law but by internal inspiration. Reply to objection 4, when Christ came it was the time of the fullness of the grace of Christ, whereby the worship of God was spread abroad among all nations by a spiritual propagation. Hence there is not the same reason for a dispensation as before Christ's coming, when the worship of God was spread and safeguarded by a carnal propagation. Reply to objection 5, the offspring, considered as one of the marriage goods, includes the keeping of faith with God. Because the reason why it is reckoned a marriage good is because it is awaited with a view to its being brought up in the worship of God. Now the faith to be kept with God is of greater import than the faith to be kept with a wife, which is reckoned a marriage good, and than the signification which pertains to the sacrament. Since the signification is subordinate to the knowledge of faith. Hence it is not unfitting if something is taken from the two other goods for the sake of the good of the offspring. Nor are they entirely done away, since there remains faith towards several wives. And the sacrament remains after a fashion, for though it did not signify the union of Christ with the Church as one, nevertheless the plurality of wives signified the distinction of degrees in the Church. Which distinction is not only in the Church militant but also in the Church triumphant. Consequently their marriages signified somewhat the union of Christ not only with the Church militant, as some say, but also with the Church triumphant where there are many mansions, John 19 verse 2. Whether it is against the natural law to have a concubine? Objection 1, it would seem that to have a concubine is not against the natural law. For the ceremonies of the law are not of the natural law. But fornication is forbidden, Acts 15 verse 29, in conjunction with ceremonies of the law which for the time were being imposed on those who were brought to the faith from among the heathens. Therefore simple fornication which is intercourse with a concubine is not against the natural law. Objection 2, further, positive law is an outcome of the natural law, as Tully says, de invent. 2. Now fornication was not forbidden by positive law, indeed according to the ancient laws women used to be sentenced to be taken to brothels. Therefore it is not against the natural law to have a concubine. Objection 3, further, the natural law does not forbid that which is given simply, to be given for a time or under certain restrictions. Now one unmarried woman may give the power of her body forever to an unmarried man, so that he may use her when he will. Therefore it is not against the law of nature, if she give him power of her body for a time. Objection 4. Further, whoever uses his own property as he will, injures no one. But a bondswoman is her master's property. Therefore if her master use her as he will, he injures no one, and consequently it is not against the natural law to have a concubine. Objection 5. Further, everyone may give his own property to another. Now the wife has power of her husband's body, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 4. Therefore if his wife be willing, the husband can have intercourse with another woman without sin. On the contrary, according to all laws the children born of a concubine are children of shame. But this would not be so unless the union of which they are born were naturally shameful. Further, as stated above, Q. 41a:1, marriage is natural. But this would not be so if without prejudice to the natural law a man could be united to a woman otherwise than by marriage. Therefore it is against the natural law to have a concubine. I answer that, as stated above, a:1, an action is said to be against the natural law, if it is not in keeping with the due end intended by nature, whether through not being directed thereto by the action of the agent, or through being directed thereto by the action of the agent, or through being in itself improportionate to that end. Now the end which nature intends in sexual union is the begetting and rearing of the offspring. And that this good might be sought after, it attached pleasure to the union, as Augustine says, De nup. Edicon cup. I:8. Accordingly to make use of sexual intercourse on account of its inherent pleasure, without reference to the end for which nature intended it, is to act against nature. As also is it if the intercourse be not such as may fittingly be directed to that end. And since, for the most part, things are denominated from their end, as being that which is of most consequence to them, just as the marriage union took its name from the good of the offspring, cf. Q. 44a:2, which is the end chiefly sought after in marriage, so the name of concubine is expressive of that union where sexual intercourse is sought after for its own sake. Moreover, even though sometimes a man may seek to have offspring of such an intercourse, this is not befitting to the good of the offspring, which signifies not only the begetting of children from which they take their being, but also their rearing and instruction, by which means they receive nourishment and learning from their parents, in respect of which three things the parents are bound to their children, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8, 11, 12. Now since the rearing and teaching of the children remain a duty of the parents during a long period of time, the law of nature requires the father and mother to dwell together for a long time, in order that together they may be of assistance to their children. Hence birds that unite together in rearing their young do not sever their mutual fellowship from the time when they first come together until the young are fully fledged. Now this obligation which binds the female and her mate to remain together constitutes matrimony. Consequently it is evident that it is contrary to the natural law for a man to have intercourse with a woman who is not married to him, which is the signification of a concubine. Reply to Objection 1. Among the Gentiles the natural law was obscured in many points, and consequently they did not think it wrong to have intercourse with a concubine, and in many cases practiced fornication as though it were lawful. As also other things contrary to the ceremonial laws of the Jews, though not contrary to the law of nature. Wherefore the apostles inserted the prohibition of fornication among that of other ceremonial observances, because in both cases there was a difference of opinion between Jews and Gentiles. Reply to Objection 2, this law was the result of the darkness just mentioned, into which the Gentiles had fallen, by not giving due honor to God as stated in Romans 1 verse 21, and did not proceed from the instinct of the natural law. Hence, when the Christian religion prevailed, this law was abolished. Reply to Objection 3, in certain cases no evil results ensue if a person surrenders his right to a thing whether absolutely or for a time, so that in neither case is the surrender against the natural law. But that does not apply to the case in point, wherefore the argument does not prove. Reply to Objection 4, injury is opposed to justice. Now the natural law forbids not only injustice, but also whatever is opposed to any of the virtues, for instance it is contrary to the natural law to eat immoderately, although by doing so a man uses his own property without injury to anyone. Moreover, although a bondswoman is her master's property that she may serve him, she is not his that she may be his concubine. And again it depends how a person makes use of his property. For such a man does an injury to the offspring he begets, since such a union is not directed to its good, as stated above. Reply to objection 5, the wife has power of her husband's body, not simply and in all respects, but only in relation to marriage, and consequently she cannot transfer her husband's body to another to the detriment of the good of marriage. Whether it is a mortal sin to have intercourse with a concubine? Objection 1, it would seem that it is not a mortal sin to have intercourse with a concubine. For a lie is a greater sin than simple fornication, and a proof of this is that Judah, who did not abhor to commit fornication with Tamar, recoiled from telling a lie, saying, Genesis 38 verse 23, surely she cannot charge us with a lie. But a lie is not always a mortal sin. Neither therefore is simple fornication. Objection 2, further, a deadly sin should be punished with death. But the old law did not punish with death intercourse with a concubine, save in a certain case, dt. 22:25, therefore it is not a deadly sin. Objection 3, further, according to Gregory, Moral. 33:12, the sins of the flesh are less blameworthy than spiritual sins. Now pride and covetousness, which are spiritual sins, are not always mortal sins. Therefore fornication, which is a sin of the flesh, is not always a mortal sin. Objection 4, further, where the incentive is greater the sin is less grievous, because he sins more who is overcome by a lighter temptation. But concupiscence is the greatest incentive to lust. Therefore since lustful actions are not always mortal sins, neither is simple fornication a mortal sin. On the contrary, nothing but mortal sin excludes from the kingdom of God. But fornicators are excluded from the kingdom of God, 1 Corinthians 6 verses 9 and 10. Therefore simple fornication is a mortal sin. Further, mortal sins alone are called crimes. Now all fornication is a crime according to Tob. For 13, take heed to keep thyself from all fornication, and beside thy wife never endure to no crime. Therefore, etc. I answer that, as we have already stated, Cent. 2, d. 42, q. 1, a. 4, those sins are mortal in their genus which violate the bond of friendship between man and God, and between man and man, for such sins are against the two precepts of charity which is the life of the soul. Wherefore since the intercourse of fornication destroys the due relations of the parent with the offspring that is nature's aim in sexual intercourse, there can be no doubt that simple fornication by its very nature is a mortal sin even though there were no written law. Reply to objection 1, it often happens that a man who does not avoid a mortal sin, avoids a venial sin to which he has not so great an incentive. Thus, 2, Judah avoided a lie while he avoided not fornication. Nevertheless that would have been a pernicious lie, for it would have involved an injury if he had not kept his promise. Reply to objection 2, a sin is called deadly, not because it is punished with temporal, but because it is punished with eternal death. Hence also theft, which is a mortal sin, and many other sins are sometimes not punished with temporal death by the law. The same applies to fornication. Reply to objection 3, just as not every movement of pride is a mortal sin, so neither is every movement of lust, because the first movements of lust and the like are venial sins, even sometimes marriage intercourse. Nevertheless some acts of lust are mortal sins, while some movements of pride are venial, since the words quoted from Gregory are to be understood as comparing vices in their genus and not in their particular acts. Reply to objection 4, a circumstance is the more effective in aggravating a sin according as it comes nearer to the nature of sin. Hence although fornication is less grave on account of the greatness of its incentive, yet on account of the matter about which it has a greater gravity than immoderate eating. Because it is about those things which tighten the bond of human fellowship, as stated above. Hence the argument does not prove Whether it was ever lawful to have a concubine? Objection 1. It would seem that it has been sometimes lawful to have a concubine. For just as the natural law requires a man to have but one wife, so does it forbid him to have a concubine. Yet at times it has been lawful to have several wives. Therefore it has also been lawful to have a concubine. Objection 2. Further, a woman cannot be at the same time a slave and a wife, wherefore according to the law, DT 2111, Sequentia, a bondswoman gained her freedom by the very fact of being taken in marriage. Now we read that certain men who were most beloved of God, for instance Abraham and Jacob, had intercourse with their bondswomen. Therefore these were not wives, and consequently it was sometime lawful to have a concubine. Objection 3. Further, a woman who is taken in marriage cannot be cast out, and her son should have a share in the inheritance. Yet Abraham sent Agar away, and her son was not his heir, Genesis 21 verse 14. Therefore she was not Abraham's wife. On the contrary, things opposed to the precepts of the Decalogue were never lawful. Now to have a concubine is against a precept of the Decalogue, namely, thou shalt not commit adultery. Therefore it was never lawful. Further, Ambrose says in his book on the Patriarchs, De Abrahami, for, what is unlawful to a wife is unlawful to a husband. But it is never lawful for a wife to put aside her own husband and have intercourse with another man. Therefore it was never lawful for a husband to have a concubine. I answer that, Rabbi Moses says, document perp 3, 49, that before the time of the law fornication was not a sin. And he proved his assertion from the fact that Judah had intercourse with Tamar. But this argument is not conclusive. For there is no need to excuse Jacob's sons from mortal sin, since they were accused to their father of a most wicked crime, Gn. 37:2, and consented kill Joseph and to sell him. Wherefore we must say that since it is against the natural law to have a concubine outside wedlock, as stated above, a. 3, it was never lawful either in itself or by dispensation. For as we have shown, document perp. 3, 49, intercourse with a woman outside wedlock is an action improportionate to the good of the offspring which is the principal end of marriage, and consequently it is against the first precepts of the natural law which admit of no dispensation. Hence wherever in the Old Testament we read of concubines being taken by such men as we ought to excuse from mortal sin, we must needs understand them to have been taken in marriage, and yet to have been called concubines. Because they had something of the character of a wife and something of the character of a concubine. In so far as marriage is directed to its principal end, which is the good of the offspring, the union of wife and husband is indissoluble or at least of a lasting nature, as shown above, a. 1, and in regard to this there is no dispensation. But in regard to the secondary end, which is the management of the household and community of works, the wife is united to the husband as his mate, and this was lacking in those who were known as concubines. For in this respect a dispensation was possible, since it is the secondary end of marriage. And from this point of view they bore some resemblance to concubines, and for this reason they were known as such. Reply to objection 1, as stated above, a. 1, ad 7, 8, to have several wives is not against the first precepts of the natural law, as it is to have a concubine, wherefore the argument does not prove. Reply to objection 2, the patriarchs of old by virtue of the dispensation which allowed them several wives, approached their bondswomen with the disposition of a husband towards his wife. For these women were wives as to the principal and first end of marriage, but not as to the other union which regards the secondary end, to which bondage is opposed since a woman cannot be at once mate and slave. Reply to objection 3, as in the Mosaic law it was allowable by dispensation to grant a bill of divorce in order to avoid wife murder, as we shall state further on, Q. 67, 6, so by the same dispensation Abraham was allowed to send Agar away. In order to signify the mystery which the Apostle explains, Gal. 4:22, Sequentia. Again, that this son did not inherit belongs to the mystery, as explained in the same place. Even so Esau, the son of a free woman, did not inherit, Romans 9 verse 13. Sequentia. In like manner on account of the mystery it came about that the sons of Jacob born of bond and free women inherited. As Augustine says, Tract 11 in Joan, because sons and heirs are born to Christ both of good ministers denoted by the free woman and of evil ministers denoted by the bondswoman. Question 66, of bigamy and of the irregularity contracted thereby, 5 articles. In the next place we must consider bigamy and the irregularity contracted thereby. Under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. 1. Whether irregularity attaches to the bigamy that consists in having 2 successive wives. 2. Whether irregularity is contracted by one who has 2 wives at once. 3. Whether irregularity is contracted by marrying one who is not a virgin. 4. Whether bigamy is removed by baptism. 5. Whether a dispensation can be granted to a bigamous person. Whether irregularity attaches to bigamy. Objection 1. It would seem that irregularity is not attached to the bigamy that consists in having 2 wives successively. For multitude and unity are consequent upon being. Since then non-being does not cause plurality, a man who has 2 wives successively, the one in being, the other in non-being, does not thereby become the husband of more than one wife, so as to be debarred, according to the Apostle, 1 Timothy 3 verse 2. Titus 1 verse 6, from the Episcopate. Objection 2, further, a man who commits fornication with several women gives more evidence of incontinence than one who has several wives successively. Yet in the first case a man does not become irregular. Therefore neither in the second should he become irregular. Objection 3, further, if bigamy causes irregularity, this is either because of the sacrament, or because of the carnal intercourse. Now it is not on account of the former, for if a man had contracted marriage by words of the present and, his wife dying before the consummation of the marriage, he were to marry another, he would become irregular. Which is against the decree of Innocent III, cap. Dubium, de bigamia. Nor again is it on account of the second, for then a man who had committed fornication with several women would become irregular, which is false. Therefore bigamy nowise causes irregularity. I answer that, by the sacrament of order a man is appointed to the ministry of the sacraments, and he who has to administer the sacraments to others must suffer from no defect in the sacraments. Now there is a defect in a sacrament when the entire signification of the sacrament is not found therein. And the sacrament of marriage signifies the union of Christ with the Church, which is the union of one with one. Therefore the perfect signification of the sacrament requires the husband to have only one wife, and the wife to have but one husband, and consequently bigamy, which does away with this, causes irregularity. And there are 4 kinds of bigamy. The first is when a man has several lawful wives successively, the second is when a man has several wives at once, one in law, the other in fact. The third, when he has several successively, one in law, the other in fact, the fourth, when a man marries a widow. Accordingly irregularity attaches to all of these. There is another consequent reason assigned, since those who receive the sacrament of order should be signalized by the greatest spirituality, both because they administer spiritual things, namely the sacraments, and because they teach spiritual things, and should be occupied in spiritual matters. Wherefore since concupiscence is most incompatible with spirituality, inasmuch as it makes a man to be wholly carnal, they should give no sign of persistent concupiscence, which does indeed show itself in bigamous persons, seeing that they were unwilling to be content with one wife. The first reason however is the better. Reply to objection 1, the multitude of several wives at the same time is a multitude simply, wherefore a multitude of this kind is wholly inconsistent with the signification of the sacrament, so that the sacrament is voided on that account. But the multitude of several successive wives is a multitude relatively, wherefore it does not entirely destroy the signification of the sacrament, nor does it void the sacrament in its essence but in its perfection, which is required of those who are the dispensers of sacraments. Reply to objection 2, although those who are guilty of fornication give proof of greater concupiscence, theirs is not a so persistent concupiscence, since by fornication one party is not bound to the other forever. and consequently no defect attaches to the sacrament. Reply to objection 3, as stated above, bigamy causes irregularity, because it destroys the perfect signification of the sacrament, which signification is seated both in the union of minds, as expressed by the consent, and in the union of bodies. Wherefore bigamy must affect both of these at the same time in order to cause irregularity. Hence the decree of Innocent III disposes of the statement of the Master, Cent. 4, d. 27, namely that consent alone by words of the present is sufficient to cause irregularity. Whether irregularity results from bigamy, when one husband has two wives, one in law, the other in fact. Objection 1. It would seem that irregularity does not result from bigamy when one husband has two wives at the same time, one in law and one in fact. For when the sacrament is void there can be no defect in the sacrament. Now when a man marries a woman in fact but not in law there is no sacrament, since such a union does not signify the union of Christ with the Church. Therefore since irregularity does not result from bigamy except on account of a defect in the sacrament, it would seem that no irregularity attaches to bigamy of this kind. Objection 2. Further, if a man has intercourse with a woman whom he has married in fact and not in law, he commits fornication if he has not a lawful wife, or adultery if he has. But a man does not become irregular by dividing his flesh among several women by fornication or adultery. Therefore neither does he by the aforesaid kind of bigamy. Objection 3. Further, it may happen that a man, before knowing carnally the woman he has married in law, marries another in fact and not in law, and knows her carnally, whether the former woman be living or dead. Now this man has contracted marriage with several women either in law or in fact, and yet he is not irregular, since he has not divided his flesh among several women. Therefore irregularity is not contracted by reason of the aforesaid kind of bigamy. I answer that, irregularity is contracted in the two second kinds of bigamy, for although in the one there is no sacrament, there is a certain likeness to a sacrament. Wherefore these two kinds are secondary, and the first is the principal kind in causing irregularity. Reply to objection 1, although there is no sacrament in this case there is a certain likeness to a sacrament, whereas there is no such likeness in fornication or adultery. Hence the comparison fails. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to objection 3, in this case the man is not reckoned a bigamist, because the first marriage lacked its perfect signification. Nevertheless if, by the judgment of the Church, he be compelled to return to his first wife and carnally to know her, he becomes irregular forthwith, because the irregularity is the result not of the sin but of imperfect signification. Whether irregularity is contracted by marrying one who is not a virgin? Objection 1, it would seem that irregularity is not contracted by marrying one who is not a virgin. For a man's own defect is a greater impediment to him than the defect of another. But if the man himself who marries is not a virgin he does not become irregular. Therefore much less does he if his wife is not a virgin. Objection 2, further, it may happen that a man marries a woman after corrupting her. Now, seemingly, such a man does not become irregular, since he has not divided his flesh among several, nor has his wife done so, and yet he marries a woman who is not a virgin. Therefore this kind of bigamy does not cause irregularity. Objection 3, further, no man can become irregular except voluntarily. But sometimes a man marries involuntarily one who is not a virgin, for instance when he thinks her a virgin and afterwards, by knowing her carnally, finds that she is not. Therefore this kind does not always cause irregularity. Objection 4, further, unlawful intercourse after marriage is more guilty than before marriage. Now if a wife, after the marriage has been consummated, has intercourse with another man, her husband does not become irregular, otherwise he would be punished for his wife's sin. Moreover, it might happen that, after knowing of this, he pays her the debt at her asking, before she is accused and convicted of adultery. Therefore it would seem that this kind of bigamy does not cause irregularity. On the contrary, Gregory says, Regist. 2, ep. 37, we command thee never to make unlawful ordinations, nor to admit to holy orders a bigamist, or one who has married a woman that is not a virgin, or one who is unlettered, or one who is deformed in his limbs, or bound to do penance or to perform some civil duty, or who is in any state of subjection. I answer that, in the union of Christ with the Church unity is found on either side. Consequently, whether we find division of the flesh on the part of the husband, or on the part of the wife, there is a defect of sacrament. There is, however, a difference, because on the part of the husband it is required that he should not have married another wife, but not that he should be a virgin, whereas on the part of the wife it is also required that she be a virgin. The reason assigned by those versed in the decretals is because the bridegroom signifies the church militant which is entrusted to the care of a bishop, and in which there are many corruptions. While the spouse signifies Christ who was a virgin, wherefore virginity on the part of the spouse, but not on the part of the bridegroom, is required in order that a man be made a bishop. This reason, however, is expressly contrary to the words of the Apostle, Ephesians 5 verse 25, Husbands, love your wives, as Christ also loved the church, which show that the bride signifies the church, and the bridegroom Christ, and again he says, F. 5:23, because the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church. Wherefore others say that Christ is signified by the bridegroom, and that the bride signifies the church triumphant in which there is no stain. Also that the synagogue was first united to Christ as a concubine, so that the sacrament loses nothing of its signification if the bridegroom previously had a concubine. But this is most absurd, since just as the faith of ancients and of moderns is one, so is the church one. Wherefore those who served God at the time of the synagogue belonged to the unity of the church in which we serve God. Moreover, this is expressly contrary to Jeremiah 3 verse 14, Ezek 16:8, Ozee 2:16, where the espousals of the synagogue are mentioned explicitly, so that she was not as a concubine but as a wife. Again, according to this, fornication would be the sacred sign, sacramentum, of that union, which is absurd. Wherefore heathendom, before being espoused to Christ in the faith of the Church, was corrupted by the devil through idolatry. Hence we must say otherwise that irregularity is caused by a defect in the sacrament itself. Now when corruption of the flesh occurs outside wedlock on account of a preceding marriage, it causes no defect in the sacrament on the part of the person corrupted, but it causes a defect in the other person. Because the act of one who contracts marriage terminates not in himself, but in the other party, wherefore it takes its species from its term, which, moreover, in regard to that act, is the matter as it were of the sacrament. Consequently, if a woman were able to receive orders, just as her husband becomes irregular through marrying one who is not a virgin, but not through his not being a virgin when he marries, so also would a woman become irregular if she were to marry a man who is not a virgin, but not if she were no longer a virgin when she married unless she had been corrupted by reason of a previous marriage. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2, in this case opinions differ. It is, however, more probable that he is not irregular, because he has not divided his flesh among several women. Reply to objection 3, irregularity is not the infliction of a punishment, but the defect of a sacrament. Consequently it is not always necessary for bigamy to be voluntary in order to cause irregularity. Hence a man who marries a woman, thinking her to be a virgin, whereas she is not, becomes irregular by knowing her carnally. Reply to objection 4, if a woman commits fornication after being married, her husband does not become irregular on that account, unless he again knows her carnally after she has been corrupted by adultery. Since otherwise the corruption of the wife nowise affects the marriage act of the husband. But though he be compelled by law to pay her the debt, or if he do so at her request, being compelled by his own conscience, even before she is convicted of adultery, he becomes irregular, albeit opinions differ on this point. However, what we have said is more probable, since here it is not a question of sin, but of signification only. Whether bigamy is removed by baptism? Objection 1, it would seem that bigamy is removed by baptism. For Jerome says in his commentary on the Epistle to Titus, 1:6, the husband of one wife, that if a man has had several wives before receiving baptism, or one before and another after baptism, he is not a bigamist. Therefore bigamy is removed by baptism. Objection 2, further, he who does what is more, does what is less. Now baptism removes all sin, and sin is a greater thing than irregularity. Therefore it removes irregularity. Objection 3, further, baptism takes away all punishment resulting from an act. Now such is the irregularity of bigamy. Therefore, etc. Objection 4, further, a bigamist is irregular because he is deficient in the representation of Christ. Now by baptism we are fully conformed to Christ. Therefore this irregularity is removed. Objection 5, further, the sacraments of the new law are more efficacious than the sacraments of the old law. But the sacraments of the old law removed irregularities according to the Master's statement, Sent. 4. Therefore baptism also, being the most efficacious of the sacraments of the new law, removes the irregularity consequent upon bigamy. On the contrary, Augustine says, de bono conjug. 18. Those understand the question more correctly who maintain that a man who has married a second wife, though he was a catechumen or even a pagan at the time, cannot be ordained, because it is a question of a sacrament, not of a sin. Further, according to the same authority, de bono conjug. 18. A woman who has been corrupted while a catechumen or a pagan cannot after baptism be consecrated among God's virgins. Therefore in like manner one who was a bigamist before baptism cannot be ordained. I answer that, baptism removes sin, but does not dissolve marriage. Wherefore since irregularity results from marriage, it cannot be removed by baptism, as Augustine says, de bono conjug. 18. Reply to objection 1, in this case Jerome's opinion is not followed, unless perhaps he wished to explain that he means that a dispensation should be more easily granted. Reply to objection 2, it does not follow that what does a greater thing, does a lesser, unless it be directed to the latter. This is not so in the case in point, because baptism is not directed to the removal of an irregularity. Reply to objection 3, this must be understood of punishments consequent upon actual sin, which are, or have yet to be, inflicted, for one does not recover virginity by baptism, nor again undivision of the flesh. Reply to objection 4, baptism conforms a man to Christ as regards the virtue of the mind, but not as to the condition of the body, which is affected by virginity or division of the flesh. Reply to objection 5, those irregularities were contracted through slight and temporary causes, and consequently they could be removed by those sacraments. Moreover the latter were ordained for that purpose, whereas baptism is not. Whether it is lawful for a bigamist to receive a dispensation. Objection 1, it would seem unlawful for a bigamist to be granted a dispensation. For it is said, extra, de bigamis, cap. Nuper, it is not lawful to grant a dispensation to clerics who, as far as they could do so, have taken to themselves a second wife. Objection 2, further, it is not lawful to grant a dispensation from the divine law. Now whatever is in the canonical writings belongs to the divine law. Since then in canonical scripture the Apostle says, 1 Timothy 3 verse 2, it behoveth a bishop to be the husband of one wife, it would seem that a dispensation cannot be granted in this matter. Objection 3, further, no one can receive a dispensation in what is essential to a sacrament. But it is essential to the sacrament of order that the recipient be not irregular, since the signification which is essential to a sacrament is lacking in one who is irregular. Therefore he cannot be granted a dispensation in this. Objection 4, further, what is reasonably done cannot be reasonably undone. If, therefore, a bigamist can lawfully receive a dispensation, it was unreasonable that he should be irregular, which is inadmissible. On the contrary, Pope Lucius granted a dispensation to the Bishop of Palermo who was a bigamist, as stated in the gloss on Can. Lector, Ist 34. Further, Pope Martin, Martinus Bracarensis, cap. 43, says, if a reader marry a widow, let him remain a reader, or if there be need for it, he may receive the subdiaconate, but no higher order, and the same applies if he should be a bigamist. Therefore he may at least receive a dispensation as far as the subdiaconate. I answer that, irregularity attaches to bigamy not by natural, but by positive law. Nor again is it one of the essentials of order that a man be not a bigamist, which is evident from the fact that if a bigamist present himself for orders, he receives the character. Wherefore the Pope can dispense altogether from such an irregularity. But a bishop, only as regards the minor orders, though some say that in order to prevent religious wandering abroad he can dispense therefrom as regards the major orders in those who wish to serve God in religion. Reply to Objection 1. This decretal shows that there is the same difficulty against granting a dispensation in those who have married several wives in fact, as if they had married them in law. But it does not prove that the Pope has no power to grant a dispensation in such cases. Reply to Objection 2. This is true as regards things belonging to the natural law, and those which are essential to the sacraments, and to faith. But in those which owe their institution to the apostles, since the Church has the same power now as then of setting up and of putting down, she can grant a dispensation through him who holds the primacy. Reply to Objection 3. Not every signification is essential to a sacrament, but that alone which belongs to the sacramental effect, and this is not removed by irregularity. Leonine edition reads, officium, some read, effectum. The meaning is the same, and is best rendered as above. Reply to Objection 4. In particular cases there is no ratio that applies to all equally, on account of their variety. Hence what is reasonably established for all, in consideration of what happens in the majority of cases, can be with equal reason done away in a certain definite case. Question 67. Of the Bill of Divorce, 7 articles. We must now consider the Bill of Divorce, under which head there are 7 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the indissolubility of marriage is of natural law. 2. Whether by dispensation it may become lawful to put away a wife. 3. Whether it was lawful under the Mosaic law. 4. Whether a wife who has been divorced may take another husband. 5. Whether the husband can marry again the wife whom he has divorced. 6. Whether the cause of divorce was hatred of the wife. 7. Whether the reasons for divorce had to be written on the bill. Whether inseparableness of the wife is of natural law. Objection 1. It would seem that inseparableness of the wife is not of natural law. For the natural law is the same for all. But no law save Christ's has forbidden the divorcing of a wife. Therefore inseparableness of a wife is not of natural law. Objection 2. Further, the sacraments are not of the natural law. But the indissolubility of marriage is one of the marriage goods. Therefore it is not of the natural law. Objection 3. Further, the union of man and woman in marriage is chiefly directed to the begetting, rearing, and instruction of the offspring. But all things are complete by a certain time. Therefore after that time it is lawful to put away a wife without prejudice to the natural law. Objection 4. Further, the good of the offspring is the principal end of marriage. But the indissolubility of marriage is opposed to the good of the offspring, because, according to philosophers, a certain man cannot beget offspring of a certain woman, and yet he might beget of another, even though she may have had intercourse with another man. Therefore the indissolubility of marriage is against rather than according to the natural law. On the contrary, those things which were assigned to nature when it was well established in its beginning belong especially to the law of nature. Now the indissolubility of marriage is one of these things according to Matt. 19:4, 6. Therefore it is of natural law. Further, it is of natural law that man should not oppose himself to God. Yet man would, in a way, oppose himself to God if he were to sunder what God hath joined together. Since then the indissolubility of marriage is gathered from this passage, Matt. 19:6, it would seem that it is of natural law. I answer that, by the intention of nature marriage is directed to the rearing of the offspring, not merely for a time, but throughout its whole life. Hence it is of natural law that parents should lay up for their children, and that children should be their parents' heirs, 2 Corinthians 12 verse 14. Therefore, since the offspring is the common good of husband and wife, the dictate of the natural law requires the latter to live together forever inseparably, and so the indissolubility of marriage is of natural law. Reply to Objection 1, Christ's law alone brought mankind to perfection, cf. Hebrews 7 verse 19, by bringing man back to the state of the newness of nature. Wherefore neither Mosaic nor human laws could remove all that was contrary to the law of nature, for this was reserved exclusively to the law of the Spirit of life, cf. Romans 8 verse 2. Reply to Objection 2, indissolubility belongs to marriage in so far as the latter is a sign of the perpetual union of Christ with the Church, and in so far as it fulfills an office of nature that is directed to the good of the offspring. As stated above. But since divorce is more directly incompatible with the signification of the sacrament than with the good of the offspring, with which it is incompatible consequently, as stated above, Q. 65, a. 2, ad 5. The indissolubility of marriage is implied in the good of the sacrament rather than in the good of the offspring, although it may be connected with both. And in so far as it is connected with the good of the offspring, it is of the natural law, but not as connected with the good of the sacrament. The reply to the third objection may be gathered from what has been said. Reply to Objection 4, marriage is chiefly directed to the common good in respect of its principal end, which is the good of the offspring. Although in respect of its secondary end it is directed to the good of the contracting party, in so far as it is by its very nature a remedy for concupiscence. Hence marriage laws consider what is expedient for all rather than what may be suitable for one. Therefore, although the indissolubility of marriage hinder the good of the offspring with regard to some individual, it is proportionate with the good of the offspring absolutely speaking, and for this reason the argument does not prove whether it may have been lawful by dispensation to put away a wife. Objection 1, it seems that it could not be lawful by dispensation to put away a wife. For in marriage anything that is opposed to the good of the offspring is against the first precepts of the natural law, which admit of no dispensation. Now such is the putting away of a wife, as stated above, a. 1. Therefore, etc. Objection 2, further, a concubine differs from a wife especially in the fact that she is not inseparably united. But by no dispensation could a man have a concubine. Therefore by no dispensation could he put his wife away. Objection 3, further, men are as fit to receive a dispensation now as of old. But now a man cannot receive a dispensation to divorce his wife. Neither, therefore, could he in olden times. On the contrary, Abraham carnally knew Agar with the disposition of a husband towards his wife, as stated above, Q. 65, a. 5, ad 2, 3. Now by divine command he sent her away, and yet sinned not. Therefore it could be lawful by dispensation for a man to put away his wife. I answer that, in the commandments, especially those which in some way are of natural law, a dispensation is like a change in the natural course of things, and this course is subject to a twofold change. First, by some natural cause whereby another natural cause is hindered from following its course, it is thus in all things that happen by chance less frequently in nature. In this way, however, there is no variation in the course of those natural things which happen always, but only in the course of those which happen frequently. Secondly, by a cause altogether supernatural, as in the case of miracles, and in this way there can be a variation in the course of nature, not only in the course which is appointed for the majority of cases, but also in the course which is appointed for all cases, as instanced by the sun standing still at the time of Josue, and by its turning back at the time of Ezekias, and by the miraculous eclipse at the time of Christ's Passion, Jos. 10:14, 4 Kings 20:10, is 38:8, Matt. 27:15. In like manner the reason for a dispensation from a precept of the law of nature is sometimes found in the lower causes, and in this way a dispensation may bear upon the secondary precepts of the natural law. But not on the first precepts because these are always existent as it were, as stated above, Q. 65, a. 1, in reference to the plurality of wives and so forth. But sometimes this reason is found in the higher causes, and then a dispensation may be given by God even from the first precepts of the natural law, for the sake of signifying or showing some divine mystery. As instanced in the dispensation vouchsafed to Abraham in the slaying of his innocent son. Such dispensations, however, are not granted to all generally, but to certain individual persons, as also happens in regard to miracles. Accordingly, if the indissolubility of marriage is contained among the first precepts of the natural law, it could only be a matter of dispensation in this second way. But, if it be one of the second precepts of the natural law, it could be a matter of dispensation even in the first way. Now it would seem to belong rather to the secondary precepts of the natural law. For the indissolubility of marriage is not directed to the good of the offspring, which is the principal end of marriage, except in so far as parents have to provide for their children for their whole life, by due preparation of those things that are necessary in life. Now this preparation does not pertain to the first intention of nature, in respect of which all things are common. And therefore it would seem that to put away one's wife is not contrary to the first intention of nature, and consequently that it is contrary not to the first but to the second precepts of the natural law. Therefore, seemingly, it can be a matter of dispensation even in the first way. Reply to objection 1, the good of the offspring, in so far as it belongs to the first intention of nature, includes procreation, nourishment, and instruction, until the offspring comes to perfect age. But that provision be made for the children by bequeathing to them the inheritance or other goods belongs seemingly to the second intention of the natural law. Reply to objection 2, to have a concubine is contrary to the good of the offspring, in respect of nature's first intention in that good, namely the rearing and instruction of the child. For which purpose it is necessary that the parents remain together permanently. Which is not the case with a concubine, since she is taken for a time. Hence the comparison fails. But in respect of nature's second intention, even the having of a concubine may be a matter of dispensation as evidenced by OZ 1. Reply to objection 3, although indissolubility belongs to the second intention of marriage as fulfilling an office of nature, it belongs to its first intention as a sacrament of the Church. Hence, from the moment it was made a sacrament of the Church, as long as it remains such it cannot be a matter of dispensation, except perhaps by the second kind of dispensation. Whether it was lawful to divorce a wife under the Mosaic law? Objection 1, it would seem that it was lawful to divorce a wife under the Mosaic law. For one way of giving consent is to refrain from prohibiting when one can prohibit. It is also unlawful to consent to what is unlawful. Since then the Mosaic law did not forbid the putting away of a wife and did no wrong by not forbidding it, for the law is holy, Romans 7 verse 12, it would seem that divorce was at one time lawful. Objection 2, further, the prophets spoke inspired by the Holy Ghost, according to 2 Peter 1 verse 21. Now it is written, Malachi 2 verse 16, when thou shalt hate her, put her away. Since then that which the Holy Ghost inspires is not unlawful, it would seem that it was not always unlawful to divorce a wife. Objection 3, further, Chrysostom, Hom. 32 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, says that even as the apostles permitted second marriages, so Moses allowed the bill of divorce. But second marriages are not sinful. Therefore neither was it sinful under the Mosaic law to divorce a wife. Objection 4, on the contrary, our Lord said, Matt. 19:8, that Moses granted the Jews the bill of divorce by reason of the hardness of their heart. But their hardness of heart did not excuse them from sin. Neither therefore did the law about the bill of divorce. Objection 5, further, Chrysostom says, Hom. 32 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, that Moses, by granting the bill of divorce, did not indicate the justice of God, but deprived their sin of its guilt, for while the Jews acted as though they were keeping the law, their sin seemed to be no sin. I answer that, on this point there are two opinions. For some say that under the law those who put away their wives, after giving them a bill of divorce, were not excused from sin, although they were excused from the punishment which they should have suffered according to the law, and that for this reason Moses is stated to have permitted the bill of divorce. Accordingly they reckon four kinds of permission, one by absence of precept, so that when a greater good is not prescribed, a lesser good is said to be permitted, thus the apostle by not prescribing virginity, permitted marriage, 1 Cor 7. The second is by absence of prohibition, thus venial sins are said to be permitted because they are not forbidden. The third is by absence of prevention, and thus all sins are said to be permitted by God, in so far as he does not prevent them whereas he can. The fourth is by omission of punishment, and in this way the bill of divorce was permitted in the law, not indeed for the sake of obtaining a greater good, as was the dispensation to have several wives, but for the sake of preventing a greater evil. Namely wife murder, to which the Jews were prone on account of the corruption of their irascible appetite. Even so they were allowed to lend money for usury to strangers, on account of corruption in their concupiscible appetite, lest they should exact usury of their brethren. And again on account of the corruption of suspicion in the reason they were allowed the sacrifice of jealousy, lest mere suspicion should corrupt their judgment. But because the old law, though it did not confer grace, was given that it might indicate sin, as the saints are agreed in saying, others are of opinion that if it had been a sin for a man to put away his wife, this ought to have been indicated to him, at least by the law or the prophets, show my people their wicked doings, is 58:1. Else they would seem to have been neglected, if those things which are necessary for salvation and which they knew not were never made known to them, and this cannot be admitted. Because the righteousness of the law observed at the time of the law would merit eternal life. For this reason they say that although to put away one's wife is wrong in itself, it nevertheless became lawful by God's permitting it, and they confirm this by the authority of Chrysostom, who says, Hom. 32 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, that the lawgiver by permitting divorce removed the guilt from the sin. Although this opinion has some probability, the former is more generally held, wherefore we must reply to the arguments on both sides, CFFS, Q, 105, A, 4, Ad 8, FS, Q, 108, A, 3, Ad 2, Contragentis 3, Cap. 123. Reply to Objection 1, he who can forbid, sins not by omitting to forbid if he has no hope of correcting, but fears by forbidding to furnish the occasion of a greater evil. Thus it happened to Moses, wherefore acting on divine authority he did not forbid the bill of divorce. Reply to Objection 2, the prophets, inspired by the Holy Ghost, said that a wife ought to be put away, not as though this were a command of the Holy Ghost, but as being permitted lest greater evils should be perpetrated. Reply to Objection 3, this likeness of permission must not be applied to every detail, but only to the cause which was the same in both cases, since both permissions were granted in order to avoid some form of wickedness. Reply to Objection 4, although their hardness of heart excused them not from sin, the permission given on account of that hardness excused them. For certain things are forbidden those who are healthy in body, which are not forbidden the sick, and yet the sick sin not by availing themselves of the permission granted to them. Reply to Objection 5, a good may be omitted in two ways. First, in order to obtain a greater good, and then the omission of that good becomes virtuous by being directed to a greater good, thus Jacob rightly omitted to have only one wife, on account of the good of the offspring. In another way a good is omitted in order to avoid a greater evil, and then if this is done with the authority of one who can grant a dispensation, the omission of that good is not sinful, and yet it does not also become virtuous. In this way the indissolubility of marriage was suspended in the law of Moses in order to avoid a greater evil, namely wife murder. Hence Chrysostom says that he removed the guilt from the sin. For though divorce remained inordinate, for which reason it is called a sin, it did not incur the debt of punishment, either temporal or eternal, in so far as it was done by divine permission, and thus its guilt was taken away from it. And therefore he says again, Hom. 32 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, that divorce was permitted, an evil indeed, yet lawful. Those who hold the first opinion understand by this only that divorce incurred the debt of temporal punishment. Whether it was lawful for a divorced wife to have another husband? Objection 1, it would seem that it was lawful for a divorced wife to have another husband. For in divorce the husband did a greater wrong by divorcing his wife than the wife by being divorced. But the husband could, without sin, marry another wife. Therefore the wife could without sin, marry another husband. Objection 2, further, Augustine, speaking about bigamy, says, de bono conjug. 15:18, that, when it was the manner it was no sin. Now at the time of the old law it was the custom for a wife after divorce to marry another husband, when she is departed and marrieth another husband, etc. Therefore the wife sinned not by marrying another husband. Objection 3, further, our Lord showed that the justice of the New Testament is superabundant in comparison with the justice of the Old Testament, Matt. 5. Now he said that it belongs to the superabundant justice of the New Testament that the divorced wife marry not another husband, Matt. 5:32, therefore it was lawful in the old law. Objection 4, on the contrary, are the words of Matt. 5:32, he that shall marry her that is put away committeth adultery. Now adultery was never permitted in the old law. Therefore it was not lawful for the divorced wife to have another husband. Objection 5, further, it is written, dt. 24:3, that a divorced woman who marries another husband, is defiled, and is become abominable before the Lord. Therefore she sinned by marrying another husband. I answer that, according to the first above mentioned opinion, a. 3, she sinned by marrying another husband after being divorced, because her first marriage still held good. For, the woman, whilst her husband liveth, is bound to the law of her husband, Romans 7:2, and she could not have several husbands at one time. But according to the second opinion, just as it was lawful by virtue of the divine dispensation for a husband to divorce his wife, so could the wife marry another husband. Because the indissolubility of marriage was removed by reason of the divine dispensation, and as long as that indissolubility remains the saying of the Apostle holds. Accordingly to reply to the arguments on either side. Reply to objection 1, it was lawful for a husband to have several wives at one time by virtue of the divine dispensation, wherefore having put one away he could marry another even though the former marriage were not dissolved. But it was never lawful for a wife to have several husbands. Wherefore the comparison fails. Reply to objection 2, in this saying of Augustine manner, mos, does not signify custom but good manners. In the same sense a person is said to have manners, morigeratus, because he has good manners, and moral philosophy takes its name from the same source. Reply to objection 3, our Lord shows the superabundance of the new law over the old in respect of the counsels, not only as regards those things which the old law permitted, but also as regards those things which were forbidden in the old law. And yet were thought by many to be permitted on account of the precepts being incorrectly explained, for instance that of the hatred towards our enemies. And so is it in the matter of divorce. Reply to objection 4, the saying of our Lord refers to the time of the new law, when the aforesaid permission was recalled. In the same way we are to understand the statement of Chrysostom, Hom. 12 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, who says that, a man who divorces his wife according to the law is guilty of 4 crimes, for in God's sight he is a murderer, in so far as he has the purpose of killing his wife unless he divorce her. And because he divorces her without her having committed fornication, in which case alone the law of the gospel allows a man to put away his wife, and again, because he makes her an adulteress, and the man whom she marries an adulterer. Reply to objection 5, a gloss observes here, she is defiled and abominable, namely in the judgment of him who first put her away as being defiled, and consequently it does not follow that she is defiled absolutely speaking. Or she is said to be defiled just as a person who had touched a dead or leprous body was said to be unclean with the uncleanness, not of sin, but of a certain legal irregularity. Wherefore a priest could not marry a widow or a divorced woman. Whether a husband could lawfully take back the wife he had divorced. Objection 1, it would seem that a husband could lawfully take back the wife he had divorced. For it is lawful to undo what was ill done. But for the husband to divorce his wife was ill done. Therefore it was lawful for him to undo it, by taking back his wife. Objection 2, further, it has always been lawful to be indulgent to the sinner, because this is a moral precept, which obtains in every law. Now the husband by taking back the wife he had divorced was indulgent to one who had sinned. Therefore this also was lawful. Objection 3, further, the reason given, DT 24:4, for its being unlawful to take back a divorced wife was, because she is defiled. But the divorced wife is not defiled except by marrying another husband. Therefore at least it was lawful to take back a divorced wife before she married again. On the contrary, it is said, DT 24:4, that the former husband cannot take her again, etc. I answer that, in the law concerning the bill of divorce 2 things were permitted, namely for the husband to put away the wife, and for the divorced wife to take another husband. And 2 things were commanded, namely that the bill of divorce should be written, and secondly that the husband who divorced his wife could not take her back. According to those who hold the first opinion, A3, this was done in punishment of the woman who married again. And that it was by this sin that she was defiled, but according to the others it was done that a husband might not be too ready to divorce his wife if he could nowise take her back afterwards. Reply to Objection 1, in order to prevent the evil committed by a man in divorcing his wife, it was ordered that the husband could not take back his divorced wife, as stated above, and for this reason it was ordered by God. Reply to Objection 2, it was always lawful to be indulgent to the sinner as regards the unkindly feelings of the heart, but not as regards the punishment appointed by God. Reply to Objection 3, there are 2 opinions on this point. For some say that it was lawful for a divorced wife to be reconciled to her husband, unless she were joined in marriage to another husband. For then, on account of the adultery to which she had voluntarily yielded, it was assigned to her in punishment that she should not return to her former husband. Since, however, the law makes no distinction in its prohibition, others say that from the moment that she was put away she could not be taken back, even before marrying again, because the defilement must be understood not in reference to sin, but as explained above, A4, ad 3. Whether the reason for divorce was hatred for the wife. Objection 1, it would seem that the reason for divorce was hatred for the wife. For it is written, Malachi 2 verse 16, when thou shalt hate her put her away. Therefore, etc. Objection 2, further, it is written, DT 24:1, if she find not favor in his eyes, for some uncleanness, etc. Therefore the same conclusion follows as before. Objection 3, on the contrary, barrenness and fornication are more opposed to marriage than hatred. Therefore they ought to have been reasons for divorce rather than hatred. Objection 4, further, hatred may be caused by the virtue of the person hated. Therefore, if hatred is a sufficient reason, a woman could be divorced on account of her virtue, which is absurd. Objection 5, further, if a man marry a wife and afterwards hate her, and seek occasions to put her away, alleging that she was not a virgin when he married her, should he fail to prove this, he shall be beaten, and shall be condemned in 100 siklets of silver, and he shall be unable to put her away all the days of his life. DT 22:13-19, the rest of the passage is apparently quoted from memory. Therefore hatred is not a sufficient reason for divorce. I answer that, it is the general opinion of holy men that the reason for permission being given to divorce a wife was the avoidance of wife murder. Now the proximate cause of murder is hatred, wherefore the proximate cause of divorce was hatred. But hatred proceeds, like love, from a cause. Wherefore we must assign to divorce certain remote causes which were a cause of hatred. For Augustine says in his gloss, discern. Dom. In Monti I, 14, in the law there were many causes for divorcing a wife, Christ admitted none but fornication, and he commands other grievances to be borne for conjugal fidelity and chastity. Such causes are imperfections either of body, as sickness or some notable deformity, or in soul as fornication or the like which amounts to moral depravity. Some, however, restrict these causes within narrower limits, saying with sufficient probability that it was not lawful to divorce a wife except for some cause subsequent to the marriage. And that not even then could it be done for any such cause, but only for such as could hinder the good of the offspring, whether in body as barrenness, or leprosy and the like, or in soul. For instance, if she were a woman of wicked habits which her children through continual contact with her would imitate. There is however a gloss on DT 24:1, if she find not favor in his eyes, which would seem to restrict them yet more, namely to sin, by saying that their uncleanness denotes sin, but sin in the gloss refers not only to the morality of the soul but also to the condition of the body. Accordingly we grant the first two objections. Reply to objection 3, barrenness and other like things are causes of hatred, and so they are remote causes of divorce. Reply to objection 4, no one is hateful on account of virtue as such, because goodness is the cause of love. Wherefore the argument does not hold. Reply to objection 5, the husband was punished in that case by being unable to put away his wife forever, just as in the case when he had corrupted a maid, DT 22:28-30. Whether the causes of divorce had to be written in the bill. Objection 1, it would seem that the causes of divorce had to be written in the bill, because the husband was absolved from the punishment of the law by the written bill of divorce. But this would seem altogether unjust, unless sufficient causes were alleged for a divorce. Therefore it was necessary for them to be written in the bill. Objection 2, further, seemingly this document was of no use except to show the causes for divorce. Therefore, if they were not written down, the bill was delivered for no purpose. Objection 3, further, the master says that it was so in the text, sent. 4d. 33. On the contrary, the causes for divorce were either sufficient or not. If they were sufficient, the wife was debarred from a second marriage, though this was allowed her by the law. If they were insufficient, the divorce was proved to be unjust, and therefore could not be effected. Therefore the causes for divorce were by no means particularized in the bill. I answer that, the causes for divorce were not particularized in the bill, but were indicated in a general way, so as to prove the justice of the divorce. According to Josephus, Antique 4:6, this was in order that the woman, having the written bill of divorce, might take another husband, else she would not have been believed. Wherefore according to him it was written in this wise, I promise never to have thee with me again. But according to Augustine, Contra Faust 19:26, the bill was put into writing in order to cause a delay, and that the husband might be dissuaded by the counsel of the notaries to refrain from his purpose of divorce. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Question 68, of illegitimate children, 3 articles. We must now consider children of illegitimate birth. Under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether those born out of true marriage are illegitimate. 2. Whether children should suffer any loss through being illegitimate. 3. Whether they can be legitimized. Whether children born out of true marriage are illegitimate. Objection 1, it would seem that children born out of true marriage are legitimate. For he that is born according to law is called a legitimate son. Now everyone is born according to law, at least the law of nature, which has more force than any other. Therefore every child is to be called legitimate. Objection 2, further, it is the common saying that a legitimate child is one born of a legitimate marriage, or of a marriage that is deemed legitimate in the eyes of the Church. Now it happens sometimes that a marriage is deemed legitimate in the eyes of the Church, whereas there is some impediment affecting its validity. Which impediment may be known to the parties who marry in the presence of the Church, or they may marry in secret and be ignorant of the impediment, in which case their marriage would seem legitimate in the eyes of the Church. For the very reason that it is not prevented by the Church. Therefore children born out of true marriage are not illegitimate. On the contrary, illegitimate is that which is against the law. Now those who are born out of wedlock are born contrary to the law. Therefore they are illegitimate. I answer that, children are of 4 conditions. Some are natural and legitimate, for instance those who are born of a true and lawful marriage. Some are natural and illegitimate, as those who are born of fornication. Some are legitimate and not natural, as adopted children. Some are neither legitimate nor natural, such are those born of adultery or incest, for these are born not only against the positive law, but against the express natural law. Hence we must grant that some children are illegitimate. Reply to objection 1. Although those who are born of an unlawful intercourse are born according to the nature common to man and all animals, they are born contrary to the law of nature which is proper to man, since fornication, adultery, and the like are contrary to the law of nature. Hence the like are not legitimate by any law. Reply to objection 2. Ignorance, unless it be affected, excuses unlawful intercourse from sin. Wherefore those who contract together in good faith in the presence of the Church, although there be an impediment, of which however they are ignorant, sin not, nor are their children illegitimate. If, however, they know of the impediment, although the Church upholds their marriage because she knows not of the impediment, they are not excused from sin, nor do their children avoid being illegitimate. Neither are they excused if they know not of the impediment and marry secretly, because such ignorance would appear to be affected. Whether children should suffer any loss through being illegitimate? Objection 1. It would seem that children ought not to suffer any loss through being illegitimate. For a child should not be punished on account of his father's sin, according to the Lord saying, Ezek. 18:20. But it is not his own but his father's fault that he is born of an unlawful union. Therefore he should not incur a loss on this account. Objection 2. Further, human justice is copied from divine. Now God confers natural goods equally on legitimate and illegitimate children. Therefore illegitimate should be equal to legitimate children according to human laws. On the contrary, it is stated, Gen. 25:5, 6, that Abraham gave all his possessions to Isaac, and that to the children of the concubines he gave gifts, and yet the latter were not born of an unlawful intercourse. Much more, therefore, ought those born of an unlawful intercourse to incur loss by not inheriting their father's property. I answer that, a person is said to incur a loss for some cause in two ways: first, because he is deprived of his due, and thus an illegitimate child incurs no loss. Secondly, because something is not due to him, which might have been due otherwise, and thus an illegitimate son incurs a twofold loss. First, because he is excluded from legitimate acts such as offices and dignities, which require a certain respectability in those who perform them. Secondly, he incurs a loss by not succeeding to his father's inheritance. Nevertheless natural sons can inherit a sixth only, whereas spurious children cannot inherit any portion, although by natural law their parents are bound to provide for their needs. Hence it is part of a bishop's care to compel both parents to provide for them. Reply to objection 1, to incur a loss in this second way is not a punishment. Hence we do not say that a person is punished by not succeeding to the throne through not being the king's son. In like manner it is no punishment to an illegitimate child that he has no right to that which belongs to the legitimate children. Reply to objection 2, illegitimate intercourse is contrary to the law, not as an act of the generative power, but as proceeding from a wicked will. Hence an illegitimate son incurs a loss, not in those things which come to him by his natural origin, but in those things which are dependent on the will for being done or possessed. Whether an illegitimate son can be legitimized? Objection 1, it would seem that an illegitimate son cannot be legitimized. For the legitimate child is as far removed from the illegitimate as the illegitimate from the legitimate. But a legitimate child is never made illegitimate. Neither, therefore, is an illegitimate child ever made legitimate. Objection 2, further, illegitimate intercourse begets an illegitimate child. But illegitimate intercourse never becomes legitimate. Neither, therefore, can an illegitimate son become legitimate. On the contrary, what is done by the law can be undone by the law. Now the illegitimacy of children is an effect of positive law. Therefore an illegitimate child can be legitimized by one who has legal authority. I answer that, an illegitimate child can be legitimized, not so that he be born of a legitimate intercourse, because this intercourse is a thing of the past and can never be legitimized from the moment that it was once illegitimate. But the child is said to be legitimized, in so far as the losses which an illegitimate child ought to incur are withdrawn by the authority of the law. There are 6 ways of becoming legitimate, 2 according to the canons, cap conquestis, cap tanta, namely when a man marries the woman of whom he has an unlawful child, if it were not a case of adultery, and by special indulgence and dispensation of the Lord Pope. The other 4 ways are according to the laws. 1. If the father offer his natural son to the emperor's court, for by this very fact the son is legitimate on account of the reputation of the court. 2. If the father designate him in his will as his legitimate heir, and the son afterwards offer the will to the emperor. 3. If there be no legitimate son and the son himself offer himself to the emperor. 4. If the father designate him as legitimate in a public document or in a document signed by 3 witnesses, without calling him natural. Reply to objection 1. A favor may be bestowed on a person without injustice, but a person cannot be damnified except for a fault. Hence an illegitimate child can be legitimized rather than vice versa. For although a legitimate son is sometimes deprived of his inheritance on account of his fault, he is not said to be illegitimate, because he was legitimately begotten. Reply to objection 2. Illegitimate intercourse has an inherent inseparable defect whereby it is opposed to the law, and consequently it cannot be legitimized. Nor is there any comparison with an illegitimate child who has no such defect. Treatise on the Resurrection, QQ, 69-86. Question 69. Of matters concerning the resurrection. And first of the place where souls are after death, 7 articles. In sequence to the foregoing we must treat of matters concerning the state of resurrection, for after speaking of the sacraments whereby man is delivered from the death of sin, we must next speak of the resurrection whereby man is delivered from the death of punishment. The treatise on the resurrection offers a threefold consideration, namely the things that precede, those that accompany, and those that follow the resurrection. Consequently we must speak, 1. Of those things which partly, though not wholly, precede the resurrection, 2. Of the resurrection itself and its circumstances, 3. Of the things which follow it. Among the things which precede the resurrection we must consider, 1. The places appointed for the reception of bodies after death, 2. The quality of separated souls, and the punishment inflicted on them by fire. 3. The suffrages whereby the souls of the departed are assisted by the living, 4. The prayers of the saints in heaven, 5. The signs preceding the general judgment. 6. The fire of the world's final conflagration which will precede the appearance of the judge. Under the first head there are 7 points of inquiry. 1. Whether any places are appointed to receive souls after death. 2. Whether souls are conveyed thither immediately after death. 3. Whether they are able to leave those places. 4. Whether the limbo of hell is the same as Abraham's bosom. 5. Whether limbo is the same as the hell of the damned. 6. Whether the limbo of the patriarchs is the same as the limbo of children. 7. Whether so many places should be distinguished. Whether places are appointed to receive souls after death. Objection 1. It would seem that places are not appointed to receive souls after death. For as Boethius says, De Hebdom, wise men are agreed that incorporeal things are not in a place, and this agrees with the words of Augustine, Gen. Ad lit. 12:32, we can answer without hesitation that the soul is not conveyed to corporeal places, except with a body, or that it is not conveyed locally. Now the soul separated from the body is without a body, as Augustine also says, Gen. Ad lit. 12:32. Therefore it is absurd to assign any places for the reception of souls. Objection 2. Further, whatever has a definite place has more in common with that place than with any other. Now separated souls, like certain other spiritual substances, are indifferent to all places, for it cannot be said that they agree with certain bodies, and differ from others, since they are utterly removed from all corporeal conditions. Therefore places should not be assigned for their reception. Objection 3. Further, nothing is assigned to separated souls after death, except what conduces to their punishment or to their reward. But a corporeal place cannot conduce to their punishment or reward, since they receive nothing from bodies. Therefore definite places should not be assigned to receive them. On the contrary, the empyrean heaven is a corporeal place, and yet as soon as it was made it was filled with the holy angels, as Bede, Hexeme. Add Genesis 1 verse 2, says. Since then angels even as separated souls are incorporeal, it would seem that some place should also be assigned to receive separated souls. Further, this appears from Gregory's statement, Dial. 4, that souls after death are conveyed to various corporeal places, as in the case of Paschasius whom Germanus, Bishop of Capua, found at the baths, and of the soul of King Theodoric, which he asserts to have been conveyed to hell. Therefore after death souls have certain places for their reception. I answer that, although spiritual substances do not depend on a body in respect of their being, nevertheless the corporeal world is governed by God by means of the spiritual world, as asserted by Augustine, De Trin. 3, 4, and Gregory, Dial. 4, 6. Hence it is that there is a certain fittingness by way of congruity of spiritual substances to corporeal substances. In that the more noble bodies are adapted to the more noble substances, wherefore also the philosophers held that the order of separate substances is according to the order of movables. And though after death souls have no bodies assigned to them whereof they be the forms or determinate motors, nevertheless certain corporeal places are appointed to them by way of congruity in reference to their degree of nobility, wherein they are as though in a place, after the manner in which incorporeal things can be in a place. According as they more or less approach to the first substance, to which the highest place it fittingly assigned, namely God, whose throne the Scriptures proclaim heaven to be, ps. 102:19, is 66:1. Wherefore we hold that those souls that have a perfect share of the Godhead are in heaven, and that those souls that are deprived of that share are assigned to a contrary place. Reply to Objection 1, incorporeal things are not in place after a manner known and familiar to us, in which way we say that bodies are properly in place. But they are in place after a manner befitting spiritual substances, a manner that cannot be fully manifest to us. Reply to Objection 2, things have something in common with or a likeness to one another in two ways. First, by sharing a same quality, thus hot things have something in common, and incorporeal things can have nothing in common with corporeal things in this way. Secondly, by a kind of proportionateness, by reason of which the Scriptures apply the corporeal world to the spiritual metaphorically. Thus the Scriptures speak of God as the Son, because he is the principle of spiritual life, as the Son is of corporeal life. In this way certain souls have more in common with certain places, for instance, souls that are spiritually enlightened, with luminous bodies, and souls that are plunged in darkness by sin, with dark places. Reply to Objection 3, the separated soul receives nothing directly from corporeal places in the same way as bodies which are maintained by their respective places, yet these same souls, through knowing themselves to be appointed to such places, gather joy or sorrow therefrom. And thus their place conduces to their punishment or reward. Whether souls are conveyed to heaven or hell immediately after death. Objection 1, it would seem that no souls are conveyed to heaven or hell immediately after death. For a gloss on Ps. 36:10, yet a little while and the wicked shall not be, says that, the saints are delivered at the end of life, yet after this life they will not yet be where the saints will be when it is said to them, Come ye blessed of my Father. Now those saints will be in heaven. Therefore after this life the saints do not go immediately up to heaven. Objection 2, further, Augustine says, Enchiridion 6, that the time which lies between man's death and the final resurrection holds the souls in secret receptacles according as each one is worthy of rest or of suffering. Now these secret abodes cannot denote heaven and hell. Since also after the final resurrection the souls will be there together with their bodies, so that he would have no reason to distinguish between the time before and the time after the resurrection. Therefore they will be neither in hell nor in heaven until the day of judgment. Objection 3, further, the glory of the soul is greater than that of bodies. Now the glory of the body is awarded to all at the same time, so that each one may have the greater joy in the common rejoicing of all, as appears from a gloss on Heb. 1140, God providing some better thing for us that the common joy may make each one rejoice the more. Much more, therefore, ought the glory of souls to be deferred until the end, so as to be awarded to all at the same time. Objection 4. Further, punishment and reward, being pronounced by the sentence of the judge, should not precede the judgment. Now hell-fire and the joys of heaven will be awarded to all by the sentence of Christ judging them, namely at the last judgment, according to Matt. 25. Therefore no one will go up to heaven or down to hell before the day of judgment. On the contrary, it is written, 2 Corinthians 5 verse 1, If our earthly house of this habitation be dissolved, that we have a house not made with hands, but reserved in heaven, vulgar, eternal in heaven, cf 1 Peter 1 verse 4. Therefore, after the body's dissolution, the soul has an abode, which had been reserved for it in heaven. Further, the Apostle says, Phil. 1:23, I desire, vulgar, having a desire, to be dissolved and to be with Christ. From these words Gregory argues as follows, Dial. For, 25, if there is no doubt that Christ is in heaven, it cannot be denied that Paul's soul is in heaven likewise. Now it cannot be gainsaid that Christ is in heaven, since this is an article of faith. Therefore neither is it to be denied that the souls of the saints are borne to heaven. That also some souls go down to hell immediately after death is evident from Luke 16 verse 22, and the rich man died, and he was buried in hell. I answer that, even as in bodies there is gravity or levity whereby they are borne to their own place which is the end of their movement, so in souls there is merit or demerit whereby they reach their reward or punishment. Which are the ends of their deeds. Wherefore just as a body is conveyed at once to its place, by its gravity or levity, unless there be an obstacle, so too the soul, the bonds of the flesh being broken, whereby it was detained in the state of the way, receives at once its reward or punishment, unless there be an obstacle. Thus sometimes venial sin, though needing first of all to be cleansed, is an obstacle to the receiving of the reward, the result being that the reward is delayed. And since a place is assigned to souls in keeping with their reward or punishment, as soon as the soul is set free from the body it is either plunged into hell or soars to heaven, unless it be held back by some debt, for which its flight must needs be delayed until the soul is first of all cleansed. This truth is attested by the manifest authority of the canonical scriptures and the doctrine of the Holy Fathers, wherefore the contrary must be judged heretical as stated in Dial. For, 25, and in de Eccl. Dogm. 46. Reply to Objection 1, the gloss explains itself, for it expounds the words, they will not yet be where the saints will be, etc. by saying immediately afterwards, that is to say, they will not have the double stole which the saints will have at the resurrection. Reply to Objection 2, among the secret abodes of which Augustine speaks, we must also reckon hell and heaven, where some souls are detained before the resurrection. The reason why a distinction is drawn between the time before and the time after the resurrection is because before the resurrection they are there without the body whereas afterwards they are with the body. And because in certain places there are souls now which will not be there after the resurrection. Reply to Objection 3, there is a kind of continuity among men as regards the body, because in respect thereof is verified the saying of Acts 17:24, 26 God hath made of one all mankind, whereas he has fashioned souls independently of one another. Consequently it is not so fitting that all men should be glorified together in the soul as that they should be glorified together in the body. Moreover the glory of the body is not so essential as the glory of the soul. Wherefore it would be more derogatory to the saints if the glory of the soul were delayed, than that the glory of the body be deferred, nor could this detriment to their glory be compensated on account of the joy of each one being increased by the common joy. Reply to Objection 4, Gregory proposes and solves this very difficulty, Dial. For, 25, if then, he says, the souls of the just are in heaven now, what will they receive in reward for their justice on the judgment day? And he answers, surely it will be a gain to them at the judgment, that whereas now they enjoy only the happiness of the soul, afterwards they will enjoy also that of the body. So as to rejoice also in the flesh wherein they bore sorrow and torments for the Lord. The same is to be said in reference to the damned. Whether the souls who are in heaven or hell are able to go from thence. Objection 1. It would seem that the souls in heaven or hell are unable to go from thence. For Augustine says, De cura pro mort. 13. If the souls of the dead took any part in the affairs of the living, to say nothing of others. There is myself whom not for a single night would my loving mother fail to visit, since she followed me by land and sea in order to abide with me, and from this he concludes that the souls of the departed do not mingle in the affairs of the living. But they would be able to do so if they were to leave their abode. Therefore they do not go forth from their abode. Objection 2. Further, it is written, P.S. 26:4, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, and, Job 7 verse 9, he that shall go down to hell shall not come up. Therefore neither the good nor the wicked quit their abode. Objection 3. Further, as stated above, a. 2, abodes are awarded to souls after death as a reward or punishment. Now after death neither the rewards of the saints nor the punishments of the damned are increased. Therefore they do not quit their abodes. On the contrary, Jerome writing against Vigilantius addresses him thus, For thou sayest that the souls of the apostles and martyrs have taken up their abode either in Abraham's bosom or in the place of refreshment or under the altar of God. And that they are unable to visit their graves when they will. Wouldst thou then lay down the law for God? Wouldst thou put the apostles in chains, imprison them until the day of judgment, and forbid them to be with their Lord, them of whom it is written, They follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth? And if the Lamb is everywhere, therefore we must believe that those also who are with him are everywhere. Therefore it is absurd to say that the souls of the departed do not leave their abode. Further, Jerome argues as follows, Since the devil and the demons wander throughout the whole world, and are everywhere present with wondrous speed, why should the martyrs, after shedding their blood, be imprisoned and unable to go forth? Hence we may infer that not only the good sometimes leave their abode, but also the wicked, since their damnation does not exceed that of the demons who wander about everywhere. Further, the same conclusion may be gathered from Gregory, Dial. 4, where he relates many cases of the dead having appeared to the living. I answer that, there are two ways of understanding a person to leave hell or heaven. First, that he goes from thence simply, so that heaven or hell be no longer his place, and in this way no one who is finally consigned to hell or heaven can go from thence, as we shall state further on, Q. 71, a. 5, ad 5. Secondly, they may be understood to go forth for a time, and here we must distinguish what befits them according to the order of nature, and what according to the order of divine providence, for as Augustine says, De cura pro mort. 16. Human affairs have their limits other than have the wonders of the divine power, nature's works differ from those which are done miraculously. Consequently, according to the natural course, the separated souls consigned to their respective abodes are utterly cut off from communication with the living. For according to the course of nature men living in mortal bodies are not immediately united to separate substances. Since their entire knowledge arises from the senses, nor would it be fitting for them to leave their abode for any purpose other than to take part in the affairs of the living. Nevertheless, according to the disposition of divine providence separated souls sometimes come forth from their abode and appear to men, as Augustine, in the book quoted above, relates of the martyr Felix who appeared visibly to the people of Nola when they were besieged by the barbarians. It is also credible that this may occur sometimes to the damned, and that for man's instruction and intimidation they be permitted to appear to the living. Or again in order to seek our suffrages, as to those who are detained in purgatory, as evidenced by many instances related in the 4th book of the Dialogues. There is, however, this difference between the saints and the damned, that the saints can appear when they will to the living, but not the damned. For even as the saints while living in the flesh are able by the gifts of gratuitous grace to heal and work wonders, which can only be done miraculously by the divine power, and cannot be done by those who lack this gift. So it is not unfitting for the souls of the saints to be endowed with a power and virtue of their glory, so that they are able to appear wondrously to the living, when they will, while others are unable to do so unless they be sometimes permitted. Reply to Objection 1, Augustine, as may be gathered from what he says afterwards, is speaking according to the common course of nature, and yet it does not follow, although the dead be able to appear to the living as they will, that they appear as often as when living in the flesh, because when they are separated from the flesh, they are either wholly conformed to the divine will, so that they may do nothing but what they see to be agreeable with the divine disposition, or else they are so overwhelmed by their punishments that their grief for their unhappiness surpasses their desire to appear to others. Reply to Objection 2. The authorities quoted speak in the sense that no one comes forth from heaven or hell simply, and do not imply that one may not come forth for a time. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above, a. 1, ad 3, the soul's place conduces to its punishment or reward in so far as the soul, through being consigned to that place, is affected either by joy or by grief. Now this joy or grief at being consigned to such a place remains in the soul even when it is outside that place. Thus a bishop who is given the honor of sitting on a throne in the church incurs no dishonor when he leaves the throne, for though he sits not therein actually, the place remains assigned to him. We must also reply to the arguments in the contrary sense. Reply to Objection 4. Jerome is speaking of the apostles and martyrs in reference to that which they gain from their power of glory, and not to that which befits them as due to them by nature. And when he says that they are everywhere, he does not mean that they are in several places or everywhere at once, but that they can be wherever they will. Reply to Objection 5. There is no parity between demons and angels on the one hand and the souls of the saints and of the damned on the other. For the good or bad angels have allotted to them the office of presiding over men, to watch over them or to try them, but this cannot be said of the souls of men. Nevertheless, according to the power of glory, it is competent to the souls of the saints that they can be where they will, and this is what Jerome means to say. Reply to Objection 6. Although the souls of the saints or of the damned are sometimes actually present where they appear, we are not to believe that this is always so, for sometimes these apparitions occur to persons whether asleep or awake by the activity of good or wicked angels in order to instruct or deceive the living. Thus sometimes even the living appear to others and tell them many things in their sleep, and yet it is clear that they are not present, as Augustine proves from many instances, de cura pro mort. 11:12. Whether the limbo of hell is the same as Abraham's bosom? Objection 1. It would seem that the limbo of hell is not the same as Abraham's bosom. For according to Augustine, Gen. ad lit. 33, I have not yet found scripture mentioning hell in a favorable sense. Now Abraham's bosom is taken in a favorable sense, as Augustine goes on to say, Gen. ad lit. 33. Surely no one would be allowed to give an unfavorable signification to Abraham's bosom and the place of rest whither the godly poor man was carried by the angels. Therefore Abraham's bosom is not the same as the limbo of hell. Objection 2. Further, those who are in hell see not God. Yet God is seen by those who are in Abraham's bosom, as may be gathered from Augustine, Confess. 9:3, who, speaking of Nebridius, says, whatever that be, which is signified by thut bosom, there lives my Nebridius, and further on, now lays he not his ear to my mouth, but his spiritual mouth unto thy fountain. And drinketh as much as he can receive wisdom in proportion to his thirst, endlessly happy. Therefore Abraham's bosom is not the same as the limbo of hell. Objection 3. Further, the Church prays not that a man be taken to hell, and yet she prays that the angels may carry the departed soul to Abraham's bosom. Therefore it would seem that Abraham's bosom is not the same as limbo. On the contrary, the place whither the beggar Lazarus was taken is called Abraham's bosom. Now he was taken to hell, for as a gloss, St. Gregory, Moral. 20, on Job 30 verse 23, where a house is appointed for every one that liveth, says, hell was the house of all the living until the coming of Christ. Therefore Abraham's bosom is the same as limbo. Further, Jacob said to his sons, Gn. 44:38, you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to hell, wherefore Jacob knew that he would be taken to hell after his death. Therefore Abraham likewise was taken to hell after his death. And consequently Abraham's bosom would seem to be a part of hell. I answer that, after death men's souls cannot find rest save by the merit of faith, because, he that cometh to God must believe, Hebrews 11 verse 6. Now the first example of faith was given to men in the person of Abraham, who was the first to sever himself from the body of unbelievers, and to receive a special sign of faith, for which reason, the place of rest given to men after death is called Abraham's bosom, as Augustine declares, Gen. Ad lit. 12, but the souls of the saints have not at all times had the same rest after death. Because, since Christ's coming they have had complete rest through enjoying the vision of God, whereas before Christ's coming they had rest through being exempt from punishment, but their desire was not set at rest by their attaining their end. Consequently the state of the saints before Christ's coming may be considered both as regards the rest it afforded, and thus it is called Abraham's bosom, and as regards its lack of rest, and thus it is called the limbo of hell. Accordingly, before Christ's coming the limbo of hell and Abraham's bosom were one place accidentally and not essentially, and consequently, nothing prevents Abraham's bosom from being after Christ's coming, and from being altogether distinct from limbo, since things that are one accidentally may be parted from one another. Reply to Objection 1. The state of the Holy Fathers as regards what was good in it was called Abraham's bosom, but as regards its deficiencies it was called hell. Accordingly, neither is Abraham's bosom taken in an unfavorable sense nor hell in a favorable sense, although in a way they are one. Reply to Objection 2. The place of rest of the Holy Fathers was called Abraham's bosom before as well as after Christ's coming, but in different ways. For since before Christ's coming the saints' rest had a lack of rest attached to it, it was called both hell and Abraham's bosom, wherefore God was not seen there. But since after the coming of Christ the saints' rest is complete through their seeing God, this rest is called Abraham's bosom, but not hell by any means. It is to this bosom of Abraham that the Church prays for the faithful to be brought. Hence the reply to the third objection is evident, and the same meaning applies to a gloss on Luke 16 verse 22, it came to pass that the beggar died, etc., which says, Abraham's bosom is the rest of the blessed poor, whose is the kingdom of heaven. Whether limbo is the same as the hell of the damned? Objection 1. It would seem that the limbo of hell is the same as the hell of the damned. For Christ is said to have bitten, allusion to Ozzy 13:14, hell, but not to have swallowed it, because he took some from thence but not all. Now he would not be said to have bitten hell if those whom he set free were not part of the multitude shut up in hell. Therefore since those whom he set free were shut up in hell, the same were shut up in limbo and in hell. Therefore limbo is either the same as hell, or is a part of hell. Objection 2. Further, in the Creed Christ is said to have descended into hell. But he did not descend save to the limbo of the fathers. Therefore the limbo of the fathers is the same as hell. Objection 3. Further, it is written, Job 17 verse 16, all that I have shall go down into the deepest hell, pit. Now since Job was a holy and just man, he went down to limbo. Therefore limbo is the same as the deepest hell. On the contrary, in hell there is no redemption, Office of the Dead, RESP, 7. But the saints were redeemed from limbo. Therefore limbo is not the same as hell. Further, Augustine says, Gen. Ad lit. 12. I do not see how we can believe that the rest which Lazarus received was in hell. Now the soul of Lazarus went down into limbo. Therefore limbo is not the same as hell. I answer that, the abodes of souls after death may be distinguished in two ways, either as to their situation, or as to the quality of the places, inasmuch as souls are punished or rewarded in certain places. Accordingly, if we consider the limbo of the fathers and hell in respect of the aforesaid quality of the places, there is no doubt that they are distinct, both because in hell there is sensible punishment, which was not in the limbo of the fathers, and because in hell there is eternal punishment, whereas the saints were detained but temporally in the limbo of the fathers. On the other hand, if we consider them as to the situation of the place, it is probable that hell and limbo are the same place, or that they are continuous as it were, yet so that some higher part of hell be called the limbo of the fathers. For those who are in hell receive diverse punishments according to the diversity of their guilt, so that those who are condemned are consigned to darker and deeper parts of hell according as they have been guilty of graver sins. And consequently the Holy Fathers in whom there was the least amount of sin were consigned to a higher and less darksome part than all those who were condemned to punishment. Reply to Objection 1. When Christ, by his descent, delivered the fathers from limbo, he is said to have bitten hell and to have descended into hell, in so far as hell and limbo are the same as to situation. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Objection 3. Job descended, not to the hell of the damned, but to the limbo of the fathers. The latter is called the deepest place not in reference to the places of punishment, but in comparison with other places, as including all penal places under one head. Again we may reply with Augustine, Gen. ad lit. 12, who says of Jacob, when Jacob said to his sons, "You will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to hell," he seems to have feared most, lest he should be troubled with so great a sorrow as to obtain, not the rest of good men, but the hell of sinners. The saying of Job may be expounded in the same way, as being the utterance of one in fear, rather than an assertion. Whether the limbo of children is the same as the limbo of the fathers? Objection 1. It would seem that the limbo of children is the same as the limbo of the fathers. For punishment should correspond to sin. Now the fathers were detained in limbo for the same sin as children, namely for original sin. Therefore the place of punishment should be the same for both. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says, in Cheer. 93, the punishment of children who die in none but original sin is most lenient. But no punishment is more lenient than that of the Holy Fathers. Therefore the place of punishment is the same for both. On the contrary, even as temporal punishment in purgatory and eternal punishment in hell are due to actual sin, so temporal punishment in the limbo of the fathers and eternal punishment in the limbo of the children were due to original sin. If, therefore, hell and purgatory be not the same, it would seem that neither are the limbo of children and the limbo of the fathers the same. I answer that, the limbo of the fathers and the limbo of children, without any doubt, differ as to the quality of punishment or reward. For children have no hope of the blessed life, as the fathers in limbo had, in whom, moreover, shone forth the light of faith and grace. But as regards their situation, there is reason to believe that the place of both is the same. Except that the limbo of the fathers is placed higher than the limbo of children, just as we have stated in reference to limbo and hell, a. 5. Reply to Objection 1. The fathers did not stand in the same relation to original sin as children. For in the fathers original sin was expiated in so far as it infected the person, while there remained an obstacle on the part of nature, on account of which their satisfaction was not yet complete. On the other hand, in children there is an obstacle both on the part of the person and on the part of nature, and for this reason different abodes are appointed to the fathers and to children. Reply to Objection 2. Augustine is speaking of punishments due to someone by reason of his person. Of these the most lenient are due to those who are burdened with none but original sin. But lighter still is the punishment due to those who are debarred from the reception of glory by no personal defect but only by a defect of nature, so that this very delay of glory is called a kind of punishment. Whether so many abodes should be distinguished? Objection 1. It would seem that we should not distinguish so many abodes. For after death, just as abodes are due to souls on account of sin, so are they due on account of merit. Now there is only one abode due on account of merit, namely paradise. Therefore neither should there be more than one abode due on account of sin, namely hell. Objection 2. Further, abodes are appointed to souls after death on account of merits or demerits. Now there is one place where they merit or demerit. Therefore only one abode should be assigned to them after death. Objection 3. Further, the places of punishment should correspond to the sins. Now there are only three kinds of sin, namely original, venial, and mortal. Therefore there should only be three penal abodes. Objection 4. On the other hand, it would seem that there should be many more than those assigned. For this darksome air is the prison house of the demons, 2 Pet. 2:17, and yet it is not reckoned among the 5 abodes which are mentioned by certain authors. Therefore there are more than 5 abodes. Objection 5, further, the earthly paradise is distinct from the heavenly paradise. Now some were borne away to the earthly paradise after this state of life, as is related of Enoch and Elias. Since then the earthly paradise is not counted among the 5 abodes, it would seem that there are more than 5. Objection 6, further, some penal place should correspond to each state of sinners. Now if we suppose a person to die in original sin who has committed only venial sins, none of the assigned abodes will be befitting to him. For it is clear that he would not be in heaven, since he would be without grace, and for the same reason neither would he be in the limbo of the fathers. Nor again, would he be in the limbo of children, since there is no sensible punishment there, which is due to such a person by reason of venial sin, nor would he be in purgatory, where there is none but temporal punishment. Whereas everlasting punishment is due to him, nor would he be in the hell of the damned, since he is not guilty of actual mortal sin. Therefore a 6th abode should be assigned. Objection 7, further, rewards and punishments vary in quantity according to the differences of sins and merits. Now the degrees of merit and sin are infinite. Therefore we should distinguish an infinite number of abodes, in which souls are punished or rewarded after death. Objection 8, further, souls are sometimes punished in the places where they sinned, as Gregory states, Dial. 4:55. But they sinned in the place which we inhabit. Therefore this place should be reckoned among the abodes, especially since some are punished for their sins in this world, as the Master said above, Cent. 4:21. Objection 9, further, just as some die in a state of grace and have some venial sins for which they deserve punishment, so some die in mortal sin and have some good for which they would deserve a reward. Now to those who die in grace with venial sins an abode is assigned ere they are punished ere they receive their reward, which abode is purgatory. Therefore, on the other hand, there should be equally an abode for those who die in mortal sin together with some good works. Objection 10, further, just as the fathers were delayed from obtaining full glory of the soul before Christ's coming, so are they now detained from receiving the glory of the body. Therefore as we distinguish an abode of the saints before the coming of Christ from the one where they are received now, so ought we to distinguish the one in which they are received now from the one where they will be received after the resurrection. I answer that, the abodes of souls are distinguished according to the soul's various states. Now the soul united to a mortal body is in the state of meriting, while the soul separated from the body is in the state of receiving good or evil for its merits. So that after death it is either in the state of receiving its final reward, or in the state of being hindered from receiving it. If it is in the state of receiving its final retribution, this happens in 2 ways, either in the respect of good, and then it is paradise. Or in respect of evil, and thus as regards actual sin it is hell, and as regards original sin it is the limbo of children. On the other hand, if it be in the state where it is hindered from receiving its final reward, this is either on account of a defect of the person. And thus we have purgatory where souls are detained from receiving their reward at once on account of the sins they have committed, or else it is on account of a defect of nature, and thus we have the limbo of the fathers. Where the fathers were detained from obtaining glory on account of the guilt of human nature which could not yet be expiated. Reply to Objection 1, good happens in one way, but evil in many ways, according to Dionysius, Div. Nom. 4, and the philosopher, Ethic. 2:6 Wherefore it is not unfitting if there be one place of blissful reward and several places of punishment. Reply to Objection 2, the state of meriting and demeriting is one state. Since the same person is able to merit and demerit, wherefore it is fitting that one place should be assigned to all, whereas of those who receive according to their merits there are various states, and consequently the comparison fails. Reply to Objection 3, one may be punished in 2 ways for original sin, as stated above, either in reference to the person, or in reference to nature only. Consequently there is a twofold limbo corresponding to that sin. Reply to Objection 4, this darksome air is assigned to the demons, not as the place where they receive retribution for their merits, but as a place befitting their office, in so far as they are appointed to try us. Hence it is not reckoned among the abodes of which we are treating now, since hell fire is assigned to them in the first place. Matt. 25. Reply to Objection 5. The earthly paradise belongs to the state of the wayfarer rather than to the state of those who receive for their merits, and consequently it is not reckoned among the abodes whereof we are treating now. Reply to Objection 6. This supposition is impossible. CFFS, Q. 89, A. 6. If, however, it were possible, such a one would be punished in hell eternally, for it is accidental to venial sin that it be punished temporally in purgatory, through its having grace annexed to it, wherefore if it be annexed to a mortal sin, which is without grace, it will be punished eternally in hell. And since this one who dies in original sin has a venial sin without grace, it is not unfitting to suppose that he be punished eternally. Reply to Objection 7. Diversity of degrees in punishments or rewards does not diversify the state, and it is according to the diversity of state that we distinguish various abodes. Hence the argument does not prove. Reply to Objection 8. Although separated souls are sometimes punished in the place where we dwell, it does not follow that this is their proper place of punishment, but this is done for our instruction. That seeing their punishment we may be deterred from sin. That souls while yet in the flesh are punished here for their sins has nothing to do with the question. Because a punishment of this kind does not place a man outside the state of meriting or demeriting, whereas we are treating now of the abodes to which souls are assigned after the state of merit or demerit. Reply to Objection 9. It is impossible for evil to be pure and without the admixture of good, just as the supreme good is without any admixture of evil. Consequently those who are to be conveyed to beatitude, which is a supreme good, must be cleansed of all evil. Wherefore there must needs be a place where such persons are cleansed if they go hence without being perfectly clean. But those who will be thrust into hell will not be free from all good, and consequently the comparison fails, since those who are in hell can receive the reward of their goods, in so far as their past goods avail for the mitigation of their punishment. Reply to Objection 10. The essential reward consists in the glory of the soul, but the body's glory, since it overflows from the soul, is entirely founded as it were on the soul, and consequently lack of the soul's glory causes a difference of state, whereas lack of the body's glory does not. For this reason, too, the same place, namely the empyrean, is assigned to the holy souls separated from their bodies and united to glorious bodies, whereas the same place was not assigned to the souls of the fathers both before and after the glorification of souls. Question 70. Of the quality of the soul after leaving the body, and of the punishment inflicted on it by material fire, 3 articles. We must next consider the general quality of the soul after leaving the body, and the punishment inflicted on it by material fire. Under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the sensitive powers remain in the separated soul. 2. Whether the acts of the aforesaid powers remain in the soul. 3. Whether the separated soul can suffer from a material fire. Whether the sensitive powers remain in the separated soul. CFFP, Q. 77, A. 8. Objection 1. It would seem that the sensitive powers remain in the sensitive soul. For Augustine says, De Spir. Etianim. 15. The soul withdraws from the body taking all with itself, sense and imagination, reason, understanding and intelligence, the concupiscible and irascible powers. Now sense, imagination, concupiscible and irascible are sensitive powers. Therefore the sensitive powers remain in the separated soul. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says, De Eccl. Dogm. 16. We believe that man alone has a substantial soul, which lives though separated from the body, and clings keenly to its senses and wits. Therefore the soul retains its senses after being separated from the body. Objection 3. Further, the soul's powers are either its essential parts as some maintain, or at least are its natural properties. Now that which is in a thing essentially cannot be separated from it, nor is a subject severed from its natural properties. Therefore it is impossible for the soul to lose any of its powers after being separated from the body. Objection 4. Further, a whole is not entire if one of its parts be lacking. Now the soul's powers are called its parts. Therefore, if the soul lose any of its powers after death, it will not be entire after death, and this is unfitting. Objection 5. Further, the soul's powers cooperate in merit more even than the body, since the body is a mere instrument of action, while the powers are principles of action. Now the body must of necessity be rewarded together with the soul, since it cooperated in merit. Much more, therefore, is it necessary that the powers of the soul be rewarded together with it. Therefore the separated soul does not lose them. Objection 6. Further, if the soul after separation from the body loses its sensitive power, that must needs come to naught. For it cannot be said that it is dissolved into some matter, since it has no matter as a part of itself. Now that which entirely comes to naught is not restored in identity, wherefore at the resurrection the soul will not have the same identical sensitive powers. Now according to the philosopher, de anima 2, 1, as the soul is to the body so are the soul's powers to the parts of the body, for instance the sight to the eye. But if it were not identically the same soul that returns to the body, it would not be identically the same man. Therefore for the same reason it would not be identically the same eye, if the visual power were not identically the same. And in like manner no other part would rise again in identity, and consequently neither would the whole man be identically the same. Therefore it is impossible for the separated soul to lose its sensitive powers. Objection 7. Further, if the sensitive powers were to be corrupted when the body is corrupted, it would follow that they are weakened when the body is weakened. Yet this is not the case, for according to de anima I, if an old man were given the eye of a young man, he would, without doubt, see as well as a young man. Therefore neither are the sensitive powers corrupted when the body is corrupted. On the contrary, Augustine says, de Eccle Dogm 19, of two substances alone does man consist, soul and body, the soul with its reason, and the body with its senses. Therefore the sensitive powers belong to the body, and consequently when the body is corrupted the sensitive powers remain not in the soul. Further, the philosopher, speaking of the separation of the soul, expresses himself thus, Metaph. 11, 3. If, however, anything remain at last, we must ask what this is, because in certain subjects it is not impossible, for instance if the soul be of such a disposition, not the whole soul but the intellect. For as regards the whole soul this is probably impossible. Hence it seems that the whole soul is not separated from the body, but only the intellective powers of the soul, and consequently not the sensitive or vegetative powers. Further, the philosopher, speaking of the intellect, says, de anima 2, 2, this alone is ever separated, as the everlasting from the corruptible, for it is hereby clear that the remaining parts are not separable as some maintain. Therefore the sensitive powers do not remain in the separated soul. I answer that, there are many opinions on this question. For some, holding the view that all the powers are in the soul in the same way as color is in a body, hold that the soul separated from the body takes all its powers away with it, because, if it lacked any one of them, it would follow that the soul is changed in its natural properties, since these cannot change so long as their subject remains. But the aforesaid view is false, for since a power is so called because it enables us to do or suffer something, and since to do and to be able belong to the same subject, it follows that the subject of a power is the same as that which is agent or patient. Hence the philosopher says, de Somme Vigil, that, where we find power there we find action. Now it is evident that certain operations, whereof the soul's powers are the principles, do not belong to the soul properly speaking but to the soul as united to the body. Because they are not performed except through the medium of the body such as to see, to hear, and so forth. Hence it follows that such like powers belong to the united soul and body as their subject, but to the soul as their quickening principle, just as the form is the principle of the properties of a composite being. Some operations, however, are performed by the soul without a bodily organ, for instance to understand, to consider, to will, wherefore, since these actions are proper to the soul. The powers that are the principles thereof belong to the soul not only as their principle but also as their subject. Therefore, since so long as the proper subject remains its proper passions must also remain, and when it is corrupted they also must be corrupted. It follows that these powers which use no bodily organ for their actions must needs remain in the separated body, while those which use a bodily organ must needs be corrupted when the body is corrupted, and such are all the powers belonging to the sensitive and the vegetative soul. On this account some draw a distinction in the sensitive powers of the soul, for they say that they are of two kinds, some being acts of organs and emanating from the soul into the body are corrupted with the body. Others, whence the former originate, are in the soul, because by them the soul sensitizes the body for seeing, hearing, and so on, and these primary powers remain in the separated soul. But this statement seems unreasonable, because the soul, by its essence and not through the medium of certain other powers, is the origin of those powers which are the acts of organs, even as any form. From the very fact that by its essence it informs its matter, is the origin of the properties which result naturally in the composite. For were it necessary to suppose other powers in the soul, by means of which the powers that perfect the organs may flow from the essence of the soul, for the same reason it would be necessary to suppose other powers by means of which these mean powers flow from the essence of the soul, and so on to infinity, and if we have to stop it is better to do so at the first step. Hence others say that the sensitive and other like powers do not remain in the separated soul except in a restricted sense, namely radically. In the same way as a result is in its principle, because there remains in the separated soul the ability to produce these powers if it should be reunited to the body. Nor is it necessary for this ability to be anything in addition to the essence of the soul, as stated above. This opinion appears to be the more reasonable. Reply to Objection 1. This saying of Augustine is to be understood as meaning that the soul takes away with it some of those powers actually, namely understanding and intelligence, and some radically, as stated above, cf. Fp. Q. 77, a. 8, ad 1 and infra a. 2, ad 1. Reply to Objection 2, the senses which the soul takes away with it are not these external senses, but the internal, those, namely, which pertain to the intellective part, for the intellect is sometimes called sense. As Basil states in his commentary on the Proverbs, and again the philosopher, Ethic. 6, 11. If, however, he means the external senses we must reply as above to the first objection. Reply to Objection 3, as stated above, the sensitive powers are related to the soul, not as natural passions to their subject, but as compared to their origin, wherefore the conclusion does not follow. Reply to Objection 4, the powers of the soul are not called its integral but its potential parts. Now the nature of such like wholes is that the entire energy of the whole is found perfectly in one of the parts, but partially in the others. Thus in the soul's energy is found perfectly in the intellective part, but partially in the others. Wherefore, as the powers of the intellective part remain in the separated soul, the latter will remain entire and undiminished. Although the sensitive powers do not remain actually, as neither is the king's power decreased by the death of a mayor who shared his authority. Reply to Objection 5, the body cooperates in merit, as an essential part of the man who merits. The sensitive powers, however, do not cooperate thus, since they are of the genus of accidents. Hence the comparison fails. Reply to Objection 6, the powers of the sensitive soul are said to be acts of the organs, not as though they were the essential forms of those organs, except in reference to the soul whose powers they are. But they are the acts of the organs, by perfecting them for their proper operations, as heat is the act of fire by perfecting it for the purpose of heating. Wherefore, just as a fire would remain identically the same, although another individual heat were in it, even so the cold of water that has been heated returns not identically the same, although the water remains the same in identity. So the organs will be the same identically, although the powers be not identically the same. Reply to Objection 7, the philosopher is speaking there of these powers as being rooted in the soul. This is clear from his saying that old age is an affection not of the soul, but of that in which the soul is, namely the body. For in this way the powers of the soul are neither weakened or corrupted on account of the body. Whether the acts of the sensitive powers remain in the separated soul? Objection 1. It would seem that the acts of the sensitive powers remain in the separated soul. For Augustine says, De Spiritu et Anima 15, when the soul leaves the body it derives pleasure or sorrow through being affected with these, namely the imagination, and the concupiscible and irascible faculties, according to its merits. But the imagination, the concupiscible, and the irascible are sensitive powers. Therefore the separated soul will be affected as regards the sensitive powers, and consequently will be in some act by reason of them. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says, Gen. ad lit. 12, that the body feels not, but the soul through the body, and further on, the soul feels certain things, not through the body but without the body. Now that which befits the soul without the body can be in the soul separated from the body. Therefore the soul will then be able to feel actually. Objection 3. Further, to see images of bodies, as occurs in sleep, belongs to imaginary vision which is in the sensitive part. Now it happens that the separated soul sees images of bodies in the same way as when we sleep. Thus Augustine says, Gen. ad lit. 12 For I see not why the soul has an image of its own body when, the body lying senseless, yet not quite dead. It sees some things which many have related after returning to life from this suspended animation, and yet has it not when it has left the body through death having taken place. For it is unintelligible that the soul should have an image of its body, except in so far as it sees that image, wherefore he said before of those who lie senseless that, they have a certain image of their own body, by which they are able to be borne to corporeal places and by means of sensible images to take cognizance of such things as they see. Therefore the separated soul can exercise the acts of the sensitive powers. Objection 4. Further, the memory is a power of the sensitive part, as proved in Dememer. Et remin. I. Now separated souls will actually remember the things they did in this world, wherefore it is said to the rich glutton, Luke 16 verse 25, Remember that thou didst receive good things in thy lifetime. Therefore the separated soul will exercise the act of a sensitive power. Objection 5. Further, according to the philosopher, De Anima 3, 9, the irascible and concupiscible are in the sensitive part. But joy and sorrow, love and hatred, fear and hope, and similar emotions which according to our faith we hold to be in separated souls, are in the irascible and concupiscible. Therefore separated souls will not be deprived of the acts of the sensitive powers. On the contrary, that which is common to soul and body cannot remain in the separated soul. Now all the operations of the sensitive powers are common to the soul and body, and this is evident from the fact that no sensitive power exercises an act except through a bodily organ. Therefore the separated soul will be deprived of the acts of the sensitive powers. Further, the philosopher says, De Anima I, 4, that, when the body is corrupted, the soul neither remembers nor loves, and the same applies to all the acts of the sensitive powers. Therefore the separated soul does not exercise the act of any sensitive power. I answer that, some distinguish two kinds of acts in the sensitive powers, external acts which the soul exercises through the body. And these do not remain in the separated soul, and internal acts which the soul performs by itself, and these will be in the separated soul. This statement would seem to have originated from the opinion of Plato, who held that the soul is united to the body, as a perfect substance nowise dependent on the body, and merely as a mover is united to the thing moved. This is an evident consequence of transmigration which he held. And since according to him nothing is in motion except what is moved, and lest he should go on indefinitely, he said that the first mover moves itself, and he maintained that the soul is the cause of its own movement. Accordingly there would be a twofold movement of the soul, one by which it moves itself, and another whereby the body is moved by the soul, so that this act, to see, is first of all in the soul itself as moving itself. And secondly in the bodily organ in so far as the soul moves the body. This opinion is refuted by the philosopher, De Anima I, 3, who proves that the soul does not move itself, and that it is nowise moved in respect of such operations as seeing, feeling, and the like. But that such operations are movements of the composite only. We must therefore conclude that the acts of the sensitive powers nowise remain in the separated soul, except perhaps as in their remote origin. Reply to Objection 1. Some deny that this book is Augustine's, for it is ascribed to a Cistercian who compiled it from Augustine's works and added things of his own. Hence we are not to take what is written there, as having authority. If, however, its authority should be maintained, it must be said that the meaning is that the separated soul is affected with imagination and other like powers, not as though such affection were the act of the aforesaid powers, but in the sense that the soul will be affected in the future life for good or ill, according to the things which it committed in the body through the imagination and other like powers, so that the imagination and such like powers are not supposed to elicit that affection, but to have elicited in the body the merit of that affection. Reply to Objection 2, the soul is said to feel through the body, not as though the act of feeling belonged to the soul by itself, but as belonging to the whole composite by reason of the soul, just as we say that heat heats. That which is added, namely that the soul feels some things without the body, such as fear and so forth, means that it feels such things without the outward movement of the body that takes place in the acts of the proper senses, since fear and like passions do not occur without any bodily movement. It may also be replied that Augustine is speaking according to the opinion of the Platonists who maintain this as stated above. Reply to Objection 3, Augustine speaks there as nearly throughout that book, as one inquiring and not deciding. For it is clear that there is no comparison between the soul of a sleeper and the separated soul, since the soul of the sleeper uses the organ of imagination wherein corporeal images are impressed, which cannot be said of the separated soul. Or we may reply that images of things are in the soul, both as to the sensitive and imaginative power and as to the intellective power, with greater or lesser abstraction from matter and material conditions. Wherefore Augustine's comparison holds in this respect that just as the images of corporeal things are in the soul of the dreamer or of one who is carried out of his mind, imaginatively, so are they in the separated soul intelectively, but not that they are in the separated soul imaginatively. Reply to Objection 4, as stated in the first book, Sent. I. D. 3, Q. 4, memory has a twofold signification. Sometimes it means a power of the sensitive part, in so far as its gaze extends over past time. And in this way the act of the memory will not be in the separated soul. Wherefore the philosopher says, De anima I, 4, that, when this, the body to wit, is corrupted, the soul remembers not. In another way memory is used to designate that part of the imagination which pertains to the intellective faculty, in so far namely as it abstracts from all differences of time, since it regards not only the past but also the present and the future, as Augustine says, De Trin. 14, 11. Taking memory in this sense, the separated soul will remember, cffp, q. 77, a. 8, fp, q. 89, a. 6. Reply to Objection 5, love, joy, sorrow, and the like, have a twofold signification. Sometimes they denote passions of the sensitive appetite, and thus they will not be in the separated soul, because in this way they are not exercised without a definite movement of the heart. In another way they denote acts of the will which is in the intellective part, and in this way they will be in the separated soul, even as delight will be there without bodily movement, even as it is in God. Namely in so far as it is a simple movement of the will. In this sense the philosopher says, Ethic. 7, 14, that God's joy is one simple delight. Whether the separated soul can suffer from a bodily fire? Objection 1, it would seem that the separated soul cannot suffer from a bodily fire. For Augustine says, Gen. ad lit. 12, the things that affect the soul well or ill after its separation from the body, are not corporeal but resemble corporeal things. Therefore the separated soul is not punished with a bodily fire. Objection 2, further, Augustine, Gen. ad lit. 12, says that the agent is always more excellent than the patient. But it is impossible for any body to be more excellent than the separated soul. Therefore it cannot suffer from a body. Objection 3, further, according to the philosopher, de Jenner. And Boethius, de Duab. Nature, only those things that agree in matter are active and passive in relation to one another. But the soul and corporeal fire do not agree in matter, since there is no matter common to spiritual and corporeal things, wherefore they cannot be changed into one another, as Boethius says, de Duab. Nature. Therefore the separated soul does not suffer from a bodily fire. Objection 4, further, whatsoever is patient receives something from the agent. Therefore if the soul suffer from the bodily fire, it will receive something therefrom. Now whatsoever is received in a thing is received according to the mode of the recipient. Therefore that which is received in the soul from the fire, is in it not materially but spiritually. Now the forms of things existing spiritually in the soul are its perfections. Therefore though it be granted that the soul suffer from the bodily fire, this will not conduce to its punishment, but rather to its perfection. Objection 5, further, if it be said that the soul is punished merely by seeing the fire, as Gregory would seem to say, Dial. 4:29. On the contrary, if the soul sees the fire of hell, it cannot see it save by intellectual vision, since it has not the organs by which sensitive or imaginative vision is effected. But it would seem impossible for intellectual vision to be the cause of sorrow, since there is no sorrow contrary to the pleasure of considering, according to the philosopher, Topic. 13. Therefore the soul is not punished by that vision. Objection 6, further, if it be said that the soul suffers from the corporeal fire, through being held thereby, even as now it is held by the body while living in the body. On the contrary, the soul while living in the body is held by the body in so far as there results one thing from the soul and the body, as from form and matter. But the soul will not be the form of that corporeal fire. Therefore it cannot be held by the fire in the manner aforesaid. Objection 7, further, every bodily agent acts by contact. But a corporeal fire cannot be in contact with the soul, since contact is only between corporeal things whose bounds come together. Therefore the soul suffers not from that fire. Objection 8, further, an organic agent does not act on a remote object, except through acting on the intermediate objects, wherefore it is able to act at a fixed distance in proportion to its power. But souls, or at least the demons to whom this equally applies, are sometimes outside the place of hell, since sometimes they appear to men even in this world, and yet they are not then free from punishment. For just as the glory of the saints is never interrupted, so neither is the punishment of the damned. And yet we do not find that all the intermediate things suffer from the fire of hell, nor again is it credible that any corporeal thing of an elemental nature has such a power that its action can reach to such a distance. Therefore it does not seem that the pains suffered by the souls of the damned are inflicted by a corporeal fire. On the contrary, the possibility of suffering from a corporeal fire is equally consistent with separated souls and with demons. Now demons suffer therefrom since they are punished by that fire into which the bodies of the damned will be cast after the resurrection, and which must needs be as corporeal fire. This is evident from the words of our Lord, Matt. 25:41, Depart from me, you cursed, into everlasting fire, which was prepared for the devil, etc. Therefore separated souls also can suffer from that fire. Further, punishment should correspond to sin. Now in sinning the soul subjected itself to the body by sinful concupiscence. Therefore it is just that it should be punished by being made subject to a bodily thing by suffering therefrom. Further, there is greater union between form and matter than between agent and patient. Now the diversity of spiritual and corporeal nature does not hinder the soul from being the form of the body. Therefore neither is it an obstacle to its suffering from a body. I answer that, given that the fire of hell is not so called metaphorically, nor an imaginary fire, but a real corporeal fire, we must needs say that the soul will suffer punishment from a corporeal fire, since our Lord said, Matt. 25:41, that this fire was prepared for the devil and his angels, who are incorporeal even as the soul. But how it is that they can thus suffer is explained in many ways. For some have said that the mere fact that the soul sees the fire makes the soul suffer from the fire, wherefore Gregory, Dial. 4:29, says, the soul suffers from the fire by merely seeing it. But this does not seem sufficient, because whatever is seen, from the fact that it is seen, is a perfection of the seer. Wherefore it cannot conduce to his punishment, as seen. Sometimes, however, it is of a penal or unpleasant nature accidentally, in so far, to wit, as it is apprehended as something hurtful, and consequently, besides the fact that the soul sees the fire, there must needs be some relation of the soul to the fire, according to which the fire is hurtful to the soul. Hence others have said that although a corporeal fire cannot burn the soul nevertheless apprehends it as hurtful to itself, and in consequence of this apprehension is seized with fear and sorrow, in fulfillment of Ps. 13:5, they have trembled for fear, where there was no fear. Hence Gregory says, Dial. 4:29, that the soul burns through seeing itself aflame. But this, again, seems insufficient, because in this case the soul would suffer from the fire, not in reality but only in apprehension, for although a real passion of sorrow or pain may result from a false imagination, as Augustine observes, Gen. Ad lit. 12, it cannot be said in relation to that passion that one really suffers from the thing, but from the image of the thing that is present to one's fancy. Moreover, this kind of suffering would be more unlike real suffering than that which results from imaginary vision, since the latter is stated to result from real images of things, which images the soul carries about with it. Whereas the former results from false fancies which the erring soul imagines, and furthermore, it is not probable that separated souls or demons, who are endowed with keen intelligence, would think it possible for a corporeal fire to hurt them, if they were nowise distressed thereby. Hence others say that it is necessary to admit that the soul suffers even really from the corporeal fire, wherefore Gregory says, Dial. 4:29, we can gather from the words of the Gospel, that the soul suffers from the fire not only by seeing it, but also by feeling it. They explain the possibility of this as follows. They say that this corporeal fire can be considered in two ways. First, as a corporeal thing, and thus it has not the power to act on the soul. Secondly, as the instrument of the vengeance of divine justice. For the order of divine justice demands that the soul which by sinning subjected itself to corporeal things should be subjected to them also in punishment. Now an instrument acts not only in virtue of its own nature, but also in virtue of the principal agent, wherefore it is not unreasonable if that fire, seeing that it acts in virtue of a spiritual agent, should act on the spirit of a man or demon. In the same way as we have explained the sanctification of the soul by the Sacraments, T.P. Q. 62, AA, 1, 4. But, again, this does not seem to suffice, since every instrument, in acting on that on which it is used instrumentally, has its own connatural action besides the action whereby it acts in virtue of the principal agent. In fact it is by fulfilling the former that it effects the latter action, even as, in baptism, it is by laving the body that water sanctifies the soul, and the saw by cutting wood produces the shape of a house. Hence we must allow the fire to exercise on the soul an action connatural to the fire, in order that it may be the instrument of divine justice in the punishment of sin, and for this reason we must say that a body cannot naturally act on a spirit, nor in any way be hurtful or distressful to it, except in so far as the latter is in some way united to a body, for thus we observe that the corruptible body is a load upon the soul, wis. 9:15. Now a spirit is united to a body in two ways. In one way as form to matter, so that from their union there results one thing simply, and the spirit that is thus united to a body both quickens the body and is somewhat burdened by the body, but it is not thus that the spirit of man or demon is united to the corporeal fire. In another way as the mover is united to the things moved, or as a thing placed is united to place, even as incorporeal things are in a place. In this way created incorporeal spirits are confined to a place, being in one place in such a way as not to be in another. Now although of its nature a corporeal thing is able to confine an incorporeal spirit to a place, it is not able of its nature to detain an incorporeal spirit in the place to which it is confined. And so to tie it to that place that it be unable to seek another, since a spirit is not by nature in a place so as to be subject to place. But the corporeal fire is enabled as the instrument of the vengeance of divine justice thus to detain a spirit. And thus it has a penal effect on it, by hindering it from fulfilling its own will, that is by hindering it from acting where it will and as it will. This way is asserted by Gregory, Dial. 4:29. For in explaining how the soul can suffer from that fire by feeling it, he expresses himself as follows: since truth declares the rich sinner to be condemned to fire, will any wise man deny that the souls of the wicked are imprisoned in flames? Julian, Bishop of Toledo, Prognostic 2:17, says the same as quoted by the Master, Cent. 4d. 44, if the incorporeal spirit of a living man is held by the body, why shall it not be held after death by a corporeal fire? And Augustine says, De Civ. Day 21:10, that, just as, although the soul is spiritual and the body corporeal, man is so fashioned that the soul is united to the body as giving it life, and on account of this union conceives a great love for its body. So it is chained to the fire, as receiving punishment therefrom, and from this union conceives a loathing. Accordingly we must unite all the aforesaid modes together. In order to understand perfectly how the soul suffers from a corporeal fire, so as to say that the fire of its nature is able to have an incorporeal spirit united to it as a thing placed is united to a place. That as the instrument of divine justice it is enabled to detain it enchained as it were, and in this respect this fire is really hurtful to the spirit, and thus the soul seeing the fire as something hurtful to it is tormented by the fire. Hence Gregory, Dial. 4:29, mentions all these in order, as may be seen from the above quotations. Reply to Objection 1, Augustine speaks there as one inquiring, wherefore he expresses himself otherwise when deciding the point, as quoted above, De Civ. Day 21. Or we may reply that Augustine means to say that the things which are the proximate occasion of the soul's pain or sorrow are spiritual. Since it would not be distressed unless it apprehended the fire as hurtful to it, wherefore the fire as apprehended is the proximate cause of its distress, whereas the corporeal fire which exists outside the soul is the remote cause of its distress. Reply to Objection 2, although the soul is simply more excellent than the fire is relatively more excellent than the soul, in so far, to wit, as it is the instrument of divine justice. Reply to Objection 3, the philosopher and Boethius are speaking of the action whereby the patient is changed into the nature of the agent. Such is not the action of the fire on the soul, and consequently the argument is not conclusive. Reply to Objection 4, by acting on the soul the fire bestows nothing on it but detains it, as stated above. Hence the argument is not to the point. Reply to Objection 5, in intellectual vision sorrow is not caused by the fact that something is seen, since the thing seen as such can nowise be contrary to the intellect. But in the sensible vision the thing seen, by its very action on the sight so as to be seen, there may be accidentally something corruptive of the sight, in so far as it destroys the harmony of the organ nevertheless. Intellectual vision may cause sorrow, in so far as the thing seen is apprehended as hurtful, not that it hurts through being seen, but in some other way no matter which. It is thus that the soul in seeing the fire is distressed. Reply to Objection 6, the comparison does not hold in every respect, but it does in some, as explained above. Reply to Objection 7, although there is no bodily contact between the soul and body, there is a certain spiritual contact between them, even as the mover of the heaven, being spiritual, touches the heaven, when it moves it. With a spiritual contact, in the same way as a painful object is said to touch, as stated in De Genere. This mode of contact is sufficient for action. Reply to Objection 8, the souls of the damned are never outside hell, except by divine permission, either for the instruction or for the trial of the elect. And wherever they are outside hell they nevertheless always see the fire thereof as prepared for their punishment. Wherefore, since this vision is the immediate cause of their distress, as stated above, wherever they are, they suffer from hell fire. Even so prisoners, though outside the prison, suffer somewhat from the prison, seeing themselves condemned thereto. Hence just as the glory of the elect is not diminished, neither as to the essential, nor as to the accidental reward, if they happen to be outside the empyrean, in fact this somewhat conduces to their glory. So the punishment of the damned is nowise diminished, if by God's permission they happen to be outside hell for a time. A gloss on James 3 verse 6, inflammeth the wheel of our nativity, etc., is in agreement with this, for it is worded thus, the devil, wherever he is, whether in the air or under the earth, drags with him the torments of his flames. But the objection argues as though the corporeal fire tortured the spirit immediately in the same way as it torments bodies. Question 71, of the Suffrages for the dead, 14 articles. We must now consider the suffrages for the dead. Under this head there are 14 points of inquiry. 1. Whether suffrages performed by one person can profit others. 2. Whether the dead can be assisted by the works of the living. 3. Whether the suffrages of sinners profit the dead. 4. Whether suffrages for the dead profit those who perform them. 5. Whether suffrages profit those who are in hell. 6. Whether they profit those who are in purgatory. 7. Whether they avail the children in limbo. 8. Whether in any way they profit those who are heaven. 9. Whether the prayer of the church, the sacrament of the altar, and almsgiving profit the departed. 10. Whether indulgences granted by the church profit them. 11. Whether the burial service profits the departed. 12. Whether suffrages for one dead person profit that person more than others. 13. Whether suffrages for many avail each one as much as if they were offered for each individual. 14. Whether general suffrages avail those for whom special suffrages are not offered, as much as special and general suffrages together avail those for whom they are offered. Whether the suffrages of one person can profit others. Objection 1. It would seem that the suffrages of one person cannot profit others. For it is written, Galatians 6 verse 8, what things a man shall sow, those also shall he reap. Now if one person reaped fruit from the suffrages of another, he would reap from another's sowing. Therefore a person receives no fruit from the suffrages of others. Objection 2. Further, it belongs to God's justice, that each one should receive according to his merits, wherefore the Psalm 61 verse 13, says, Thou wilt render to every man according to his works. Now it is impossible for God's justice to fail. Therefore it is impossible for one man to be assisted by the works of another. Objection 3. Further, a work is meritorious on the same count as it is praiseworthy, namely inasmuch as it is voluntary. Now one man is not praised for the work of another. Therefore neither can the work of one man be meritorious and fruitful for another. Objection 4. Further, it belongs to divine justice to repay good for good in the same way as evil for evil. But no man is punished for the evildoings of another. Indeed, according to Ezek 18:4, the soul that sinneth, the same shall die. Therefore neither does one person profit by another's good. On the contrary, it is written, P.S. 1:18:63, I am a partaker with all them that fear thee, etc. Further, all the faithful united together by charity are members of the one body of the church. Now one member is assisted by another. Therefore one man can be assisted by the merits of another. I answer that, our actions can avail for two purposes. First, for acquiring a certain state, thus by a meritorious work a man obtains the state of bliss. Secondly, for something consequent upon a state, thus by some work a man merits an accidental reward, or a rebate of punishment. And for both these purposes our actions may avail in two ways, first, by way of merit. Secondly, by way of prayer, the difference being that merit relies on justice, and prayer on mercy, since he who prays obtains his petition from the mere liberality of the one he prays. Accordingly we must say that the work of one person nowise can avail another for acquiring a state by way of merit, so that, to wit, a man be able to merit eternal life by the works which I do. Because the share of glory is awarded according to the measure of the recipient, and each one is disposed by his own and not by another's actions disposed, that is to say, by being worthy of reward. By way of prayer, however, the work of one may profit another while he is a wayfarer, even for acquiring a state. For instance, one man may obtain the first grace for another, cf. Fs. Q. 114, a. 6, and since the impetration of prayer depends on the liberality of God whom we pray, it may extend to whatever is ordinately subject to the divine power. On the other hand, as regards that which is consequent upon or accessory to a state, the work of one may avail another, not only by way of prayer but even by way of merit, and this happens in two ways. First, on account of their communion in the root of the work, which root is charity in meritorious works. Wherefore all who are united together by charity acquire some benefit from one another's works, albeit according to the measure of each one's state, since even in heaven each one will rejoice in the goods of others. Hence it is that the communion of saints is laid down as an article of faith. Secondly, through the intention of the doer who does certain works specially for the purpose that they may profit such persons, so that those works become somewhat the works of those for whom they are done, as though they were bestowed on them by the doer. Wherefore they can avail them either for the fulfillment of satisfaction or for some similar purpose that does not change their state. Reply to objection 1, this reaping is the receiving of eternal life, as stated in Jn. 4:36, and he that reapeth, gathereth fruit unto life everlasting. Now a share of eternal life is not given to a man save for his own works, for although we may impetrate for another that he obtain life, this never happens except by means of his own works, when namely, at the prayers of one another is given the grace whereby he merits eternal life. Reply to objection 2, the work that is done for another becomes his for whom it is done, and in like manner the work done by a man who is one with me is somewhat mine. Hence it is not contrary to divine justice if a man receives the fruit of the works done by a man who is one with him in charity, or of works done for him. This also happens according to human justice, so that the satisfaction offered by one is accepted in lieu of another's. Reply to objection 3, praise is not given to a person save according to his relation to an act, wherefore praise is, in relation to something, ethic. I. 12. And since no man is made or shown to be well or ill disposed to something by another's deed, it follows that no man is praised for another's deed save accidentally in so far as he is somewhat the cause of those deeds, by giving counsel, assistance, inducement, or by any other means. On the other hand, a work is meritorious to a person, not only by reason of his disposition, but also in view of something consequent upon his disposition or state, as evidenced by what has been said. Reply to objection 4, it is directly contrary to justice to take away from a person that which is his due, but to give a person what is not his due is not contrary to justice, but surpasses the bounds of justice, for it is liberality. Now a person cannot be hurt by the ills of another, unless he be deprived of something of his own. Consequently it is not becoming that one should be punished for another's sins, as it is that one should acquire some advantage from deeds of another. Whether the dead can be assisted by the works of the living? Objection 1, it would seem that the dead cannot be assisted by the works of the living. First, because the Apostle says, 2 Cor. 5:10, we must all be manifested before the judgment seat of Christ, that every one may receive the proper things of the body, according as he hath done. Therefore nothing can accrue to a man from the works of others, which are done after his death and when he is no longer in the body. Objection 2, further, this also seems to follow from the words of Apiosi. 14:13, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord, for their works follow them. Objection 3, further, it belongs only to one who is on the way to advance on account of some deed. Now after death men are no longer wayfarers, because to them the words of Job 19 verse 8, refer, he hath hedged in my path round about, and I cannot pass. Therefore the dead cannot be assisted by a person's suffrages. Objection 4, Further, no one is assisted by the deed of another, unless there be some community of life between them. Now there is no community between the dead and the living, as the philosopher says, Ethic. I. 11. Therefore the suffrages of the living do not profit the dead. On the contrary are the words of 2 Mac. 1246, it is a holy and wholesome thought to pray for the dead that they may be loosed from sins. But this would not be profitable unless it were a help to them. Therefore the suffrages of the living profit the dead. Further, Augustine says, De cure pro mort. Of no small weight is the authority of the Church whereby she clearly approves of the custom whereby a commendation of the dead has a place in the prayers which the priests pour forth to the Lord God at his altar. This custom was established by the apostles themselves according to the Damascene in a sermon on suffrages for the dead, De Hisca in Fide Dormirant, 3. Where he expresses himself thus, realizing the nature of the mysteries the disciples of the Savior and his holy apostles sanctioned a commemoration of those who had died in the faith, being made in the awe-inspiring and life-giving mysteries. This is also confirmed by the authority of Dionysius, here. Eccle, where he mentions the right of the early Church in praying for the dead, and, moreover, asserts that the suffrages of the living profit the dead. Therefore we must believe this without any doubt. I answer that, charity, which is the bond uniting the members of the Church, extends not only to the living, but also to the dead who die in charity. For charity which is the life of the soul, even as the soul is the life of the body, has no end, charity never falleth away, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 8. Moreover, the dead live in the memory of the living, wherefore the intention of the living can be directed to them. Hence the suffrages of the living profit the dead in 2 ways even as they profit the living, both on account of the bond of charity and on account of the intention being directed to them. Nevertheless, we must not believe that the suffrages of the living profit them so as to change their state from unhappiness to happiness or vice versa. But they avail for the diminution of punishment or something of the kind that involves no change in the state of the dead. Reply to objection 1, man while living in the body merited that such things should avail him after death. Wherefore if he is assisted thereby after this life, this is, nevertheless, the result of the things he has done in the body. Or we may reply, according to John Damascene, in the sermon quoted above, that these words refer to the retribution which will be made at the final judgment. Of eternal glory or eternal unhappiness, for then each one will receive only according as he himself has done in the body. Meanwhile, however, he can be assisted by the suffrages of the living. Reply to objection 2, the words quoted refer expressly to the sequel of eternal retribution as is clear from the opening words, blessed are the dead, etc. Or we may reply that deeds done on their behalf are somewhat their own, as stated above. Reply to objection 3, although, strictly speaking, after death souls are not in the state of the way, yet in a certain respect they are still on the way, in so far as they are delayed a while in their advance towards their final award. Wherefore, strictly speaking, their way is hedged and roundabout, so that they can no more be changed by any works in respect of the state of happiness or unhappiness. Yet their way is not so hedged around that they cannot be helped by others in the matter of their being delayed from receiving their final award, because in this respect they are still wayfarers. Reply to objection 4, although the communion of civic deeds whereof the philosopher speaks, is impossible between the dead and the living, because the dead are outside civic life, the communication of the spiritual life is possible between them. For that life is founded on charity towards God, to whom the spirits of the dead live. Whether suffrages performed by sinners profit the dead? Objection 1, it would seem that suffrages performed by sinners do not profit the dead. For, according to John 9 verse 31, God doth not hear sinners. Now if their prayers were to profit those for whom they pray, they would be heard by God. Therefore the suffrages performed by them do not profit the dead. Objection 2, further, Gregory says, Pastoral I, 11, that, when an offensive person is sent to intercede, the wrath of the angered party is provoked to harsher measures. Now every sinner is offensive to God. Therefore God is not inclined to mercy by the suffrages of sinners, and consequently their suffrages are of no avail. Objection 3. Further, a person's deed would seem to be more fruitful to the doer than to another. But a sinner merits not for himself by his deeds. Much less, therefore, can he merit for another. Objection 4. Further, every meritorious work must be a living work, that is to say, informed by charity. Now works done by sinners are dead. Therefore the dead for whom they are done cannot be assisted thereby. Objection 5. On the contrary, no man can know for certain about another man whether the latter be in a state of sin or of grace. If, therefore, only those suffrages were profitable that are done by those who are in a state of grace, a man could not know of whom to ask suffrages for his dead, and consequently many would be deterred from obtaining suffrages. Objection 6. Further, according to Augustine, Enchiridion 6, as quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 45, the dead are assisted by suffrages according as while living they merited to be assisted after death. Therefore the worth of suffrages is measured according to the disposition of the person for whom they are performed. Therefore it would appear that it differs not whether they be performed by good or by wicked persons. I answer that, two things may be considered in the suffrages performed by the wicked. First, the deed done, for instance the sacrifice of the altar. And since our sacraments have their efficacy from themselves independently of the deed of the doer, and are equally efficacious by whomsoever they are performed, in this respect the suffrages of the wicked profit the departed. Secondly, we may consider the deed of the doer, and then we must draw a distinction. Because the deed of a sinner who offers suffrage may be considered in one way in so far as it is his own deed, and thus it can nowise be meritorious either to himself or to another. In another way in so far as it is another's deed, and this happens in two ways. First, when the sinner, offering suffrages, represents the whole church, for instance a priest when he performs the burial service in church. And since one in whose name or in whose stead a thing is done is understood to do it himself as Dionysius asserts, seal. Here. 13. It follows that the suffrages of that priest, albeit a sinner, profit the departed. Secondly, when he acts as the instrument of another, for the work of the instrument belongs more to the principal agent. Wherefore, although he who acts as the instrument of another be not in a state of merit, his act may be meritorious on account of the principal agent, for instance if a servant being in sin do any work of mercy at the command of his master who has charity. Hence, if a person dying in charity commands suffrages to be offered for him, or if some other person having charity prescribe them, those suffrages avail for the departed, even though the persons by whom they are performed be in sin. Nevertheless they would avail more if those persons were in charity, because then those works would be meritorious on two counts. Reply to Objection 1, the prayer offered by a sinner is sometimes not his but another's, and consequently in this respect is worthy to be heard by God. Nevertheless, God sometimes hears sinners, when, to wit, they ask for something acceptable to God. For God dispenses his goods not only to the righteous but also to sinners, Matt. 5:45, not indeed on account of their merits, but of his loving kindness. Hence a gloss on John 9 verse 31, God doth not hear sinners, says that, he speaks as one unanointed and as not seeing clearly. Reply to Objection 2, although the sinner's prayer is not acceptable in so far as he is offensive, it may be acceptable to God on account of another in whose stead or at whose command he offers the prayer. Reply to Objection 3, the reason why the sinner who performs these suffrages gains nothing thereby is because he is not capable of profiting by reason of his own indisposition. Nevertheless, as stated above, it may in some way profit another, who is disposed. Reply to Objection 4, although the sinner's deed is not living in so far as it is his own, it may be living in so far as it is another's, as stated above. Since, however, the arguments in the contrary sense would seem to show that it matters not whether one obtains suffrages from good or from evil persons, we must reply to them also. Reply to Objection 5, although one cannot know for certain about another whether he be in the state of salvation, one may infer it with probability from what one sees outwardly of a man, for a tree is known by its fruit, Matt. 7:16. Reply to Objection 6, In order that suffrage avail another, it is requisite that the one for whom it is performed be capable of availing by it, and a man has become capable of this by his own works which he did in his lifetime. This is what Augustine means to say. Nevertheless, those works must be such that they can profit him, and this depends not on the person for whom the suffrage is performed, but rather on the one who offers the suffrages, whether by performing them or by commanding them. Whether suffrages offered by the living for the dead profit those who offer them? Objection 1. It would seem that suffrages offered by the living for the dead do not profit those who offer them. For according to human justice a man is not absolved from his own debt if he pay a debt for another man. Therefore a man is not absolved from his own debt for the reason that by offering suffrages he has paid the debt of the one for whom he offered them. Objection 2. Further, whatever a man does, he should do it as best he can. Now it is better to assist two than one. Therefore if one who by suffrages has paid the debt of a dead person is freed from his own debt, it would seem that one ought never to satisfy for oneself, but always for another. Objection 3. Further, if the satisfaction of one who satisfies for another profits him equally with the one for whom he satisfies, it will likewise equally profit a third person if he satisfy for him at the same time. And likewise a fourth, and so on. Therefore he might satisfy for all by one work of satisfaction, which is absurd. On the contrary, it is written, Psalms 34 verse 13, My prayer shall be turned into my bosom. Therefore, in like manner, suffrages that are offered for others profit those who satisfy. Further, the Damascene says in the sermon, On those who fell asleep in the faith, just as when about to anoint a sick man with the ointment or other holy oil, first of all he, namely the anointer, shares in the anointing and thus proceeds to anoint the patient, so whoever strives for his neighbor's salvation first of all profits himself and afterwards his neighbor. And thus the question at issue is answered. I answer that, the work of suffrage that is done for another may be considered in two ways. First, as expiating punishment by way of compensation which is a condition of satisfaction, and in this way the work of suffrage that is counted as belonging to the person for whom it is done, while absolving him from the debt of punishment, does not absolve the performer from his own debt of punishment, because in this compensation we have to consider the equality of justice, and this work of satisfaction can be equal to the one debt without being equal to the other. For the debts of two sinners require a greater satisfaction than the debt of one. Secondly, it may be considered as meriting eternal life, and this it has as proceeding from its root, which is charity, and in this way it profits not only the person for whom it is done, but also and still more the doer. This suffices for the replies to the objections, for the first considered the work of suffrage as a work of satisfaction, while the others consider it as meritorious. Whether suffrages profit those who are in hell? Objection 1. It would seem that suffrages profit those who are in hell. For it is written, 2 Mac. 1240, they found under the coats of the slain some of the donaries of the idols, which the law forbiddeth to the Jews, and yet we read further on, 2 Mac. 1243, that Judas sent 12,000 drams of silver to Jerusalem, to be offered for the sins of the dead. Now it is clear that they sinned mortally through acting against the law, and consequently that they died in mortal sin, and were taken to hell. Therefore suffrages profit those who are in hell. Objection 2. Further, the text, sent. 4d. 45, quotes the saying of Augustine, Enchiridion cx, that those whom suffrages profit gain either entire forgiveness, or at least an abatement of their damnation. Now only those who are in hell are said to be damned. Therefore suffrages profit even those who are in hell. Objection 3. Further, Dionysius says, Eccl. Here. If here the prayers of the righteous avail those who are alive, how much more do they, after death, profit those alone who are worthy of their holy prayers? Hence we may gather that suffrages are more profitable to the dead than to the living. Now they profit the living even though they be in mortal sin, for the Church prays daily for sinners that they be converted to God. Therefore suffrages avail also for the dead who are in mortal sin. Objection 4. Further, in the Lives of the Fathers, 3, 172. 6, 3, we read, and the Damascene relates in his sermon, dehisca in fide dormierent, that Macarius discovered the skull of a dead man on the road, and that after praying he asked whose head it was. And the head replied that it had belonged to a pagan priest who was condemned to hell. And yet he confessed that he and others were assisted by the prayers of Macarius. Therefore the suffrages of the Church profit even those who are in hell. Objection 5. Further, the Damascene in the same sermon relates that Gregory, while praying for Trajan, heard a voice from heaven saying to him, I have heard thy voice, and I pardon Trajan, and of this fact the Damascene adds in the same sermon. The whole East and West are witnesses. Yet it is clear that Trajan was in hell, since he put many martyrs to a cruel death, dehisca fide dormierent. Therefore the suffrages of the Church avail even for those who are in hell. On the contrary, Dionysius says, Eccl. Here. 7. The high priest prays not for the unclean, because by so doing he would act counter to the divine order, and consequently he says, Eccl. Here. 7. That he prays not that sinners be forgiven, because his prayer for them would not be heard. Therefore suffrages avail not those who are in hell. Further, Gregory says, Moral. 34:19, there is the same reason for not praying then, namely after the judgment day, for men condemned to the everlasting fire, as there is now for not praying for the devil and his angels who are sentenced to eternal punishment. And for this reason the saints pray not for dead unbelieving and wicked men, because, forsooth, knowing them to be already condemned to eternal punishment, they shrink from pleading for them by the merit of their prayers before they are summoned to the presence of the just judge. Further, the text, Cent. 4d. 45, quotes the words of Augustine, de Verb. A post. Serm. 32. If a man depart this life without the faith that worketh by charity and its sacraments, in vain do his friends have recourse to such like acts of kindness. Now all the damned come under that head. Therefore suffrages profit them not. I answer that, there have been 3 opinions about the damned. For some have said that a twofold distinction must be made in this matter. First, as to time. For they said that after the judgment day no one in hell will be assisted by any suffrage, but that before the judgment day some are assisted by the suffrages of the Church. Secondly, they made a distinction among those who are detained in hell. Some of these, they said, are very bad, those namely who have died without faith and the sacraments, and these, since they were not of the Church, neither, by grace nor, by name, cf. Oratio ad Vesperas, fair. 2. Post dom, pass. Can the suffrages of the Church avail? While others are not very bad, those namely who belonged to the Church as actual members, who had the faith, frequented the sacraments and performed works generically good, and for these the suffrages of the Church ought to avail. Yet they were confronted with a difficulty which troubled them. For it would seem to follow from this, since the punishment of hell is finite in intensity although infinite in duration, that a multiplicity of suffrages would take away that punishment altogether, which is the error of Origen, Peri Archon. I. Cf. Gregory, Moral. 34 and consequently endeavored in various ways to avoid this difficulty. Prepositivus, Gilbert Prevostin, Chancellor of the See of Paris, A.D. 1205-9, said that suffrages for the damned can be so multiplied that they are entirely freed from punishment, not absolutely as Origen maintained, but for a time, namely till the judgment day, for their souls will be reunited to their bodies, and will be cast back into the punishments of hell without hope of pardon. But this opinion seems incompatible with divine providence, which leaves nothing inordinate in the world. For guilt cannot be restored to order save by punishment, wherefore it is impossible for punishment to cease, unless first of all guilt be expiated, so that, as guilt remains for ever in the damned, their punishment will nowise be interrupted. For this reason the followers of Gilbert de la Porree devised another explanation. These said that the process in the diminution of punishments by suffrages is as the process in dividing a line, which though finite, is indefinitely divisible, and is never destroyed by division. If it be diminished not by equal but by proportionate quantities, for instance if we begin by taking away a quarter of the whole, and secondly, a quarter of that quarter, and then a quarter of this second quarter, and so on indefinitely. In like manner, they say by the first suffrage a certain proportion of the punishment is taken away, and by the second an equally proportionate part of the remainder. But this explanation is in many ways defective. First, because it seems that indefinite division which is applicable to continuous quantity cannot be transferred to spiritual quantity. Secondly, because there is no reason why the second suffrage, if it be of equal worth, should diminish the punishment less than the first. Thirdly, because punishment cannot be diminished unless guilt be diminished, even as it cannot be done away unless the guilt be done away. Fourthly, because in the division of a line we come at length to something which is not sensible. For a sensible body is not indefinitely divisible, and thus it would follow that after many suffrages the remaining punishment would be so little as not to be felt, and thus would no longer be a punishment. Hence others found another explanation. For Antisiodorensis, William of Auxerre, Archdeacon of Beauvais, Cent. 4, Tract 14, said that suffrages profit the damned not by diminishing or interrupting their punishment, but by fortifying the person punished, even as a man who is carrying a heavy load might bathe his face in water. For thus he would be enabled to carry it better, and yet his load would be none the lighter. But this again is impossible, because according to Gregory, Moral. 9, a man suffers more or less from the eternal fire according as his guilt deserves, and consequently some suffer more, some less, from the same fire. Wherefore since the guilt of the damned remains unchanged, it cannot be that he suffers less punishment. Moreover, the aforesaid opinion is presumptuous, as being in opposition to the statements of holy men, and groundless as being based on no authority. It is also unreasonable. First, because the damned in hell are cut off from the bond of charity in virtue of which the departed are in touch with the works of the living. Secondly, because they have entirely come to the end of life, and have received the final award for their merits, even as the saints who are in heaven. For the remaining punishment or glory of the body does not make them to be wayfarers, since glory essentially and radically resides in the soul. It is the same with the unhappiness of the damned, wherefore their punishment cannot be diminished as neither can the glory of the saints be increased as to the essential reward. However, we may admit, in a certain measure, the manner in which, according to some, suffrages profit the damned, if it be said that they profit neither by diminishing nor interrupting their punishment, nor again by diminishing their sense of punishment, but by withdrawing from the damned some matter of grief, which matter they might have if they knew themselves to be so outcast as to be a care to no one. And this matter of grief is withdrawn from them when suffrages are offered for them. Yet even this is impossible according to the general law, because as Augustine says, de cura pro mort. 13, and this applies especially to the damned. The spirits of the departed are where they see nothing of what men do or of what happens to them in this life, and consequently they know not when suffrages are offered for them. Unless this relief be granted from above to some of the damned in spite of the general law. This, however, is a matter of great uncertainty, wherefore it is safer to say simply that suffrages profit not the damned, nor does the Church intend to pray for them, as appears from the authors quoted above. Reply to Objection 1. The donaires to the idols were not found on those dead so that they might be taken as a sign that they were carried off in reverence to the idols, but they took them as conquerors because they were due to them by right of war. They sinned, however, venially by covetousness, and consequently they were not damned in hell, and thus suffrages could profit them. Or we may say, according to some, that in the midst of fighting, seeing they were in danger, they repented of their sin, according to Psalm 77 verse 34, when he slew them, then they sought him, and this is a probable opinion. Wherefore the offering was made for them. Reply to Objection 2, in these words damnation is taken in a broad sense for any kind of punishment, so as to include also the punishment of purgatory which is sometimes entirely expiated by suffrages, and sometimes not entirety, but diminished. Reply to Objection 3, suffrage for a dead person is more acceptable than for a living person, as regards his being in greater want, since he cannot help himself as a living person can. But a living person is better off in that he can be taken from the state of mortal sin to the state of grace, which cannot be said of the dead. Hence there is not the same reason for praying for the dead as for the living. Reply to objection 4, this assistance did not consist in a diminishment of their punishment, but in this alone, as stated in the same place, that when he prayed they were permitted to see one another, and in this they had a certain joy. Not real but imaginary, in the fulfillment of their desire. Even so the demons are said to rejoice when they draw men into sin, although this nowise diminishes their punishment, as neither is the joy of the angels diminished by the fact that they take pity on our ills. Reply to objection 5, concerning the incident of Trajan, it may be supposed with probability that he was recalled to life at the prayers of blessed Gregory, and thus obtained the grace whereby he received the pardon of his sins and in consequence was freed from punishment. The same applies to all those who were miraculously raised from the dead, many of whom were evidently idolaters and damned. For we must needs say likewise of all such persons that they were consigned to hell, not finally, but as was actually due to their own merits according to justice, and that according to higher causes. In view of which it was foreseen that they would be recalled to life, they were to be disposed of otherwise. Or we may say with some that Trajan's soul was not simply freed from the debt of eternal punishment, but that his punishment was suspended for a time, that is, until the judgment day. Nor does it follow that this is the general result of suffrages, because things happen differently in accordance with the general law from that which is permitted in particular cases and by privilege. Even so the bounds of human affairs differ from those of the miracles of the divine power, as Augustine says, de cura pro mort. 16. Whether suffrages profit those who are in purgatory? Objection 1, it would seem that suffrages do not profit even those who are in purgatory. For purgatory is a part of hell. Now, there is no redemption in hell, Office of the Dead, RESP. 7, and it is written, P.S. 6:6, who shall confess to thee in hell? Therefore suffrages do not profit those who are in purgatory. Objection 2, further, the punishment of purgatory is finite. Therefore if some of the punishment is abetted by suffrages, it would be possible to have such a great number of suffrages, that the punishment would be entirely remitted, and consequently the sin entirely unpunished, and this would seem incompatible with divine justice. Objection 3, further, souls are in purgatory in order that they may be purified there, and being pure may come to the kingdom. Now nothing can be purified, unless something be done to it. Therefore suffrages offered by the living do not diminish the punishment of purgatory. Objection 4, further, if suffrages availed those who are in purgatory, those especially would seem to avail them which are offered at their behest. Yet these do not always avail. For instance, if a person before dying were to provide for so many suffrages to be offered for him that if they were offered they would suffice for the remission of his entire punishment. Now supposing these suffrages to be delayed until he is released from punishment, they will profit him nothing. For it cannot be said that they profit him before they are discharged. And after they are fulfilled, he no longer needs them, since he is already released. Therefore suffrages do not avail those who are in purgatory. On the contrary, as quoted in the text, Cent. 4d. 45, Augustine says, Enchiridion cx, suffrages profit those who are not very good or not very bad. Now such are those who are detained in purgatory. Therefore, etc. Further, Dionysius says, Eccl. here. 7, that the godlike priest in praying for the departed prays for those who lived a holy life, and yet contracted certain stains through human frailty. Now such persons are detained in purgatory. Therefore, etc. I answer that, the punishment of purgatory is intended to supplement the satisfaction which was not fully completed in the body. Consequently, since, as stated above, AA 1, 2, Q 13, A 2, the works of one person can avail for another's satisfaction, whether the latter be living or dead, the suffrages of the living, without any doubt, profit those who are in purgatory. Reply to objection 1, the words quoted refer to those who are in the hell of the damned, where there is no redemption for those who are finally consigned to that punishment. We may also reply with Damascene, Serm. De hisca in fide dormirant, that such statements are to be explained with reference to the lower causes, that is according to the demands of the merits of those who are consigned to those punishments. But according to the divine mercy which transcends human merits, it happens otherwise through the prayers of the righteous, than is implied by the expressions quoted in the aforesaid authorities. Now, God changes his sentence but not his counsel, as Gregory says, Moral. XX. Wherefore the Damascene, Serm. De Hisca in Fide Dormirant, quotes as instances of this the Ninevites, Achab and Ezechias, in whom it is apparent that the sentence pronounced against them by God was commuted by the divine mercy, CFFP, Q, 19, A, 7, add 2. Reply to Objection 2, it is not unreasonable that the punishment of those who are in purgatory be entirely done away by the multiplicity of suffrages. But it does not follow that the sins remain unpunished, because the punishment of one undertaken in lieu of another is credited to that other. Reply to Objection 3, the purifying of the soul by the punishment of purgatory is nothing else than the expiation of the guilt that hinders it from obtaining glory. And since, as stated above, Q. 13, a. 2, the guilt of one person can be expiated by the punishment which another undergoes in his stead, it is not unreasonable that one person be purified by another satisfying for him. Reply to Objection 4, suffrages avail on 2 counts, namely the action of the agent, ex opere operandi, and ex opere operato, and the action done. By action done I mean not only the sacrament of the Church, but the effect incidental to that action. Thus from the giving of alms there follow the relief of the poor and their prayer to God for the deceased. In like manner the action of the agent may be considered in relation either to the principal agent or to the executor. I say, then, that the dying person, as soon as he provides for certain suffrages to be offered for him, receives the full meed of those suffrages, even before they are discharged. As regards the efficacy of the suffrages that results from the action as proceeding from the principal agent. But as regards the efficacy of the suffrages arising from the action done or from the action as proceeding from the executor, he does not receive the fruit before the suffrages are discharged. And if, before this, he happens to be released from his punishment, he will in this respect be deprived of the fruit of the suffrages, and this will fall back upon those by whose fault he was then defrauded. For it is not unreasonable that a person be defrauded in temporal matters by another's fault, and the punishment of purgatory is temporal, although as regards the eternal retribution none can be defrauded save by his own fault. Whether suffrages avail the children who are in limbo? Objection 1. It would seem that suffrages avail the children who are in limbo. For they are not detained there except for another's sin. Therefore it is most becoming that they should be assisted by the suffrages of others. Objection 2, further, in the text, sent. 4, d. 45, the words of Augustine, Enchiridion cx, are quoted, the suffrages of the Church obtain forgiveness for those who are not very bad. Now children are not reckoned among those who are very bad, since their punishment is very light. Therefore the suffrages of the Church avail them. On the contrary, the text, sent. 4, d. 45, quotes Augustine as saying, Serm. 32, de verbe p, that suffrages avail not those who have departed hence without the faith that works by love. Now the children departed thus. Therefore suffrages avail them not. I answer that, unbaptized children are not detained in limbo save because they lack the state of grace. Hence, since the state of the dead cannot be changed by the works of the living, especially as regards the merit of the essential reward or punishment, the suffrages of the living cannot profit the children in limbo. Reply to Objection 1, although original sin is such that one person can be assisted by another on its account, nevertheless the souls of the children in limbo are in such a state that they cannot be assisted. Because after this life there is no time for obtaining grace. Reply to Objection 2, Augustine is speaking of those who are not very bad, but have been baptized. This is clear from what precedes, since these sacrifices, whether of the altar or of any alms whatsoever, are offered for those who have been baptized, etc. Whether suffrages profit the saints in heaven? Objection 1, it would seem that in some way suffrages profit the saints in heaven, on account of the words of the collect in the Mass, post-communion, feast of Saint Andrew, Apostle, even as they, i.e. the sacraments, avail thy saints unto glory, so may they profit us unto healing. Now foremost among all suffrages is the sacrifice of the altar. Therefore suffrages profit the saints in heaven. Objection 2, further, the sacraments cause what they signify. Now the third part of the host, that namely which is dropped into the chalice, signifies those who lead a happy life in heaven. Therefore the suffrages of the Church profit those who are in heaven. Objection 3, further, the saints rejoice in heaven not only in their own goods, but also in the goods of others, hence it is written, Luke 15 verse 10, there is, vulg. Shall be, joy before the angels of God upon one sinner doing penance. Therefore the joy of the saints in heaven increases on account of the good works of the living, and consequently our suffrages also profit them. Objection 4, further, the Damascene says, Serm. De hisca in fide dormirant, quoting the words of Chrysostom, for if the heathens, he says, burn the dead together with what has belonged to them, how much more shouldst thou, a believer, send forth a believer together with what has belonged to him, not that they also may be brought to ashes like him, but that thou mayest surround him with greater glory by so doing. And if he be a sinner who has died, that thou mayest loose him from his sins, and if he be righteous, that thou mayest add to his meed and reward. And thus the same conclusion follows. On the contrary, as quoted in the text, Cent. 4, d. 15, Augustine says, de verbe p. serm. 17, it is insulting to pray for a martyr in church, since we ought to commend ourselves to his prayers. Further, to be assisted belongs to one who is in need. But the saints in heaven are without any need whatever. Therefore they are not assisted by the suffrages of the church. I answer that, suffrage by its very nature implies the giving of some assistance, which does not apply to one who suffers no default, since no one is competent to be assisted except he who is in need. Hence, as the saints in heaven are free from all need, being inebriated with the plenty of God's house, Psalms 35 verse 10, they are not competent to be assisted by suffrages. Reply to Objection 1, such like expressions do not mean that the saints receive an increase of glory in themselves through our observing their feasts, but that we profit thereby in celebrating their glory with greater solemnity. Thus, through our knowing or praising God, and through his glory thus increasing somewhat in us, there accrues something, not to God, but to us. Reply to Objection 2, although the sacraments cause what they signify, they do not produce this effect in respect of everything that they signify, else, since they signify Christ, they would produce something in Christ, which is absurd. But they produce their effect on the recipient of the sacrament in virtue of that which is signified by the sacrament. Thus it does not follow that the sacrifices offered for the faithful departed profit the saints, but that by the merits of the saints which we commemorate, or which are signified in the sacrament, they profit others for whom they are offered. Reply to Objection 3, although the saints in heaven rejoice in all our goods, it does not follow, that if our joys be increased their joy is also increased formally, but only materially. Because every passion is increased formally in respect of the formal aspect of its object. Now the formal aspect of the saints' joy, no matter what they rejoice in, is God himself, in whom they cannot rejoice more and less, for otherwise their essential reward, consisting of their joy in God, would vary. Hence from the fact that the goods are multiplied, wherein they rejoice with God as the formal aspect of their joy, it does not follow that their joy is intensified, but that they rejoice in more things. Consequently it does not follow that they are assisted by our works. Reply to Objection 4, the sense is not that an increase of meed or reward accrues to the saint from the suffrages offered by a person, but that this accrues to the offerer. Or we may reply that the blessed departed may derive a reward from suffrages through having, while living, provided for suffrage to be offered for himself, and this was meritorious for him. Whether the prayers of the Church, the sacrifice of the altar and alms profit the departed? Objection 1, it would seem that the souls of the departed are not assisted only by the prayers of the Church, the sacrifice of the altar and alms, or that they are not assisted by them chiefly. For punishment should compensate for punishment. Now fasting is more penal than almsgiving or prayer. Therefore fasting profits more as suffrage than any of the above. Objection 2. Further, Gregory reckons fasting together with these three, as stated in the Decretals, 13, Q. 2, cap. 22. The souls of the departed are released in four ways, either by the offerings of priests, or the alms of their friends, or the prayers of the saints, or the fasting of their kinsfolk. Therefore the three mentioned above are insufficiently reckoned by Augustine, de cura pro mort. 18. Objection 3. Further, baptism is the greatest of the sacraments, especially as regards its effect. Therefore baptism and other sacraments ought to be offered for the departed equally with or more than the sacrament of the altar. Objection 4. Further, this would seem to follow from the words of 1 Cor. 15:29, if the dead rise not again at all, why are they then baptized for them? Therefore baptism avails as suffrage for the dead. Objection 5. Further, in different masses there is the same sacrifice of the altar. If, therefore, sacrifice, and not the mass, be reckoned among the suffrages, it would seem that the effect would be the same whatever mass be said for a deceased person, whether in honor of the Blessed Virgin or of the Holy Ghost, or any other. Yet this seems contrary to the ordinance of the Church which has appointed a special mass for the dead. Objection 6. Further, the Damascene, Serm, de Hisca in Fide Dormirant, teaches that candles and oil should be offered for the dead. Therefore not only the offering of the sacrifice of the altar, but also other offerings should be reckoned among suffrages for the dead. I answer that, the suffrages of the living profit the dead in so far as the latter are united to the living in charity, and in so far as the intention of the living is directed to the dead. Consequently those whose works are by nature best adapted to assist the dead, which pertain chiefly to the communication of charity, or to the directing of one's intention to another person. Now the sacrament of the Eucharist belongs chiefly to charity, since it is the sacrament of ecclesiastical unity, inasmuch as it contains him in whom the whole Church is united and incorporated. Namely Christ, wherefore the Eucharist is as it were the origin and bond of charity. Again, chief among the effects of charity is the work of almsgiving, wherefore on the part of charity these two, namely the sacrifice of the Church and almsgiving are the chief suffrages for the dead. But on the part of the intention directed to the dead the chief suffrage is prayer, because prayer by its very nature implies relation not only to the person who prays, even as other works do, but more directly still to that which we pray for. Hence these three are reckoned the principal means of succoring the dead, although we must allow that any other goods whatsoever that are done out of charity for the dead are profitable to them. Reply to Objection 1. When one person satisfies for another, the point to consider, in order that the effect of his satisfaction reach the other, is the thing whereby the satisfaction of one passes to another, rather than even the punishment undergone by way of satisfaction. Although the punishment expiates more the guilt of the one who satisfies, in so far as it is a kind of medicine. And consequently the three aforesaid are more profitable to the departed than fasting. Reply to Objection 2. It is true that fasting can profit the departed by reason of charity, and on account of the intention being directed to the departed. Nevertheless, fasting does not by its nature contain anything pertaining to charity or to the directing of the intention, and these things are extrinsic thereto as it were, and for this reason Augustine did not reckon, while Gregory did reckon, fasting among the suffrages for the dead. Reply to Objection 3. Baptism is a spiritual regeneration, wherefore just as by generation being does not accrue save to the object generated, so baptism produces its effect only in the person baptized. As regards the deed done, and yet as regards the deed of the doer whether of the baptizer or of the baptized, it may profit others even as other meritorious works. On the other hand, the Eucharist is the sign of ecclesiastical unity, wherefore by reason of the deed done its effect can pass to another, which is not the case with the other sacraments. Reply to Objection 4. According to a gloss this passage may be expounded in two ways. First, thus, if the dead rise not again, nor did Christ rise again, why are they baptized for them? i.e., for sins, since they are not pardoned if Christ rose not again, because in baptism not only Christ's passion but also his resurrection operates, for the latter is in a sense the cause of our spiritual resurrection. Secondly, thus, there have been some misguided persons who were baptized for those who had departed this life without baptism, thinking that this would profit them, and according to this explanation the Apostle is speaking, in the above words, merely according to the opinion of certain persons. Reply to Objection 5, in the office of the Mass there is not only a sacrifice but also prayers. Hence the suffrage of the Mass contains two of the things mentioned by Augustine, de cura pro mort. 18, namely, prayer and sacrifice. As regards the sacrifice offered the Mass profits equally the departed, no matter in whose honor it be said, and this is the principal thing done in the Mass. But as regards the prayers, that Mass is most profitable in which the prayers are appointed for this purpose. Nevertheless, this defect may be supplied by the greater devotion either of the one who says Mass, or of the one who orders the Mass to be said, or again, by the intercession of the saint whose suffrage is besought in the Mass. Reply to Objection 6, this offering of candles or oil may profit the departed in so far as they are a kind of alms, for they are given for the worship of the Church or for the use of the faithful. Whether the indulgences of the Church profit the dead? Objection 1, it would seem that the indulgences granted by the Church profit even the dead. First, on account of the custom of the Church, who orders the preaching of a crusade in order that some one may gain an indulgence for himself and for 2 or 3 and sometimes even 10 souls, both of the living and of the dead. But this would amount to a deception unless they profited the dead. Therefore indulgences profit the dead. Objection 2, further, the merit of the whole Church is more efficacious than that of one person. Now personal merit serves as a suffrage for the departed, for instance in the case of almsgiving. Much more therefore does the merit of the Church whereon indulgences are founded. Objection 3, further, the indulgences of the Church profit those who are members of the Church. Now those who are in purgatory are members of the Church, else the suffrages of the Church would not profit them. Therefore it would seem that indulgences profit the departed. On the contrary, in order that indulgences may avail a person, there must be a fitting cause for granting the indulgence, cfq 25, a. 2. Now there can be no such cause on the part of the dead, since they can do nothing that is of profit to the Church, and it is for such a cause that indulgences are chiefly granted. Therefore, seemingly, indulgences profit not the dead. Further, indulgences are regulated according to the decision of the party who grants them. If, therefore, indulgences could avail the dead, it would be in the power of the party granting them to release a deceased person entirely from punishment, which is apparently absurd. I answer that, an indulgence may profit a person in 2 ways, in one way, principally, in another, secondarily. It profits principally the person who avails himself of an indulgence, who, namely, does that for which the indulgence is granted, for instance one who visits the shrine of some saint. Hence since the dead can do none of those things for which indulgences are granted, indulgences cannot avail them directly. However, they profit secondarily and indirectly the person for whom one does that which is the cause of the indulgence. This is sometimes feasible and sometimes not, according to the different forms of indulgence. For if the form of indulgence be such as this, whosoever does this or that shall gain so much indulgence, he who does this cannot transfer the fruit of the indulgence to another. Because it is not in his power to apply to a particular person the intention of the Church who dispenses the common suffrages whence indulgences derive their value, as stated above, Q. 27, a. 3, ad 2. If, however, the indulgence be granted in this form, whosoever does this or that, he, his father, or any other person connected with him and detained in purgatory, will gain so much indulgence. An indulgence of this kind will avail not only a living but also a deceased person. For there is no reason why the Church is able to transfer the common merits, whereon indulgences are based, to the living and not to the dead. Nor does it follow that a prelate of the Church can release souls from purgatory just as he lists, since for indulgences to avail there must be a fitting cause for granting them, as stated above, Q. 26, a. 3. Whether the burial service profits the dead? Objection 1. It would seem that the burial service profits the dead. For Damascene, Serm. De Hisca in fide dormirant, quotes Athanasius as saying, even though he who has departed in godliness be taken up to heaven, do not hesitate to call upon God and to burn oil and wax at his tomb. For such things are pleasing to God and receive a great reward from him. Now the like pertain to the burial service. Therefore the burial service profits the dead. Objection 2. Further, according to Augustine, de cura pro mort. 3. In olden times the funerals of just men were cared for with dutiful piety, their obsequies celebrated, their graves provided, and themselves while living charged their children touching the burial or even the translation of their bodies. But they would not have done this unless the tomb and things of this kind conferred something on the dead. Therefore the like profit the dead somewhat. Objection 3. Further, no one does a work of mercy on some one's behalf unless it profit him. Now burying the dead is reckoned among the works of mercy, therefore Augustine says, de cura pro mort. 3. Tobias, as attested by the angel, is declared to have found favor with God by burying the dead. Therefore such like burial observances profit the dead. Objection 4. Further, it is unbecoming to assert that the devotion of the faithful is fruitless. Now some, out of devotion, arrange for their burial in some religious locality. Therefore the burial service profits the dead. Objection 5. Further, God is more inclined to pity than to condemn. Now burial in a sacred place is hurtful to some if they be unworthy, wherefore Gregory says, Dial. For, if those who are burdened with grievous sins are buried in the church, this will lead to their more severe condemnation rather than to their release. Much more, therefore, should we say that the burial service profits the good. On the contrary, Augustine says, de cura pro mort. 3. Whatever service is done the body is no aid to salvation, but an office of humanity. Further, Augustine says, de cura pro mort. 3. De civ. Dei, the funereal equipment, the disposition of the grace, the solemnity of the obsequies are a comfort to the living rather than a help to the dead. Further, our Lord said, Lk. 12:4, Be not afraid of them who kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do. Now after death the bodies of the saints can be hindered from being buried, as we read of having been done to certain martyrs at Lyons in Gaul, Eusebius, Eccle, History v. 1. Therefore the dead take no harm if their bodies remain unburied, and consequently the burial service does not profit them. I answer that, we have recourse to burial for the sake of both the living and the dead. For the sake of the living, lest their eyes be revolted by the disfigurement of the corpse, and their bodies be infected by the stench, and this as regards the body. But it profits the living also spiritually inasmuch as our belief in the resurrection is confirmed thereby. It profits the dead in so far as one bears the dead in mind and prays for them through looking on their burial place, wherefore a monument takes its name from remembrance, for a monument is something that recalls the mind, monens mentem. As Augustine observes, de civ. Dei, de cura pro mort. 4. It was, however, a pagan error that burial was profitable to the dead by procuring rest for his soul, for they believed that the soul could not be at rest until the body was buried, which is altogether ridiculous and absurd. That, moreover, burial in a sacred place profits the dead, does not result from the action done, but rather from the action itself of the doer, when, to wit, the dead person himself, or another, arranges for his body to be buried in a sacred place, and commends him to the patronage of some saint, by whose prayers we must believe that he is assisted, as well as to the suffrages of those who serve the holy place. And pray more frequently and more specially for those who are buried in their midst. But such things as are done for the display of the obsequies are profitable to the living, as being a consolation to them. And yet they can also profit the dead, not directly but indirectly, in so far as men are aroused to pity thereby and consequently to pray. Or in so far as the outlay on the burial brings either assistance to the poor or adornment to the church, for it is in this sense that the burial of the dead is reckoned among the works of mercy. Reply to objection 1. By bringing oil and candles to the tombs of the dead we profit them indirectly, either as offering them to the church and as giving them to the poor, or as doing this in reverence of God. Hence, after the words quoted we read, for oil and candles are a holocaust. Reply to objection 2. The fathers of old arranged for the burial of their bodies, so as to show that, the bodies of the dead, are the object of divine providence, not that there is any feeling in a dead body. But in order to confirm the belief in the resurrection, as Augustine says, De Civ. Dei, 13. Hence, also, they wished to be buried in the land of promise, where they believed Christ's birth and death would take place, whose resurrection is the cause of our rising again. Reply to objection 3. Since flesh is a part of man's nature, man has a natural affection for his flesh, according to Ephesians 5 verse 29, no man ever hated his own flesh. Hence in accordance with this natural affection a man has during life a certain solicitude for what will become of his body after death, and he would grieve if he had a presentiment that something untoward would happen to his body. Consequently those who love a man, through being conformed to the one they love in his affection for himself, treat his body with loving care. For as Augustine says, De Civ. Dei, 13, if a father's garment and ring, and whatever such like is the more dear to those whom they leave behind the greater their affection is towards their parents. In no wise are the bodies themselves to be spurned which truly we wear in more familiar and close conjunction than anything else we put on. Reply to objection 4, as Augustine says, De Cura pro mort. For, the devotion of the faithful is not fruitless when they arrange for their friends to be buried in holy places, since by so doing they commend their dead to the suffrages of the saints, as stated above. Reply to objection 5, the wicked man dead takes no harm by being buried in a holy place, except in so far as he rendered such a burial place unfitting for him by reason of human glory. Whether suffrages offered for one deceased person profit the person for whom they are offered more than others? Objection 1. It would seem that suffrages offered for one deceased person are not more profitable to the one for whom they are offered, than to others. For spiritual light is more communicable than a material light. Now a material light, for instance of a candle, though kindled for one person only, avails equally all those who are gathered together, though the candle be not lit for them. Therefore, since suffrages are a kind of spiritual light, though they be offered for one person in particular, do not avail him any more than the others who are in purgatory. Objection 2, further, as stated in the text, Cent. 4d. 45, suffrages avail the dead, in so far as during this life they merited that they might avail them afterwards, St. Augustine, Enchiridion cx. Now some merited that suffrages might avail them more than those for whom they are offered. Therefore they profit more by those suffrages, else their merits would be rendered unavailing. Objection 3, further, the poor have not so many suffrages given them as the rich. Therefore if the suffrages offered for certain people profit them alone, or profit them more than others, the poor would be worse off, yet this is contrary to our Lord saying, Luke 6 verse 20, Blessed are ye poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. On the contrary, human justice is copied from divine justice. But if a person pay another's debt human justice releases the latter alone. Therefore since he who offers suffrages for another pays the debt, in a sense, of the person for whom he offers them, they profit this person alone. Further, just as a man by offering suffrages satisfies somewhat for a deceased person, so, too, sometimes a person can satisfy for a living person. Now where one satisfies for a living person the satisfaction counts only for the person for whom it is offered. Therefore one also who offers suffrages profits him alone for whom he offers them. I answer that, there have been two opinions on this question. Some, like Prepositivus, have said that suffrages offered for one particular person do avail chiefly, not the person for whom they are offered, but those who are most worthy. And they instanced a candle which is lit for a rich man and profits those who are with him no less than the rich man himself, and perhaps even more, if they have keener sight. They also gave the instance of a lesson which profits the person to whom it is given no more than others who listen with him, but perhaps profits these others more, if they be more intelligent. And if it were pointed out to them that in this case the Church's ordinance in appointing certain special prayers for certain persons is futile, they said that the Church did this to excite the devotion of the faithful, who are more inclined to offer special than common suffrages, and pray more fervently for their kinsfolk than for strangers. Others, on the contrary, said that suffrages avail more those for whom they are offered. Now both opinions have a certain amount of truth, for the value of suffrages may be gauged from two sources. For their value is derived in the first place from the virtue of charity, which makes all goods common, and in this respect they avail more the person who is more full of charity, although they are not offered specially for him. In this way the value of suffrages regards more a certain inward consolation by reason of which one who is in charity rejoices in the goods of another after death in respect of the diminution of punishment. For after death there is no possibility of obtaining or increasing grace, whereas during life the works of others avail for this purpose by the virtue of charity. In the second place suffrages derive their value from being applied to another person by one's intention. In this way the satisfaction of one person counts for another, and there can be no doubt that thus they avail more the person for whom they are offered. In fact, they avail him alone in this way, because satisfaction, properly speaking, is directed to the remission of punishment. Consequently, as regards the remission of punishment, suffrages avail chiefly the person for whom they are offered, and accordingly there is more truth in the second opinion than in the first. Reply to objection 1. Suffrages avail, after the manner of a light, in so far as they reach the dead, who thereby receive a certain amount of consolation, and this is all the greater according as they are endowed with a greater charity. But in so far as suffrages are a satisfaction applied to another by the intention of the offerer, they do not resemble a light, but rather the payment of a debt, and it does not follow, if one person's debt be paid, that the debt of others is paid likewise. Reply to objection 2, such a merit is conditional, for in this way they merited that suffrages would profit them if offered for them, and this was merely to render themselves fit recipients of those suffrages. It is therefore clear that they did not directly merit the assistance of those suffrages, but made themselves fit by their preceding merits to receive the fruit of suffrages. Hence it does not follow that their merit is rendered unavailing. Reply to objection 3, nothing hinders the rich from being in some respects better off than the poor, for instance as regards the expiation of their punishment. But this is as nothing in comparison with the kingdom of heaven, where the poor are shown to be better off by the authority quoted. Whether suffrages offered for several are of as much value to each one as if they had been offered for each in particular? Objection 1, it would seem that suffrages offered for several are of as much value to each one as if they had been offered for each in particular. For it is clear that if one person receives a lesson he loses nothing if others receive the lesson with him. Therefore in like manner a person for whom a suffrage is offered loses nothing if some one else is reckoned together with him, and consequently if it be offered for several, it is of as much value to each one as if it were offered for each in particular. Objection 2, further, it is to be observed that according to the common practice of the Church, when Mass is said for one deceased person, other prayers are added for other deceased persons. Now this would not be done, if the dead person for whom the Mass is said were to lose something thereby. Therefore the same conclusion follows as above. Objection 3, further, suffrages, especially of prayers, rely on the divine power. But with God, just as it makes no difference whether he helps by means of many or by means of a few, so it differs not whether he assists many or a few. Therefore if the one same prayer be said for many, each one of them will receive as much assistance as one person would if that same prayer were said for him alone. On the contrary, it is better to assist many than one. If therefore a suffrage offered for several is of as much value to each one as if it were offered for one alone, it would seem that the Church ought not to have appointed a Mass and prayer to be said for one person in particular, but that Mass ought always to be said for all the faithful departed, and this is evidently false. Further, a suffrage has a finite efficiency. Therefore if it be divided among many it avails less for each one than if it were offered for one only. I answer that, if the value of suffrages be considered according as it is derived from the virtue of charity uniting the members of the Church together, Suffrages offered for several persons avail each one as much as if they were offered for one alone, because charity is not diminished if its effect be divided among many, in fact rather is it increased. And in like manner joy increases through being shared by many, as Augustine says, confess. 8. Consequently many in purgatory rejoice in one good deed no less than one does. On the other hand, if we consider the value of suffrages, inasmuch as they are a kind of satisfaction applied to the dead by the intention of the person offering them, then the suffrage for some person in particular avails him more than that which is offered for him in common with many others. For in this case the effect of the suffrages is divided in virtue of divine justice among those for whom the suffrages are offered. Hence it is evident that this question depends on the first. And, moreover, it is made clear why special suffrages are appointed to be offered in the Church. Reply to Objection 1. Suffrages considered as works of satisfaction do not profit after the manner of an action as teaching does. For teaching, like any other action, produces its effect according to the disposition of the recipient. But they profit after the manner of the payment of a debt, as stated above, A. 12, add 1, and so the comparison fails. Reply to Objection 2, since suffrages offered for one person avail others in a certain way, as stated, A. 1, it follows that when Mass is said for one person, it is not unfitting for prayers to be said for others also. For these prayers are said, not that the satisfaction offered by one suffrage be applied to those others chiefly, but that the prayer offered for them in particular may profit them also. Reply to Objection 3, prayer may be considered both on the part of the one who prays, and on the part of the person prayed, and its effect depends on both. Consequently, though it is no more difficult to the divine power to absolve many than to absolve one, nevertheless the prayer of one who prays thus is not as satisfactory for many as for one. Whether general suffrages avail those for whom special suffrages are not offered, as much as special suffrages avail those for whom they are offered in addition to general suffrages? Objection 1. It would seem that general suffrages avail those for whom special suffrages are not offered, as much as special suffrages avail those for whom they are offered in addition to general suffrages. For in the life to come each one will be rewarded according to his merits. Now a person for whom no suffrages are offered merited to be assisted after death as much as one for whom special suffrages are offered. Therefore the former will be assisted by general suffrages as much as the latter by special and general suffrages. Objection 3. Further, the Eucharist is the chief of the suffrages of the Church. Now the Eucharist, since it contains Christ whole, has infinite efficacy so to speak. Therefore one offering of the Eucharist for all in general is of sufficient value to release all who are in purgatory, and consequently general suffrages alone afford as much assistance as special and general suffrages together. On the contrary, two goods are more eligible than one. Therefore special suffrages, together with general suffrages, are more profitable to the person for whom they are offered than general suffrages alone. I answer that, the reply to this question depends on that which is given to the 12th inquiry, A. 12, for if the suffrages offered for one person in particular avail indifferently for all, then all suffrages are common. And consequently one for whom the special suffrages are not offered will be assisted as much as the one for whom they are offered, if he be equally worthy. On the other hand, if the suffrages offered for a person do not profit all indifferently, but those chiefly for whom they are offered, then there is no doubt that general and special suffrages together avail a person more than general suffrages alone. Hence the Master, in the text, sent. 4, d. 45, mentions two opinions. 1, when he says that a rich man derives from general, together with special suffrages, an equal profit to that which a poor man derives from special suffrages alone. For although the one receives assistance from more sources than the other, he does not receive a greater assistance. The other opinion he mentions when he says that a person for whom special suffrages are offered obtains a more speedy but not a more complete release, because each will be finally released from all punishment. Reply to Objection 1, as stated above, A. 12, add 2, the assistance derived from suffrages is not directly and simply an object of merit, but conditionally as it were, hence the argument does not prove. Reply to Objection 2, although the power of Christ who is contained in the sacrament of the Eucharist is infinite, yet there is a definite effect to which that sacrament is directed. Hence it does not follow that the whole punishment of those who are in purgatory is expiated by one sacrifice of the altar. Even so, by the one sacrifice which a man offers, he is not released from the whole satisfaction due for his sins. Wherefore sometimes several masses are enjoined in satisfaction for one sin. Nevertheless, if anything from special suffrages be left over for those for whom they are offered, for instance if they need them not, we may well believe that by God's mercy this is granted to others for whom those suffrages are not offered. If they need them, as affirmed by Damascene, Serm. De Hisca in Fide Dormirant, who says, truly God, forasmuch as he is just will adapt ability to the disabled, and will arrange for an exchange of deficiencies, and this exchange is effected when what is lacking to one is supplied by another. Question 72, of prayers with regard to the saints in heaven, 3 articles. We must now consider prayer with regard to the saints in heaven. Under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the saints have knowledge of our prayers. 2. Whether we should beseech them to pray for us. 3. Whether the prayers they pour forth for us are always granted. Whether the saints have knowledge of our prayers. Objection 1. It would seem that the saints have no knowledge of our prayers. For a gloss on Is. 62:16, Thou art our father and Abraham hath not known us, and Israel hath been ignorant of us, says that, the dead saints know not what the living, even their own children, are doing. This is taken from Augustine, De Cura pro Mort. 13, where he quotes the aforesaid authority, and the following are his words: If such great men as the patriarchs knew not what was happening to the people begotten of them, how can the dead occupy themselves in watching and helping the affairs and actions of the living? Therefore the saints cannot be cognizant of our prayers. Objection 2, further, the following words are addressed to King Jos, 4 Kings 22:20, Therefore, i.e. because thou hast wept before me, I will gather thee to thy fathers. That thy eyes may not see all the evils which I will bring upon this place. But Jos would have gained no such advantage from his death if he were to know after death what was happening to his people. Therefore the saints after death know not our actions, and thus they are not cognizant of our prayers. Objection 3, further, the more perfect a man is in charity, the more he succors his neighbor when the latter is in danger. Now the saints, in this life, watch over their neighbor, especially their kinsfolk, when these are in danger, and manifestly assist them. Since then, after death, their charity is much greater. If they were cognizant of our deeds, much more would they watch over their friends and kindred and assist them in their needs, and yet, seemingly, they do not. Therefore it would seem that our deeds and prayers are not known to them. Objection 4, further, even as the saints after death see the Word, so do the angels of whom it is stated, Matt. 18:10, that their angels in heaven always see the face of my Father. Yet the angels through seeing the Word do not therefore know all things, since the lower angels are cleansed from their lack of knowledge by the higher angels, cf. Fp. Q. 106, a. 1, as Dionysius declares, seal. Here. 7. Therefore although the saints see the Word, they do not see therein our prayers and other things that happen in our regard. Objection 5, further, God alone is the searcher of hearts. Now prayer is seated chiefly in the heart. Therefore it belongs to God alone to know our prayers. Therefore our prayers are unknown to the saints. On the contrary, Gregory, commenting on Job 14 verse 21, whether his children come to honor or dishonor, he shall not understand, says, Moral. 12. This does not apply to the souls of the saints, for since they have an insight of Almighty God's glory we must nowise believe that anything outside that glory is unknown to them. Therefore they are cognizant of our prayers. Further, Gregory says, Dial. 2. All creatures are little to the soul that sees God, because however little it sees of the Creator's light, every created thing appears foreshortened to it. Now apparently the chief obstacle to the souls of the saints being cognizant of our prayers and other happenings in our regard is that they are far removed from us. Since then distance does not prevent these things, as appears from the authority quoted, it would seem that the souls of the saints are cognizant of our prayers and of what happens here below. Further, unless they were aware of what happens in our regard they would not pray for us, since they would be ignorant of our needs. But this is the error of Vigilantius, as Jerome asserts in his letter against him. Therefore the saints are cognizant of what happens in our regard. I answer that, the divine essence is a sufficient medium for knowing all things, and this is evident from the fact that God, by seeing his essence, sees all things. But it does not follow that whoever sees God's essence knows all things, but only those who comprehend the essence of God, cf. Fp. Q. 12, aa. 7, 8, even as the knowledge of a principle does not involve the knowledge of all that follows from that principle unless the whole virtue of the principle be comprehended. Wherefore, since the souls of the saints do not comprehend the divine essence, it does not follow that they know all that can be known by the divine essence, for which reason the lower angels are taught concerning certain matters by the higher angels, though they all see the essence of God. But each of the blessed must needs see in the divine essence as many other things as the perfection of his happiness requires. For the perfection of a man's happiness requires him to have whatever he will, and to will nothing amiss, and each one wills with a right will, to know what concerns himself. Hence, since no rectitude is lacking to the saints, they wish to know what concerns themselves, and consequently it follows that they know it in the Word. Now it pertains to their glory that they assist the needy for their salvation, for thus they become God's co-operators, than which nothing is more godlike, as Dionysius declares, Seal. Here. 3. Wherefore it is evident that the saints are cognizant of such things as are required for this purpose, and so it is manifest that they know in the Word the vows, devotions, and prayers of those who have recourse to their assistance. Reply to Objection 1. The saying of Augustine is to be understood as referring to the natural knowledge of separated souls, which knowledge is devoid of obscurity in holy men. But he is not speaking of their knowledge in the Word, for it is clear that when Esaias said this, Abraham had no such knowledge, since no one had come to the vision of God before Christ's passion. Reply to Objection 2. Although the saints, after this life, know what happens here below, we must not believe that they grieve through knowing the woes of those whom they loved in this world, for they are so filled with heavenly joy that sorrow finds no place in them. Wherefore if after death they know the woes of their friends, their grief is forestalled by their removal from this world before their woes occur. Perhaps, however, the non-glorified souls would grieve somewhat, if they were aware of the distress of their dear ones, and since the soul of Josias was not glorified as soon as it went out from his body. It is in this respect that Augustine uses this argument to show that the souls of the dead have no knowledge of the deeds of the living. Reply to Objection 3. The souls of the saints have their will fully conformed to the divine will even as regards the things willed. And consequently, although they retain the love of charity towards their neighbor, they do not succor him otherwise than they see to be in conformity with the disposition of divine justice. Nevertheless, it is to be believed that they help their neighbor very much by interceding for him to God. Reply to Objection 4. Although it does not follow that those who see the Word see all things in the Word, they see those things that pertain to the perfection of their happiness, as stated above. Reply to Objection 5. God alone of himself knows the thoughts of the heart, yet others know them, in so far as these are revealed to them either by their vision of the Word or by any other means. Whether we ought to call upon the saints to pray for us? Objection 1. It would seem that we ought not to call upon the saints to pray for us. For no man asks anyone's friends to pray for him, except in so far as he believes he will more easily find favor with them. But God is infinitely more merciful than any saint, and consequently his will is more easily inclined to give us a gracious hearing, than the will of a saint. Therefore it would seem unnecessary to make the saints mediators between us and God, that they may intercede for us. Objection 2. Further, if we ought to beseech them to pray for us, this is only because we know their prayer to be acceptable to God. Now among the saints the holier a man is, the more is his prayer acceptable to God. Therefore we ought always to bespeak the greater saints to intercede for us with God, and never the lesser ones. Objection 3. Further, Christ, even as man, is called the Holy of Holies, and, as man, it is competent to him to pray. Yet we never call upon Christ to pray for us. Therefore neither should we ask the other saints to do so. Objection 4. Further, whenever one person intercedes for another at the latter's request, he presents his petition to the one with whom he intercedes for him. Now it is unnecessary to present anything to one to whom all things are present. Therefore it is unnecessary to make the saints our intercessors with God. Objection 5. Further, it is unnecessary to do a thing if, without doing it, the purpose for which it is done would be achieved in the same way, or else not achieved at all. Now the saints would pray for us just the same, or would not pray for us at all, whether we pray to them or not, for if we be worthy of their prayers, they would pray for us even though we prayed not to them. While if we be unworthy they pray not for us even though we ask them to. Therefore it seems altogether unnecessary to call on them to pray for us. On the contrary, it is written, Job 5 verse 1, Call if there be any that will answer thee, and turn to some of the saints. Now, as Gregory says, Moral. v. 30, on this passage, we call upon God when we beseech him in humble prayer. Therefore when we wish to pray God, we should turn to the saints, that they may pray God for us. Further, the saints who are in heaven are more acceptable to God than those who are on the way. Now we should make the saints, who are on the way, our intercessors with God, after the example of the Apostle, who said, Romans 15 verse 30, I beseech you, brethren, through our Lord Jesus Christ, and by the charity of the Holy Ghost, that you help me in your prayers for me to God. Much more, therefore, should we ask the saints who are in heaven to help us by their prayers to God. Further, an additional argument is provided by the common custom of the Church which asks for the prayers of the saints in the litany. I answer that, according to Dionysius, Eccle, here. v. The order established by God among things is that, the last should be led to God by those that are midway between. Wherefore, since the saints who are in heaven are nearest to God, the order of the divine law requires that we, who while we remain in the body are pilgrims from the Lord, should be brought back to God by the saints who are between us and him, and this happens when the divine goodness pours forth its effect into us through them. And since our return to God should correspond to the outflow of his boons upon us, just as the divine favors reach us by means of the saints' intercession, so should we, by their means, be brought back to God, that we may receive his favors again. Hence it is that we make them our intercessors with God, and our mediators as it were, when we ask them to pray for us. Reply to Objection 1, it is not on account of any defect in God's power that he works by means of second causes, but it is for the perfection of the order of the universe, and the more manifold outpouring of his goodness on things. Through his bestowing on them not only the goodness which is proper to them, but also the faculty of causing goodness in others. Even so it is not through any defect in his mercy, that we need to bespeak his clemency through the prayers of the saints, but to the end that the aforesaid order in things be observed. Reply to Objection 2, although the greater saints are more acceptable to God than the lesser, it is sometimes profitable to pray to the lesser, and this for 5 reasons. First, because sometimes one has greater devotion for a lesser saint than for a greater, and the effect of prayer depends very much on one's devotion. Secondly, in order to avoid tediousness, for continual attention to one thing makes a person weary, whereas by praying to different saints, the fervor of our devotion is aroused anew as it were. Thirdly, because it is granted to some saints to exercise their patronage in certain special cases, for instance to Saint Anthony against the fire of hell. Fourthly, that due honor be given by us to all. Fifthly, because the prayers of several sometimes obtain that which would not have been obtained by the prayers of one. Reply to Objection 3, prayer is an act, and acts belong to particular persons, supposita. Hence, were we to say, Christ, pray for us, except we added something, this would seem to refer to Christ's person, and consequently to agree with the error either of Nestorius, who distinguished in Christ the person of the Son of Man from the person of the Son of God, or of Arius, who asserted that the person of the Son is less than the Father. Wherefore to avoid these errors the Church says not, Christ, pray for us, but, Christ, hear us, or, have mercy on us. Reply to objection 4, as we shall state further on, a. 3, the saints are said to present our prayers to God, not as though they notified things unknown to him, but because they ask God to grant those prayers a gracious hearing. Or because they seek the divine truth about them, namely what ought to be done according to his providence. Reply to objection 5, a person is rendered worthy of a saint's prayers for him by the very fact that in his need he has recourse to him with pure devotion. Hence it is not unnecessary to pray to the saints. Whether the prayers which the saints pour forth to God for us are always granted? Objection 1, it would seem that the prayers which the saints pour forth to God for us are not always granted. For if they were always granted, the saints would be heard especially in regard to matters concerning themselves. But they are not heard in reference to these things. Wherefore it is stated in the Apocalypse, 6:11, that on the martyrs beseeching vengeance on them that dwell on earth, it was said to them that they should rest for a little while till the number of their brethren should be filled up, vulg. Till their fellow servants and their brethren should be filled up. Much less therefore, are they heard in reference to matters concerning others. Objection 2, further, it is written, J. 15:1, if Moses and Samuel shall stand before me, my soul is not towards this people. Therefore, the saints are not always heard when they pray God for us. Objection 3, further, the saints in heaven are stated to be equal to the angels of God, Matt. 22:30, but the angels are not always heard in the prayers which they offer up to God. This is evident from Dan. 10:12-13 where it is written, I am come for thy words, but the prince of the kingdom of the Persians resisted me 120 days. But the angel who spoke had not come to Daniel's aid except by asking of God to be set free. And yet the fulfillment of his prayer was hindered. Therefore neither are other saints always heard by God when they pray for us. Objection 4, further, whosoever obtains something by prayer merits it in a sense. But the saints in heaven are not in the state of meriting. Therefore they cannot obtain anything for us from God by their prayers. Objection 5, further, the saints, in all things, conform their will to the will of God. Therefore they will nothing but what they know God to will. But no one prays save for what he wills. Therefore they pray not save for what they know God to will. Now that which God wills would be done even without their praying for it. Therefore their prayers are not efficacious for obtaining anything. Objection 6, further, the prayers of the whole heavenly court, if they could obtain anything, would be more efficacious than all the petitions of the church here below. Now if the suffrages of the church here below for some one in purgatory were to be multiplied, he would be wholly delivered from punishment. Since then the saints in heaven pray for those who are in purgatory on the same account as for us, if they obtain anything for us, their prayers would deliver entirely from punishment those who are in purgatory. But this is not true because, then the church's suffrages for the dead would be unnecessary. On the contrary, it is written, 2 Mac. 15:14, this is he that prayeth much for the people, and for all the holy city, Jeremias the prophet of God, and that his prayer was granted is clear from what follows, 2 Mac. 15:15, Jeremias stretched forth his right hand, and gave to Judas a sword of gold, saying, Take this holy sword, a gift from God, etc. Further, Jerome says, EP contra vigilant. Thou sayest in thy pamphlets, that while we live, we can pray for one another. But that when we are dead no one's prayer for another will be heard, and afterwards he refutes this in the following words, if the apostles and martyrs while yet in the body can pray for others, while they are still solicitous for themselves, how much more can they do so when the crown, the victory, the triumph is already theirs? Further, this is confirmed by the custom of the Church, which often asks to be assisted by the prayers of the saints. I answer that, the saints are said to pray for us in 2 ways. First, by express prayer, when by their prayers they seek a hearing of the divine clemency on our behalf. Secondly, by interpretive prayer, namely by their merits which, being known to God, avail not only them unto glory, but also us as suffrages and prayers, even as the shedding of Christ's blood is said to ask pardon for us. In both ways the saints' prayers considered in themselves avail to obtain what they ask, yet on our part they may fail so that we obtain not the fruit of their prayers. In so far as they are said to pray for us by reason of their merits availing on our behalf. But in so far as they pray for us by asking something for us in their prayers are always granted, since they will only what God wills, nor do they ask save for what they will to be done. And what God wills is always fulfilled unless we speak of his antecedent will, whereby he wishes all men to be saved, cffp, q. 19, a. 6, add 1. For this will is not always fulfilled. Wherefore no wonder if that also which the saints will according to this kind of will be not fulfilled sometimes. Reply to objection 1. This prayer of the martyrs is merely their desire to obtain the robe of the body and the fellowship of those who will be saved, and their consent to God's justice in punishing the wicked. Hence a gloss on Apiosi. 6:11, How long, O Lord, says, they desire an increase of joy and the fellowship of the saints, and they consent to God's justice. Reply to objection 2, the Lord speaks there of Moses and Samuel according to their state in this life. For we read that they withstood God's anger by praying for the people. And yet even if they had been living at the time in question, they would have been unable to placate God towards the people by their prayers, on account of the wickedness of this same people, and it is thus that we are to understand this passage. Reply to objection 3, this dispute among the good angels does not mean that they offered contradictory prayers to God, but that they submitted contrary merits on various sides to the divine inquiry, with a view of God's pronouncing sentence thereon. This, in fact, is what Gregory says, Moral. 17, in explanation of the aforesaid words of Daniel, the lofty spirits that are set over the nations never fight in behalf of those that act unjustly, but they justly judge and try their deeds. And when the guilt or innocence of any particular nation is brought into the debate of the court above, the ruling spirit of that nation is said to have won or lost in the conflict. Yet the supreme will of their Maker is victorious over all, for since they have it ever before their eyes, they will not what they are unable to obtain, wherefore neither do they seek for it. And consequently it is clear that their prayers are always heard. Reply to objection 4, although the saints are not in a state to merit for themselves, when once they are in heaven, they are in a state to merit for others. Or rather to assist others by reason of their previous merit, for while living they merited that their prayers should be heard after their death. Or we may reply that prayer is meritorious on one count, and impetratory on another. For merit consists in a certain equation of the act to the end for which it is intended, and which is given to it as its reward. While the impetration of a prayer depends on the liberality of the person supplicated. Hence prayer sometimes, through the liberality of the person supplicated, obtains that which was not merited either by the suppliant, or by the person supplicated for, and so, although the saints are not in the state of meriting, it does not follow that they are not in the state of impetrating. Reply to objection 5, as appears from the authority of Gregory quoted above, add 3, the saints and angels will nothing but what they see to be in the divine will, and so neither do they pray for aught else. Nor is their prayer fruitless, since as Augustine says, de prade sanct de dono persever. 22, the prayers of the saints profit the predestinate. Because it is perhaps preordained that they shall be saved through the prayers of those who intercede for them, and consequently God also wills that what the saints see him to will shall be fulfilled through their prayers. Reply to objection 6, the suffrages of the Church for the dead are as so many satisfactions of the living in lieu of the dead, and accordingly they free the dead from the punishment which the latter have not paid. But the saints in heaven are not in the state of making satisfaction, and consequently the parallel fails between their prayers and the suffrages of the Church. Question 73, of the signs that will precede the judgment, 3 articles. We must next consider the signs that will precede the judgment, and under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether any signs will precede the Lord's coming to judgment. 2. whether in very truth the sun and moon will be darkened. 3. Whether the powers of the heavens will be moved when the Lord shall come. Whether any signs will precede the Lord's coming to judgment. Objection 1. It would seem that the Lord's coming to judgment will not be preceded by any signs. Because it is written, 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 3, when they shall say, peace and security, then shall sudden destruction come upon them. Now there would be no peace and security if men were terrified by previous signs. Therefore signs will not precede that coming. Objection 2. Further, signs are ordained for the manifestation of something. But his coming is to be hidden. Wherefore it is written, 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 2, the day of the Lord shall come as a thief in the night. Therefore signs ought not to precede it. Objection 3. Further, the time of his first coming was foreknown by the prophets, which does not apply to his second coming. Now no such signs preceded the first coming of Christ. Therefore neither will they precede the second. On the contrary, it is written, Luke 21 verse 25, there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, etc. Further, Jerome, St. Peter Damian, Opuscle 49, he quotes St. Jerome, but the reference is not known. Mentions 15 signs preceding the judgment. He says that on the first day all the seas will rise 15 cubits above the mountains, in the second day all the waters will be plunged into the depths, so that scarcely will they be visible. On the third day they will be restored to their previous condition, on the fourth day all the great fishes and other things that move in the waters will gather together and, raising their heads above the sea, roar at one another contentiously. On the fifth day, all the birds of the air will gather together in the fields, wailing to one another, with neither bite nor sup. On the sixth day rivers of fire will arise towards the firmament rushing together from the west to the east. On the seventh day all the stars, both planets and fixed stars, will throw out fiery tails like comets. On the eighth day there will be a great earthquake, and all animals will be laid low. On the ninth day all the plants will be bedewed as it were with blood. On the 10th day all stones, little and great, will be divided into 4 parts dashing against one another. On the 11th day all hills and mountains and buildings will be reduced to dust. On the 12th day all animals will come from forest and mountain to the fields, roaring and tasting of nothing. On the 13th day all graves from east to west will open to allow the bodies to rise again. On the 14th day all men will leave their abode, neither understanding or speaking, but rushing hither and thither like madmen. On the 15th day all will die and will rise again with those who died long before. I answer that, when Christ shall come to judge he will appear in the form of glory, on account of the authority becoming a judge. Now it pertains to the dignity of judicial power to have certain signs that induce people to reverence and subjection, and consequently many signs will precede the advent of Christ when he shall come to judgment. In order that the hearts of men be brought to subjection to the coming judge, and be prepared for the judgment, being forewarned by those signs. But it is not easy to know what these signs may be, for the signs of which we read in the Gospels, as Augustine says, writing to Hesychius about the end of the world, EP 80, refer not only to Christ's coming to judgment, but also to the time of the sack of Jerusalem, and to the coming of Christ in ceaselessly visiting his church. So that, perhaps, if we consider them carefully, we shall find that none of them refers to the coming advent, as he remarks, because these signs that are mentioned in the Gospels, such as wars, fears, and so forth, have been from the beginning of the human race, unless perhaps we say that at that time they will be more prevalent, although it is uncertain in what degree this increase will foretell the imminence of the advent. The signs mentioned by Jerome are not asserted by him, he merely says that he found them written in the annals of the Hebrews, and, indeed, they contain very little likelihood. Reply to Objection 1, according to Augustine, ad Hesic, EP 80, towards the end of the world there will be a general persecution of the good by the wicked, so that at the same time some will fear, namely the good, and some will be secure, namely the wicked. The words, when they shall say, peace and security, refer to the wicked, who will pay little heed to the signs of the coming judgment, while the words of Luke 21 verse 26, men withering away, etc., should be referred to the good. We may also reply that all these signs that will happen about the time of the judgment are reckoned to occur within the time occupied by the judgment, so that the judgment day contains them all. Wherefore although men be terrified by the signs appearing about the judgment day, yet before those signs begin to appear the wicked will think themselves to be in peace and security, after the death of Antichrist and before the coming of Christ. Seeing that the world is not at once destroyed, as they thought hitherto. Reply to objection 2, the day of the Lord is said to come as a thief, because the exact time is not known, since it will not be possible to know it from those signs, although, as we have already said, all these most manifest things which will precede the judgment immediately may be comprised under the judgment day. Reply to objection 3, at his first advent Christ came secretly, although the appointed time was known beforehand by the prophets. Hence there was no need for such signs to appear at his first coming, as will appear at his second advent, when he will come openly, although the appointed time is hidden. Whether towards the time of the judgment the sun and moon will be darkened in very truth. Objection 1, it would seem that towards the time of the judgment the sun and moon will be darkened in very truth. For, as Rabanus says, commenting on Matt. 2400 hours 29" nothing hinders us from gathering that the sun, moon, and stars will then be deprived of their light, as we know happened to the sun at the time of our Lord's Passion. Objection 2, further, the light of the heavenly bodies is directed to the generation of inferior bodies, because by its means and not only by their movement they act upon this lower world as Averroes says, de subst. Orbis. But generation will cease then. Therefore neither will light remain in the heavenly bodies. Objection 3, further, according to some the inferior bodies will be cleansed of the qualities by which they act. Now heavenly bodies act not only by movement, but also by light, as stated above, obj. 2. Therefore as the movement of heaven will cease, so will the light of the heavenly bodies. On the contrary, according to astronomers the sun and moon cannot be eclipsed at the same time. But this darkening of the sun and moon is stated to be simultaneous, when the Lord shall come to judgment. Therefore the darkening will not be in very truth due to a natural eclipse. Further, it is not seemly for the same to be the cause of a thing's failing and increasing. Now when our Lord shall come the light of the luminaries will increase according to his 30:26, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold. Therefore it is unfitting for the light of these bodies to cease when our Lord comes. I answer that, if we speak of the sun and moon in respect of the very moment of Christ's coming, it is not credible that they will be darkened through being bereft of their light. Since when Christ comes and the saints rise again the whole world will be renewed, as we shall state further on, Q. 74. If, however, we speak of them in respect of the time immediately preceding the judgment, it is possible that by the divine power the sun, moon, and other luminaries of the heavens will be darkened, either at various times or all together, in order to inspire men with fear. Reply to objection 1, Rabanus is speaking of the time preceding the judgment, wherefore he adds that when the judgment day is over the words of Esaias shall be fulfilled. Reply to objection 2, light is in the heavenly bodies not only for the purpose of causing generation in these lower bodies, but also for their own perfection and beauty. Hence it does not follow that where generation ceases, the light of the heavenly bodies will cease, but rather that it will increase. Reply to objection 3, it does not seem probable that the elemental qualities will be removed from the elements, although some have asserted this. If, however, they be removed, there would still be no parallel between them and light, since the elemental qualities are in opposition to one another, so that their action is corruptive, whereas light is a principle of action not by way of opposition, but by way of a principle regulating things in opposition to one another and bringing them back to harmony. Nor is there a parallel with the movement of heavenly bodies, for movement is the act of that which is imperfect, wherefore it must needs cease when the imperfection ceases, whereas this cannot be said of light. Whether the virtues of heaven will be moved when our Lord shall come? Objection 1, it would seem that the virtues of heaven will not be moved when our Lord shall come. For the virtues of heaven note only the blessed angels. Now immobility is essential to blessedness. Therefore it will be impossible for them to be moved. Objection 2, further, ignorance is the cause of wonder, metaph. I. 2. Now ignorance, like fear, is far from the angels, for as Gregory says, Dial. 4, 33, Moral. 2, 3, what do they not see, who see him who sees all? Therefore it will be impossible for them to be moved with wonder, as stated in the text, Sent. 4, d. 48. Objection 3, further, all the angels will be present at the divine judgment, wherefore it is stated, APOC 7:11, all the angels stood round about the throne. Now the virtues denote one particular order of angels. Therefore it should not be said of them rather than of others, that they are moved. On the contrary, it is written, Job 26 verse 11, the pillars of heaven tremble, and dread at his beck. Now the pillars of heaven can denote only the virtues of heaven. Therefore the virtues of heaven will be moved. Further, it is written, Matt. 2400 hours 29, the stars shall fall from heaven, and the virtues, powers, of heaven shall be moved. I answer that, virtue is twofold as applied to the angels, cf. Fp. Q. 108, a. 5, ad 1, as Dionysius states, seal. Here. 11. For sometimes the name of virtues is appropriated to one order, which according to him, is the middle order of the middle hierarchy, but according to Gregory, Inevang. 34, is the highest order of the lowest hierarchy. In another sense it is employed to denote all the angels, and then they are said to the question at issue it may be taken either way. For in the text, Sent. 4, d. 48, it is explained according to the second acceptation, so as to denote all the angels, and then they are said to be moved through wonder at the renewing of the world, as stated in the text. It can also be explained in reference to virtue as the name of a particular order, and then that order is said to be moved more than the others by reason of the effect, since according to Gregory, Inevang. 34, we ascribe to that order the working of miracles which especially will be worked about that time, or again, because that order since, according to Dionysius, seal. Here. 11, it belongs to the middle hierarchy is not limited in its power, wherefore its ministry must needs regard universal causes. Consequently the proper office of the virtues is seemingly to move the heavenly bodies which are the cause of what happens in nature here below. And again the very name denotes this, since they are called the virtues of heaven. Accordingly they will be moved then, because they will no more produce their effect, by ceasing to move the heavenly bodies, even as the angels who are appointed to watch over men will no longer fulfill the office of guardians. Reply to Objection 1, this movement changes nothing pertaining to their state, but refers either to their effects which may vary without any change on their part, or to some new consideration of things which hitherto they were unable to see by means of their concreated species. Which change of thought is not taken from them by their state of blessedness. Hence Augustine says, Gen. ad lit. 8:20, that God moves the spiritual creature through time. Reply to Objection 2, wonder is wont to be about things surpassing our knowledge or ability, and accordingly the virtues of heaven will wonder at the divine power doing such things, in so far as they fail to do or comprehend them. In this sense the blessed Agnes said that the sun and moon wonder at his beauty, and this does not imply ignorance in the angels, but removes the comprehension of God from them. The reply to the third objection is clear from what has been said. Question 74, of the fire of the final conflagration, 9 articles. We must now consider the fire of the final conflagration, and under this head there are 9 points of inquiry. 1. Whether any cleansing of the world is to take place. 2. Whether it will be affected by fire. 3. Whether that fire is of the same species as elemental fire. 4. Whether that fire will cleanse also the higher heavens. 5. Whether that fire will consume the other elements. 6. Whether it will cleanse all the elements. 7. Whether that fire precedes or follows the judgment. 8. Whether men are to be consumed by that fire. 9. Whether the wicked will be involved therein. Whether the world is to be cleansed. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not to be any cleansing of the world. For only that which is unclean needs cleansing. Now God's creatures are not unclean, wherefore it is written, Acts 10 verse 15, that which God hath cleansed, do not thou call common, i.e. unclean. Therefore the creatures of the world shall not be cleansed. Objection 2. Further, according to divine justice, cleansing is directed to the removal of the uncleanness of sin, as instanced in the cleansing after death. But there can be no stain of sin in the elements of this world. Therefore, seemingly, they need not to be cleansed. Objection 3. Further, a thing is said to be cleansed when any foreign matter that depreciates it is removed therefrom, for the removal of that which ennobles a thing is not called a cleansing, but rather a diminishing. Now it pertains to the perfection and nobility of the elements that something of a foreign nature is mingled with them, since the form of a mixed body is more noble than the form of a simple body. Therefore it would seem nowise fitting that the elements of this world can possibly be cleansed. On the contrary, all renewal is effected by some kind of cleansing. But the elements will be renewed, hence it is written, Apos. 21:1, I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth was gone. Therefore the elements shall be cleansed. Further, a gloss, St. Augustine, Delaware Civ. De XX, 16, on 1 Cor. 7:31, the fashion of this earth passeth away, says, the beauty of this world will perish in the burning of worldly flames. Therefore the same conclusion follows. I answer that, since the world was, in a way, made for man's sake, it follows that, when man shall be glorified in the body, the other bodies of the world shall also be changed to a better state. So that it is rendered a more fitting place for him and more pleasant to look upon. Now in order that man obtain the glory of the body, it behooves first of all those things to be removed which are opposed to glory. There are two, namely the corruption and stain of sin, because according to 1 Cor. 15:50, neither shall corruption possess incorruption, and all the unclean shall be without the city of glory, Apos. 22:15, and again, the elements require to be cleansed from the contrary dispositions, ere they be brought to the newness of glory, proportionately to what we have said with regard to man. Now although, properly speaking, a corporeal thing cannot be the subject of the stain of sin, nevertheless, on account of sin corporeal things contract a certain unfittingness for being appointed to spiritual purposes. And for this reason we find that places where crimes have been committed are reckoned unfit for the performance of sacred actions therein, unless they be cleansed beforehand. Accordingly that part of the world which is given to our use contracts from men's sins a certain unfitness for being glorified, wherefore in this respect it needs to be cleansed. In like manner with regard to the intervening space, on account of the contact of the elements, there are many corruptions, generations and alterations of the elements, which diminish their purity, wherefore the elements need to be cleansed from these also, so that they be fit to receive the newness of glory. Reply to Objection 1. When it is asserted that every creature of God is clean, we are to understand this as meaning that its substance contains no alloy of evil, as the Manichees maintained, saying that evil and good are two substances in some places severed from one another, in others mingled together. But it does not exclude a creature from having an admixture of a foreign nature, which in itself is also good, but is inconsistent with the perfection of that creature. Nor does this prevent evil from being accidental to a creature, although not mingled with it as part of its substance. Reply to Objection 2. Although corporeal elements cannot be the subject of sin, nevertheless, from the sin that is committed in them they contract a certain unfitness for receiving the perfection of glory. Reply to Objection 3. The form of a mixed body and the form of an element may be considered in two ways, either as regards the perfection of the species, and thus a mixed body is more perfect, or as regards their continual endurance. And thus the simple body is more noble, because it has not in itself the cause of corruption, unless it be corrupted by something extrinsic, whereas a mixed body has in itself the cause of its corruption, namely the composition of contraries. Wherefore a simple body, although it be corruptible in part, is incorruptible as a whole, which cannot be said of a mixed body. And since incorruption belongs to the perfection of glory, it follows that the perfection of a simple is more in keeping with the perfection of glory, than the perfection of a mixed body. Unless the mixed body has also in itself some principle of incorruption, as the human body has, the form of which is incorruptible. Nevertheless, although a mixed body is somewhat more noble than a simple body that exists by itself has a more noble being than if it exist in a mixed body, because in a mixed body simple bodies are somewhat in potentiality, whereas, existing by themselves, they are in their ultimate perfection. Whether the cleansing of the world will be effected by fire? Objection 1, it would seem that this cleansing will not be effected by fire. For since fire is a part of the world, it needs to be cleansed like the other parts. Now, the same thing should not be both cleanser and cleansed. Therefore it would seem that the cleansing will not be by fire. Objection 2, further, just as fire has a cleansing virtue so has water. Since then all things are not capable of being cleansed by fire, and some need to be cleansed by water, which distinction is moreover observed by the old law, it would seem that fire will not at any rate cleanse all things. Objection 3, further, this cleansing would seem to consist in purifying the parts of the world by separating them from one another. Now the separation of the parts of the world from one another at the world's beginning was effected by God's power alone. For the work of distinction was carried out by that power, wherefore Anaxagoras asserted that the separation was effected by the act of the intellect which moves all things, cf. Aristotle, Phys. 8, 9. Therefore it would seem that at the end of the world the cleansing will be done immediately by God and not by fire. On the contrary, it is written, Ps. 49:3, a fire shall burn before him, and a mighty tempest shall be around him, and afterwards in reference to the judgment, Psalms 49 verse 4, he shall call heaven from above, and the earth to judge his people. Therefore it would seem that the final cleansing of the world will be by means of fire. Further, it is written, 2 Peter 3 verse 12, the heavens being on fire will be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with the burning heat. Therefore this cleansing will be effected by fire. I answer that, as stated above, a.1, this cleansing of the world will remove from it the stain contracted from sin, and the impurity resulting from mixture, and will be a disposition to the perfection of glory. And consequently in this threefold respect it will be most fitting for it to be effected by fire. First, because since fire is the most noble of the elements, its natural properties are more like the properties of glory, and this is especially clear in regard to light. Secondly, because fire, on account of the efficacy of its active virtue, is not as susceptible as the other elements to the admixture of a foreign matter. Thirdly, because the sphere of fire is far removed from our abode. Nor are we so familiar with the use of fire as with that of earth, water, and air, so that it is not so liable to depreciation. Moreover, it is most efficacious in cleansing and in separating by a process of rarefaction. Reply to objection 1, fire is not employed by us in its proper matter, since thus it is far removed from us, but only in a foreign matter, and in this respect it will be possible for the world to be cleansed by fire as existing in its pure state. But in so far as it has an admixture of some foreign matter it will be possible for it to be cleansed, and thus it will be cleanser and cleansed under different aspects. And this is not unreasonable. Reply to objection 2, the first cleansing of the world by the deluge regarded only the stain of sin. Now the sin which was most prevalent then was the sin of concupiscence, and consequently it was fitting that the cleansing should be by means of its contrary, namely water. But the second cleansing regards both the stain of sin and the impurity of mixture, and in respect of both it is more fitting for it to be effected by fire than by water. For the power of water tends to unite rather than to separate. Wherefore the natural impurity of the elements could not be removed by water as by fire. Moreover, at the end of the world the prevalent sin will be that of tepidity, as though the world were already growing old, because then, according to Matt. 2400 hours 12, the charity of many shall grow cold, and consequently the cleansing will then be fittingly effected by fire. Nor is there anything that cannot in some way be cleansed by fire. Some things, however, cannot be cleansed by fire without being destroyed themselves, such as cloths and wooden vessels, and these the law ordered to be cleansed with water. Yet all these things will be finally destroyed by fire. Reply to Objection 3, by the work of distinction things receive different forms whereby they are distinct from one another, and consequently this could only be done by him who is the author of nature. But by the final cleansing things will be restored to the purity wherein they were created, wherefore created nature will be able to minister to its Creator to this effect. And for this reason is a creature employed as a minister, that it is ennobled thereby. Whether the fire whereby the world will be cleansed will be of the same species with elemental fire? Objection 1, it would seem that the fire in question is not of the same species as elemental fire. For nothing consumes itself. But that fire will consume the four elements according to a gloss on 2 Peter 3 verse 12. Therefore that fire will not be of the same species as elemental fire. Objection 2, further, as power is made known by operation, so is nature made known by power. Now that fire will have a different power from the fire which is an element, because it will cleanse the universe, whereas this fire cannot do that. Therefore it will not be of the same species as this. Objection 3, further, in natural bodies those that are of the same species have the same movement. But that fire will have a different movement from the fire that is an element, because it will move in all directions so as to cleanse the whole. Therefore it is not of the same species. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Civ. Dei XX, 16, and his words are contained in a gloss on 1 Corinthians 7 verse 31, that the fashion of this world will perish in the burning of worldly flames. Therefore that fire will be of the same nature as the fire which is now in the world. Further, just as the future cleansing is to be by fire, so was the past cleansing by water, and they are both compared to one another, 2 Peter 3 verse 5. Now in the first cleansing the water was of the same species with elemental water. Therefore in like manner the fire of the second cleansing will be of the same species with elemental fire. I answer that, we meet with three opinions on this question. For some say that the element of fire which is in its own sphere will come down to cleanse the world, and they explain this descent by way of multiplication, because the fire will spread through finding combustible matter on all sides. And this will result all the more then since the virtue of the fire will be raised over all the elements. Against this, however, would seem to be not only the fact that this fire will come down, but also the statement of the saints that it will rise up, thus, 2 Pet. 3:10, it is declared that the fire of the judgment will rise as high as the waters of the deluge, whence it would seem to follow that this fire is situated towards the middle of the place of generation. Hence others say that this fire will be generated towards the intervening space through the focusing together of the rays of the heavenly bodies, just as we see them focus together in a burning glass. For at that time in lieu of glasses there will be concave clouds, on which the rays will strike, but this again does not seem probable, for since the effects of heavenly bodies depend on certain fixed positions and aspects. If this fire resulted from the virtue of the heavenly bodies, the time of this cleansing would be known to those who observe the movements of the stars, and this is contrary to the authority of Scripture. Consequently others, following Augustine, say that, just as the deluge resulted from an outpouring of the waters of the world, so the fashion of this world will perish by a burning of worldly flames, the Civ. Dei XX, 16. This burning is nothing else but the assembly of all those lower and higher causes that by their nature have a kindling virtue, and this assembly will take place not in the ordinary course of things, but by the divine power, and from all these causes thus assembled the fire that will burn the surface of this world will result. If we consider aright these opinions, we shall find that they differ as to the cause producing this fire and not as to its species. For fire, whether produced by the sun or by some lower heating cause, is of the same species as fire in its own sphere, except in so far as the former has some admixture of foreign matter. And this will of necessity be the case then, since fire cannot cleanse a thing, unless this become its matter in some way. Hence we must grant that the fire in question is simply of the same species as ours. Reply to objection 1, the fire in question, although of the same species as ours, is not identically the same. Now we see that of two fires of the same species one destroys the other, namely the greater destroys the lesser, by consuming its matter. In like manner that fire will be able to destroy our fire. Reply to objection 2, just as an operation that proceeds from the virtue of a thing is an indication of that virtue, so is its virtue an indication of its essence or nature, if it proceed from the essential principles of the thing. But an operation that does not proceed from the virtue of the operator does not indicate its virtue. This appears in instruments, for the action of an instrument shows forth the virtue of the mover rather than that of the instrument, since it shows forth the virtue of the agent in so far as the latter is the first principle of the action. Whereas it does not show forth the virtue of the instrument, except in so far as it is susceptive of the influence of the principal agent as moving that instrument. In like manner a virtue that does not proceed from the essential principles of a thing does not indicate the nature of that thing except in the point of susceptibility. Thus the virtue whereby hot water can heat is no indication of the nature of water except in the point of its being receptive of heat. Consequently nothing prevents water that has this virtue from being of the same species as water that has it not. In like manner it is not unreasonable that this fire, which will have the power to cleanse the surface of the world, will be of the same species as the fire to which we are used, since the heating power therein arises not from its essential principles but from the divine power or operation, whether we say that this power is an absolute quality, such as heat in hot water, or a kind of intention as we have ascribed to instrumental virtue, scent. 4, D, 1, Qu 1, A, 4, CFTP, Q, 62, A, 4, add 1. The latter is more probable since that fire will not act save as the instrument of the divine power. Reply to objection 3, of its own nature fire tends only upwards. But in so far as it pursues its matter, which it requires when it is outside its own sphere, it follows the sight of combustible matter. Accordingly it is not unreasonable for it to take a circular or a downward course, especially in so far as it acts as the instrument of the divine power. Whether that fire will cleanse also the higher heavens? Objection 1, it would seem that fire will cleanse also the higher heavens. For it is written, Psalms 101 verses 26 and 27, the heavens are the works of thy hands, they shall perish but thou remainest. Now the higher heavens also are the work of God's hands. Therefore they also shall perish in the final burning of the world. Objection 2, further, it is written, 2 Pet. 3:12, the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with the burning heat of fire. Now the heavens that are distinct from the elements are the higher heavens, wherein the stars are fixed. Therefore it would seem that they also will be cleansed by that fire. Objection 3, further, the purpose of that fire will be to remove from bodies their indisposition to the perfection of glory. Now in the higher heaven we find this indisposition both as regards guilt, since the devil sinned there, and as regards natural deficiency, since a gloss on Rom. 8:22, we know that every creature groaneth and is in labor even until now, says, all the elements fulfill their duty with labor, even as it is not without labor that the sun and moon travel their appointed course. Therefore the higher heavens also will be cleansed by that fire. On the contrary, the heavenly bodies are not receptive of impressions from without, cf. Sent. Philos up. Ex aorist. Collect. Lit. C. Among the works of Bede. Further, a gloss on 2 Thessalonians 1 verse 8, in a flame of fire giving vengeance, says, there will be in the world a fire that shall precede him, and shall rise in the air to the same height as did the waters of the deluge. But the waters of the deluge did not rise to the height of the higher heavens but only 15 cubits higher than the mountain summits, Genesis 7 verse 20. Therefore the higher heavens will not be cleansed by that fire. I answer that, the cleansing of the world will be for the purpose of removing from bodies the disposition contrary to the perfection of glory. And this perfection is the final consummation of the universe, and this disposition is to be found in all bodies, but differently in different bodies. For in some this indisposition regards something inherent to their substance, as in these lower bodies which by being mixed together fall away from their own purity. In others this indisposition does not regard something inherent to their substance. As in the heavenly bodies, wherein nothing is to be found contrary to the final perfection of the universe, except movement which is the way to perfection, and this not any kind of movement, but only local movement, which changes nothing intrinsic to a thing, such as its substance, quantity, or quality, but only its place which is extrinsic to it. Consequently there is no need to take anything away from the substance of the higher heavens, but only to set its movement at rest. Now local movement is brought to rest not by the action of a counter-agent, but by the mover ceasing to move. And therefore the heavenly bodies will not be cleansed, neither by fire nor by the action of any creature, but in lieu of being cleansed they will be set at rest by God's will alone. Reply to Objection 1, as Augustine says, De Civ. De XX 18:24. Those words of the psalm refer to the aerial heavens which will be cleansed by the fire of the final conflagration. Or we may reply that if they refer also to the higher heavens, these are said to perish as regards their movement whereby now they are moved without cessation. Reply to Objection 2, Peter explains himself to which heavens he refers. For before the words quoted, he had said, 2 Peter 3 verses 5-7, the heavens, first, and the earth, through water, perished, which, now, by the same word are kept in store, reserved unto fire unto the day of judgment. The entire text differs somewhat from St. Thomas's quotation, but the sense is the same. Therefore the heavens to be cleansed are those which before were cleansed by the waters of the deluge, namely the aerial heavens. Reply to Objection 3, this labor and service of the creature, that Ambrose ascribes to the heavenly bodies, is nothing else than the successive movements whereby they are subject to time, and the lack of that final consummation which they will attain in the end. Nor did the empyrean heaven contract any stain from the sin of the demons, because they were expelled from that heaven as soon as they sinned. Whether that fire will consume the other elements? Objection 1, it would seem that the fire in question will consume the other elements. For a gloss of Bede on 2 Pet. 3:12 says, this exceeding great fire will engulf the 4 elements whereof the world consists, yet it will not so engulf all things that they will cease to be, but it will consume 2 of them entirely, and will restore 2 of them to a better fashion. Therefore it would seem that at least 2 of the elements are to be entirely destroyed by that fire. Objection 2, further, it is written, Apoc 21:1, the first heaven and the first earth have passed away and the sea is no more. Now the heaven here denotes the air, as Augustine states, De Civ. De XX 18, and the sea denotes the gathering together of the waters. Therefore it would seem that these 3 elements will be wholly destroyed. Objection 3, further, fire does not cleanse except in so far as other things are made to be its matter. If, then, fire cleanses the other elements, they must needs become its matter. Therefore they must pass into its nature, and consequently be voided of their own nature. Objection 4, further, the form of fire is the most noble of the forms to which elemental matter can attain. Now all things will be brought to the most noble state by this cleansing. Therefore the other elements will be wholly transformed into fire. On the contrary, a gloss on 1 Cor. 7:31, the fashion of this world passeth away, says, the beauty, not the substance, passeth. But the very substance of the elements belongs to the perfection of the world. Therefore the elements will not be consumed as to their substance. Further, this final cleansing that will be effected by fire will correspond to the first cleansing which was effected by water. Now the latter did not corrupt the substance of the elements. Therefore neither will the former, which will be the work of fire. I answer that, there are many opinions on this question. For some say that all the elements will remain as to their matter, while all will be changed as regards their imperfection. But that 2 of them will retain their respective substantial form, namely air and earth, while 2 of them, namely fire and water, will not retain their substantial form but will be changed to the form of heaven. In this way 3 elements, namely air, fire, and water, will be called heaven, although air will retain the same substantial form as it has now, since even now it is called heaven. Wherefore, Apiosi 21:1, only heaven and earth are mentioned. I saw, says he, a new heaven and a new earth. But this opinion is altogether absurd, for it is opposed both to philosophy which holds it impossible for the lower bodies to be in potentiality to the form of heaven, since they have neither a common matter, nor mutual contrariety, and to theology, since according to this opinion the perfection of the universe with the integrity of its parts will not be assured on account of two of the elements being destroyed. Consequently, heaven is taken to denote the fifth body, while all the elements are designated by earth, as expressed in Ps. 148:7, 8-inch praise the Lord from the earth, and afterwards, fire, hail, snow, ice, etc. Hence others say that all the elements will remain as to their substance, but that their active and passive qualities will be taken from them, even as they say too, that in a mixed body the elements retain their substantial form without having their proper qualities, since these are reduced to a mean, and a mean is neither of the extremes. And seemingly the following words of Augustine, De Civ. Dei XX 16, would seem in agreement with this. In this conflagration of the world the qualities of the corruptible elements that were befitting our corruptible bodies will entirely perish by fire, and the substance itself will have those qualities that become an immortal body. However, this does not seem probable, for since the proper qualities of the elements are the effects of their substantial form, it seems impossible, as long as the substantial forms remain, for the aforesaid qualities to be changed. Except for a time by some violent action. Thus in hot water we see that by virtue of its species it returns to the cold temperature which it had lost by the action of fire, provided the species of water remain. Moreover, these same elemental qualities belong to the second perfection of the elements, as being their proper passions, nor is it probable that in this final consummation the elements will lose anything of their natural perfection. Wherefore it would seem that the reply to this question should be that the elements will remain as to their substance and proper qualities, but that they will be cleansed both from the stain which they contracted from the sins of men, and from the impurity resulting in them through their mutual action and passion, because when once the movement of the first movable body ceases, mutual action and passion will be impossible in the lower elements, and this is what Augustine calls the qualities of corruptible elements, namely their unnatural dispositions by reason of which they come near to corruption. Reply to Objection 1. That fire is said to engulf the four elements in so far as in some way it will cleanse them. But when it is said further that it will consume two entirely, this does not mean that two of the elements are to be destroyed as to their substance, but that two will be more changed from the property which they have now. Some say that these two are fire and water which excel the others in their active qualities, namely heat and cold, which are the chief principles of corruption in other bodies. And since then there will be no action of fire and water which surpass the others in activity, they would seem especially to be changed from the virtue which they have now. Others, however, say that these two are air and water, on account of the various movements of these two elements, which movements they derive from the movement of the heavenly bodies. And since these movements will cease, such as the ebb and flow of the sea, and the disturbances of winds and so forth, therefore these elements especially will be changed from the property which they have now. Reply to Objection 2, as Augustine says, De Civ. Dei XX 16, when it is stated, and the sea is no more, by the sea we may understand the present world of which he had said previously, De Civ. Dei XX 13, the sea gave up the dead that were in it. If, however, the sea be taken literally we must reply that by the sea two things are to be understood, namely the substance of the waters, and their disposition, as containing salt and as to the movement of the waves. The sea will remain, not as to this second, but as to the first. Reply to Objection 3, this fire will not act save as the instrument of God's providence and power. Wherefore it will not act on the other elements so as to consume them but only so as to cleanse them. Nor is it necessary for that which becomes the matter of fire, to be voided of its proper species entirely, as instanced by incandescent iron. which by virtue of its species that remains returns to its proper and former state as soon as it is taken from the furnace. It will be the same with the elements after they are cleansed by fire. Reply to objection 4. In the elemental parts we must consider not only what is befitting a part considered in itself, but also what is befitting it in its relation to the whole. I say, then, that although water would be more noble if it had the form of fire, as likewise would earth and air, yet the universe would be more imperfect, if all elemental matter were to assume the form of fire. Whether all the elements will be cleansed by that fire? Objection 1. It would seem that neither will all the elements be cleansed by that fire. Because that fire, as stated already, a. 3, will not rise higher than the waters of the deluge. But the waters of the deluge did not reach to the sphere of fire. Therefore neither will the element of fire be cleansed by the final cleansing. Objection 2. Further, a gloss on APOC 21:1, I saw a new heaven, etc. says, there can be no doubt that the transformation of the air and earth will be caused by fire, but it is doubtful about water, since it is believed to have the power of cleansing itself. Therefore at least it is uncertain that all the elements will be cleansed. Objection 3. Further, a place where there is an everlasting stain is never cleansed. Now there will always be a stain in hell. Since, then, hell is situated among the elements, it would seem that the elements will not be wholly cleansed. Objection 4. Further, the earthly paradise is situated on the earth. Yet it will not be cleansed by fire, since not even the waters of the deluge reached it, as Bede says, Hexeme. I. Add Genesis 2 verse 8, as is stated in Sentent. 2, d. 7. Therefore it would seem that the elements will not all be wholly cleansed. On the contrary, the gloss quoted above, a. 5, obj. 1, on 2 Peter 3 verse 12 declares that, this fire will engulf the four elements. I answer that, some, St. Bonaventure, Sentent. 4, d. 47, a. 2. q. 3, say that the fire in question will rise to the summit of the space containing the four elements, so that the elements would be entirely cleansed both from the stain of sin by which also the higher parts of the elements were infected, as instanced by the smoke of idolatry which stained the higher regions. And again from corruption, since the elements are corruptible in all their parts. But this opinion is opposed to the authority of Scripture, because it is written, 2 Peter 3 verse 7, that those heavens are kept in store unto fire, which were cleansed by water, and Augustine says, De Civ. De XX 18, that the same world which perished in the deluge is reserved unto fire. Now it is clear that the waters of the deluge did not rise to the summit of the space occupied by the elements, but only 15 cubits above the mountain tops. And moreover it is known that vapors or any smoke whatever rising from the earth cannot pierce the entire sphere of fire so as to reach its summit, and so the stain of sin did not reach the aforesaid space. Nor can the elements be cleansed from corruptibility by the removal of something that might be consumed by fire, whereas it will be possible for the impurities of the elements arising from their mingling together to be consumed by fire. And these impurities are chiefly round about the earth as far as the middle of the air, wherefore the fire of the final conflagration will cleanse up to that point. Since the waters of the deluge rose to a height which can be approximately calculated from the height of the mountains which they surpassed in a fixed measure. We therefore grant the first objection. Reply to objection 2. The reason for doubt is expressed in the gloss, because, to wit, water is believed to have in itself the power of cleansing, yet not such a power as will be competent to the future state, as stated above, a. 5, a. 2, add 2. Reply to objection 3, the purpose of this cleansing will be chiefly to remove all imperfection from the abode of the saints. And consequently in this cleansing all that is foul will be brought together to the place of the damned, so hell will not be cleansed, and the dregs of the whole earth will be brought thither, according to Ps. 74:9, the dregs thereof are not emptied, all the sinners of the earth shall drink. Reply to objection 4, although the sin of the first man was committed in the earthly paradise, this is not the place of sinners, as neither is the empyrean heaven, since from both places man and devil were expelled forthwith after their sin. Consequently that place needs no cleansing. Whether the fire of the final conflagration is to follow the judgment? Objection 1. It would seem that the fire of the final conflagration is to follow the judgment. For Augustine, the Civ. De XX, 30, gives the following order of the things to take place at the judgment, saying, "At this judgment we have learned that the following things will occur. Elias the Thesbite will appear, the Jews will believe, Antichrist will persecute, Christ will judge, the dead shall rise again, the good shall be separated from the wicked, the world shall be set on fire and shall be renewed. Therefore the burning will follow the judgment." Objection 2. Further, Augustine says, De Civ. De XX, 16, after the wicked have been judged, and cast into everlasting fire, the figure of this world will perish in the furnace of worldly flames. Therefore the same conclusion follows. Objection 3. Further, when the Lord comes to judgment he will find some men living, as appears from the words of 1 Thess. 4:16, where the apostle speaking in their person says, "Then we who are alive, who remain unto the coming of the Lord, vulgar, who are left, shall be taken, to meet Christ." The words, "who remain," etc., are from 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 14. But it would not be so, if the burning of the world were to come first, since they would be destroyed by the fire. Therefore this fire will follow the judgment. Objection 4. Further, it is said that our Lord will come to judge the earth by fire, and consequently the final conflagration would seem to be the execution of the sentence of divine judgment. Now execution follows judgment. Therefore that fire will follow the judgment. On the contrary, it is written, Psalms 96 verse 3, "A fire shall go before him." Further, the resurrection will precede the judgment, else every eye would not see Christ judging. Now the burning of the world will precede the resurrection, for the saints who will rise again will have spiritual and impassible bodies, so that it will be impossible for the fire to cleanse them, and yet the text, Cent. 4d. 47, quotes Augustine, De Civ. De XX, 18, as saying that, whatever needs cleansing in any way shall be cleansed by that fire. Therefore that fire will precede the judgment. I answer that, the fire in question will in reality, as regards its beginning, precede the judgment. This can clearly be gathered from the fact that the resurrection of the dead will precede the judgment, since according to 1 Thess. 4:13-16, those who have slept, shall be taken up, in the clouds, into the air, to meet Christ coming to judgment. Now the general resurrection and the glorification of the bodies of the saints will happen at the same time. For the saints in rising again will assume a glorified body, as evidenced by 1 Cor. 15:43, it is sown in dishonor, it shall rise in glory, and at the same time as the saints' bodies shall be glorified, all creatures shall be renewed, each in its own way, as appears from the statement, Romans 8 verse 21, that, the creature itself shall be delivered from the servitude of corruption into the liberty of the glory of the children of God. Since then the burning of the world is a disposition to the aforesaid renewal, as stated above, AA 1:4. It can clearly be gathered that this burning, so far as it shall cleanse the world, will precede the judgment, but as regards a certain action thereof, whereby it will engulf the wicked, it will follow the judgment. Reply to Objection 1, Augustine is speaking not as one who decides the point, but as expressing an opinion. This is clear from his continuing thus, that all these things are to happen is a matter of faith. But how and in what order we shall learn more then by experience of the things themselves than now by seeking a definite conclusion by arguing about them. Methinks, however, they will occur in the order I have given. Hence it is clear that he is speaking as offering his opinion. The same answer applies to the second objection. Reply to Objection 3, all men shall die and rise again, yet those are said to be found alive who will live in the body until the time of the conflagration. Reply to Objection 4, that fire will not carry out the sentence of the judge except as regards the engulfing of the wicked, in this respect it will follow the judgment. Whether that fire will have such an effect on men as is described? Objection 1, it would seem that this fire will not have such an effect on men as is described in the text, sent. 4, d. 47. For a thing is said to be consumed when it is reduced to naught. Now the bodies of the wicked will not be reduced to naught, but will be kept for eternity, that they may bear an eternal punishment. Therefore this fire will not consume the wicked, as stated in the text. Objection 2, further, if it be said that it will consume the bodies of the wicked by reducing them to ashes. On the contrary, as the bodies of the wicked, so will those of the good be brought to ashes, for it is the privilege of Christ alone that his flesh see not corruption. Therefore it will consume also the good who will then be found. Objection 3, further, the stain of sin is more abundant in the elements, as combining together to the formation of the human body wherein is the corruption of the fomes, cffs, q. 83, a. 3. Fs, q. 91, a. 6, even in the good, than in the elements existing outside the human body. Now the elements existing outside the human body will be cleansed on account of the stain of sin. Much therefore will the elements in the human body whether of the good or of the wicked need to be cleansed, and consequently the bodies of both will need to be destroyed. Objection 4, further, as long as the state of the way lasts the elements act in like manner on the good and the wicked. Now the state of the way will still endure in that conflagration, since after this state of the way death will not be natural, and yet it will be caused by that fire. Therefore that fire will act equally on good and wicked. And consequently it does not seem that any distinction is made between them as to their being affected by that fire, as stated in the text. Objection 5, further, this fire will have done its work in a moment as it were. Yet there will be many among the living in whom there will be many things to be cleansed. Therefore that fire will not suffice for their cleansing. I answer that, this fire of the final conflagration, in so far as it will precede the judgment, will act as the instrument of divine justice as well as by the natural virtue of fire. Accordingly, as regards its natural virtue, it will act in like manner on the wicked and good who will be alive, by reducing the bodies of both to ashes. But in so far as it acts as the instrument of divine justice, it will act differently on different people as regards the sense of pain. For the wicked will be tortured by the action of the fire. Whereas the good in whom there will be nothing to cleanse will feel no pain at all from the fire, as neither did the children in the fiery furnace, Dan 3. Although their bodies will not be kept whole, as were the bodies of the children, and it will be possible by God's power for their bodies to be destroyed without their suffering pain. But the good, in whom matter for cleansing will be found, will suffer pain from that fire, more or less according to their different merits. On the other hand, as regards the action which this fire will have after the judgment, it will act on the damned alone, since the good will all have impassible bodies. Reply to Objection 1, consumption there signifies being brought, not to nothing, but to ashes. Reply to Objection 2, although the bodies of the good will be reduced to ashes by the fire, they will not suffer pain thereby, as neither did the children in the Babylonian furnace. In this respect a distinction is drawn between the good and the wicked. Reply to Objection 3, the elements that are in human bodies, even in the bodies of the elect, will be cleansed by fire. But this will be done, by God's power, without their suffering pain. Reply to Objection 4, this fire will act not only according to the natural power of the element, but also as the instrument of divine justice. Reply to Objection 5, there are 3 reasons why those who will be found living will be able to be cleansed suddenly. 1 is because there will be few things in them to be cleansed, since they will be already cleansed by the previous fears and persecutions. The second is because they will suffer pain both while living and of their own will, and pain suffered in this life voluntarily cleanses much more than pain inflicted after death, as in the case of the martyrs. Because, if anything needing to be cleansed be found in them, it is cut off by the sickle of suffering, as Augustine says, De Eunuch. Bap 13, although the pain of martyrdom is of short duration in comparison with the pain endured in purgatory. The third is because the heat will gain in intensity what it loses in shortness of time. Whether that fire will engulf the wicked? Objection 1, it would seem that fire will not engulf the wicked. For a gloss on Malachi 3 verse 3, he shall purify the sons of Levi, says that, it is a fire consuming the wicked and refining the good, and a gloss on 1 Cor. 3:13, fire shall try every man's work, says, we read that there will be a twofold fire, one that will cleanse the elect and will precede the judgment, another that will torture the wicked. Now the latter is the fire of hell that shall engulf the wicked, while the former is the fire of the final conflagration. Therefore the fire of the final conflagration will not be that which will engulf the wicked. Objection 2, further, that fire will obey God in the cleansing of the world, therefore it should receive its reward like the other elements, especially since fire is the most noble of the elements. Therefore it would seem that it ought not to be cast into hell for the punishment of the damned. Objection 3, further, the fire that will engulf the wicked will be the fire of hell, and this fire was prepared from the beginning of the world for the damned, hence it is written, Matt. 25:41, Depart, you cursed, into everlasting fire which was prepared for the devil, etc., and, is, 30:33, Tophet is prepared from yesterday, prepared by the king, etc., where a gloss observes, from yesterday, i.e. from the beginning Tophet, i.e. the valley of hell. But this fire of the final conflagration was not prepared from the beginning, but will result from the meeting together of the fires of the world. Therefore that fire is not the fire of hell which will engulf the wicked. On the contrary, are the words of Psalms 96 verse 3, where it is said of this fire that it shall burn his enemies round about. Further, it is written, Dan 7:10, a swift stream of fire issued forth from before him. And a gloss adds, to drag sinners into hell. Now the passage quoted refers to that fire of which we are now speaking, as appears from a gloss which observes on the same words, in order to punish the wicked and cleanse the good. Therefore the fire of the final conflagration will be plunged into hell together with the wicked. I answer that the entire cleansing of the world and the renewal for the purpose of cleansing will be directed to the renewal of man, and consequently the cleansing and renewal of the world must needs correspond with the cleansing and renewal of mankind. Now mankind will be cleansed in one way by the separation of the wicked from the good, wherefore it is said, Luke 3 verse 17, whose fan is in his hand, and he will purge his poor, and will gather the wheat, i.e. the elect, into his barn, but the chaff, i.e. the wicked, he will burn with unquenchable fire. Hence it will be thus with the cleansing of the world, so that all that is ugly and vile will be cast with the wicked into hell. And all that is beautiful and noble will be taken up above for the glory of the elect, and so too will it be with the fire of that conflagration, as Basil says in Ps. 28:7, the voice of the Lord divideth the flame of fire, because whatever fire contains of burning heat and gross matter will go down into hell for the punishment of the wicked. And whatever is subtle and lightsome will remain above for the glory of the elect. Reply to Objection 1, the fire that will cleanse the elect before the judgment will be the same as the fire that will burn the world, although some say the contrary. For it is fitting that man, being a part of the world, be cleansed with the same fire as the world. They are, however, described as two fires, that will cleanse the good, and torture the wicked, both in reference to their respective offices. And somewhat in reference to their substance, since the substance of the cleansing fire will not all be cast into hell, as stated above. Reply to Objection 2, this fire will be rewarded because whatever it contains of gross matter will be separated from it, and cast into hell. Reply to Objection 3, the punishment of the wicked, even as the glory of the elect, will be greater after the judgment than before. Wherefore, just as charity will be added to the higher creature in order to increase the glory of the elect, so too whatever is vile in creatures will be thrust down into hell in order to add to the misery of the damned. Consequently it is not unbecoming that another fire be added to the fire of the damned that was prepared from the beginning of the world. Question 75, of the Resurrection, 3 articles. In the next place we must consider things connected with and accompanying the resurrection. Of these the first to be considered will be the resurrection itself. The second will be the cause of the resurrection, the third its time and manner. The fourth its term, wherefrom, the fifth the condition of those who rise again. Under the first head there will be 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether there is to be a resurrection of the body. 2. Whether it is universally of all bodies. 3. Whether it is natural or miraculous. Whether there is to be a resurrection of the body. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not to be a resurrection of the body, for it is written, Job 14 verse 12, Man, when he is fallen asleep, shall not rise again till the heavens be broken. But the heavens shall never be broken, since the earth, to which seemingly this is still less applicable, standeth for ever, Ecclesiastes 1 verse 4. Therefore the man that is dead shall never rise again. Objection 2. Further, our Lord proves the resurrection by quoting the words, I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead but of the living, Matt. 22:32, Exodus 3 verse 6. But it is clear that when those words were uttered, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob lived not in body, but only in the soul. Therefore there will be no resurrection of bodies but only of souls. Objection 3. Further, the Apostle, 1 Cor. 15, seemingly proves the resurrection from the reward for labors endured by the saints in this life. For if they trusted in this life alone, they would be the most unhappy of all men. Now there can be sufficient reward for labor in the soul alone, since it is not necessary for the instrument to be repaid together with the worker, and the body is the soul's instrument. Wherefore even in purgatory, where souls will be punished for what they did in the body, the soul is punished without the body. Therefore there is no need to hold a resurrection of the body, but it is enough to hold a resurrection of souls, which consists in their being taken from the death of sin and unhappiness to the life of grace and glory. Objection 4. Further, the last state of a thing is the most perfect, since thereby it attains its end. Now the most perfect state of the soul is to be separated from the body, since in that state it is more conformed to God and the angels, and is more pure, as being separated from any extraneous nature. Therefore separation from the body is its final state, and consequently it returns not from this state to the body, as neither does a man end in becoming a boy. Objection 5. Further, bodily death is the punishment inflicted on man for his own transgression, as appears from Gn 2, even as spiritual death, which is the separation of the soul from God, is inflicted on man for mortal sin. Now man never returns to life from spiritual death after receiving the sentence of his damnation. Therefore neither will there be any return from bodily death to bodily life, and so there will be no resurrection. On the contrary, it is written, Job 19 verses 25-26, I know that my Redeemer liveth, and in the last day I shall rise out of the earth, and I shall be clothed again with my skin, etc. Therefore there will be a resurrection of the body. Further, the gift of Christ is greater than the sin of Adam, as appears from Romans 5 verse 15. Now death was brought in by sin, for if sin had not been, there had been no death. Therefore by the gift of Christ man will be restored from death to life. Further, the members should be conformed to the head. Now our head lives and will live eternally in body and soul, since Christ rising again from the dead dieth now no more, Romans 6 verse 8. Therefore men who are his members will live in body and soul. And consequently there must needs be a resurrection of the body. I answer that, according to the various opinions about man's last end there have been various opinions holding or denying the resurrection. For man's last end which all men desire naturally is happiness. Some have held that man is able to attain this end in this life, wherefore they had no need to admit another life after this, wherein man would be able to attain to his perfection, and so they denied the resurrection. This opinion is confuted with sufficient probability by the changeableness of fortune, the weakness of the human body, the imperfection and instability of knowledge and virtue, all of which are hindrances to the perfection of happiness. As Augustine argues at the end of De Civ. Dei 22:22. Hence others maintain that after this there is another life wherein, after death, man lives according to the soul only. And they held that such a life sufficed to satisfy the natural desire to obtain happiness, wherefore Porphyrius said as Augustine states, De Civ. De 22, 26. The soul, to be happy, must avoid all bodies, and consequently these did not hold the resurrection. This opinion was based by various people on various false foundations. For certain heretics asserted that all bodily things are from the evil principle, but that spiritual things are from the good principle, and from this it follows that the soul cannot reach the height of its perfection unless it be separated from the body, since the latter withdraws it from its principle, the participation of which makes it happy. Hence all those heretical sects that hold corporeal things to have been created or fashioned by the devil deny the resurrection of the body. The falsehood of this principle has been shown at the beginning of the second book, Sent. 2, d. 4, Chew. 1, a. 3, cffp, q. 49, a. 3. Others said that the entire nature of man is seated in the soul, so that the soul makes use of the body as an instrument, or as a sailor uses his ship, wherefore according to this opinion, it follows that if happiness is attained by the soul alone, man would not be balked in his natural desire for happiness, and so there is no need to hold the resurrection. But the philosopher sufficiently destroys this foundation, De Anima 2, 2, where he shows that the soul is united to the body as form to matter. Hence it is clear that if man cannot be happy in this life, we must of necessity hold the resurrection. Reply to Objection 1, the heavens will never be broken as to their substance, but as to the effect of their power whereby their movement is the cause of generation and corruption of lower things. For this reason the Apostle says, 1 Cor. 7:31, the fashion of this world passeth away. Reply to Objection 2, Abraham's soul, properly speaking, is not Abraham himself, but a part of him, and the same as regards the others. Hence life in Abraham's soul does not suffice to make Abraham a living being, or to make the God of Abraham the God of a living man. But there needs to be life in the whole composite, i.e., the soul and body, and although this life were not actually when these words were uttered, it was in each part as ordained to the resurrection. Wherefore our Lord proves the resurrection with the greatest subtlety and efficacy. Reply to Objection 3, the soul is compared to the body, not only as a worker to the instrument with which he works, but also as form to matter, wherefore the work belongs to the composite and not to the soul alone. As the philosopher shows, De Anima I, 4. And since to the worker is due the reward of the work, it behooves man himself, who is composed of soul and body, to receive the reward of his work. Now as venial offenses are called sins as being dispositions to sin, and not as having simply and perfectly the character of sin, so the punishment which is awarded to them in purgatory is not a retribution simply, but rather a cleansing, which is wrought separately in the body, by death and by its being reduced to ashes, and in the soul by the fire of purgatory. Reply to Objection 4, other things being equal, the state of the soul in the body is more perfect than outside the body, because it is a part of the whole composite. And every integral part is material in comparison to the whole, and though it were conformed to God in one respect, it is not simply. Because, strictly speaking, a thing is more conformed to God when it has all that the condition of its nature requires, since then most of all it imitates the divine perfection. Hence the heart of an animal is more conformed to an immovable God when it is in movement than when it is at rest, because the perfection of the heart is in its movement, and its rest is its undoing. Reply to Objection 5, bodily death was brought about by Adam's sin which was blotted out by Christ's death, hence its punishment lasts not forever. But mortal sin which causes everlasting death through impenitence will not be expiated hereafter. Hence that death will be everlasting. Whether the resurrection will be for all without exception? Objection 1, it would seem that the resurrection will not be for all without exception. For it is written, P.S. 1:5, the wicked shall not rise again in judgment. Now men will not rise again except at the time of the general judgment. Therefore the wicked shall in no way rise again. Objection 2, further, it is written, Dan. 12:2, many of those that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. But these words imply a restriction. Therefore all will not rise again. Objection 3, further, by the resurrection men are conformed to Christ rising again. Wherefore the Apostle argues, 1 Corinthians 15 verse 12, sequentia, that if Christ rose again, we also shall rise again. Now those alone should be conformed to Christ rising again who have borne his image, and this belongs to the good alone. Therefore they alone shall rise again. Objection 4. Further, punishment is not remitted unless the fault be condoned. Now bodily death is the punishment of original sin. Therefore, as original sin is not forgiven to all will not rise again. Objection 5. Further, as we are born again by the grace of Christ, even so shall we rise again by his grace. Now those who die in their mother's womb can never be born again, therefore neither can they rise again, and consequently all will not rise again. On the contrary, it is said, John 5 verses 28 and 25, all that are in the grave shall hear the voice of the Son of God, and they that hear shall live. Therefore the dead shall all rise again. Further, it is written, 1 Cor. 15:51, we shall all indeed rise again, etc. Further, the resurrection is necessary in order that those who rise again may receive punishment or reward according to their merits. Now either punishment or reward is due to all, either for their own merits, as to adults, or for others' merits, as to children. Therefore all will rise again. I answer that, those things, the reason of which comes from the nature of a species, must needs be found likewise in all the members of that same species. Now such is the resurrection, because the reason thereof, as stated above, a.1, is that the soul cannot have the final perfection of the human species, so long as it is separated from the body. Hence no soul will remain forever separated from the body. Therefore it is necessary for all, as well as for one, to rise again. Reply to Objection 1, as a gloss expounds these words, they refer to the spiritual resurrection whereby the wicked shall not rise again in the particular judgment. Or else they refer to the wicked who are altogether unbelievers, who will not rise again to be judged, since they are already judged, John 3 verse 18. Reply to Objection 2, Augustine, De Civ. De XX, 23, explains, many, as meaning, all. In fact, this way of speaking is often met with in Holy Writ. Or else the restriction may refer to the children consigned to limbo who, although they shall rise again, are not properly said to awake, since they will have no sense either of pain or of glory, and waking is the unchaining of the senses. Reply to Objection 3, all, both good and wicked, are conformed to Christ, while living in this life, as regards things pertaining to the nature of the species, but not as regards matters pertaining to grace. Hence all will be conformed to him in the restoration of natural life, but not in the likeness of glory, except the good alone. Reply to Objection 4, those who have died in original sin have, by dying, discharged the obligation of death which is the punishment of original sin. Hence, notwithstanding original sin, they can rise again from death, for the punishment of original sin is to die, rather than to be detained by death. Reply to Objection 5, we are born again by the grace of Christ that is given to us, but we rise again by the grace of Christ whereby it came about that he took our nature, since it is by this that we are conformed to him in natural things. Hence those who die in their mother's womb, although they are not born again by receiving grace, will nevertheless rise again on account of the conformity of their nature with him. Which conformity they acquired by attaining to the perfection of the human species. Whether the resurrection is natural? Objection 1, it would seem that the resurrection is natural. For, as the Damascene says, Defide or 3:14, that which is commonly observed in all, marks the nature of the individuals contained under it. Now resurrection applies commonly to all. Therefore it is natural. Objection 2, further, Gregory says, Moral. 14:55, those who do not hold the resurrection on the principle of obedience ought certainly to hold it on the principle of reason. For what does the world every day but imitate, in its elements, our resurrection? And he offers as examples the light which, as it were dies, and is withdrawn from our sight. And again rises anew, as it were, and is recalled the shrubs which lose their greenery. And again by a kind of resurrection are renewed and the seeds which rot and die and then sprout and rise again as it were, which same example is adduced by the Apostle, 1 Cor. 15:36, Now from the works of nature nothing can be known save what is natural. Therefore the resurrection is natural. Objection 3, Further, things that are against nature abide not for long, because they are violent, so to speak. But the life that is restored by the resurrection will last forever. Therefore the resurrection will be natural. Objection 4, Further, that to which the entire expectation of nature looks forward would seem to be natural. Now such a thing is the resurrection and the glorification of the saints according to Romans 8 verse 19. Therefore the resurrection will be natural. Objection 5, Further, the resurrection is a kind of movement towards the everlasting union of soul and body. Now movement is natural if it terminate in a natural rest, phys. v. 6 and the everlasting union of soul and body will be natural, for since the soul is the body's proper mover, it has a body proportionate to it, so that the body is likewise forever capable of being quickened by it. Even as the soul lives forever. Therefore the resurrection will be natural. On the contrary, there is no natural return from privation to habit. But death is privation of life. Therefore the resurrection whereby one returns from death to life is not natural. Further, things of the one species have one fixed way of origin, wherefore animals begotten of putrefaction are never of the same species as those begotten of seed, as the commentator says on Phys. 8. Now the natural way of man's origin is for him to be begotten of a like in species, and such is not the case in the resurrection. Therefore it will not be natural. I answer that, a movement or an action stands related to nature in three ways. For there is a movement or action whereof nature is neither the principle or the term, and such a movement is sometimes from a principle above nature as in the case of a glorified body, and sometimes from any other principle whatever. For instance, the violent upward movement of a stone which terminates in a violent rest. Again, there is a movement whereof nature is both principle and term, for instance, the downward movement of a stone. And there is another movement whereof nature is the term, but not the principle, the latter being sometimes something above nature, as in giving sight to a blind man, for sight is natural, but the principle of the sight-giving is above nature. And sometimes something else, as in the forcing of flowers or fruit by artificial process. It is impossible for nature to be the principle and not the term, because natural principles are appointed to definite effects, beyond which they cannot extend. Accordingly the action or movement that is related to nature in the first way can nowise be natural, but is either miraculous if it come from a principle above nature, or violent if from any other principle. The action or movement that is related to nature in the second way is simply natural, but the action that is related to nature in the third way cannot be described as natural simply, but as natural in a restricted sense, in so far, to wit, as it leads to that which is according to nature, but it is called either miraculous or artificial or violent. For, properly speaking, natural is that which is according to nature, and a thing is according to nature if it has that nature and whatever results from that nature, Phys. 2, 1. Consequently, speaking simply, movement cannot be described as natural unless its principle be natural. Now nature cannot be the principle of resurrection, although resurrection terminates in the life of nature. For nature is the principle of movement in the thing wherein nature is either the active principle, as in the movement of heavy and light bodies and in the natural alterations of animals, or the passive principle, as in the generation of simple bodies. The passive principle of natural generation is the natural passive potentiality which always has an active principle corresponding to it in nature, according to Metaphysics 8. 1. Nor as to this does it matter whether the active principle in nature correspond to the passive principle in respect of its ultimate perfection, namely the form, or in respect of a disposition in virtue of which it demands the ultimate form, as in the generation of a man according to the teaching of faith, or in all other generations according to the opinions of Plato and Avicenna. But in nature there is no active principle of the resurrection, neither as regards the union of the soul with the body, nor as regards the disposition which is the demand for that union, since such a disposition cannot be produced by nature, except in a definite way by the process of generation from seed. Wherefore even granted a passive potentiality on the part of the body, or any kind of inclination to its union with the soul, it is not such as to suffice for the conditions of natural movement. Therefore the resurrection, strictly speaking, is miraculous and not natural except in a restricted sense, as we have explained. Reply to Objection 1. Damascene is speaking of those things that are found in all individuals and are caused by the principles of nature. For supposing by a divine operation all men to be made white, or to be gathered together in one place, as happened at the time of the deluge, it would not follow that whiteness or existence in some particular place is a natural property of man. Reply to Objection 2. From natural things one does not come by a demonstration of reason to know non-natural things, but by the induction of reason one may know something above nature. Since the natural bears a certain resemblance to the supernatural. Thus the union of soul and body resembles the union of the soul with God by the glory of fruition, as the Master says, Sent. 2, d. 1 and in like manner the examples, quoted by the Apostle and Gregory, are confirmatory evidences of our faith in the resurrection. Reply to Objection 3. This argument regards an operation which terminates in something that is not natural but contrary to nature. Such is not the resurrection, and hence the argument is not to the point. Reply to Objection 4. The entire operation of nature is subordinate to the divine operation, just as the working of a lower art is subordinate to the working of a higher art. Hence just as all the work of a lower art has in view an end unattainable save by the operation of the higher art that produces the form, or makes use of what has been made by art, so the last end which the whole expectation of nature has in view is unattainable by the operation of nature, and for which reason the attaining thereto is not natural. Reply to Objection 5. Although there can be no natural movement terminating in a violent rest, there can be a non-natural movement terminating in a natural rest, as explained above. Question 76. Of the cause of the resurrection, 3 articles. We must next consider the cause of our resurrection. Under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether Christ's resurrection is the cause of our resurrection. 2. Whether the sound of the trumpet is. 3. Whether the angels are. Whether the resurrection of Christ is the cause of our resurrection. Objection 1. It would seem that the resurrection of Christ is not the cause of our resurrection. For, given the cause, the effect follows. Yet given the resurrection of Christ, the resurrection of the other dead did not follow at once. Therefore his resurrection is not the cause of ours. Objection 2. Further, an effect cannot be unless the cause precede. But the resurrection of the dead would be even if Christ had not risen again, for God could have delivered man in some other way. Therefore Christ's resurrection is not the cause of ours. Objection 3. Further, the same thing produces the one effect throughout the one same species. Now the resurrection will be common to all men. Since then Christ's resurrection is not its own cause, it is not the cause of the resurrection of others. Objection 4. Further, an effect retains some likeness to its cause. But the resurrection, at least of some, namely the wicked, bears no likeness to the resurrection of Christ. Therefore Christ's resurrection will not be the cause of theirs. On the contrary, in every genus that which is first is the cause of those that come after it. Metaph. 2, 1. Now Christ, by reason of his bodily resurrection, is called the firstfruits of them that sleep. 1 Cor. 15:20, and the first begotten of the dead. Apoc 1:5. Therefore his resurrection is the cause of the resurrection of others. Further, Christ's resurrection has more in common with our bodily resurrection than with our spiritual resurrection, which is by justification. But Christ's resurrection is the cause of our justification, as appears from Rom. 4:25, where it is said that he rose again for our justification. Therefore Christ's resurrection is the cause of our bodily resurrection. I answer that, Christ by reason of his nature is called the mediator of God and men, wherefore the divine gifts are bestowed on men by means of Christ's humanity. Now just as we cannot be delivered from spiritual death save by the gift of grace bestowed by God, so neither can we be delivered from bodily death except by resurrection wrought by the divine power. And therefore as Christ, in respect of his human nature, received the firstfruits of grace from above, and his grace is the cause of our grace, because, of his fullness we all have received, grace for grace, J.N. 1:16, so in Christ has our resurrection begun, and his resurrection is the cause of ours. Thus Christ as God is, as it were, the equivocal cause of our resurrection, but as God and man rising again, he is the proximate and, so to say, the univocal cause of our resurrection. Now a univocal efficient cause produces its effect in likeness to its own form, so that not only is it an efficient, but also an exemplar cause in relation to that effect. This happens in two ways. For sometimes this very form, whereby the agent is likened to its effect, is the direct principle of the action by which the effect is produced. As heat in the fire that heats, and sometimes it is not the form in respect of which this likeness is observed, that is primarily and directly the principle of that action, but the principles of that form. For instance, if a white man beget a white man, the whiteness of the begetter is not the principle of active generation, and yet the whiteness of the begetter is said to be the cause of the whiteness of the begotten. Because the principles of whiteness in the begetter are the generative principles causing whiteness in the begotten. In this way the resurrection of Christ is the cause of our resurrection, because the same thing that wrought the resurrection of Christ, which is the univocal efficient cause of our resurrection, is the active cause of our resurrection. Namely the power of Christ's Godhead which is common to him and the Father. Hence it is written, Romans 8 verse 11, He that raised up Jesus Christ from the dead shall quicken also your mortal bodies. And this very resurrection of Christ by virtue of his indwelling Godhead is the quasi-instrumental cause of our resurrection, since the divine operations were wrought by means of Christ's flesh, as though it were a kind of organ. Thus the Damascene instances as an example, Defide or 3:15, the touch of his body whereby he healed the leper, Matt. 8:3. Reply to objection 1. A sufficient cause produces at once its effect to which it is immediately directed, but not the effect to which it is directed by means of something else, no matter how sufficient it may be, thus heat, however intense it be, does not cause heat at once in the first instant, but it begins at once to set up a movement towards heat, because heat is its effect by means of movement. Now Christ's resurrection is said to be the cause of ours, in that it works our resurrection, not immediately, but by means of its principle, namely the divine power which will work our resurrection in likeness to the resurrection of Christ. Now God's power works by means of his will which is nearest to the effect. Hence it is not necessary that our resurrection should follow straightway after he has wrought the resurrection of Christ, but that it should happen at the time which God's will has decreed. Reply to objection 2, God's power is not tied to any particular second causes, but that he can produce their effects either immediately or by means of other causes. Thus he might work the generation of lower bodies even though there were no movement of the heaven, and yet according to the order which he has established in things. The movement of the heaven is the cause of the generation of the lower bodies. In like manner according to the order appointed to human things by divine providence, Christ's resurrection is the cause of ours, and yet he could have appointed another order, and then our resurrection would have had another cause ordained by God. Reply to objection 3, this argument holds when all the things of one species have the same order to the first cause of the effect to be produced in the whole of that species. But it is not so in the case in point, because Christ's humanity is nearer to his Godhead, whose power is the first cause of the resurrection, than is the humanity of others. Hence Christ's Godhead caused his resurrection immediately, but it causes the resurrection of others by means of Christ-man rising again. Reply to objection 4, the resurrection of all men will bear some resemblance to Christ's resurrection, as regards that which pertains to the life of nature, in respect of which all were conformed to Christ. Hence all will rise again to immortal life, but in the saints who were conformed to Christ by grace, there will be conformity as to things pertaining to glory. Whether the sound of the trumpet will be the cause of our resurrection? Objection 1, it would seem that the sound of the trumpet will not be the cause of our resurrection. For the Damascene says, Defied orth 4, thou must believe that the resurrection will take place by God's will, power, and nod. Therefore since these are a sufficient cause of our resurrection, we ought not to assign the sound of the trumpet as a cause thereof. Objection 2, further, it is useless to make sounds to one who cannot hear. But the dead will not have hearing. Therefore it is unfitting to make a sound to arouse them. Objection 3, further, if any sound is the cause of the resurrection, this will only be by a power given by God to the sound, wherefore a gloss on Ps. 67:34, he will give to his voice the voice of power, says, to arouse our bodies. Now from the moment that a power is given to a thing, though it be given miraculously, the act that ensues is natural, as instanced in the man born blind who, after being restored to sight, saw naturally. Therefore if a sound be the cause of resurrection, the resurrection would be natural, which is false. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 15, the Lord himself will come down from heaven with the trumpet of God. And the dead who are in Christ shall rise. Further, it is written, John 5 verse 28, that they, who are in the grave shall hear the voice of the Son of God, and, John 5 verse 25, they that hear shall live. Now this voice is called the trumpet, as stated in the text, sent. 4d. 43. Therefore, etc. I answer that, cause and effect must needs in some way be united together, since mover and moved, maker and made, are simultaneous, Phys. 7, 2. Now Christ rising again is the univocal cause of our resurrection, wherefore at the resurrection of bodies, it behooves Christ to work the resurrection at the giving of some common bodily sign. According to some this sign will be literally Christ's voice commanding the resurrection, even as he commanded the sea and the storm ceased, Matt. 8:26. Others say that this sign will be nothing else than the manifest appearance of the Son of God in the world, according to the words of Matt. 2400 hours 27, as lightning cometh out of the east, and appeareth even into the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. These rely on the authority of Gregory, Moral. 31, as quoted by Saint Albert the Great, Sentent. 4d. 42a, for, who says that, the sound of the trumpet is nothing else but the Son appearing to the world as judge. According to this, the visible presence of the Son of God is called his voice, because as soon as he appears all nature will obey his command in restoring human bodies, hence he is described as coming, with commandment, 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 15. In this way his appearing, in so far as it has the force of a command, is called his voice, which voice, whatever it be, is sometimes called a cry, Mt 25:6, as of a crier summoning to judgment, sometimes the sound of a trumpet, 1 Corinthians 15 verse 52. 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 15, either on account of its distinctness, as stated in the text, sent. 4d. 43, or as being in keeping with the use of the trumpet in the Old Testament, for by the trumpet they were summoned to the council, stirred to the battle, and called to the feast. And those who rise again will be summoned to the council of judgment, to the battle in which the world shall fight, against the unwise, Wisconsin 5:21, and to the feast of everlasting solemnity. Reply to Objection 1, in those words the Damascene touches on three things respecting the material cause of the resurrection, to wit, the divine will which commands, the power which executes, and the ease of execution, when he adds, bidding. In resemblance to our own affairs, since it is very easy for us to do what is done at once at our word. But the ease is much more evident, if before we say a word, our servants execute our will at once at the first sign of our will, which sign is called a nod, and this nod is a kind of cause of that execution. In so far as others are led thereby to accomplish our will. And the divine nod, at which the resurrection will take place, is nothing but the sign given by God, which all nature will obey by concurring in the resurrection of the dead. This sign is the same as the sound of the trumpet, as explained above. Reply to Objection 2, as the forms of the sacrament have the power to sanctify, not through being heard, but through being spoken, so this sound, whatever it be, will have an instrumental efficacy of resuscitation, not through being perceived, but through being uttered. Even so a sound by the pulsation of the air arouses the sleeper, by loosing the organ of perception, and not because it is known, since judgment about the sound that reaches the ears is subsequent to the awakening and is not its cause. Reply to objection 3, this argument would avail, if the power given to that sound were a complete being in nature, because then that which would proceed therefrom would have for principle a power already rendered natural. But this power is not of that kind but such as we have ascribed above to the forms of the sacraments, sent. 4, D, 1, fp, q, 62, aa, 1, 4. Whether the angels will do anything towards the resurrection. Objection 1, it would seem that the angels will do nothing at all towards the resurrection. For raising the dead shows a greater power than does begetting men. Now when men are begotten, the soul is not infused into the body by means of the angels. Therefore neither will the resurrection, which is reunion of soul and body, be wrought by the ministry of the angels. Objection 2, further, if this is to be ascribed to the instrumentality of any angels at all, it would seem especially referable to the virtues, to whom it belongs to work miracles. Yet it is referred, not to them, but to the archangels, according to the text, sent. 4, D, 43. Therefore the resurrection will not be wrought by the ministry of the angels. On the contrary, it is stated, 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 15, that, the Lord shall come down from heaven with the voice of an archangel and the dead shall rise again. Therefore the resurrection of the dead will be accomplished by the angelic ministry. I answer that, according to Augustine, De Trin. 3, 4, just as the grosser and inferior bodies are ruled in a certain order by the more subtle and more powerful bodies, so are all bodies ruled by God by the rational spirit of life, and Gregory speaks in the same sense, Dial. 4, 6. Consequently in all God's bodily works, he employs the ministry of the angels. Now in the resurrection there is something pertaining to the transmutation of the bodies, to wit the gathering together of the mortal remains and the disposal thereof for the restoration of the human body. Wherefore in this respect God will employ the ministry of the angels in the resurrection. But the soul, even as it is immediately created by God, so will it be reunited to the body immediately by God without any operation of the angels, and in like manner he himself will glorify the body without the ministry of the angels. Just as he immediately glorifies man's soul. This ministry of the angels is called their voice, according to one explanation given in the text, sent. 4, D, 43. Hence the reply to the first objection is evident from what has been said. Reply to objection 2, this ministry will be exercised chiefly by one archangel, namely Michael, who is the prince of the church as he was of the synagogue, Dan 10:13, 21. Yet he will act under the influence of the virtues and the other higher orders, so that what he shall do, the higher orders will, in a way, do also. In like manner the lower angels will cooperate with him as to the resurrection of each individual to whose guardianship they were appointed, so that this voice can be ascribed either to one or to many angels. Question 77, of the time and manner of the resurrection, 4 articles. We must now consider the time and manner of the resurrection. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the time of the resurrection should be delayed until the end of the world. 2. Whether that time is hidden. 3. Whether the resurrection will occur at night time. 4. Whether it will happen suddenly. Whether the time of our resurrection should be delayed till the end of the world. Objection 1. It would seem that the time of the resurrection ought not to be delayed till the end of the world, so that all may rise together. For there is more conformity between head and members than between one member and another, as there is more between cause and effect than between one effect and another. Now Christ, who is our head, did not delay his resurrection until the end of the world, so as to rise again together with all men. Therefore there is no need for the resurrection of the early saints to be deferred until the end of the world, so that they may rise again together with the others. Objection 2, further, the resurrection of the head is the cause of the resurrection of the members. But the resurrection of certain members that desire nobility from their being closely connected with the head was not delayed till the end of the world, but followed immediately after Christ's resurrection. As is piously believed concerning the Blessed Virgin and John the Evangelist, E.P. de Sump. B.V. Cap. 2, among St. Jerome's works. Therefore the resurrection of others will be so much nearer Christ's resurrection, according as they have been more conformed to him by grace and merit. Objection 3, further, the state of the New Testament is more perfect, and bears a closer resemblance to Christ, than the state of the Old Testament. Yet some of the fathers of the Old Testament rose again when Christ rose, according to Matt. 27:52, many of the bodies of the saints, that had slept, arose. Therefore it would seem that the resurrection of the Old Testament saints should not be delayed till the end of the world, so that all may rise together. Objection 4, further, there will be no numbering of years after the end of the world. Yet after the resurrection of the dead, the years are still reckoned until the resurrection of others, as appears from Rev. 20:4, 5. For it is stated there that, I saw, the souls of them that were beheaded for the testimony of Jesus, and for the word of God, and further on, and they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. And, the rest of the dead lived not till the 1,000 years were finished. Therefore the resurrection of all is not delayed until the end of the world, that all may rise together. On the contrary, it is written, Job 14:12, Man when he is fallen asleep shall not rise again till the heavens be broken, he shall not wake, nor rise out of his sleep, and it is a question of the sleep of death. Therefore the resurrection of men will be delayed until the end of the world and the heavens shall be broken. Further, it is written, Hebrews 11:39, all these being approved by the testimony of faith received not the promise, i.e., full beatitude of soul and body, since God has provided something better for us, lest they should be consummated, i.e. perfected, without us, in order that, as a gloss observes, through all rejoicing each one might rejoice the more. But the resurrection will not precede the glorification of bodies, because he will reform the body of our lowness made like to the body of his glory, Phil. 3:21, and the children of the resurrection will be, as the angels, in heaven, Matt. 22:30, therefore the resurrection will be delayed till the end of the world, when all shall rise together. I answer that, as Augustine states, De Trin. 3. For, divine providence decreed that the grosser and lower bodies should be ruled in a certain order by the more subtle and powerful bodies, wherefore the entire matter of the lower bodies is subject to variation according to the movement of the heavenly bodies. Hence it would be contrary to the order established in things by divine providence if the matter of lower bodies were brought to the state of incorruption, so long as there remains movement in the higher bodies. And since, according to the teaching of faith, the resurrection will bring men to a mortal life conformably to Christ who, rising again from the dead dieth now no more, Rom. 6:9, the resurrection of human bodies will be delayed until the end of the world when the heavenly movement will cease. For this reason, too, certain philosophers, who held that the movement of the heavens will never cease, maintain that human souls will return to mortal bodies such as we have now, whether, as Empedocles. They stated that the soul would return to the same body at the end of the great year, or that it would return to another body. Thus Pythagoras asserted that any soul will enter any body, as stated in De Anima I, 3. Reply to Objection 1, although the head is more conformed to the members by conformity of proportion, which is requisite in order that it have influence over the members, than one member is to another. Yet the head has a certain causality over the members which the members have not. And in this the members differ from the head and agree with one another. Hence Christ's resurrection is an exemplar of ours, and through our faith therein there arises in us the hope of our own resurrection. But the resurrection of one of Christ's members is not the cause of the resurrection of other members, and consequently Christ's resurrection had to precede the resurrection of others who have all to rise again at the consummation of the world. Reply to Objection 2, although among the members some rank higher than others and are more conformed to the head, they do not attain to the character of headship so as to be the cause of others. Consequently, greater conformity to Christ does not give them a right to rise again before others as though they were exemplar and the others exemplet. As we have said in reference to Christ's resurrection, and if it has been granted to others that their resurrection should not be delayed until the general resurrection, this has been by special privilege of grace, and not as due on account of conformity to Christ. Reply to Objection 3, Jerome, in a sermon on the Assumption, EPX ad Paul. Et Eustoch. Now recognized as spurious, seems to be doubtful of this resurrection of the saints with Christ, namely as to whether, having been witnesses to the resurrection, they died again. So that theirs was a resuscitation, as in the case of Lazarus who died again, rather than a resurrection such as will be at the end of the world, or really rose again to immortal life, to live forever in the body, and to ascend bodily into heaven with Christ, as a gloss says on Matt. 27:52, the latter seems more probable, because, as Jerome says, in order that they might bear true witness to Christ's true resurrection, it was fitting that they should truly rise again. Nor was their resurrection hastened for their sake, but for the sake of bearing witness to Christ's resurrection, and that by bearing witness thereto they might lay the foundation of the faith of the New Testament, wherefore it was more fitting that it should be borne by the fathers of the Old Testament than by those who died after the foundation of the New. It must, however, be observed that, although the Gospel mentions their resurrection before Christ's, we must take this statement as made in anticipation, as is often the case with writers of history. For none rose again with a true resurrection before Christ, since he is the firstfruits of them that sleep, 1 Corinthians 15 verse 20, although some were resuscitated before Christ's resurrection, as in the case of Lazarus. Reply to Objection 4, on account of these words, as Augustine relates, De Civ. Dei XX, 7, certain heretics asserted that there will be a first resurrection of the dead that they may reign with Christ on earth for 1,000 years. Whence they were called Chiliasts or millenarians. Hence Augustine says, De Civ. Dei XX, 7, that these words are to be understood otherwise, namely of the spiritual resurrection, whereby men shall rise again from their sins to the gift of grace, while the second resurrection is of bodies. The reign of Christ denotes the church wherein not only martyrs but also the other elect reign, the part denoting the whole. Or they reign with Christ in glory as regards all, special mention being made of the martyrs, because they especially reign after death who fought for the truth, even unto death. The number of 1,000 years denotes not a fixed number, but the whole of the present time wherein the saints now reign with Christ, because the number 1,000 designates universality more than the number 100, since 100 is the square of 10. Whereas 1,000 is a cube resulting from the multiplication of 10 by its square, for 10 times 10 is equal to 100, and 100 times 10 is equal to 1,000. Again in Psalms 104 verse 8, the word which he commanded to 1,000, i.e. all, generations. Whether the time of our resurrection is hidden? Objection 1, it would seem that this time is not hidden. Because when we know exactly the beginning of a thing, we can know its end exactly, since all things are measured by a certain period, de generat. 2. Now the beginning of the world is known exactly. Therefore its end can also be known exactly. But this will be the time of the resurrection and judgment. Therefore that time is not hidden. Objection 2, further, it is stated, APOC 12:6, that the woman who represents the church had a place prepared by God, that there she might feed, vulg. They should feed her, 1,260 days. Again, Dan 12:11, a certain fixed number of days is mentioned, which apparently signify years, according to Ezek, for 6, a day for a year, yea a day for a year I have appointed to thee. Therefore the time of the end of the world and of the resurrection can be known exactly from Holy Writ. Objection 3, further, the state of the New Testament was foreshadowed in the Old Testament. Now we know exactly the time wherein the state of the Old Testament endured. Therefore we can also know exactly the time wherein the state of the New Testament will endure. But the state of the New Testament will last to the end of the world, wherefore it is said, Matt. 28:20, Behold I am with you, to the consummation of the world. Therefore the time of the end of the world and of the resurrection can be known exactly. On the contrary, that which is unknown to the angels will be much more unknown to men, because those things to which men attain by natural reason are much more clearly and certainly known to the angels by their natural knowledge. Moreover, revelations are not made to men save by means of the angels, as Dionysius asserts, seal. Here. For, now the angels have no exact knowledge of that time, as appears from Matt. 2400 hours 36, of that day and hour no one knoweth, no not the angels of heaven. Therefore that time is hidden from men. Further, the apostles were more cognizant of God's secrets than others who followed them, because they had the first fruits of the Spirit, Romans 8 verse 23, before others in point of time and more abundantly, as a gloss observes. And yet when they questioned our Lord about this very matter, he answered them, Acts 1 verse 7, It is not for you to know the times or moments which the Father hath put in his own power. Much more, therefore, is it hidden from others. I answer that, as Augustine says, QQ 83, Chew. 58, as to the last age of the human race, which begins from our Lord's coming and lasts until the end of the world, it is uncertain of how many generations it will consist, even so old age, which is man's last age, has no fixed time according to the measure of the other ages, since sometimes alone it lasts as long a time as all the others. The reason of this is because the exact length of future time cannot be known except either by revelation or by natural reason, and the time until the resurrection cannot be reckoned by natural reason. Because the resurrection and the end of the heavenly movement will be simultaneous as stated above, A1. And all things that are foreseen by natural reason to happen at a fixed time are reckoned by movement, and it is impossible from the movement of the heaven to reckon its end, for since it is circular, it is for this very reason able by its nature to endure forever, and consequently the time between this and the resurrection cannot be reckoned by natural reason. Again, it cannot be known by revelation, so that all may be on the watch and ready to meet Christ, and for this reason when the apostles asked him about this, Christ answered, Acts 1 verse 7, It is not for you to know the times or moments which the Father hath put in his own power, whereby, as Augustine says, the sieve. Day 18, 53, he scatters the fingers of all calculators and bids them be still. For what he refused to tell the apostles, he will not reveal to others, wherefore all those who have been misled to reckon the aforesaid time have so far proved to be untruthful, for some, as Augustine says, the sieve. Day 18, 53, stated that from our Lord's ascension to his last coming 400 years would elapse, others 500, others 1,000. The falseness of these calculators is evident, as will likewise be the falseness of those who even now cease not to calculate. Reply to objection 1. When we know a thing's beginning and also its end, it follows that its measure is known to us, wherefore if we know the beginning of a thing, the duration of which is measured by the movement of the heaven, we are able to know its end, since the movement of heaven is known to us. But the measure of the duration of the heavenly movement is God's ordinance alone, which is unknown to us. Wherefore however much we may know its beginning, we are unable to know its end. Reply to objection 2, the 1260 days mentioned in the Apocalypse, 12:6, denote all the time during which the Church endures, and not any definite number of years. The reason whereof is because the preaching of Christ on which the Church is built lasted 3 years and a half, which time contains almost an equal number of days as the aforesaid number. Again, the number of days appointed by Daniel does not refer to a number of years to elapse before the end of the world or until the preaching of Antichrist, but to the time of Antichrist's preaching and the duration of his persecution. Reply to objection 3. Although the state of the New Testament in general is foreshadowed by the state of the Old Testament, it does not follow that individuals correspond to individuals, especially since all the figures of the Old Testament were fulfilled in Christ. Hence Augustine, De Civ. Day 18, 52, answers certain persons who wish to liken the number of persecutions suffered by the Church to the number of the plagues of Egypt. In these words, I do not think that the occurrences in Egypt were in their signification prophetic of these persecutions, although those who think so have shown nicety and ingenuity in adapting them severally the one to the other. Not indeed by a prophetic spirit, but by the guesswork of the human mind, which sometimes reaches the truth and sometimes not. The same remarks would seem applicable to the statements of Abbot Joachim, who by means of such conjectures about the future foretold some things that were true, and in others was deceived. Whether the resurrection will take place at night time? Objection 1. It would seem that the resurrection will not be at night time. For the resurrection will not be, till the heavens be broken, Job 14 verse 12. Now when the heavenly movement ceases, which is signified by its breaking, there will be no time, neither night nor day. Therefore the resurrection will not be at night time. Objection 2. Further, the end of a thing ought to be most perfect. Now the end of time will be then, wherefore it is said, Apoc 10:6, that time shall be no longer. Therefore time ought to be then in its most perfect disposition, and consequently it should be the daytime. Objection 3. Further, the time should be such as to be adapted to what is done therein, wherefore, John 13 verse 30, the night is mentioned as being the time when Judas went out from the fellowship of the light. Now, all things that are hidden at the present time will then be made most manifest, because when the Lord shall come he will bring to light the hidden things of darkness, and will make manifest the counsels of the hearts, 1 Corinthians 4 verse 5. Therefore it ought to be during the day. On the contrary, Christ's resurrection is the exemplar of ours. Now Christ's resurrection was at night, as Gregory says in a homily for Easter, 21 in Evang. Therefore our resurrection will also be at night time. Further, the coming of our Lord is compared to the coming of a thief into the house, Luke 12 verses 39 and 40. But the thief comes to the house at night time. Therefore our Lord will also come in the night. Now, when he comes the resurrection will take place, as stated above, Q. 76, a. 2. Therefore the resurrection will be at night time. I answer that, the exact time and hour at which the resurrection will be cannot be known for certain, as stated in the text, Cent. 4, d. 43. Nevertheless some assert with sufficient probability that it will be towards the twilight, the moon being in the east and the sun in the west. Because the sun and moon are believed to have been created in these positions, and thus their revolutions will be altogether completed by their return to the same point. Wherefore it is said that Christ arose at such an hour. Reply to objection 1, when the resurrection occurs, it will not be time but the end of time, because at the very instant that the heavens will cease to move the dead will rise again. Nevertheless the stars will be in the same position as they occupy now at any fixed hour, and accordingly it is said that the resurrection will be at this or that hour. Reply to objection 2, the most perfect disposition of time is said to be midday, on account of the light given by the sun. But then the city of God will need neither sun nor moon, because the glory of God will enlighten it, Apoc 22:5. Wherefore in this respect it matters not whether the resurrection be in the day or in the night. Reply to objection 3, that time should be adapted to manifestation as regards the things that will happen then, and to secrecy as regards the fixing of the time. Hence either may happen fittingly, namely that the resurrection be in the day or in the night. Whether the resurrection will happen suddenly or by degrees. Objection 1, it would seem that the resurrection will not happen suddenly but by degrees. For the resurrection of the dead is foretold, Ezekiel 37 verses 7 and 8, where it is written, the bones came together. And I saw and behold the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin was stretched out over them, but there was no spirit in them. Therefore the restoration of the bodies will precede in time their reunion with the souls, and thus the resurrection will not be sudden. Objection 2, further, a thing does not happen suddenly if it requires several actions following one another. Now the resurrection requires several actions following one another, namely the gathering of the ashes, the refashioning of the body, the infusion of the soul. Therefore the resurrection will not be sudden. Objection 3, further, all sound is measured by time. Now the sound of the trumpet will be the cause of the resurrection, as stated above, q. 76, a. 2. Therefore the resurrection will take time and will not happen suddenly. Objection 4. Further, no local movement can be sudden as stated in De Sensu et Sensato 7. Now the resurrection requires local movement in the gathering of the ashes. Therefore it will not happen suddenly. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 15:51, 52, we shall all indeed rise again in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. Therefore the resurrection will be sudden. Further, infinite power works suddenly. But the Damascene says, defied orth. For, thou shalt believe in the resurrection to be wrought by the power of God, and it is evident that this is infinite. Therefore the resurrection will be sudden. I answer that, at the resurrection something will be done by the ministry of the angels, and something immediately by the power of God, as stated above, q. 76, a. 3. Accordingly that which is done by the ministry of the angels, will not be instantaneous, if by instant we mean an indivisible point of time, but it will be instantaneous if by instant we mean an imperceptible time. But that which will be done immediately by God's power will happen suddenly, namely at the end of the time wherein the work of the angels will be done, because the higher power brings the lower to perfection. Reply to Objection 1, Ezekiel spoke, like Moses to a rough people, and therefore, just as Moses divided the works of the 6 days into days, in order that the uncultured people might be able to understand. Although all things were made together according to Augustine, Gen. Ad lit. 4. So Ezekiel expressed the various things that will happen in the resurrection, although they will all happen together in an instant. Reply to Objection 2, although these actions follow one another in nature, they are all together in time, because either they are together in the same instant, or one is in the instant that terminates the other. Objection 3, the same would seem to apply to that sound as to the forms of the sacraments, namely that the sound will produce its effect in its last instant. Reply to Objection 4, the gathering of the ashes which cannot be without local movement will be done by the ministry of the angels. Hence it will be in time though imperceptible on account of the facility of operation which is competent to the angels. Question 78, of the term, wherefrom, of the resurrection, 3 articles. We must now consider the term, wherefrom, of the resurrection. And under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether death is the term, wherefrom, of the resurrection in every case. 2. Whether ashes are, or dust. 3. Whether this dust has a natural inclination towards the soul. Whether death will be the term, wherefrom, of the resurrection in all cases. Objection 1, it would seem that death will not be the term, wherefrom, of the resurrection in all cases. Because some shall not die but shall be clothed with immortality, for it is said in the Creed that our Lord will come to judge the living and the dead. Now this cannot refer to the time of judgment, because then all will be alive. Therefore this distinction must refer to the previous time, and consequently all will not die before the judgment. Objection 2, further, a natural and common desire cannot be empty in vain, but is fulfilled in some cases. Now according to the Apostle, 2 Corinthians 5 verse 4, it is a common desire that we would not be unclothed but clothed upon. Therefore there will be some who will never be stripped of the body by death, but will be arrayed in the glory of the resurrection. Objection 3, further, Augustine says, Enchiridion CXV, that the 4 last petitions of the Lord's Prayer refer to the present life, and one of them is, forgive us our debts, due, trespasses. Therefore the Church prays that all debts may be forgiven her in this life. Now the Church's prayer cannot be void and not granted. If you ask the Father anything in my name, he will give it you, John 16 verse 23. Therefore at some time of this life the Church will receive the remission of all debts, and one of the debts to which we are bound by the sin of our first parent is that we be born in original sin. Therefore at some time God will grant to the Church that men be born without original sin. But death is the punishment of original sin. Therefore at the end of the world there will be some men who will not die, and so the same conclusion follows. Objection 4, further, the wise man should always choose the shortest way. Now the shortest way is for the men who shall be found living to be transferred to the impassibility of the resurrection, than for them to die first, and afterwards rise again from death to immortality. Therefore God who is supremely wise will choose this way for those who shall be found living. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Cor. 15:36, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die first, and he is speaking of the resurrection of the body as compared to the seed. Further, it is written, 1 Cor. 15:22, as in Adam all die, so also in Christ all shall be made alive. Now all shall be made alive in Christ. Therefore all shall die in Adam, and so all shall rise again from death. I answer that, the saints differ in speaking on this question, as may be seen in the text, Cent. 4, d. 43. However, the safer and more common opinion is that all shall die and rise again from death, and this for 3 reasons. First, because it is more in accord with divine justice, which condemned human nature for the sin of its first parent, that all who by the act of nature derive their origin from him should contract the stain of original sin, and consequently be the debtors of death. Secondly, because it is more in agreement with divine scripture which foretells the resurrection of all, and resurrection is not predicted properly except of that which has fallen and perished, as the Damascene says, defied orth 4. Thirdly, because it is more in harmony with the order of nature where we find that what is corrupted and decayed is not renewed except by means of corruption, thus vinegar does not become wine unless the vinegar be corrupted and pass into the juice of the grape. Wherefore since human nature has incurred the defect of the necessity of death, it cannot return to immortality save by means of death. It is also in keeping with the order of nature for another reason, because, as it is stated in Phys. 8:1, the movement of heaven is as a kind of life to all existing in nature, just as the movement of the heart is a kind of life of the whole body, wherefore even as all the members become dead on the heart ceasing to move, so when the heavenly movement ceases nothing can remain living with that life which was sustained by the influence of that movement. Now such is the life by which we live now, and therefore it follows that those who shall live after the movement of the heaven comes to a standstill must depart from this life. Reply to objection 1, this distinction of the dead and the living does not apply to the time itself of the judgment, nor to the whole preceding time, since all who are to be judged were living at some time, and dead at some time, but it applies to that particular time which shall precede the judgment immediately, when, to wit, the signs of the judgment shall begin to appear. Reply to objection 2, the perfect desire of the saints cannot be void, but nothing prevents their conditional desire being void. Such is the desire whereby we would not be unclothed, but clothed upon, namely if that be possible, and this desire is called by Summa Theologica. Reply to objection 3, it is erroneous to say that any one except Christ is conceived without original sin, because those who would be conceived without original sin would not need the redemption which was wrought by Christ. And thus Christ would not be the Redeemer of all men, see editor's note which follows TP, Q. 26. Nor can it be said that they needed not this redemption, because it was granted to them that they should be conceived without sin. For, this grace was vouchsafed either to their parents, that the sin of nature might be healed in them, because so long as that sin remained they were unable to beget without communicating original sin, or to nature itself which was healed. Now we must allow that every one needs the redemption of Christ personally, and not only by reason of nature. And one cannot be delivered from an evil or absolved from a debt unless one incur the debt or incur the evil, and consequently all could not reap in themselves the fruit of the Lord's Prayer, unless all were born debtors and subject to evil. Hence the forgiveness of debts or delivery from evil cannot be applied to one who is born without a debt or free from evil, but only to one who is born with a debt and is afterwards delivered by the grace of Christ. Nor does it follow, if it can be asserted without error that some die not, that they are born without original sin, although death is a punishment of original sin. Because God can of his mercy remit the punishment which one has incurred by a past fault, as he forgave the adulterous woman without punishment, J.N. 8. And in like manner he can deliver from death those who have contracted the debt of death by being born in original sin. And thus it does not follow that if they die not, therefore they were born without original sin. Reply to objection 4, the shortest way is not always the one to be chosen, but only when it is more or equally adapted for attaining the end. It is not so here, as is clear from what we have said. Whether all will rise again from ashes? Objection 1, it would seem that all will not rise again from ashes. For Christ's resurrection is the exemplar of ours. Yet his resurrection was not from ashes, for his flesh saw not corruption according to Psalms 15 verse 10. Acts 2 verses 27 and 31. Therefore neither will all rise again from ashes. Objection 2, further, the human body is not always burned. Yet a thing cannot be reduced to ashes unless it be burned. Therefore not all will rise again from ashes. Objection 3, further, the body of a dead man is not reduced to ashes immediately after death. But some will rise again at once after death, according to the text, sent. 4, d. 43, namely those who will be found living. Therefore all will not rise again from ashes. Objection 4, further, the term wherefrom corresponds to the term whereto. Now the term whereto of the resurrection is not the same in the good as in the wicked. We shall all indeed rise again, but we shall not all be changed, 1 Corinthians 15 verse 51. Therefore the term wherefrom is not the same. And thus, if the wicked rise again from ashes, the good will not rise again from ashes. On the contrary, Hamos says, on Rom. 5:10, for if when we were enemies, all who are born in original sin lie under the sentence, earth thou art and into earth shalt thou go. Now all who shall rise again at the general resurrection were born in original sin, either at their birth within the womb or at least at their birth from the womb. Therefore all will rise again from ashes. Further, there are many things in the human body that do not truly belong to human nature. But all these will be removed. Therefore all bodies must needs be reduced to ashes. I answer that, the same reasons by which we have shown, a. 1. That all rise again from death prove also that at the general resurrection all will rise again from ashes, unless the contrary, such as the hastening of their resurrection, be vouchsafed to certain persons by a special privilege of grace. For just as Holy Writ foretells the resurrection, so does it foretell the reformation of bodies, Phil. 3:21. And thus it follows that even as all die that the bodies of all may be able truly to rise again, so will the bodies of all perish that they may be able to be reformed. For just as death was inflicted by divine justice as a punishment on man, so was the decay of the body, as appears from Genesis 3 verse 19, earth thou art and into earth shalt thou go, vulgar, dust thou art and into dust thou shalt return. Moreover the order of nature requires the dissolution not only of the union of soul and body, but also of the mingling of the elements, even as vinegar cannot be brought back to the quality of wine unless it first be dissolved into the projacent matter, for the mingling of the elements is both caused and preserved by the movement of the heaven. And when this ceases all mixed bodies will be dissolved into pure elements. Reply to objection 1, Christ's resurrection is the exemplar of ours as to the term whereto, but not as to the term wherefrom. Reply to objection 2, by ashes we mean all the remains that are left after the dissolution of the body for two reasons. First, because it was the common custom in olden times to burn the bodies of the dead, and to keep the ashes, whence it became customary to speak of the remains of a human body as ashes. Secondly, on account of the cause of dissolution, which is the flame of the fomes, CFFS, Q, 82, A, 3, whereby the human body is radically infected. Hence, in order to be cleansed of this infection the human body must needs be dissolved into its primary components, and when a thing is destroyed by fire it is said to be reduced to ashes. Wherefore the name of ashes is given to those things into which the human body is dissolved. Reply to objection 3, the fire that will cleanse the face of the earth will be able to reduce suddenly to ashes the bodies of those that will be found living, even as it will dissolve other mixed bodies into their projacent matter. Reply to objection 4, movement does not take its species from its term wherefrom, but from its term whereto. Hence the resurrection of the saints which will be glorious must needs differ from the resurrection of the wicked which will not be glorious, in respect of the term whereto, and not in respect of the term wherefrom. And it often happens that the term whereto is not the same, whereas the term wherefrom is the same. For instance, a thing may be moved from blackness to whiteness and to pallor. Whether the ashes from which the human body will be restored have any natural inclination towards the soul which will be united to them? Objection 1. It would seem that the ashes from which the human body will be restored will have a natural inclination towards the soul which will be united to them. For if they had no inclination towards the soul, they would stand in the same relation to that soul as other ashes. Therefore it would make no difference whether the body that is to be united to that soul were restored from those ashes or from others, and this is false. Objection 2. Further, the body is more dependent on the soul than the soul on the body. Now the soul separated from the body is still somewhat dependent on the body, wherefore its movement towards God is retarded on account of its desire for the body, as Augustine says, Gen. ad lit. 12. Much more, therefore, has the body when separated from the soul, a natural inclination towards that soul. Objection 3. Further, it is written, Job 20 verse 11, his bones shall be filled with the vices of his youth, and they shall sleep with him in the dust. But vices are only in the soul. Therefore there will still remain in those ashes a natural inclination towards the soul. On the contrary, the human body can be dissolved into the very elements, or changed into the flesh of other animals. But the elements are homogeneous, and so is the flesh of a lion or other animal. Since then in the other parts of the elements or animals there is no natural inclination to that soul, neither will there be an inclination towards the soul in those parts into which the human body has been changed. The first proposition is made evident on the authority of Augustine, Enchiridion 88, the human body, although changed into the substance of other bodies or even into the elements. Although it has become the food and flesh of any animals whatsoever, even of man, will in an instant return to that soul which erstwhile animated it, making it a living and growing man. Further, to every natural inclination there corresponds a natural agent, else nature would fail in necessaries. Now the aforesaid ashes cannot be reunited to the same soul by any natural agent. Therefore there is not in them any natural inclination to the aforesaid reunion. I answer that, opinion is threefold on this point. For some say that the human body is never dissolved into its very elements. And so there always remains in the ashes a certain force besides the elements, which gives a natural inclination to the same soul. But this assertion is in contradiction with the authority of Augustine quoted above, as well as with the senses and reason, since whatever is composed of contraries can be dissolved into its component parts. Wherefore others say that these parts of the elements into which the human body is dissolved retain more light, through having been united to the soul, and for this reason have a natural inclination to human souls. But this again is nonsensical, since the parts of the elements are of the same nature and have an equal share of light and darkness. Hence we must say differently that in those ashes there is no natural inclination to resurrection, but only by the ordering of divine providence, which decreed that those ashes should be reunited to the soul. It is on this account that those parts of the elements shall be reunited and not others. Hence the reply to the first objection is clear. Reply to objection 2, the soul separated from the body remains in the same nature that it has when united to the body. It is not so with the body, and consequently the comparison fails. Reply to objection 3, these words of Job do not mean that the vices actually remain in the ashes of the dead, but that they remain according to the ordering of divine justice, whereby those ashes are destined to the restoration of the body which will suffer eternally for the sins committed. Question 79, of the conditions of those who rise again, and first of their identity, 3 articles. In the next place we must consider the conditions of those who rise again. Here we shall consider, 1, those which concern the good and wicked in common, 2, those which concern the good only, 3, those which concern only the wicked. 3 things concern the good and wicked in common, namely their identity, their integrity, and their quality, and we shall inquire, 1. About their identity, 2. About their integrity, 3. About their quality. Under the first head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the body will rise again identically the same. 2. Whether it will be the selfsame man. 3. Whether it is necessary that the same ashes should return to the same parts in which they were before. Whether in the resurrection the soul will be reunited to the same identical body. Objection 1. It would seem that the soul will not be reunited to the same identical body at the resurrection, for, thou sowest not the body that shall be, but bare grain, 1 Corinthians 15 verse 37. Now the apostle is there comparing death to sowing and resurrection to fructifying. Therefore the same body that is laid aside in death is not resumed at the resurrection. Objection 2. Further, to every form some matter is adapted according to its condition, and likewise to every agent some instrument. Now the body is compared to the soul as matter to form, and as instrument to agent. Since then at the resurrection the soul will not be of the same condition as now, for it will be either entirely borne away to the heavenly life to which it adhered while living in the world, or will be cast down into the life of the brutes. If it lived as a brute in this world, it would seem that it will not resume the same body, but either a heavenly or a brutish body. Objection 3. Further, after death, as stated above, Q. 78, a. 3, the human body is dissolved into the elements. Now these elemental parts into which the human body has been dissolved do not agree with the human body dissolved into them, except in primary matter, even as any other elemental parts agree with that same body. But if the body were to be formed from those other elemental parts, it would not be described as identically the same. Therefore neither will it be the selfsame body if it be restored from these parts. Objection 4. Further, there cannot be numerical identity where there is numerical distinction of essential parts. Now the form of the mixed body, which form is an essential part of the human body, as being its form, cannot be resumed in numerical identity. Therefore the body will not be identically the same. The minor is proved thus: that which passes away into complete nonentity cannot be resumed in identity. This is clear from the fact that there cannot be identity where there is distinction of existence, and existence, which is the act of a being, is differentiated by being interrupted, as is any interrupted act. Now the form of a mixed body passes away into complete nonentity by death, since it is a bodily form, and so also do the contrary qualities from which the mixture results. Therefore the form of a mixed body does not return in identity. On the contrary, it is written, Job 19 verse 26, In my flesh I shall see God my Saviour, vulgar, my God, where he is speaking of the vision after the resurrection, as appears from the preceding words, In the last day I shall rise out of the earth. Therefore the selfsame body will rise again. Further, the Damascene says, Defied Orth 4, 27, Resurrection is the second rising of that which has fallen. But the body which we have now fell by death. Therefore it will rise again the same identically. I answer that, on this point the philosophers erred and certain modern heretics err. For some of the philosophers allowed that souls separated from bodies are reunited to bodies, yet they erred in this in 2 ways. First, as to the mode of reunion, for some held the separated soul to be naturally reunited to a body by the way of generation. Secondly, as to the body to which it was reunited, for they held that this second union was not with the selfsame body that was laid aside in death, but with another, sometimes of the same, sometimes of a different species. Of a different species when the soul while existing in the body had led a life contrary to the ordering of reason, wherefore it passed after death from the body of a man into the body of some other animal to whose manner of living it had conformed in this life. For instance, into the body of a dog on account of lust, into the body of a lion on account of robbery and violence, and so forth, and into a body of the same species when the soul has led a good life in the body. And having after death experienced some happiness, after some centuries began to wish to return to the body. And thus it was reunited to a human body. This opinion arises from 2 false sources. The first of these is that they said that the soul is not united to the body essentially as form to matter, but only accidentally, as mover to the thing moved, cffp. q. 76, a. 1, or as a man to his clothes. Hence it was possible for them to maintain that the soul pre-existed before being infused into the body begotten of natural generation, as also that it is united to various bodies. The second is that they held intellect not to differ from sense except accidentally, so that man would be said to surpass other animals in intelligence. Because the sensitive power is more acute in him on account of the excellence of his bodily complexion. And hence it was possible for them to assert that man's soul passes into the soul of a brute animal, especially when the human soul has been habituated to brutish actions. But these two sources are refuted by the philosopher, De Anima 2, 1, and in consequence of these being refuted, it is clear that the above opinion is false. In like manner the errors of certain heretics are refuted. Some of them fell into the aforesaid opinions of the philosophers, while others held that souls are reunited to heavenly bodies, or again to bodies subtle as the wind, as Gregory relates of a certain bishop of Constantinople. In his exposition of Job 19 verse 26, "In my flesh I shall see my God," etc. Moreover, these same errors of heretics may be refuted by the fact that they are prejudicial to the truth of resurrection as witnessed to by Holy Writ. For we cannot call it resurrection unless the soul return to the same body, since resurrection is a second rising. And the same thing rises that falls, wherefore resurrection regards the body which after death falls rather than the soul which after death lives. And consequently if it be not the same body which the soul resumes, it will not be a resurrection, but rather the assuming of a new body. Reply to Objection 1, a comparison does not apply to every particular, but to some. For in the sowing of grain, the grain sown and the grain that is born thereof are neither identical, nor of the same condition, since it was first sown without a husk, yet is born with one, and the body will rise again identically the same. But of a different condition, since it was mortal and will rise in immortality. Reply to Objection 2, the soul rising again and the soul living in this world differ, not in essence but in respect of glory and misery, which is an accidental difference. Hence it follows that the body in rising again differs, not in identity, but in condition, so that a difference of bodies corresponds proportionally to the difference of souls. Reply to Objection 3, that which is understood as though it were in matter before its form remains in matter after corruption, because when that which comes afterwards is removed that which came before may yet remain. Now, as the commentator observes on the first book of Physics and in De Substantia Orbis, in the matter of things subject to generation and corruption, we must presuppose undeterminate dimensions, by reason of which matter is divisible, so as to be able to receive various forms in its various parts. Wherefore after the separation of the substantial form from matter, these dimensions still remain the same, and consequently the matter existing under those dimensions, whatever form it receive, is more identified with that which was generated from it, than any other part of matter existing under any form whatever. Thus the matter that will be brought back to restore the human body will be the same as that body's previous matter. Reply to Objection 4, even as a simple quality is not the substantial form of an element, but its proper accident, and the disposition whereby its matter is rendered proper to such a form. So the form of a mixed body, which form is a quality resulting from simple qualities reduced to a mean, is not the substantial form of the mixed body, but its proper accident, and the disposition whereby the matter is in need of the form. Now the human body has no substantial form besides this form of the mixed body, except the rational soul, for if it had any previous substantial form, this would give it substantial being, and would establish it in the genus of substance, so that the soul would be united to a body already established in the genus of substance, and thus the soul would be compared to the body as artificial forms are to their matter, in respect of their being established in the genus of substance by their matter. Hence the union of the soul to the body would be accidental, which is the error of the ancient philosophers refuted by the philosopher, De Anima 2, cffp. q. 76, a. 1. It would also follow that the human body and each of its parts would not retain their former names in the same sense, which is contrary to the teaching of the philosopher, De Anima 2, 1. Therefore, since the rational soul remains, no substantial form of the human body falls away into complete nonentity. And the variation of accidental forms does not make a difference of identity. Therefore the selfsame body will rise again, since the selfsame matter is resumed as stated in a previous reply, ad 2. Whether it will be identically the same man that shall rise again? Objection 1. It would seem that it will not be identically the same man that shall rise again. For according to the philosopher, de Gener. 2. Whatsoever things are changed in their corruptible substance are not repeated identically. Now such is man's substance in his present state. Therefore after the change wrought by death the selfsame man cannot be repeated. Objection 2. Further, where there is a distinction of human nature there is not the same identical man, wherefore Socrates and Plato are two men and not one man, since each has his own distinct human nature. Now the human nature of one who rises again is distinct from that which he has now. Therefore he is not the same identical man. The minor can be proved in two ways. First, because human nature which is the form of the whole is not both form and substance as the soul is, but is a form only. Now such like forms pass away into complete nonentity, and consequently they cannot be restored. Secondly, because human nature results from union of parts. Now the same identical union as that which was heretofore cannot be resumed, because repetition is opposed to identity, since repetition implies number, whereas identity implies unity, and these are incompatible with one another. But resurrection is a repeated union, therefore the union is not the same, and consequently there is not the same human nature or the same man. Objection 3. Further, one same man is not several animals, wherefore if it is not the same animal it is not the same identical man. Now where sense is not the same, there is not the same animal, since animal is defined from the primary sense, namely touch. But sense, as it does not remain in the separated soul, as some maintain, cannot be resumed in identity. Therefore the man who rises again will not be the same identical animal, and consequently he will not be the same man. Objection 4. Further, the matter of a statue ranks higher in the statue than the matter of a man does in man, because artificial things belong to the genus of substance by reason of their matter, but natural things by reason of their form. As appears from the philosopher, Phys. 2, 1, and again from the commentator, De Anima 2. But if a statue is remade from the same brass, it will not be the same identically. Therefore much less will it be identically the same man if he be reformed from the same ashes. On the contrary, it is written, Job 19 verse 27, Whom I myself shall see, and not another, and he is speaking of the vision after the resurrection. Therefore the same identical man will rise again. Further, Augustine says, De Trin. 8, 5, that to rise again is not else but to live again. Now unless the same identical man that died returned to life, he would not be said to live again. Therefore he would not rise again, which is contrary to faith. I answer that, the necessity of holding the resurrection arises from this that man may obtain the last end for which he was made. For this cannot be accomplished in this life, nor in the life of the separated soul, as stated above, Q. 75, a. 1, 2. Otherwise man would have been made in vain, if he were unable to obtain the end for which he was made. And since it behooves the end to be obtained by the selfsame thing that was made for that end, lest it appear to be made without purpose, it is necessary for the selfsame man to rise again. And this is effected by the selfsame soul being united to the selfsame body. For otherwise there would be no resurrection properly speaking, if the same man were not reformed. Hence to maintain that he who rises again is not the selfsame man is heretical, since it is contrary to the truth of Scripture which proclaims the resurrection. Reply to Objection 1, the philosopher is speaking of repetition by movement or natural change. For he shows the difference between the recurrence that occurs in generation and corruption and that which is observed in the movement of the heavens. Because the selfsame heaven by local movement returns to the beginning of its movement, since it has a moved incorruptible substance. On the other hand, things subject to generation and corruption return by generation to specific but not numerical identity, because from man blood is engendered, from blood seed, and so on until a man is begotten, not the selfsame man, but the man specifically. In like manner from fire comes air, from air water, from water earth, whence fire is produced, not the selfsame fire, but the same in species. Hence it is clear that the argument, so far as the meaning of the philosopher is concerned, is not to the point. We may also reply that the form of other things subject to generation and corruption is not subsistent of itself, so as to be able to remain after the corruption of the composite, as it is with the rational soul. For the soul, even after separation from the body, retains the being which accrues to it when in the body, and the body is made to share that being by the resurrection. Since the being of the body and the being of the soul and the body are not distinct from one another, otherwise the union of soul and body would be accidental. Consequently there has been no interruption in the substantial being of man, as would make it impossible for the selfsame man to return on account of an interruption in his being, as is the case with other things that are corrupted. The being of which is interrupted altogether, since their form remains not, and their matter remains under another being. Nevertheless neither does the selfsame man recur by natural generation, because the body of the man begotten is not composed of the whole body of his begetter, hence his body is numerically distinct, and consequently his soul and the whole man. Reply to objection 2, there are two opinions about humanity and about any form of a whole. For some say that the form of the whole and the form of the part are really one and the same, but that it is called the form of the part inasmuch as it perfects the matter, and the form of the whole inasmuch as the whole specific nature results therefrom. According to this opinion humanity is really nothing else than the rational soul, and so, since the selfsame rational soul is resumed, there will be the same identical humanity, which will remain even after death. Albeit not under the aspect of humanity, because the composite does not derive the specific nature from a separated humanity. The other opinion, which seems nearer the truth, is Avicenna's, according to whom the form of the whole is not the form of a part only, nor some other form besides the form of the part, but is the whole resulting from the composition of form and matter, embracing both within itself. This form of the whole is called the essence or quiddity. Since then at the resurrection there will be the selfsame body, and the selfsame rational soul, there will be, of necessity, the same humanity. The first argument proving that there will be a distinction of humanity was based on the supposition that humanity is some distinct form supervening form and matter, which is false. The second reason does not disprove the identity of humanity, because union implies action or passion, and though there be a different union, this cannot prevent the identity of humanity. Because the action and passion from which humanity resulted are not of the essence of humanity. Wherefore a distinction on their part does not involve a distinction of humanity, for it is clear that generation and resurrection are not the self-same movement. Yet the identity of the rising man with the begotten man is not hindered for this reason, and in like manner neither is the identity of humanity prevented if we take union for the relation itself, because this relation is not essential to but concomitant with humanity. Since humanity is not one of those forms that are composition or order, phys. 2:1, as are the forms of things produced by art, so that if there be another distinct composition there is another distinct form of a house. Reply to objection 3, this argument affords a very good proof against those who held a distinction between the sensitive and rational souls in man, because in that case the sensitive soul in man would not be incorruptible, as neither is it in other animals. And consequently in the resurrection there would not be the same sensitive soul, and consequently neither the same animal nor the same man. But if we assert that in man the same soul is by its substance both rational and sensitive, we shall encounter no difficulty in this question, because animal is defined from sense, i.e. the sensitive soul as from its essential form, whereas from sense, i.e. the sensitive power, we know its definition as from an accidental form that contributes more than another to our knowledge of the quiddity, de anima I.1. Accordingly after death there remains the sensitive soul, even as the rational soul, according to its substance, whereas the sensitive powers, according to some, do not remain. And since these powers are accidental properties, diversity on their part cannot prevent the identity of the whole animal, not even of the animal's parts, nor are powers to be called perfections or acts of organs unless as principles of action. As heat in fire. Reply to objection 4, a statue may be considered in two ways, either as a particular substance, or as something artificial. And since it is placed in the genus of substance by reason of its matter, it follows that if we consider it as a particular substance, it is the selfsame statue that is remade from the same matter. On the other hand, it is placed in the genus of artificial things inasmuch as it has an accidental form which, if the statue be destroyed, passes away also. Consequently it does not return identically the same, nor can the statue be identically the same. But man's form, namely the soul, remains after the body has perished, wherefore the comparison fails. Whether the ashes of the human body must needs, by the resurrection, return to the same parts of the body that were dissolved into them? Objection 1, it would seem necessary for the ashes of the human body to return, by the resurrection, to the same parts that were dissolved into them. For, according to the philosopher, as the whole soul is to the whole body, so is a part of the soul to a part of the body, as sight to the pupil, de anima 2, 1. Now it is necessary that after the resurrection the body be resumed by the same soul. Therefore it is also necessary for the same parts of the body to return to the same limbs, in which they were perfected by the same parts of the soul. Objection 2, further, difference of matter causes difference of identity. But if the ashes return not to the same parts, each part will not be remade from the same matter of which it consisted before. Therefore they will not be the same identically. Now if the parts are different the whole will also be different, since parts are to the whole as matter is to form, Phys. 2, 3. Therefore it will not be the selfsame man. Which is contrary to the truth of the resurrection. Objection 3, further, the resurrection is directed to the end that man may receive the meat of his works. Now different parts of the body are employed in different works, whether of merit or of demerit. Therefore at the resurrection each part must needs return to its former state that it may be rewarded in due measure. On the contrary, artificial things are more dependent on their matter than natural things. Now in artificial things, in order that the same artificial thing be remade, from the same matter, there is no need for the parts to be brought back to the same position. Neither therefore is it necessary in man. Further, change of an accident does not cause a change of identity. Now the situation of parts is an accident. Therefore its change in a man does not cause a change of identity. I answer that, in this question it makes a difference whether we ask what can be done without prejudice to identity, and what will be done for the sake of congruity. As regards the first it must be observed that in man we may speak of parts in two ways, first as of the various parts of a homogeneous whole, for instance the various parts of flesh, or the various parts of bone. Secondly, as of various parts of various species of a heterogeneous whole, for instance bone and flesh. Accordingly if it be said that one part of matter will return to another part of the same species, this causes no change except in the position of the parts, and change of position of parts does not change the species in homogeneous wholes, and so if the matter of one part return to another part, this is nowise prejudicial to the identity of the whole. Thus is it in the example given in the text, Cent. 4, d. 44, because a statue, after being remade, is identically the same, not as to its form, but as to its matter, in respect of which it is a particular substance, and in this way a statue is homogeneous, although it is not according to its artificial form. But if it be said that the matter of one part returns to another part of another species, it follows of necessity that there is a change not only in the position of parts, but also in their identity, yet so that the whole matter, or something belonging to the truth of human nature in one is transferred to another. But not if what was superfluous in one part is transferred to another. Now the identity of parts being taken away, the identity of the whole is removed, if we speak of essential parts, but not if we speak of accidental parts, such as hair and nails, to which apparently Augustine refers, De Civ. Day 22. It is thus clear how the transference of matter from one part of another destroys the identity, and how it does not. But speaking of the congruity, it is more probable that even the parts will retain their position at the resurrection, especially as regards the essential and organic parts, although perhaps not as regards the accidental parts, such as nails and hair. Reply to Objection 1. This argument considers organic or heterogeneous parts, but no homogeneous or like parts. Reply to Objection 2. A change in the position of the parts of matter does not cause a change of identity, although difference of matter does. Reply to Objection 3. Operation, properly speaking, is not ascribed to the part but to the whole, wherefore the reward is due, not to the part but to the whole.